Li Rufeng unexpectedly traversed to the Tianyuan Continent, activating an invincible signing-in system. Starting off with an astonishing billion years of cultivation, soaring to the pinnacle of the Great Emperor. Are the adversaries mere chi refiners? One strike, and they're vanquished. Are they formidable saints? One strike suffices. Are they at the peak of the Great Emperor? Still, a single strike will do. What? The opponent actually dispatched a powerhouse beyond the Great Emperor. Apologies, but we send forth Li Rufeng. When the Heavenly Dao seeks to suppress Li Rufeng, the Great Dao also desires to join in, and even beings beyond the Great Dao are stirring what is there to fear. Any enemy, be they the Heavenly Dao or the Great Dao, or even the author themselves, Li Rufeng shall effortlessly obliterate. In a nutshell, those whom the author intends to kill, Li Rufeng shall swiftly annihilate. Those the author dares not eliminate, Li Rufeng shall still dispatch without hesitation. Chapter 1. Fei Xianzong, Su Meng Er. Tianyuan Continent. Eastern Wasteland. Fei Xianzong. Upon a verdant mountain peak lies an unpretentious courtyard. Within the courtyard, a young man clad in white leisurely reclines on a rocking chair, exuding an air of tranquility. This peak is known as Ling Feng, a dedicated site for the cultivation of spiritual herbs by Fei Xianzong. The young man in the courtyard is none other than the peak master, Li Rufeng. However, unbeknownst to all, the current Li Rufeng is no longer the same as before. He is now a transmigrator. 2.5 years prior, the original Li Rufeng, residing on Blue Star, met an untimely demise at work due to sudden cardiac arrest. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life, allowing him to inhabit the body of the Li Rufeng who shares his name in Fei Xianzong. Not only that, Li Rufeng activated the essential golden finger for transmigrators' Invincible Sign-In System. As the name suggests, the primary function of this system is signing in. Signing in is categorized into daily, monthly, yearly, and special location sign-ins. The moment the signing-in system was activated, Li Rufeng promptly opted for his inaugural sign-in. To his astonishment, the system bestowed upon him a staggering billion years of cultivation right then and there. In the Tianyuan Continent, the realms of cultivation ascend from low to high, classified as chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit, transformation, void refinement, tribulation crossing, great ascension, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, supreme saint, ancient saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and great emperor, with each realm further divided into 9 levels. With merely 10,000 years of cultivation, the formerly depleted Li Rufeng instantaneously leaped to the pinnacle of the Great Emperor's 9th level. Beginning an invincible position, Li Rufeng, who had toiled under the burdens of life in his previous existence, chose to recline and embrace leisure. Thus, over the next 2.5 years, Li Rufeng's activities revolved solely around signing in and watering the spiritual herbs on Ling Feng. During his spare time, he basked in the warmth of the sun within the courtyard. Throughout this period, he accumulated an extensive array of top-tier martial arts techniques, weapons, and elixirs, filling his system's space to the brim. If these items were to be laid out, they would surely tower higher than several mountains. Master Uncle, I have come again. Just as Li Rufeng lay basking in the sun as per usual, a melodious and lively voice reached his ears from the foot of the mountain. In the next moment, the relaxed Li Rufeng slowly opened his half-closed eyes. Before long, a figure skipped joyfully into Li Rufeng's courtyard. Ah, it is little Meng Er. What brings you here today? Li Rufeng glanced at the figure before him and inquired gently. Little Meng Er, full name Su Meng Er, is the disciple of the sect master of Fei Xianzong, having displayed extraordinary talent in cultivation from a young age. Now merely 10 years old, she has already reached the 9th level of chi refinement, on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. Since Li Rufeng's cultivation was rendered void and he assumed the role of peak master at Ling Feng, Su Meng Er frequently visits him. In contrast to the indifference of other disciples, Su Meng Er always greets Li Rufeng with an innocent and charming smile. Hee, Master Uncle, I came to play with you, and to help you water the spiritual herbs. With such a vast medicinal garden on this mountain peak, if it were solely you, Master Uncle, it would take until nightfall to finish. Gazing at Li Rufeng on the rocking chair, Meng Er spoke with a smile. Huh, then I must trouble little Meng Er, just that patch of medicinal field. Once you finish watering, I shall reward you in response to Meng Er's enthusiasm. Li Rufeng did not decline, but rather pointed to the smallest medicinal field. Such occurrences had happened before and would certainly not be the last. All right, Master Uncle, I shall go now. I am quite swift. Upon hearing Li Rufeng mention a reward, Meng Er instantly beamed with delight and energy. Without further ado, Meng Er skillfully made her way to the location of the watering can, filled one with spiritual water, and jogged toward the medicinal garden outside the courtyard. Watching Meng Er's joyous demeanor, Li Rufeng shook his head and then resumed his rest, closing his eyes once more. Soon, a stick of incense's worth of time had passed. At this time, Meng Er had already completed watering and returned joyfully to the courtyard. Master Uncle, I'm done. You mentioned a reward. What is it? After placing the watering can back in its place, Meng Er eagerly approached Li Rufeng, inquiring, "Oh, soon?" As expected of little Meng Er. Upon hearing Meng Er's question, Li Rufeng pretended to be astonished. "Yes, I am quite fast. Master Uncle, show me the reward. I have been looking forward to it." After proudly responding, Meng Er continued to urge him. "Very well, take this." Without further ado, Li Rufeng retrieved a pill from his system space and handed it to Meng Er. Seeing this, Meng Er hurriedly accepted the pill with both hands. "Master Uncle, what kind of pill is this? Can it be consumed?" Meng Er leaned closer to the pill, sniffing it, then asked curiously. "This is a Foundation Establishment pill, meant for breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Little Meng Er, you are already at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Consuming it will allow you to break through to Foundation Establishment. Eat it now. I shall provide protection for you." In response to Meng Er's curious inquiries, Li Rufeng explained that a Foundation Establishment pill. "I have heard my master mention that this pill is quite precious. I cannot accept this. Master Uncle, please take it back." Upon hearing it was a Foundation Establishment pill, Meng Er's face showed surprise, and she immediately prepared to return it to Li Rufeng. "It is merely one Foundation Establishment pill. I have plenty more here. Accept it. If you refuse, do not come to visit me next time." Rufeng stated calmly. Indeed, Li Rufeng spoke the truth within his system space. He possessed at least 10,000 Foundation Establishment pills. There were simply too many to consume. Very well, then thank you, Master Uncle. Compared to the Foundation Establishment pill, Meng Er was more concerned about Li Rufeng not allowing her to visit Ling Yaofeng again. Seeing that Meng Er no longer resisted, Li Rufeng then instructed, "All right, quickly consume IT." Meng Er no longer hesitated and promptly swallowed the Foundation Establishment pill in her hand. In the next moment, she hurriedly sat cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power. Moments later, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to converge towards Meng Er, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. Observing this, Li Rufeng nodded slightly and waved his hand, casting an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Ling Yaofeng. After completing these tasks, Li Rufeng resumed his rest, closing his eyes once more. "Master Uncle, I have broken through. I am now at the Foundation Establishment realm." Uncertain how much time had passed, Meng Er's excited cries once again stirred Li Rufeng from his rest. "Foundation Establishment, 3rd level, not bad. Not bad, better than I anticipated." Sensing Meng Er's true realm, Li Rufeng expressed his satisfaction. "This still relies on your Foundation Establishment pill, sure shoe." Indeed. As she spoke, Meng Er's previously joyful smile abruptly vanished, and her little head drooped down. Noticing the sudden change in Meng Er's demeanor, Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean?" "It is about your cultivation level. If only your cultivation level had not been wasted. That would be wonderful," Meng Er remarked weakly, a hint of despondency on her face. "I thought nothing of it. If my cultivation is wasted, then so be it. It is not a significant matter. A wasted cultivation does not imply that one cannot cultivate anew." Seeing the little girl feel sorrowful for him, Li Rufeng felt a sense of comfort and teased her lightly. "Really? One can cultivate again even after having their cultivation wasted?" Sure Shu, do not deceive me, I am but a child. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the previously downcast Meng Er instantly lifted her head and asked incredulously, lying is for little dogs, surely that is acceptable? However, you must keep this matter confidential. I still wish to relax for a while longer. After his jest, Li Rufeng cautioned Meng Er. Truly? Hooray! I knew Sure Shu was the strongest. Rest assured, this is a secret between you and me. I will certainly keep it under wraps. Hee hee hee. Meng Er exclaimed with delight. Then, before Li Rufeng could respond, Meng Er continued, by the way, Sure Shu, since your cultivation has recovered, will you attend the Sect's recruitment conference tomorrow? The recruitment conference? Upon hearing this news, Li Rufeng felt momentarily bewildered. However, after searching through his memories, he finally grasped the specifics of the recruitment conference. Chapter 2. Recruitment Conference, A Clash of Titans. The Feixian Zone holds a recruitment conference every 3 years. During this event, a multitude of young cultivators flock to participate, hoping to be directly accepted as disciples by the esteemed elders of the sect. However, for me, this seems to hold little allure. After all, I am already invincible. What purpose would acquiring disciples serve? Wait a moment, perhaps there is a slight advantage. Having a disciple could assist me in watering the spiritual herbs daily, allowing me to recline in leisure. Indeed, upon further reflection, it seems prudent to take on a disciple as a tool. Nonetheless, not just anyone can be my disciple. Thus, the matter of recruitment shall be left to fate. As he pondered, Li Rufeng soon conceived an idea. Sure Shu, why are you silent? It makes sense. Every time you arrive, Sure Shu, you are reclining in the courtyard, clearly uninterested in the recruitment conference. Noting Li Rufeng's prolonged silence, Meng Er assumed he was entirely disinterested in the event. Ahem. Well, while I may not have much interest in the recruitment conference, joining the festivities could be enjoyable. Li Rufeng, interrupted from his thoughts, spoke nonchalantly. All right, since you're going, I shall join as well, Meng Er replied cheerfully. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to catch the attention of the elders this time. Tomorrow, we shall find out. The hour grows late, and having just made a breakthrough, you should return to consolidate your cultivation. Li Rufeng advised. Really? A powerful technique. Is it the sword technique you created yourself? Meng Er inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the mention of a formidable skill. That is a secret. You shall find out in due time, Li Rufeng teased, maintaining an air of mystery. Very well, Sure Shu, I shall take my leave for today. I will return tomorrow. With Li Rufeng remaining silent, Meng Er refrained from pressing further. Indeed, Li Rufeng nodded slightly at her words. Subsequently, Meng Er bounded away from Feixian Zone, her face beaming with joy. The following day, early in the morning, the entire Feixian Zone buzzed with excitement. At this moment, the Sect's plaza was filled to capacity with individuals eager to participate in the recruitment conference. Each person harbored aspirations of joining the Feixian Zone. As the sun rose steadily, many elders had already congregated in the square. Meanwhile, at Ling Yao Peak, Meng Er arrived once more. Sure Shu, are you awake? It's getting late. We must head to the recruitment conference. Upon entering the courtyard, Meng Er found no trace of Li Rufeng, so she called out loudly towards a nearby building. Creak. In the next instant, the previously shut door swung open, and Li Rufeng emerged slowly from within. Sure Shu, you look quite dashing today, Meng Er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Li Rufeng in fresh attire. Ahem, does it even need stating? When have I not looked dashing? Li Rufeng replied with a slight smile, then proceeded to walk outside the courtyard. Oh, realizing. Meng Er promptly nodded and hurried to match Li Rufeng's pace. Soon, the two departed Ling Yao Peak, making their way to the Sect's plaza. On the other side, at the highest point of the plaza, 7 figures were already seated. Among them were the sect leader of Feixian Zone, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was also Meng Er's master, and the 6 peak masters of Feixian Zone. The 6 peaks include Tianjian Peak, Tiangang Peak, Tianyuan Peak, Tianxiong Peak, Tianling Peak, and Tianshuang Peak. Each peak master is a formidable expert at the yuanying stage, with the most powerful being Nangong Lai, the master of Tianjian Peak, who has reached the 7th level of yuanying. Only the sect leader, Xianxiaaudiobooks, has surpassed him in cultivation. Of course, Li Rufeng is an exception due to his unique circumstances. Recently, Ling Yao Peak was designated as the 7th peak of the sect, a decision made by Xianxiaaudiobooks due to Li Rufeng's influence. However, the disciples and elders within the sect understood that Ling Yao Peak was merely a title. Thus its existence was largely overlooked. Leader, all are present. May we commence the recruitment conference? Soon, Nangong Lai rose and addressed Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced at Nangong Lai and replied, Master Nangong, let us wait a moment longer. Some have yet to arrive. The mention of someone still to come piqued Nangong Li's curiosity, as he was unaware that the seemingly incapacitated Li Rufeng would also be attending. He scanned the seating arrangement and noticed an empty chair at the far side. A conjecture formed in his mind. Leader, are you referring to Li Rufeng? He has already lost his cultivation. Is there truly a need to wait for him? His presence would merely serve as an audience to the event. Realizing the implications of Nangong Li's words, Xianxia's expression shifted slightly, revealing an air of discomfort. Master Nangong, I understand there has been some discord between you and Li Fengzhu, but that is all in the past. He has suffered due to the sect. He deserves respect. After a brief silence, Xianxia continued. Before Li Rufeng joined Fei Xianzong, you were the foremost figure in both strength and prestige. But that dynamic has shifted with his arrival. His remarkable talents and striking appearance have overshadowed you in just under a year. Since the leader has said so, I shall refrain from further comment. However, one point is erroneous. His current predicament is entirely due to his arrogance and has no bearing on the sect. Had he not pursued that opportunity, he would not have encountered ambush. His current state is a consequence of his own folly, a result of greed. Nangong Li spoke indifferently, oblivious to the awkward expressions on Xianxia and the others. Oh, you claim I am arrogant, that this is all self-inflicted? At that moment, Li Rufeng's mocking voice cut through the air. The unexpected sound caused Nangong Li to turn sharply. Li Rufeng, am I mistaken? Had you not acted as you did, would you find yourself in this situation? I heard you even resorted to secret methods merely to salvage your life. If I assert that your plight is self-inflicted, is there an issue? Even in the presence of Li Rufeng, Nangong Li remained unyielding, continuing his icy retorts. Since you are aware that I employed secret methods, you must also know that I have yet to unleash one final sword strike. Care to test it? Li Rufeng maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing Nangong Li's derision without concern. I shall not stoop to your level. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Nangong Li, who had previously been hurling insults, lost his temper and retreated to his seat. It is said that Li Rufeng's secret technique requires the sacrifice of all his cultivation in exchange for 3 deadly sword strikes. Previously, in a bid to preserve his life, he had already utilized 2 of these strikes. Now, only 1 strike remains, which undoubtedly serves as his final trump card. Li Rufeng, do not be too arrogant. Once you have exhausted this last resort, I shall make you understand the consequences of threatening me. Seated, Nangong Li contemplated this in his heart, his gaze toward Li Rufeng becoming increasingly astute. This scene, of course, did not escape Li Rufeng's keen eyes. Chapter 3, Hongming Indestructible Body, Fortune Ranking. The Intent to Kill. How intriguing. Li Rufeng settled into his seat, having already sentenced Nangong Li to death in his thoughts. Meanwhile, noticing the cessation of the debate between Li Rufeng and Nangong Li, Xianxia slowly rose to his feet. He then stepped forward a few paces and announced, Ahem. I am Xianxia, the sect master of Fei Sect. Today marks the triennial recruitment conference of the Fei Sect. I shall not waste words. Let us commence the recruitment proceedings. Anyone under the age of 20 wishing to join Fei Sect should line up sequentially to test their realm and talent at the Realm Steel and Talent Stone. Only those reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement are qualified to become outer disciples. Should anyone attain the Foundation Establishment stage, they will be directly promoted to inner disciples. Additionally, those with talents rated at the Xian level or above may have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the elders. That concludes the regulations. The testing of realms and talents may now begin. With that, Xianxia had turned and returned to his original seat. Following his lead, the crowd began to form an orderly queue for the testing. Initially, most participants were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement, their talents barely reaching the low-tier Huang level, entirely failing to meet the entrance criteria for Fei Sect. As the number of testers increased, gradually, individuals meeting the requirements began to emerge. Meanwhile, from his elevated position, Li Rufeng surveyed the testing crowd with an air of nonchalance. However, after watching for quite some time, he still did not discern any remarkable individuals. Alas, all were of mediocre talent. Noticing the lack of exceptional talents, Li Rufeng couldn't help but let out a small sigh. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated within Li Rufeng's mind. Ding. Special check-in location detected. Sect Plaza. Would the esteemed host like to initiate check-in? Oh, a special check-in location? System, proceed with the check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired the Hongming Indestructible Body. Would you like to accept it now? Yes. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng affirmed his choice. This was the first time in 2.5 years that he had received a physique from a check-in, which filled him with a flicker of delight. In the next moment, a tremendous power surged into Li Rufeng's body. Moments later, he successfully integrated the Hongming Indestructible Body. At that instant, Li Rufeng felt his strength multiply at least tenfold. Though his realm remained at the peak of the Emperor stage, his combat prowess had significantly surpassed his previous capabilities. Truly, the Hongming indestructible body was worth the check-in. Savoring the newfound power within, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction. By the way, system, could you help me identify if there are any exceptionally talented individuals among those below? Waiting any longer would be dreadfully dull. Just then, Li Rufeng recalled that he could have the system search for individuals with commendable talents. This would greatly expedite the waiting process. Understood, esteemed host. However, the system suggests directly checking the fortune values of these individuals. Some may possess low talent, but harbor great fortune, allowing them to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dao nonetheless. Oh, in that case, let us proceed as you recommend. Li Rufeng found the system's suggestion quite reasonable and did not object. Very well, esteemed host, please hold on. As Li Rufeng spoke, the system began examining the fortune values of all individuals present. After a few moments, a display interface appeared before Li Rufeng, listing the fortune values of those in the plaza from highest to lowest. Remarkably swift, truly commendable system. After praising the system, Li Rufeng began to scrutinize the rankings of the top 3 individuals. He did not waste time on the others, having no interest in them whatsoever. First place, Su Yang, fortune value 1500. Second place, Wu Hao, fortune value 999. Third place, Lu Yuyan, fortune value 888. Upon examining the information of the 3 individuals, Li Rufeng felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that among the participants at this recruitment conference, there would be individuals with such high fortune values. A fortune value exceeding 1,000 clearly marked them as children of destiny. How intriguing. System, please provide me with their appearances. Certainly, esteemed host. Soon, the system transmitted the appearances and locations of the 3 individuals to Li Rufeng. Coincidentally, their positions were only a few meters apart, especially Su Yang and Lu Yuyan, who were almost inseparable. Su Yang, I did not expect you to attend this recruitment conference for Fashion Sect. However, your foundation has been ruined. There is no possibility for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Do you think Fashion Sect would accept such a waste? I advise you to recognize your situation and leave now. Perhaps you can retain a shred of your pitiful pride. In an inconspicuous corner of the plaza, Wu Hao mercilessly mocked Su Yang. Indeed, Wu Hao brother is right. Su Yang, I know you came to the recruitment conference for Fashion Sect in pursuit of me. However, we are no longer of the same caliber. Only someone as extraordinarily talented as Wu Hao brother is worthy of me. Thus, I advise you to give up on your feelings for me. In this lifetime, I could never choose a waste like you. After Wu Hao, Lu Yuyan directly jeered at Su Yang as well. Moreover, she deliberately leaned into Wu Hao's embrace, appearing quite intimate. You two should take your antics elsewhere. How foolish of me to once regard you as a brother and the other as my first love. Now, I finally see through your ugly faces. And Lu Yuyan, we still have a marriage pact, yet you lean on another man. You truly are a shameless woman. How dare you say I came here for you? Even if I were to live a life of solitude, I would never choose a woman devoid of shame like you. The sight of you sickens me. Get away from me. Su Yang retorted coldly, nearly on the verge of violence. Su Yang, what did you just say? How dare you call me shameless and without dignity? Wu Hao brother, look at him, sobs. Upon hearing Su Yang's insulting response, Lu Yuyan turned to Wu Hao with feigned grievance. Su Yang, your words are merely the jealousy of not winning Lu Yuyan's affection. Yet regardless, for the slander against Lu Yuyan today, I shall demand an explanation. Considering our past acquaintance, I now offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize to Lu Yuyan, and I shall reluctantly let you go this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. You are no match for me now. Under Lu Yuyan's manipulative display, Wu Hao was instantly captivated, losing all rationality. At this moment, all he desired was to perform well in front of Lu Yuyan, hoping to win her favor. How amusing. Wu Hao, I did not realize you possessed the talent for being a sycophant. This is Fashion Sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? To seek distinction, one must possess a modicum of intellect. It would be lamentable to perish at the hands of a woman, oblivious to one's fate. Su Yang, unfazed by Wu Hao's threats, exhibited a trace of disdain upon his countenance. You. Very well, Su Yang, just wait. The inability to act now does not preclude future actions. Once I join Fei Xian Zone, taking your life will be as effortless as crushing an ant. I am eager to see if your bravado remains as steadfast as it is today. A reminder from Su Yang rendered Wu Hao hesitant to confront him before Fei Xian Zone. Nevertheless, Wu Hao dismissed it lightly, confident that as long as Su Yang could not become a member of Fei Xian Zone, eliminating him would be a trivial matter. Ignoring Wu Hao's words, Su Yang deliberately distanced himself from the pair. This spectacle left both Wu Hao and Lu Rian momentarily disarmed. Next, after a considerable wait, It was finally Wu Hao's turn to step forward for testing. With a smug glance towards Su Yang, he strode confidently towards the realm stone. Without hesitation, Wu Hao placed his hand upon it. Chapter 4. Heavenly Grade Talent, Refining Qi Waste. Foundation Establishment, First Level. The next moment, the exclamation of the elder in charge of the testing reverberated throughout the square. The highest achievement of those before Wu Hao had merely reached the 9th level of refining Qi. The sudden appearance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was nothing short of astonishing. Not only were the spectators in the square taken aback, but even the likes of Xianxia displayed a semblance of surprise. Of course, Li Rufeng maintained his usual calm demeanor, betraying no reaction. This young man possesses remarkable potential. Should his talent reach the Xian grade, I shall take him as my direct disciple, mused Nangong Lai as he observed Wu Hao. His talent is of the Earth grade, middle tier. Moments later, the elder in charge of the assessment exclaimed once more. Talent is innate, categorized by levels. Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Sheng, and Di, further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme tiers. A middle-tier Earth-grade talent has not been seen in Fei Xianzong for centuries. Even Li Rufeng, in the past, barely achieved a lower-tier Earth-grade talent. At this juncture, Xianxia and the others could no longer remain seated, all rising in unison. This individual must become my direct disciple. I implore you all to grant me this favor, considering it a debt owed. Before the other peak masters could respond, Nangong Lai quickly interjected with a bow. No, Nangong Lai, do not presume that your strength compels us to acquiesce. This individual possesses a middle-tier Earth-grade talent. We cannot yield him lightly. Indeed, do you believe your favor outweighs the merit of a middle-tier genius? Soon, the other peak masters echoed their refusals. This scene caused Nangong Lai to feel as though he had been dealt several stinging blows to his face. If that is the case, let each rely on their own abilities. Aware that the others would not easily relinquish Wu Hao, Nangong Lai coldly declared. Very well. We shall discuss this matter after the remaining individuals have completed their assessments. If necessary, we shall allow the individual to choose for themselves, thus eliminating the need for contention. Observing the tense atmosphere among the peak masters, Xianxia swiftly intervened to calm the situation. Agreed. We shall follow the sect leader's suggestion and allow the individual to choose. Nangong Lai replied indifferently, returning to his seat. The other peak masters nodded in agreement and resumed their positions. Only Li Rufeng at the edge remained devoid of emotional fluctuation. As the tests continued, while Lu Rian's performance did not shine as brightly as Wu Hao's, it still elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Also a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Lu Rian's talent reached the upper tier of the Xian grade, merely a notch below the Earth grade. This was not all. Her graceful and enchanting figure captivated the majority present. The final participant. Soon, the testing approached its conclusion, with only Su Yang remaining unassessed. Upon hearing the elder's call, Su Yang inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Following the previous procedure, he commenced the realm assessment. Refining Qi 9th level. Next came the talent evaluation. What? This. Heavenly grade, upper tier. The revelation stunned all present. Before Nangong Lai could react, Xianxia hurriedly approached Su Yang. Would you consider taking me as your master? Without preamble, Xianxia posed the question, affording Su Yang no chance to respond. Sect leader, I pay my respects. Upon recognizing Xianxia, Su Yang felt somewhat overwhelmed. No need for excessive formality. If you are aware of my identity as the sect leader, do you wish to become my disciple? Xianxia waved his hand, continuing his inquiry. I am willing. Su Yang had no grounds to refuse such an offer and, without hesitation, was prepared to accept. Wait, sect leader. You cannot take him as a disciple. At that moment, Wu Hao stepped forward loudly, startling many. This audacity to obstruct the sect leader from accepting a disciple is reckless. Does this person wish to invite disaster upon us all? Soon, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Meanwhile, Xianxia turned to Wu Hao, speaking. You are the one with the Earth grade talent. Speak, for an ordinary person would not be afforded the chance to explain. You assert that I cannot accept him as a disciple. I require a reasonable justification. Given that Wu Hao's talent was also commendable, Xianxia did not immediately challenge him. Thank you, sect leader. The reason I intervene is that he is currently a waste. Should a waste become your disciple, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation. If you doubt my words, you may inspect his condition yourself. Wu Hao stated, maintaining his composure while offering Su Yang a triumphant smile. A waste? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eagerness to accept the disciple instantly tempered. The next moment, he unleashed his spiritual sense to probe Su Yang's body. After several moments, Xianxia withdrew his focus. His expression clouded. Alas, his foundation is utterly destroyed. It is unlikely he shall advance further in this lifetime. What a pity, such a heavenly talent wasted. I was impulsive. Consider my earlier remarks forgotten. However, you may join Fei Xianzong as an outer disciple. A genius destined to remain in the refining qi realm for life is not significantly different from an ordinary person. As the sect leader, Xianxia could not accept such an individual as a direct disciple. Yes, thank you, sect leader. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, Suyang found it acceptable to join Fei Xianzong for the time being. Indeed, the world is filled with individuals who are strikingly pragmatic. Very well. An outer disciple it shall be. I refuse to believe that I shall remain stagnant in the refining qi realm forever. At this moment, Suyang gained newfound clarity, no longer fixating on the events that had transpired. Suyang, you were nearly on the brink of soaring to greatness, with your status as a waste. You aspire to be a disciple of the sect leader? Your ambitions are akin to a toad wishing to feast upon swan meat, a futile dream. Only I, a true genius, am worthy of such an honor. In the future, I shall become the leader of Fei Xianzong. Ha! Observing Xianxia's departing figure and glancing at the contemplative Suyang, Wu Hao reveled in his triumph. All have completed their assessments. Anyone who does not meet the requirements of Fei Xianzong may leave now. Upon returning to the high platform, Xianxia slowly announced, as his words echoed. Those who were eliminated wore expressions of disappointment, shaking their heads before departing from Fei Xianzong. Soon, fewer than 100 individuals remained in the square. Among them, aside from Wu Hao and Lu Ruyin, the rest were all in the qi refining stage. The next step was to begin assigning these individuals. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 major peaks stepped forward to select suitable disciples. Before long, one by one, individuals were chosen by the peak leaders. Wu Hao ultimately selected Nangong Lai as his master. Xianxia showed no intention of accepting disciples, and Wu Hao found himself unable to change this. As for Lu Ruyin, she naturally chose to remain with Wu Hao. In the end, only Su Yang was left in the square. Not long ago, Wu Hao's remarks had made the 6 peak leaders aware of Su Yang's situation. A disciple who had stagnated at the qi refining stage was undesirable to any of the peak leaders. This scene caused Xianxia to feel somewhat awkward. He had just assured Su Yang that he could join Fei Xianzong as an outer disciple. Yet now, not a single peak leader wanted him. Wasn't this a blow to his credibility? Regardless, he possessed considerable talent. Did they truly not want even one individual? With no other option, Xianxia had to address Nangong Lai and the others. Master, regardless of talent, if one cannot cultivate, what use is it? Nangong Lai was the first to respond. I agree. A person incapable of cultivation is also unwanted at Tianyuan Peak. Soon after, each peak leader expressed their refusal. The continuous rejections from the 6 peak leaders left Xianxia at a loss. Chapter 5. Accepting disciples. Su Yang, the watering tool. A group of foolish and arrogant individuals. Since none of you desire him, I shall graciously accept him. Observing the antics of Nangong Lai and the others, Rufeng finally decided to no longer remain a passive observer. Thus, without regard for Xianxia's side, he walked towards Su Yang below. Indeed. We have been talking for so long. How could we have forgotten him? Master, aside from our 6 major peaks, is there not also your Ling Yao Peak? I believe that individual would be perfectly suited for Ling Yao Peak. After all, attending to spiritual herbs requires only the cultivation of the qi refining stage. Upon noticing Rufeng's movement, Nangong Lai immediately spoke sarcastically. As his words fell, the others turned their gazes towards Rufeng. Sigh. It appears that this is indeed the best course of action. Very well, you may all return with your new disciples. This matter need not concern you. After Nangong Lai's reminder, Xianxia finally recalled Rufeng's Ling Yao Peak. We take our leave. Soon, Nangong Lai and the others departed from the sects square one after another. Meanwhile, Rufeng had already arrived before Su Yang. Young man, do you yearn for power? After observing Su Yang for a moment, Rufeng suddenly inquired. Upon hearing Rufeng's words, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, not fully understanding the meaning behind them. Do you wish for power? Or do you intend to remain stuck at the qi refining 9th layer for life? Rufeng spoke in a calm tone. Su Yang hesitated. Take your time to ponder. Rufeng's voice echoed again. Yes, I desire power. Ever since my foundation was destroyed, I have continuously endured the cold words of others. I have had enough of this feeling. I have grown numb to it. Yet I have no choice but to endure. As he spoke, Su Yang's tone suddenly grew somber, revealing his deep-seated unwillingness. Well, as long as you have not given up, everything can be discussed. Witnessing Su Yang's reaction, Rufeng nodded in satisfaction. He then continued. I have a way to help you become stronger. All you need to do is take me as your master. Of course, there are a few minor requirements as well. However, we can discuss those after you make your choice. Now, it is your turn to decide, young man. Are you willing to accept me as your master? After Rufeng spoke, he gazed at Su Yang with a tranquil expression. Can you truly help me grow stronger? If so, I bow to you, master. Without hesitation, Su Yang knelt before Li Rufeng to perform the bowing ceremony. You are quite decisive. Do you not even ask who I am? Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you? Seeing Su Yang's directness, Li Rufeng teased lightly. I trust you, master. Su Yang's response was devoid of excessive explanation, purely stemming from heartfelt sentiment. Interesting, rise. I am called Li Rufeng, the master of Ling Yao Peak. As the name suggests, it is a place for cultivating spiritual herbs. Currently, aside from me, you are the first to join Ling Yao Peak. Do you remember the small requirements I mentioned before? After introducing himself, Li Rufeng asked. Master, please speak. Whatever the requirement, I have no objections. Su Yang replied earnestly. Good. My requirements are not many. First, all matters regarding watering the spiritual herbs will be entrusted to you. Second, I will not concern myself with matters related to cultivation, nor will I interfere with anything unrelated to it. In short, do not disturb me unless necessary, and even then, do not disturb me without reason. Third, I have not thought of anything yet. We will discuss it later. Fourth, refer to the third. Li Rufeng spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was momentarily stunned, even doubting his own ears. Well, since you did not question it, I will take it as your agreement. In that case, let us return to the peak. There are many medicinal fields that need watering today, so it is best to return early so you can get to work. Without giving Su Yang a chance to speak, Li Rufeng turned and headed towards Ling Yao Peak. I have a feeling this master is somewhat unreliable. Master, wait for me. After muttering softly, Su Yang immediately shouted as he chased after Li Rufeng's retreating figure. Not far away, seeing this scene, xianxiaaudiobooks finally felt completely at ease. Although he did not understand why Li Rufeng would accept Su Yang as a disciple, as long as Li Rufeng had accepted him, xianxiaaudiobooks was already quite satisfied. In the next moment, xianxiaaudiobooks also turned to leave the square. What is your name? On the way back to Ling Yao Peak, Meng Er, who had appeared out of nowhere, approached Su Yang and curiously asked, My name is Su Yang. May I ask who you are? Looking at the suddenly appearing Meng Er, Su Yang inquired with some confusion. Su Yang, hello, I am Meng. By seniority, you should call me senior sister, Meng Er replied with a smile. Senior sister? You are also a disciple of the master? But didn't the master say that I am the first disciple to join Ling Yao Peak? Su Yang asked in confusion. Did the master accept you as a disciple? Humph, that scoundrel master, claiming to be uninterested in the recruitment meeting. Upon learning that Su Yang had been accepted by Li Rufeng, Meng Er immediately displayed a look of surprise. Ahead, hearing Meng Er scolding him, Li Rufeng was left speechless. However, he understood that Meng Er was only joking, so he did not take it to heart. She is the disciple of the sect leader. It is quite reasonable for you to call her senior sister. Li Rufeng then explained. So you are the sect leader's disciple. Your talent must be quite remarkable. Upon hearing that Meng Er was actually xianxiaaudiobooks' disciple, Su Yang was also somewhat astonished. He had not expected that this girl, who appeared to be only around 10 years old, held such a significant status. Actually, my talent isn't that high. Even now, I have only just reached the third layer of foundation establishment. This assistance was indeed provided by my esteemed Shirshu. As Meng Er spoke, she joyfully hopped over to Li Rufeng's side. How much? The third level of foundation establishment? You dare call that lack of talent? Truly, comparing people can be disheartening. When I was 10, I had only just entered the first level of chi refinement. At that moment, Su Yang felt as though his entire cultivation was rendered insignificant in comparison to Meng Er. Little Meng Er, how come I never realized you had such a flair for vanity? He remarked, You mustn't discourage the disciple I just accepted. I have numerous herb gardens that require his assistance in watering. Upon seeing Meng Er approach, Li Rufeng couldn't help but tease her. Oh, understood, Shirshu. I shall refrain from boasting in front of junior brother Su, she replied playfully, her eyes twinkling with mischief. At least wait until he finishes watering before you speak. Li Rufeng nodded in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Su Yang was overcome with a sense of helplessness. However, as he observed Li Rufeng and Meng Er, he felt for the first time that not everyone in this world looked down upon him. At the very least, there was no hint of mockery in the words and actions of Li Rufeng and Meng Er. This alone was invaluable to Su Yang. Amidst their playful banter, Li Rufeng led Su Yang and Meng Er back to the courtyard of Ling Yao Peak. There, under Meng Er's guidance, Su Yang began to water the spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng reclined comfortably, his heart filled with unprecedented joy at the thought of no longer needing to concern himself with the affairs of the spiritual herbs. Chapter 6. Midnight Pursuit and Secret Collusion. The day passed swiftly, and before long, night fell. After a day of hard work at Ling Yao Peak, Su Yang fell into a deep slumber. In contrast, Li Rufeng remained awake, stepping into the courtyard to gaze at the luminous moonlight. In the next moment, his figure vanished silently. Meanwhile, atop Tianyuan Peak, the peak master, Nangong Lai, fortuitously was also awake. After a cautious glance around, He departed Tianjin Peak and soared towards the outskirts of Feitian Sect. Unbeknownst to him, Rufeng watched this late-night excursion closely. I am curious to see what you are up to, he thought, as he stealthily followed. After a short while, Nangong Lai arrived at a secluded forest. Upon landing, he entered a cave. Just moments after Nangong Lai stepped inside, Rufeng appeared at the cave's entrance, taking a brief glance before entering. On the other side, Nangong Lai had reached the deepest part of the cave, where a figure cloaked in black awaited his arrival. Master of Nangong Peak, it seems you are a bit late today. Was there something that delayed you? The figure in black inquired. Nothing of consequence, merely a trivial matter. Let's discuss business. When do you plan to act? Or have you decided to back out? Nangong Lai responded coolly. Haha, Master of Nangong Peak. I didn't expect you to be more eager than us. Rest assured, we will fulfill our promises. According to plan, we intend to take action in 3 days. If you cooperate well, capturing Feitian Sect will be a breeze for us, the man in black replied with a confident tone. Very well. As I said, I can cooperate. Just ensure that you help me ascend to the position of Sect Master of Feitian Sect, Nangong Lai stated. That is certainly no problem. Helping you become the Sect Master will only strengthen our collaboration. Who wouldn't want such a favorable arrangement? The figure in black nodded in agreement. How many people do you plan to mobilize for this operation? Xianxia has already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Just a step away from the transformation stage. His strength is formidable. If we cannot deal with him, all plans will be in vain. And then there is that Rufeng. Although he has been crippled, he still possesses a hidden killing move. He once defeated a powerful adversary at the 8th level of nascent soul with just 2 strikes. Thus, we must take Rufeng into account. If we can neutralize his final killing move, he will become a lamb to slaughter, Nangong Lai remarked, his tone growing noticeably colder when Rufeng was mentioned. Oh, is that so? However, you need not worry, Master Nangong. This time, it is a collaboration between 2 major sects against Feitian Sect. With your insider knowledge, Xianxia and Rufeng will not pose a significant threat. Moreover, to ensure success, we have even invested considerable resources to hire a cultivator at the transformation stage. Even if Xianxia is strong, can he surpass a transformation stage expert? The man in black replied. Transformation stage. I see. In that case, dealing with Xianxia will be almost certain. Upon hearing of the transformation stage expert, Nangong Lai's expression shifted to one of calm satisfaction. Haha, splendid. Master Nangong. You may return to prepare. Oh no, you should be addressed as Sect Master Nangong now. The man in black laughed heartily. In that case, farewell. Nangong Lai reveled in the flattery from the man in black, his demeanor light as he departed the cave, heading back towards Feitian Sect. However, what Nangong Lai did not realize was that every word exchanged between him and the man in black had been overheard clearly by Rufeng, who lurked in the shadows. At this moment, within the cave, Rufeng reflected, so this is the situation. I did not anticipate Nangong Lai's collusion with the other 2 sections. Very well. I had intended to resolve this matter tonight. Since you, Nangong Lai, are prepared to rebel, I shall grant you this opportunity. I hope you bring enough people, otherwise, it may become rather dull. After some contemplation, Rufeng chose not to act against Nangong Lai just yet. After all, 3 days was a brief wait, and he had the patience to bide his time. Soon, Rufeng exited the cave and made his way back to Lingyao Peak. He then retired to his room to rest. Time passed swiftly to the following morning. Early that day, Su Yang, having completed the watering of the spiritual herbs, approached Rufeng with eager anticipation. Master, Su Yang hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Speak freely, Rufeng replied, opening his eyes to observe Su Yang's fidgeting demeanor. Yes, Master, you mentioned yesterday that you had a way to make me stronger. I would like to inquire about that method, Su Yang blurted out. Oh, was that what you were concerned about? I nearly forgot, Rufeng said in a leisurely tone. Su Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, yet he pressed on. Then, Master, what is this method? Ahem, I have 2 methods. First, I can restore your damaged foundation, allowing you to continue cultivating and breaking through, Rufeng explained. There is no need to repair your foundation. Here, I possess a cultivation technique. As long as you practice it, you shall grow stronger. Choose wisely. With that, Rufeng entrusted the decision to Su Yang. A cultivation technique? Master, may I inquire what exactly this technique is, that it can allow me to strengthen myself without regard for my foundation? Could it possibly be a celestial grade technique? No, even celestial grade techniques might not achieve such a feat. Only a saint grade, or perhaps the legendary emperor grade technique, could hold such potential. Is it possible that the technique you speak of, Master, is a saint grade technique? Compared to traditional methods of repairing one's foundation, Su Yang was far more intrigued by the technique mentioned by Rufeng. In the Tianyuan Continent, cultivation techniques are classified into Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Shang, and Di grades. A D-grade technique alone is enough to incite a frenzy among countless practitioners, let alone a technique of a higher grade. As for why Su Yang did not mention an emperor-grade technique, it is simply because such techniques are only found in places as transcendent as Zhongdu. In the remote region of Dongwang, there has been no mention of the existence of emperor-grade techniques. Moreover, Dongwang is divided into 7 states, with Feixinzong located in one of these, Qingzhou. Unfortunately, Qingzhou is situated in the most remote area of Dongwang and is the weakest among the 7 states. On the surface, Qingzhou lacks even a celestial-grade technique. Su Yang dared to conjecture that Li Rufen's mention of a saint-grade technique was already an exaggeration. Chapter 7. The Qi Refinement Manual. Self-demolishing the foundation. You are interested in the technique? Alas, you are mistaken. This technique of mine has no grade. Li Rufen replied nonchalantly. No grade? Are there other levels of techniques? Su Yang inquired weakly upon hearing Li Rufen's response. There are no grades. It does not even qualify as Huang grade. Li Rufen explained with a hint of exasperation upon seeing Su Yang's bewildered expression. Upon hearing this, Su Yang fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Do not overthink it. Although the technique is ungraded, even an emperor-grade technique may not be as precious as this one. Noticing Su Yang's prolonged silence, Li Rufen attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. More precious than an emperor-grade technique. Master, I have not seen much of the world. Please do not deceive this child. Su Yang expressed his disbelief. Worthless, with your disposition. I cannot be bothered to waste my time deceiving you. Hurry and take the technique aside. I wish to rest. The best way to address Su Yang's skepticism regarding the technique was to hand it directly to him. Li Rufen was confident that once Su Yang had perused the technique, he would harbor no further doubts. Very well. After receiving the technique tossed by Li Rufen and glancing at the closed eyes of his master, Su Yang ultimately chose to relent. He then settled down in a nearby spot and began to examine the manual in his hands. The Qi Refinement Manual. Upon glancing at the title, Su Yang turned to the first page. Caution. To practice this technique, one must first self-demolish their foundation. Reading the content on the first page, Su Yang felt a strange sensation at the existence of such an odd technique. Other techniques either require exceptional talent or extraordinary comprehension. And at the very least, one must be able to cultivate normally. Yet this manual demands one to self-destruct their foundation right from the start. One might mistakenly think this is a malicious technique. Without further consideration for the first page, Su Yang continued to flip to the next page. If one does not demolish their foundation, they may still practice this technique. The price, a lifetime stagnation at the Qi refinement stage. Those whose realms surpass the Qi refinement stage will automatically drop to the Qi refinement stage upon practicing this technique. Caution, once practiced, it cannot be halted. To practice this technique, think carefully, remember. After reading the second page, Su Yang was momentarily speechless. Since one can practice without demolishing their foundation, what purpose does the statement on the first page serve? Forget it. The emphasis is on the cost, eternal stagnation at the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, once one begins practicing this technique, there is no turning back. Clearly, Master was aware of this matter, which is why he entrusted the decision to me earlier. Given this, I am curious to see if this manual is truly as extraordinary as Master claims. For the time that followed, Su Yang diligently examined the entirety of the Qi Refinement Manual. In doing so, he became utterly captivated by its contents. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed the manual, over an hour had elapsed. In that moment, Su Yang was no longer filled with doubt and skepticism, but rather adorned with awe and delight. How could such a powerful and peculiar technique exist in the world? No wonder Master claims it is more precious than even an emperor-grade technique. While emperor-grade techniques are excellent, their cultivation requirements are demanding, and they can only assist one in breaking through to the emperor realm. However, this Qi Refinement Manual can be practiced by anyone, completely devoid of restrictions. Furthermore, if one continues to cultivate diligently, breaking through to the emperor realm and ascending to the supreme immortal realm is not beyond possibility. I have only just become a disciple, and my master bestows upon me such a powerful technique. This kindness is something I can never repay in my lifetime. It seems I must tend to the medicinal fields more diligently from now on, lest I feel unworthy of my master's nurturing. Yes, that is settled then. Let me personally experience the magnificence of this technique. After expressing heartfelt gratitude to Li Rufeng in his mind, Su Yang began to cultivate the Qi Refinement Manual. In less than 10 breaths, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from Su Yang's body. Yet this energy was peculiar. It was not the aura of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. What? Is this a breakthrough? Qi Refinement Level 10. Haha, this technique is indeed powerful. Not only has it exceeded the limitations of Qi Refinement Level 9, but I also feel no discomfort whatsoever. Since that is the case, I shall press on and see how far I can break through in my initial practice. having tasted the sweetness of the Qi refinement manual. Su Yang intensified his efforts in cultivation. Thus, the courtyard was intermittently filled with the sounds of Su Yang's breakthroughs. Observing this from his rocking chair, Rufeng couldn't help but reveal a faint smile of satisfaction. He knew that from this moment forth, a being who would reign supreme at the Qi refinement stage had emerged, the Qi refinement battle emperor. The mere thought of this scene was exhilarating. Haha, I hope this lad Su Yang does not disappoint me. I am eager to witness such a spectacle firsthand. With the weather just right and the sun shining brightly, it was time for me to take a nap. With that thought, Rufeng soon fell into slumber, no longer paying attention to the earnest cultivation of Su Yang. As time flowed, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day marked the date agreed upon by Nangong Lai and the man in the black robe. As dawn broke, the atmosphere within Feixinzong grew unusually tense, particularly atop Tianjin Peak, which seemed eerily quiet. On this day, Rufeng also rose early. Although he was aware that Nangong Lai intended to conspire with outsiders against Feixinzong, he felt no excessive concern regarding the matter. For Rufeng, all he needed to do was wait. The moment Nangong Lai took action would be the moment he intervened. Concurrently, outside Feixinzong, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, surrounding the sect. Xianxia, come out. Shortly thereafter, a voice boomed across the entirety of Feixinzong. Who dares to act so brazenly within my Feixinzong? Upon hearing someone directly call his name, Xianxia bellowed in response. Soon, his figure appeared above the sect. At that moment, he finally discerned the appearance of the individual who had spoken. It is you, Gu Quanxing. Why are you here instead of staying in your Kongling sect? Kongling sect is one of the 3 great sects of Qingzhou, the other 2 being Feixinzong and Yunxiao sect. The 3 prominent sects have long maintained a balanced rivalry. Gu Quanxing serves as the leader of the Kongling sect, possessing strength at the 8th level of Yuanying, just a notch below Xianxia. Haha, Xianxia, are you not aware of the obvious? I have come here specifically to seek you out. I shall not waste words. I will state my demands once. Relinquish the position of the Feixian sect leader and cripple your own cultivation. I may spare your life, Gu Quanxing declared coldly. What? Gu Quanxing, have you lost your mind? You cannot possibly believe that you alone can compel me to surrender the Feixian sect, can you? Take heed. I have yet to unleash my wrath. Get as far away from me as possible. Xianxia retorted, incensed, having never before faced such a threat. Humph, Xianxia. You seem to grow more foolish with each passing day. You do not think that I came here alone today, do you? Gu Quanxing suddenly revealed a smug and enigmatic smile, addressing Xianxia. Chapter 8, Betrayal and a Life on the Line. What do you mean? At Gu Quanxing's words, Xianxia's expression shifted to one of grave concern, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Haha, Brother Zhang, since Xianxia is oblivious, why not explain it to him directly? Gu Quanxing laughed heartily upon seeing Xianxia's serious demeanor. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Gu Quanxing out of thin air. It was Zhang Luo, the leader of the Yunxiao sect. Zhang Luo, he has also arrived. This is bad. They intend to join forces against my Feixian sect. This is troublesome. The moment Xianxia laid eyes on Zhang Luo, his expression darkened completely. He realized that a fierce battle was likely imminent. Xianxia, I believe the situation is clear, and I need not elaborate further. I reiterate, surrender the position of leader and cripple your own cultivation, and I may grant you a second chance at life. Otherwise, do not blame us for overwhelming you with our numbers. Seeing the apprehension on Xianxia's face, Gu Quanxing grew even more arrogant. Humph, you shall not succeed. Do not think that your numbers intimidate me. You are both merely at the 8th level of Yuanying. Even united, I fear you not. With the knowledge that he himself was at the 9th level of Yuanying, a flicker of confidence ignited within Xianxia. Xianxia, you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. I admit that even combined, Zhang and I are not your match. However, if we can hold you off for a time, the other members of the Feixian sect will surely face dire consequences. When the Feixian sect is left with you alone, how will you choose then? Gu Quanxing laughed disdainfully. You dare? Humph, do you truly believe my Feixian sect is without defenders? Where are the peak masters and elders? Our sect is under attack, and I require your assistance. Xianxia bellowed, his rage boiling over at Gu Quanxing's intent to harm the disciples of the Feixian sect. Soon, the 6 peak masters gathered behind Xianxia, with other elders appearing in succession. Haha, Gu Quanxing, did you not claim that I was the last of the Feixian sect? If that is the case, allow me to witness your abilities. Your visit to the Feixian sect today will go down as the most foolish decision of your lives. Peak masters, rally with me. The remaining elders shall protect the disciples of the sect. With the 6 peak masters at his back, especially the 7th level Yuanying, Nangong Lai, Xianxia felt a surge of confidence. However, he was puzzled that Gu Quanxing and his companion remained unfazed, showing no signs of anxiety. This was highly unusual. leaving Xianxia uncertain about the true state of affairs. Hehe, Xianxia, are these few your source of confidence? If so, you are far too premature in your elation. For when shall we act if not now? Suddenly, Gu Quanxing uttered an enigmatic remark. At these words, Xianxia became momentarily distracted. It was in this instant that Nangong Lai and the other peak masters struck. With a sudden and powerful assault, they ambushed Xianxia, leaving him no opportunity to evade. After the strike, Xianxia erupted with a mouthful of blood, plummeting downward. Thud. As expected, he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a considerable crater in the plaza. I have treated you well. Why betray me? Rising from the deep pit, Xianxia glared at Nangong Lai and the others, his heart reeling from the profound betrayal by those he once trusted. In this moment of grievous injury, Xianxia realized he was no longer a match for Gu Quanxing and his ally, despair flooding his heart. Hehe, sect leader, do not hold it against us. A wise man knows the times. Even if we do not rebel, do you truly think you can oppose two major sects? At this juncture, I shall tell you the truth. They have enlisted the aid of a powerful figure at the transformation stage to deal with you, rather than accompany you to death. We have chosen to ally with them. However, rest assured, even in your demise, the Faxian sect will endure. I shall be the next leader of the Faxian sect. Surprised? Are you, sect leader? Ha. Nangong Lai's laughter echoed. Nangong Lai, you. Very well indeed. To conspire with outsiders and betray the sect, even should I perish. You shall find no respite. In that moment, Xianxia finally discerned Nangong Lai's true nature, his heart filled with rage and regret. Aware that his demise was imminent, Xianxia resolved to take a few down with him. The first target of his wrath was, without doubt, Nangong Lai. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to self-destruct and take me with you, do you? Alas, I shall not grant you that opportunity. Prepare for your journey to the next world. Sect leader Gu, sect leader Zhang, I entrust the next steps to you. I hope you shall not forget our agreement. Ignoring Xianxia below, Nangong Lai immediately bowed to Gu Quanxing and his companion. Haha, no problem. Rest assured, once Xianxia is dead, you shall ascend as the new leader of the Faxian sect. However, the condition is that you must surrender half of the sect's cultivation resources to us. Furthermore, you must provide a certain amount of resources annually to our two sections. Peak Master Nangong, you would not refuse, would you? Gu Quanxing inquired, a knowing smile gracing his face. The terms proposed by Gu Quanxing left Nangong Lai hesitating. Noticing Nangong Lai's delayed response, Gu Quanxing's tone turned frigid. In light of this, Nangong Lai quickly replied, very well, we shall proceed as sect leader Gu suggests. Haha, I admire a man of foresight like Peak Master Nangong. No, I should now address you as sect leader Nangong. Now that the terms are settled, it is time to send Xianxia on his way. With that, Gu Quanxing lowered his gaze to Xianxia below, gathering power in his hand. Perish. In the next instant, Gu Quanxing struck down with a palm aimed directly at Xianxia. How could I be absent from this? Go. Zhang Luo also launched an attack toward Xianxia. Below, witnessing the two assaults descending upon him, Xianxia struggled to channel his internal energy in preparation for defense. Bang! Moments later, a thunderous explosion rang out, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Xianxia lay bloodied on the ground, devoid of any movement, his life hanging in the balance. Still clinging to life, how tenacious. But how will you respond to this move? Disappear completely. Soon, Gu Quanxing launched a fierce attack towards Xianxia once again. This strike was aimed directly at Xianxia's life. Nearby, Nangong Lai watched this scene with great delight, a smile unmistakably gracing his lips. In that moment, everyone present believed that Xianxia was undoubtedly doomed. Even Xianxia himself, clinging to the last vestiges of life, shared this conviction. Just as the attack was about to descend upon him, a figure appeared before Xianxia like a specter in the nick of time. Chapter 9. The Destruction of Both Sects and the Path of Space. Alas, how tragic it is. If you perish, Meng Er will surely grieve. However, although your performance as the sect leader has been quite lacking, Faxianzong still relies on your governance. Dissipate. With Li Rufeng's utterance, the impending attack that was about to strike him instantly vanished into thin air. This spectacle left Gu Quanxing and the others utterly stupefied. How is this possible? Just a single word can nullify my attack. This is inconceivable. Moments later, Gu Quanxing's mind erupted with frantic thoughts. At this moment, not only Gu Quanxing, but also others began to harbor doubts about the authenticity of what had just transpired. Especially Nangong Lai, who was the most profoundly shaken. Li Rufeng, you must have employed your final trump card. It has to be that way. Do not think that this will intimidate us. Esteemed sect leaders, this is Li Rufeng, the one I spoke of. His cultivation has long been rendered void. He used his last resort to fend off that attack. Now he poses no threat to us. Do not be cowed by his earlier display. The more Nangong Lai spoke, the more he convinced himself of his assertions. Little did he know, Li Rufeng below was observing him with the indifference of a mere jester. Well said. If your farewell speech is concluded, then it is time for you to depart. With a chuckle, Li Rufeng unleashed a powerful aura directed towards Nangong Lai and the others in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they all vanished, leaving behind only clouds of blood mist. As their bodies were shattered into blood mist, the souls of Nangong Lai and the others slowly emerged. To preserve their souls, Li Rufeng had consciously restrained his power. In the next moment, Li Rufeng held an object in his hand, emanating an eerie black mist. Absorb. With Li Rufeng's command, the souls of Nangong Lai and the others were entirely drawn into the object he held. Excellent. My Renhuang banner's power has been enhanced once again. Next, it is your turn. Li Rufeng muttered to himself, then suddenly fixed his gaze in a particular direction. Bang! In an instant, a cloud of blood mist manifested in the air. This blood mist belonged to the formidable transformation realm expert summoned by Gu Quanxing. However, regrettably, he did not even have the chance to reveal himself before being swiftly slain by Li Rufeng. His soul also absorbed into the Renhuang banner. After resolving these matters, Li Rufeng looked down at xianxiaaudiobooks, who lay on the ground, his breath waning. Subsequently, Li Rufeng produced a pill and forcefully infused it into xianxiaaudiobooks' body. As the pill took effect, xianxiaaudiobooks' injuries gradually began to heal. I shall leave the aftermath to you. I must take a leave from the sect. By the way, I despise unnecessary complications, so just know about today's events. Without waiting for xianxiaaudiobooks to respond, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the spot. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks' consciousness had already returned, and he had heard Li Rufeng's earlier words. Though he had not witnessed the elegance of Li Rufeng's actions firsthand, xianxiaaudiobooks understood that Li Rufeng's strength had not only been restored, but had escalated to an exceedingly terrifying level. In that moment, a flicker of relief washed over xianxiaaudiobooks. He felt fortunate that during the years of rumors regarding Li Rufeng's cultivation being utterly depleted, he had only been slightly distant and had not committed any excessively egregious acts. Moreover, xianxiaaudiobooks felt immense gratitude towards Meng Er, for he understood that Li Rufeng's act of saving him was not merely due to his position as sect leader. However, xianxiaaudiobooks was too weary to contemplate these matters further. He now only wished to survive and defer to Li Rufeng in all matters. After departing from Feixian Zone, Li Rufeng proceeded directly towards Kongling Zone, guided by the memory of its location. Li Rufeng was acutely aware of the principle that weeds must be uprooted to prevent their resurgence. Hence, he had no intention of sparing the remaining members of Kongling Zone. Additionally, he required a significant number of souls to enhance the power of his Renhuang banner. These individuals were willingly presenting themselves, and Li Rufeng had no intention of letting them escape. After all, he was an emperor, not a saint. Compassion was not a necessity for Li Rufeng. Before long, Li Rufeng arrived above Kongling Zone. Without hesitation, he summoned the Renhuang banner. After several breaths, the power of the Renhuang banner experienced another surge. Ding! Special sign-in location detected, Kongling Zone. Would the esteemed host like to commence the sign-in? Just as Li Rufeng was about to depart, the system notification rang out suddenly. Oh, sign-in. Li Rufeng chose without hesitation. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the esteemed host for signing in to acquire the innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear. God-slaying spear? The kind that kills without incurring karma? Indeed. Esteemed host. Not bad, rather ordinary. I possess the Renhuang banner. As for karma, what does it matter? It is time to move to the next location. With that, Li Rufeng lingered not further, departing Kongling Zone and heading straight towards Yunxiao Zone. The individuals within Yunxiao Zone, like those of Kongling Zone, were destined to become nourishment for the Renhuang banner. Furthermore, at Yunxiao Zone, Li Rufeng once again performed a sign-in at a special location. Compared to the God-slaying spear, he was more satisfied with the rewards obtained from the sign-in at Yunxiao Zone. The reward was the path of space among the 3,000 avenues. At the moment the reward was granted, no one in this world could surpass Li Rufeng on the path of space. Upon mastering the path of space, Li Rufeng instantly teleported back to Feixian Zone, utterly devoid of the need to waste time traveling. Moreover, Li Rufeng conducted a brief test and discovered that now, anywhere on Tianyuan Continent could be reached in the blink of an eye, as long as he wished. With this convenient ability, Li Rufeng could go wherever he pleased without any restrictions. While Li Rufeng reveled in the convenience of the path of space, at the foot of Ling Yao Peak, xianxiaaudiobooks' figure materialized. Raising his gaze to the peak of Ling Yao, xianxiaaudiobooks ultimately decided to ascend. Just moments ago, having recovered from his injuries, xianxiaaudiobooks learned that Li Rufeng had returned, prompting him to hasten to meet Li Rufeng. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks had entirely shed the demeanor of a sect leader, even his expression betraying a hint of timidity, as if somewhat apprehensive about encountering Li Rufeng. Before long, Xianxia arrived at Li Rufeng's courtyard. Senior Li Feng. Observing Li Rufeng reclining in a rocking chair, Xianxia spoke respectfully. Is there something you require? Li Rufeng did not pay much heed to Xianxia's arrival, merely inquiring casually. It is like this. I feel that the position of sect leader of Fei Xianzong is rather ill-suited for me at present. Perhaps it would be better if you took it instead, senior. Xianxia replied. Listen, enough. I have no interest in the position of sect leader. I believe the position of peak master of Ling, Yao Peak suits me well. All right, I understand what you are thinking. You can be at ease in your role as sect leader. As long as you do not create trouble, I will not act against you. Furthermore, when you have the opportunity, send some people to Kongling Zone and Yunxiao Zone to retrieve their cultivation resources. A comprehensive restructuring is also required within the sect. This time, all 6 peak masters have indeed betrayed us. Their disciples, as well as the elders closely associated with them, must be scrutinized and appropriately punished. The remaining disciples and elders should all be compelled to swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao. Furthermore, any future disciples and elders wishing to join Fei Xianzong must also take this oath, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the sect. I fail to comprehend how a sect leader cannot manage a mere sect. If Fei Xianzong were to collapse, where would I find such a splendid place to continue my repose? Disregard my last statement. As Li Rufeng reached the end of his discourse, he wisely refrained from continuing further. Chapter 10. The Tianyuan Grand Competition, a chance for ascendancy. Very well, I shall heed the elders' counsel. Might I inquire if there are any further instructions? Xianxia, he inquired tentatively. Not at the moment. If there are no pressing matters, focus on the affairs of the sect. I require rest, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Elder, I have a question I wish to pose. Regarding the individuals from Kongling Zone and Yunxiao Zone, you. Xianxia, he did not continue, but his meaning was unmistakable. As he surmised, the 2 sects shall no longer exist in Qingzhou. In response to Xianxia's inquiry, Li Rufeng replied with an air of calmness. In that case, Elder, shall we seize this opportunity to annex the territories of these 2 major sects and establish ourselves as the foremost sect in Qingzhou? As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Xianxia's visage. You wish to pursue this course? Li Rufeng asked, casting a measured glance at Xianxia. I dare not. I shall abide by the elder's wishes. Xianxia, fearing Li Rufeng might take offense at his suggestion, quickly lowered his head in deference. Is there any benefit in this? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng suddenly uttered. Indeed, elder. There is a matter of which I am uncertain whether you are aware. Every decade, the 7 great states of Donghuang engage in a grand competition. The states that rank highly receive substantial rewards. From exquisite spirit stones to invaluable weapons, nothing is lacking. Moreover, the top 3 states have the privilege of representing Donghuang in the subsequent Tianyuan Grand Competition. Traditionally, each state sends 5 individuals, all under the age of 25, to participate in the 7 states competition. If Kongling Zone and Yunxiao Zone were still operational, we 3 major sects would need to compete fiercely for the 5 slots. However, now that Fei Xianzong is poised to become the foremost sect in Qingzhou, all these slots will belong to us, and the rewards we accumulate will exclusively benefit Fei Xianzong. As a sect leader, Xianxia, he was well aware of matters beyond the understanding of ordinary individuals. In response to Li Rufeng's inquiry, he shared all that he knew without reservation. I am not particularly interested in the rewards of the 7 states competition. Pray tell me about the Tianyuan Grand Competition. What is its purpose? Li Rufeng inquired with a hint of disinterest. In reply, Elder, the Tianyuan Grand Competition involves each of the 5 regions, Donghuang, Beiyuan, Nanjiang, and Shiyu, sending 10 individuals to compete in a ranking battle among prodigies. The top 10 ranked individuals earn the right to cultivate in the central capital, a place teeming with powerful beings and unrivaled cultivation resources, acknowledged as a sacred ground for cultivation. There, even imperial-level techniques are not beyond one's reach. Furthermore, the Tianyuan Grand Competition offers a coveted reward that all aspire to attain, an opportunity to enter an ancient secret realm. As for the ancient secret realm, my knowledge is scant. I have merely heard whispers that within it lies a chance for ascension. No one has achieved ascension from Tianyuan Continent for several 100,000 years, although many have given up. Believing that the chances for ascension in the ancient secret realm do not exist, this does not deter individuals from competing fiercely for entry into that realm. Ascension opportunity. That sounds somewhat enticing. System, did you not mention that in this land, even with sufficient cultivation to ascend to the upper realm, one cannot break through due to certain circumstances? What are the specifics of these circumstances? Additionally, is the ascension opportunity within the ancient secret realm credible? Previously, Li Rufeng had not contemplated the matter of ascension, hence he had not inquired deeply with the system. This time, with the opportunity for ascension in mind. He intended to clarify everything at once. In response to the esteemed host, the specifics are rather complex. In simple terms, there are individuals in the upper realm who do not wish for those from Tianyuan Continent to ascend. As for the ascension opportunity in the ancient secret realm, it is indeed real, yet also deceptive. What do you mean by both real and deceptive? Can an ascension opportunity exist simultaneously as both? Do you think it is SCHR Dinger's cat? Upon hearing the system's response, Rufeng was immediately engulfed in confusion. Do not fret, esteemed host. Allow the system to elucidate. Very well, I am listening, Rufeng replied. The system asserts that the ascension opportunity is real because it can indeed assist individuals in breaking through to the Emperor realm and ascending to the upper realm. However, it is deemed deceptive because it is a trap set by the upper realm. A trap? What does that imply? Are there ulterior motives behind this ascension opportunity? Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, all who ascend through this opportunity become puppets of the upper realm. This is why the ascension opportunity is considered a trap. What a cunning scheme. Exploiting the desires of those from the lower realm yearning for ascension, they deliberately dangle such bait. It is likely that even if the secret were known, individuals would still leap into this trap, driven by the desire to transcend their mortal limitations. System, I am indifferent to the affairs of others. I cannot be forever confined to this Tianyuan continent, can I? Esteemed host, do not worry. With the system at your side, all schemes from the upper realm are futile. Moreover, if you so desire, you may forcibly elevate your realm and ascend to the upper realm at this very moment. Of course, the consequence would be the complete destruction of Tianyuan Continent, unable to withstand your power. Very well, since you say so, I shall take solace in that. As for when to ascend, that can be discussed another time. Upon hearing the system's response, Rufeng felt a wave of relief regarding future ascension matters. Meanwhile, while Rufeng conversed with the system, Xing, he stood respectfully nearby, showing no inclination to rush him. Ahem, enough. I understand this matter. You may take charge of the Sect's affairs. I am merely a peak master. You need not concern yourself with my opinions. However, should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to seek my counsel. My Renhuang fan still has many vacant positions. As for other issues you can resolve, refrain from troubling me further, Rufeng stated slowly. Yes, Junior understands. I shall take my leave. With Rufeng's words, Xing, he felt bolstered by a sturdy support. Consequently, he approached his ensuing tasks with newfound confidence. Soon after, following Rufeng's directives, Xing, he commenced a comprehensive restructuring of Fei Xian Zone. Simultaneously, he personally scavenged the resources from Kongling Zone and Yunxiao Zone. 5 days later, news of Fei Xian Zone's declaration as the sole sect in Qingzhou spread swiftly throughout the region. Concurrently, other states in Donghuang received this crucial information. Although Qingzhou is the weakest, it does not imply that other states have entirely overlooked its existence. In fact, many powers from other states expressed newfound interest upon hearing of Fei Xian Zone's unification of Qingzhou. Chapter 11. The Young Master of Tianji Pavilion. A fortunate individual. Young Master, are you certain this is the right direction? Qingzhou is indeed the weakest region in the eastern wilderness. In such a place, how could one possibly encounter the fated individual for the Young Master? Several hundred miles away from Feixinzong, a young man and an elderly man were making their way towards the sect. The youth, known as Jiwu Dao, is the heir of the Tianji Pavilion in Xianzhou, eastern wilderness, possessing a remarkable talent for divining the future and interpreting celestial secrets. The old man, referred to as Mo Lao, serves as Jiwu Dao's protector during this journey, boasting an impressive cultivation level of the 6th stage of Ascension. Mo Lao is not mistaken. I have a premonition that my destined person lies in this direction. However, this path seems to lead to the territory of Feixinzong. Along the way, I have heard of Feixinzong's exploits. Logically, given the strength of Feixinzong, it should not have been possible to annihilate the other 2 major sects in Qingzhou within just a few days. Could it be that the person I have divined is within Feixinzong? Was it he who assisted Feixinzong in eliminating the other sects? Gradually, a bold conjecture began to form in Jiwu Dao's mind. Yet, conjecture remains mere speculation. Verification requires personal investigation. With this thought, Jiwu Dao hastened his pace. Alas, it matters not. While I am in Qingzhou, no one shall harm the young master. Everything shall proceed according to his will. Observing Jiwu Dao's swiftly departing figure, Mo Lao shook his head and followed suit. Meanwhile, in another direction, a group was also heading towards Feixinzong. Are our people truly to perish here? A being of the transformation realm has fallen in such a place as Qingzhou. What a waste. At the forefront, a man clad in a black robe spoke coldly, followed by a dozen others sharing the same attire. Notably, each of them bore a significant shadow emblem on their robes. Elder, calm your anger. It is possible that the adversary employed some insidious tactics to achieve the demise of our comrades. However, anyone daring to slay our members, regardless of their identity, shall meet a fate worse than death. With you leading us, Elder, and our collective strength, they cannot possibly survive, a black-robed man flattered from behind. Humph, death would be too lenient. Those who dare provoke us at Bloodshadow Pavilion shall experience what it means to suffer beyond life. The black-robed elder scoffed coldly, quickening his steps towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. The others in black followed suit immediately. Xianxiaaudiobooks. After days of meticulous cleanup, the sect's affairs began to take a favorable turn. However, many disciples could not accept the conditions of pledging the Heavenly Path oath and chose to leave the sect. This was unavoidable. Many individuals of average talent still harbored dreams of being recognized by powerful entities, aspiring to soar to great heights. For them, pledging the Heavenly Path oath meant relinquishing the possibility of joining other forces, a notion they could not abide. Among those who exited the sect were Wu Hao and Lu Rian. It must be noted that the two were indeed individuals with fortune shortly after their departure from Xianxiaaudiobooks. They caught the attention of an elder from a traveling great power, who took them away from Qingzhou. Thus, when Su Yang encountered them again in the future, he was quite astonished. Ling Ao Peak. Li Rufeng lay comfortably in his rocking chair as Su Yang tended to the spiritual herbs on the peak with a water pot. After these days of cultivation, Su Yang's strength had risen significantly, advancing from the 9th stage of Qi refinement to the 20th stage. Though still within the Qi refinement realm, Su Yang's combat prowess had already reached the level of a 3rd stage foundation establishment cultivator. Henceforth, his daily routine comprised watering the spiritual herbs in the morning, diligently training in the afternoon, and attending to Li Rufeng in the evening. Master, I wish to seek your opinion on a matter. Might you have a moment? After completing today's watering duty, Su Yang approached Li Rufeng with a beaming smile. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Rufeng slowly opened his previously closed eyes. Speak. Casting a glance at Su Yang, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. It is this, Master. My strength grows stronger by the day. I would like to inquire if you possess any formidable martial techniques. After all, having merely a high cultivation level without powerful means would greatly diminish my true combat capabilities. Su Yang said, looking expectantly at the reclining Li Rufeng. Martial techniques, is it? Do you have any preferences? For instance, do you favor sword techniques, blade techniques, or perhaps something else entirely? Li Rufeng inquired. Master, I have considered this long ago. Since childhood, I have been fond of spears. Before joining Xianxiaaudiobooks, I studied a few spear techniques. However, they were all of the yellow grade, thus lacking significant power. May I ask if you have any superior spear techniques? Su Yang replied eagerly. Haha. After spending a few days together, Su Yang had come to understand Li Rufeng's character. Though he seemed quite lazy and indifferent to both cultivation and other matters, whenever one approached him, even if he appeared reluctant and impatient, he would still provide answers when capable. Otherwise, Su Yang would not have dared to broach the subject of martial techniques with him. Spear techniques? I believe I have some. Reflecting on the rewards accumulated over the past 2.5 years, Li Rufeng vaguely recalled possessing a few martial techniques related to spears, and they were of decent quality. However, having stacked the various techniques together over the years, locating those spear techniques would require some time. Naturally, Li Rufeng was disinclined to exert himself in searching, for such time could be better spent lounging in rest. Really? Then Master, please present them for me to see. Upon learning that Li Rufeng indeed had spear-related martial techniques, Su Yang's excitement surged. Since the last time Li Rufeng produced the Qi Refinement Manual, Su Yang instinctively believed that any martial technique Li Rufeng could present would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. There are quite a few martial techniques. You can search for them yourself. After a moment of hesitation, Li Rufeng ultimately decided on a clever solution, to let Su Yang find the techniques he required on his own. This way, he could fulfill Su Yang's request without sacrificing precious time meant for rest. Search for them myself? Su Yang expressed confusion at Li Rufeng's words. The next moment, as Su Yang gazed in bewilderment, Li Rufeng waved his hand, causing an avalanche of martial techniques to cascade from the air. It was not until several breaths later that the deluge ceased. At this moment, gazing at the mountain of martial techniques before him, Su Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Slowly lifting his gaze to the towering pile, which surpassed his own height by several meters, Su Yang's expression was one of sheer astonishment. In his daze, Su Yang randomly picked up the nearest martial technique and glanced through it. In the next instant, he felt his mind whirl, as if his understanding had been completely transformed. Chapter 12. Arriving at Xianxiaaudiobooks, bestowing the transformation pill. Emperor grade. Haha. This must be a dream. Absolutely a dream. Haha. Staring at the Emperor grade martial technique in his hands, Su Yang's mind went blank, and even his hands began to tremble. In that instant, Su Yang realized just how fortunate he was to have Li Rufeng as his master. What are you dawdling for? Did you not seek martial techniques? Hurry and search. Do you expect your master to do it for you? Glancing at the naive Su Yang, Li Rufeng said indifferently. Oh, I will look for them myself right away. Master, please rest. Such trivial matters, I shall handle myself, Su Yang responded hurriedly, awakened by Li Rufeng's presence. Then do your best, Li Rufeng replied, turning away and closing his eyes once more. Beside him, Su Yang lunged eagerly into the pile of martial techniques, akin to a ravenous wolf. Even the tome he casually picked up was of imperial rank. Su Yang could scarcely fathom the wealth of martial skills contained therein. Beep. A person of great fortune has approached Xian Sect. Would the esteemed host like to view their information? Moments after Li Rufeng closed his eyes, the notification from the system resonated in his mind. A person of great fortune? Let us take a look, Li Rufeng mused, intrigued by the prospect. Understood, esteemed host. Name, Jiwu Dao. Realm, 5th layer of Golden Core. Fortune value, 1888. Background, heir of the Xianzhou Tianji Pavilion, naturally adept at the art of heavenly mechanisms. He has come to Xian Sect, having deduced that there exists someone here with whom he is destined. In no time, the intricate details regarding Jiwu Dao and his intentions unfolded in Li Rufeng's mind. His fortune surpassed even that of Su Yang. No wonder he excelled in the art of heavenly mechanisms. A destined individual? Xian Sect possesses someone of his destiny? Alas, that is of no concern to me. After a cursory glance, Li Rufeng dismissed any further thoughts on Jiwu Dao, for he never indulged in matters that merely served to complicate his peace of mind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Xian Sect, Jiwu Dao made his arrival. Soon, a disciple reported this occurrence to Xianxia. Upon learning of an outsider's visit, Xianxia promptly proceeded to the sect's entrance. Before long, he encountered Jiwu Dao and the Elder Mo by his side. The moment Xianxia laid eyes on Elder Mo, a sense of wariness washed over him, for he realized he could not perceive even a fragment of Elder Mo's power, akin to facing Li Rufeng. Within mere moments, he concluded that Elder Mo was indeed a formidable figure. I am Xianxia, the sect leader of Xian Sect. It is an honor to meet you both. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? While somewhat astonished by the presence of a powerful individual, the reassurance of Li Rufeng's presence calmed Xianxia considerably. His foremost priority was to ascertain the visitor's intent, prompting him to ask directly. I am Jiwu Dao, and this is Elder Mo. We come uninvited, so I hope you will not hold it against us. My purpose in visiting your esteemed sect is to seek a particular individual, Jiwu Dao replied. Indeed, your presence is a privilege for Xian Sect. However, I am curious as to who you seek. If you could provide more specific details, I would be happy to dispatch someone to assist you. Xianxia responded courteously. Please, sect leader, do not be so formal. To be honest, I am not entirely certain what the individual I seek looks like, nor do I know their name. However, I believe you should know who they are, Jiwu Dao continued. Is that so? Can you elaborate? Xianxia's curiosity was piqued, though he remained slightly perplexed. Certainly, if my deductions are correct. The person I seek is responsible for the annihilation of the other two sects in Qingzhou, Jiwu Dao stated, his gaze keenly observing Xianxia's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise, a reaction that Jiwu Dao keenly noted. This is directed at the senior, then. Truly, even amidst the shrouded secrecy, someone will inevitably discern these matters. Perhaps it would be best for the senior to make the decision. Xianxia reflected before reaching a conclusion. I see. I indeed know who you seek, Ji Xiaoyu. However, that senior prefers not to be disturbed. Therefore, I must consult with them regarding your request. Should they choose not to meet you, I cannot intervene, Xianxia articulated. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could kindly inform them of my visit. Stating that Jiwu Dao from Tianji Pavilion has come to pay respects, Jiwu Dao responded with a respectful gesture. Understood. Please wait here, Xianxia said before turning to depart towards Lingyao Peak. Once Xianxia had moved away, Elder Mo could no longer contain his thoughts and addressed Jiwu Dao. Young master, why not simply storm into Xian Sect? I sense that only Xianxia possesses any significant strength here, and he doesn't even reach the transformation stage. I suspect that the senior he mentioned does not exist. I fear he is merely stalling for time to find an opportunity to escape. Elder Mo was wholly skeptical of Xianxia's remarks. Were it not for Jiwu Dao's presence, he would have already charged into Xian Sect without hesitation. After all, he was a powerful figure in the Ascendant realm. When had he ever been treated with such disregard? Mo Lao, one must not act impulsively. Your inability to sense that person's presence only reinforces my deductions. Only those of immense mystery can be my destined individual. Let those words suffice for now. When we meet that senior, you shall remain behind me and refrain from speaking. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, Jiwu Dao cautioned. growing more convinced that the individual he sought resided within Xian Sect. On another front, Xianxia had reached Ling Yao Peak. Without delay, he relayed the details of Ji Wudao's visit to Li Rufeng. They wish to see me? Could it be that this young man deduced that I am the person of destiny? Li Rufeng pondered, finally grasping the situation. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood quietly by, awaiting Li Rufeng's command. Very well, allow them to come forth. By the way, as a sect leader, your current cultivation seems somewhat lacking. Here, take this. It will aid you in breaking through to the transformation stage, Li Rufeng remarked, casually tossing a pill to Xianxia. The transformation pill. Upon receiving the pill and glancing at it, Xianxia's heart surged with excitement. In Qingzhou, not only was it exceedingly difficult to procure the ingredients for the transformation pill, but even finding an alchemist capable of crafting it was nearly impossible. Thus, the sight of the transformation pill left Xianxia's emotions in turmoil. Thank you, esteemed senior, he said, carefully stowing the pill while expressing profound gratitude. Enough of the theatrics. It's merely a transformation pill. Go now, and strive for an early breakthrough. Once you succeed, return to me, and I shall provide you with an appropriate cultivation method, Li Rufeng instructed, waving Xianxia off. Yes, I take my leave. Xianxia replied, his heart brimming with excitement as he departed from Ling Yao Peak. Before long, he returned to the sect's entrance. The esteemed senior has granted permission, so please follow me, he announced, turning to lead the way without awaiting Ji Wudao's response. Noticing Xianxia's abrupt departure, Ji Wudao promptly followed after him. Although Elder Mo remained skeptical of the so-called senior, he too fell in line behind Ji Wudao, realizing that should anything happen to Ji Wudao, he too would bear responsibility. Before long, Xianxia led Ji Wudao and another to the foot of Ling Yao Peak. Chapter 13. Ji Wudao becomes a disciple, raising his hand to annihilate the foe. The senior is up there. From here on, you may ascend on your own. I have matters to attend to and shall not trouble you further. Xianxia paused, then turned to Ji Wudao and spoke. Thank you, Sect Master Shun, for your guidance, Ji Wudao replied courteously. With a nod, Xianxia departed. Earlier, Li Rufeng had bestowed upon him a Huashan Dan, and now he was eager to return and commence his breakthrough. After Xianxia left, Ji Wudao gazed at the summit of Ling Yao Peak before making his way upward. In a short while, Ji Wudao arrived beside Li Rufeng's courtyard with Elder Mo. Is this the person I seek? He appears so youthful. Upon spotting Li Rufeng in the courtyard, Ji Wudao was taken aback. He had anticipated Li Rufeng to be an elderly man with white hair, or at the very least, a profoundly mature middle-aged individual. Yet the figure before him seemed no older than 20, only slightly his senior. This individual is rather peculiar. I cannot see through him. Could I have been mistaken? Those who elude my perception are either of a cultivation level far surpassing mine, or possess some treasure or secret technique that obscures their aura. Never mind. I shall ascertain his true capabilities after our interaction. At that moment, Elder Mo began to alter his initial opinion of Li Rufeng, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his heart. Soon, Ji Wudao approached Li Rufeng. I am Ji Wudao, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior. Ji Wudao spoke with utmost reverence. Hearing Ji Wudao's words, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes. I hear you seek me? Speak your purpose. I am not fond of idle chatter. Let us get to the point. After glancing at Ji Wudao, Li Rufeng spoke in a nonchalant tone. Rather than feeling put off by Li Rufeng's indifference, Ji Wudao became increasingly convinced that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I possess a slight understanding of the way of heavenly mechanisms. Previously, I consulted my fate and discovered the emergence of an individual of great significance to me. Now I am certain that you, esteemed senior, are that individual. I traveled countless miles to seek your guidance, hoping you will accept me as your disciple. I sincerely hope you will take me in. After speaking, Ji Wudao knelt before Li Rufeng. Young master you. This scene completely astonished Elder Mo. Having accompanied Ji Wudao for so long, he had never witnessed him kneel before anyone. Even those prominent figures from Xianzhou had only received a courteous bow from Ji Wudao. This is my matter, Elder Mo. Please remain aside, Ji Wudao quickly instructed, fearing Elder Mo might act impulsively. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng cast a glance at the kneeling Ji Wudao, feeling a flicker of interest. It was the first time he had encountered someone so willingly kneeling before him. Just as Li Rufeng pondered what to say next, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Xian Sect. Come out, you inside. A cold voice reverberated throughout the entire Xian Sect. The speaker was none other than the people from Bloodshadow Tower who had approached the sect earlier. Their aggressive demeanor clearly indicated they were not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, Xianxia had just ingested the Huashan Dan and was currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Thus, he was unable to confront the individuals from Bloodshadow Tower at that moment. If you do not come out, I will annihilate your sect. The people from Bloodshadow Tower were enraged due to the prolonged silence. Meanwhile, Rufeng had already sensed the presence of the individuals from Bloodshadow Tower, as had Dao and Elder Imo. These outfits belong to the people from Bloodshadow Tower, do they not? What brings them here? Dao whispered softly. Bloodshadow Tower? What is that? Rufeng inquired upon hearing Dao's mumbling. In response, Dao explained, Esteemed Senior, Bloodshadow Tower is an assassin organization. It is said that as long as one offers a sufficient price, they can even eliminate a saint. Among the many forces in Dongwang, Bloodshadow Tower ranks within the top 10 in terms of strength. Particularly, the mysterious figure behind the tower has never been seen by anyone, remaining shrouded in enigma. Although Dao found it puzzling that Rufeng was unaware of Bloodshadow Tower, he conveyed the information truthfully. Oh, an assassin organization? What could their purpose be in coming to face Yin Sect? Never mind. Even if Shun Xinghe were to break through, he would not be a match for these individuals. I shall confront them myself. In the next instant, Rufeng vanished from the rocking chair. How swift. I sensed nothing at all. Elder Imo was thoroughly astonished, realizing he could no longer underestimate Rufeng. On the other side, Rufeng appeared instantaneously before the group of assassins from Bloodshadow Tower. Who are you? The leading elder of Bloodshadow Tower was taken aback upon seeing Rufeng's sudden appearance and quickly demanded, Be silent. Rufeng, disinterested in their words, raised his hand and obliterated all the members of Bloodshadow Tower. Subsequently, he seized control of their souls and began his soul-searching endeavor. After several breaths, Rufeng finally uncovered their intentions. It turns out that the individual from last time was indeed from Bloodshadow Tower. I had thought it was something significant. How time-consuming. I shall grant you a moment within my Renhuang banner. Understanding the situation, Rufeng produced the Renhuang banner and directly absorbed their souls within. Completing this task, Rufeng returned to Ling Yao Peak. Upon his return, he found Dao still kneeling on the ground. Enough, rise. If you wish to become my disciple, there are conditions. If you can fulfill them, I shall accept you as my student. Although Rufeng held no high expectations for accepting disciples, he saw no reason to decline the free labor presented to him. Esteemed senior, please state your requirements. I shall surely fulfill them. Dao exclaimed in excitement upon hearing Rufeng's words. Ahem, Suyang. Observing Dao's eager expression, Rufeng chose not to speak further, but instead called for Suyang. Master, do you need me? Moments later, Suyang emerged from his room to stand before Rufeng. He had been cultivating in his chamber, and, though he heard the commotion from Dao and Elder Imo, he had not paid it much mind. However, when Rufeng summoned him, he promptly appeared. Upon seeing Suyang and hearing him address Rufeng as master, Dao instantly understood that Suyang would be his future senior brother. Inform him of my stipulations, Rufeng said calmly. Stipulations? Initially, Suyang was puzzled and did not grasp Rufeng's meaning. The conditions for becoming my disciple. Seeing Suyang's confusion, Rufeng clarified. Oh, I see. Understood. Ahem. Well then, this time, Suyang fully comprehended the situation and turned to Dao. Greetings, senior brother, I am Dao. You may call me Dao. Dao promptly introduced himself. I see very well. Since master has spoken, I shall explain the rules of Ling Yao Peak to you. Come, let me elaborate. With that, Suyang took Dao to a nearby open area. Rufeng glanced at Suyang and then turned away, no longer concerning himself with what Suyang was up to. Meanwhile, Elder Imo watched Dao with a look of curiosity. Chapter 14, One Deceives, One Believes. Brother, could you perhaps enlighten me on the customs of apprenticeship? This was the first time Dao found himself in the embrace of a male figure. Had it not been for Suyang being his future senior brother, Dao would have certainly retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Ahem, since you are so eager, I shall divulge the information. To join Ling Yao Peak and take my esteemed master as your mentor, you must adhere to 4 regulations. First, my master dislikes disturbances, therefore. Whether during cultivation or other matters, we must resolve them independently. Of course, if you require martial skills or techniques, you may request them from my master. But he will not instruct you on how to cultivate. Suyang assumed a senior brother demeanor and lectured Dao. Ah, I see. That poses no issue. As long as I have the techniques, I can manage my own cultivation. What about the remaining rules, brother? Dao inquired. Ahem, second, as disciples, we naturally need to alleviate our master's burdens. Do you see those spiritual herbs? They require regular watering. Previously, I handled this task for my master. So if you choose to apprentice, the responsibility will now fall upon you. Do you comprehend this? Suyang continued. Watering? Brother, I understand. So, are you implying that this task will now be mine, and what will you do? Dao asked timidly. Ahem, since you inquire, I shall clarify. The watering is, in fact, a test from our master for each new disciple. Think about it. Who is our master? If he wished, He could summon spiritual rain with a mere gesture. Why would he need to go through such trouble? Previously, it was I who watered the herbs only because my master had not taken in new disciples. Now that you are here, I, as your senior brother, cannot continue to usurp your duties. After all, this is a trial set by our master, and should I assist you, you might risk being expelled from Lingyao Peak. As a future junior brother, I presume you do not want to be cast out so soon after your arrival, do you? Surely not. Would anyone truly relinquish the opportunity to be under our master's wing? Su Yang mused, nearly convincing himself of his own words. Ji Wudao felt a sense of helplessness, suspecting that Su Yang was merely stringing him along. I understand now. Thank you for the information, brother. I shall take on the responsibility of watering the spiritual herbs. I promise to complete the task punctually each day. Although Ji Wudao found Su Yang's words somewhat dubious, he preferred to believe in their validity. After all, as Su Yang had articulated, he truly did not wish to be expelled by Li Rufeng over such a trivial matter. That's the spirit. I am only looking out for your best interest, you know. Oh, and remember not to use spiritual power while watering. This is our master's test. If you try to take shortcuts, he will undoubtedly be displeased. Relieved that Ji Wudao had been successfully misled, Su Yang felt a surge of relief in his heart. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I shall keep that in mind. Now, what about the other two regulations? Ji Wudao pressed on. Oh, the remaining ones are simple and easily understood. Third, I have yet to think of it. I will inform you when I do. Fourth, refer to the third. Su Yang concluded, then inquired, Isn't that quite easy to comprehend? Is it easy to comprehend? It's as if you said nothing at all. At that moment, Ji Wudao felt utterly speechless, nearly on the verge of cursing. What you say is indeed quite clear. Thank you for informing me of these regulations. Ji Wudao maintained a facade of compliance, understanding that Su Yang would be his senior brother in the future. Do not mention it, just do your best. Someday when our master accepts another disciple, you shall be free from this duty. Su Yang patted Ji Wudao, his heart brimming with joy. With Ji Wudao responsible for the watering, he could now focus solely on his own cultivation. Indeed, it seems I must quickly recruit someone else. However, it would be inappropriate to refer to them as mere pawns. Being a disciple of a senior is a rare opportunity. Not just anyone can be my junior brother or sister. It appears I must carefully consider my choices. Having casually mentioned this, Su Yang inadvertently sparked an idea in Ji Wudao's mind. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng remained oblivious, wishing to rest peacefully, unaware of his disciple's ambitions. Master, I have thoroughly explained the regulations to my junior brother, and he has indicated his acceptance of them. Right, junior brother? Upon returning to Li Rufeng, Su Yang inquired, glancing at Ji Wudao. Yes, I accept all these regulations. Ji Wudao nodded fervently in response. Good, then you shall remain at Lingyao Peak. Su Yang is your senior brother. Approach him with any matters, and even for trivialities. Li Rufeng added, by the way, we are short on rooms. You will have to manage that yourself. Now, off you go. I wish to continue my rest. With that, Li Rufeng closed his eyes, dismissing Ji Wudao. Yes, thank you. Master, I shall not disturb you further. Overjoyed at having been accepted as a disciple, Ji Wudao quickly took his leave with Su Yang. Elder Mo followed suit, departing with Ji Wudao. Soon, they exited the courtyard to avoid interrupting Li Rufeng's rest. Young master, do you truly intend to remain here? How shall I explain this to the sect leader? Elder Mo whispered to Ji Wudao, casting a glance at Li Rufeng. Elder Mo, I am determined to stay, for I have finally secured my apprenticeship. As for my father, you need only convey the truth. Inform him that this is my decision, and thus he cannot place any blame on you. Ji Wudao instructed. Now, do make haste back to Tianji Pavilion. Also, regarding my association with Feishan Sect and my apprenticeship, please do not disclose this to anyone except my father. If word reaches others, they will undoubtedly come seeking me, and that would disturb our master's rest. Understood. Elder Mo acknowledged. Then, young master, I shall take my leave. Should any matters arise, please do not hesitate to contact Tianji Pavilion. Recognizing that once Ji Wudao had made a decision, he would not waver, Elder Mo obliged and left Feishan Sect. Father, I hope you can understand my choice. Worrying about it is futile. I should focus on where I will sleep tonight. As the young master of Tianji Pavilion, how have I come to this point? Lacking even a place to rest? Well, I suppose I can manage sharing a room with my senior brother for one night. Tomorrow, I shall arrange my own accommodations. Shaking his head, Ji Wudao dismissed his thoughts and returned to the courtyard. He glanced at Li Rufeng in the distance before turning his gaze towards Su Yang's room. In the next moment, Ji Wudao strode towards Su Yang's room. Although he had successfully taken Li Rufeng as his master, he decided it prudent to learn more about his character to better secure his standing. Chapter 15. In a dire predicament, consuming forbidden medicine. In the East Huang Divine Continent, Blood Shadow Tower was nestled within a certain mountain range. Dead. Yes, all dead. What a bunch of useless fools, to perish in such a small place as Qingzhou. Send the blood hand. If we cannot ascertain the truth this time, let them not return. Yes, master. From within a dimly lit hall, whispers of conversation gradually emerged. Soon, a group of over 30 individuals departed from Su Yinglu. The one leading them was Su Shu, the renowned assassin of Su Yinglu, whose strength had reached the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence. The demise of more than a dozen Su Yinglu assassins in Xianxiaaudiobooks ignited a profound fury among the higher echelons of the organization. Since its establishment, no one had dared to annihilate so many of their members at once. This was a blatant provocation, and Su Yinglu could not allow the mastermind behind it to escape unscathed. However, they were utterly unaware that the orchestrator was Rufeng. Had they known of Rufeng's formidable prowess, they would not have dared to seek vengeance, even with 100-fold courage. Meanwhile, at the border of Xianxiaaudiobooks, a striking figure was hastily fleeing towards the city. Behind her, 5 silhouettes were closely pursuing her. The woman was named Chyy, a disciple of Xianxiang. The 5 relentless pursuers were disciples of Xianxiang. Just months prior, Xianxiang had clandestinely allied with other sects to eradicate Xianxiang. In that battle, nearly all of the thousands within Xianxiang were silenced, with only a few fortunate ones escaping due to being on missions at the time. To ensure the complete annihilation of Xianxiang, Xianxiang issued a mission: kill any remaining disciple of Xianxiang, and one would be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Unfortunately for Chyy, she was discovered by 5 disciples of Xianxiang, forcing her to flee to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even at this considerable distance, her pursuers showed no signs of relinquishing their pursuit. For her life was worth 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a substantial resource for an ordinary disciple of Xianxiang. No one would easily let such an opportunity slip away. Moreover, Chyy possessed a captivating beauty, which ignited the lustful desires of the 5 pursuers, who not only sought her life, but also wished to toy with her. At this moment, were it not for the blood feud stemming from her sect's destruction, Chyy might have surrendered long ago. The thought of her fellow disciples and elders, who had cared for her, now falling victim to Xianxiang reignited her hatred and compelled her to continue fleeing. Xianxiang, as long as I, Chyy, survive, I shall personally annihilate all of you one day. But can I survive until today? Must I resort to that thing? As she glanced back at the approaching disciples of Xianxiang, a flicker of despair coursed through her, accompanied by a terrifying thought. Chyy, where do you think you can escape to? Surrender obediently. If you serve us well, perhaps we might spare your life. A voice taunted, echoing mockingly as Chyy felt her resolve waver. You wish. I would rather die than submit, she retorted furiously. At that moment, one of the 5 figures suddenly quickened his pace. Moments later, sensing a looming death threat from behind, Chyy hastily swung her sword in defense. The clash resounded as she was caught off guard, her defenses faltering due to her depleting spiritual energy. Ultimately, she was ambushed and gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the 5 disciples of Xianxiang encircled her. Outnumbered, Chyy exclaimed, if it were one-on-one, none of you would be my match. Realizing her chances of escape had vanished, she resolved to fight to the death against her adversaries. Heh, the little girl can run quite well, one of them sneered, panting from the chase. Soon, I shall savor your essence. Gazing at Chyy's alluring form and enchanting face, particularly the pale skin revealed through her tattered garments, their desires surged. Why waste words? Let us subdue her first. Whatever we wish to do afterward will be at our discretion. As they closed in, Chyy's expression grew increasingly frigid and grim. You leave me no choice. Since I cannot survive, neither shall you. Cornered, she resolutely retrieved a pill from her storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The sudden turn of events caused the 5 disciples of Xianxiang to halt their advance. In the next instant, dark mist began to emanate from her body. Gradually, her hair turned white at a visible pace, and her eyes transformed into a striking crimson. This spectacle startled the 5 disciples of Xianxiang. Not good, she's gone mad. Run, shouted one disciple, realizing the gravity of the situation. She dared to consume a forbidden drug. Without further hesitation, the remaining 4 scattered in panic. The term forbidden drug referred to substances that were not openly sold, crafted, or permitted for use. Though such drugs could temporarily enhance one's cultivation, they exacted a heavy toll on one's lifespan, with severe cases leading to the loss of sanity and descent into madness. In this moment, the one who ingested the forbidden drug would only seek to kill. slaying all who appeared before them until their own demise. Chyy, in her current state, had essentially signed her own death warrant. Even if she retained her willpower and sanity, the depletion of her lifespan meant she would not survive for long. You shall all perish, she declared, resembling a deity of slaughter as she charged towards the fleeing disciples of Yum. Why pursue me? Why not chase them? Before one could complete his words, Chyy struck, ripping out his heart from behind. One down. With her bloodied hand, she coldly stated, before pursuing the second target. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chyy had slain the last of her pursuers. Only then did the murderous intent within her begin to wane. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, her vitality rapidly diminishing. Am I still destined to die? Yet before my demise, I took 5 lives. That is a gain. As for my sect's revenge, I fear I shan't have the chance. In a matter of moments, she coughed up more blood, collapsing to the ground, ultimately losing consciousness. Chapter 16. The Illusory Figure, the Person of the Future. As Chyy lay unconscious on the ground, an unusual phenomenon enveloped her. A radiant red light emanated from her being. When the brilliance faded, a spectral figure appeared beside her. Strangely, this apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the unconscious Chyy, though it appeared more mature and alluring. Ah, truly, I am myself. This temperament is reminiscent of my memories. Yet, this is for the best. Through this experience, you shall grow more swiftly. While I can intervene to assist you, it may easily reveal my presence. Those individuals will not simply stand by and watch me disrupt the flow of time. You must hasten your growth. Our time is limited. Observing the fallen Chyy, the ethereal figure sighed softly. This figure was none other than Chyy herself, albeit from the future, having traversed the river of time to arrive in the past. In the vast river of time, smuggling is a grave offense that disrupts the order of time. Thus, when Shu-Yi found herself in peril, her future self hesitated to take action. In my memories, Feixianzong was supposed to have been destroyed by the other 2 major sects of Qingzhou. Yet, the outcome has inexplicably reversed. Could my presence have altered the past? However, this notion seems illogical, for I have never intervened nor had any contact with Feixianzong. Logically, it should not still exist. It is perplexing that I am unable to see through even this minor sect. Nonetheless, the events have transpired, and pondering further is futile. Therefore, it would be prudent to visit Feixianzong directly. Presently, my younger self is severely injured and in need of a place to find temporary refuge. Feixianzong may indeed serve as a suitable destination. After contemplating, the future Chu-Yi made a decisive choice, lifting her younger self from the ground and soaring towards Feixianzong. This spontaneous decision would irrevocably alter Chu-Yi's future. At Lingyao Peak, as noon approached, Dao finally completed his watering task. This was his first time undertaking such an endeavor without the aid of spiritual power, leaving him feeling utterly sore. How could the esteemed young master of Tianjigu endure such toil? Yet, there was no alternative. He was now at Lingyao Peak, not Tianjigu. Regardless of his exhaustion and reluctance, Dao had to dutifully fulfill his watering duties. Junior brother, quite impressive. You are much quicker than I was during my first attempt. Truly, you possess a natural talent for this task, exclaimed Su Yang, who had been waiting in the courtyard, as Dao returned, looking worn out. Hearing Su Yang's words, Dao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It seemed Su Yang was intentionally teasing him, and he was quite adept at it. Senior brother, has no one ever told you that your laughter is rather lewd? Dao remarked weakly, observing Su Yang's boisterous demeanor. In an instant, Su Yang's expression froze, and his laughter dissipated. Ahem, well, I shall refrain from jesting with you, junior brother. Speaking of which, since you have just joined, I assume you lack any good cultivation techniques or martial arts. Since you have finished watering, I can take you to request some excellent manuals from our master. Su Yang transitioned to serious matters without further teasing Dao. Cultivation techniques and martial arts? Senior brother, is that really necessary? Dao responded, to be honest, I am practicing the top-tier techniques of Tianjigu, and my martial skills have reached the earth level. In Donghuang, that is already considered elite. Even if master has some, they would likely not differ much from my own. Rather than exchange for techniques I have trained in for over a decade, it is better to continue refining my own. Oh, junior brother, are you certain? Heavenly level? Earth level? TSK. Junior brother, I must say, are you truly satisfied with such mediocre techniques? Su Yang sighed, feigning disappointment. I had genuinely intended to help. Since you have your own ideas, I shall say no more. It appears I must seek out master myself. After speaking, Su Yang casually placed his hands behind his head and walked away towards Li Rufeng, disregarding Dao, who stood there. Wait, senior brother, Dao suddenly exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly chased after Su Yang. Just moments ago, he had clearly perceived the expression on Su Yang's face, one that seemed to regard him as a fool. Oh, junior brother, do you have something else? Su Yang halted and turned around with a smile. Actually, I have long suspected that my techniques are lacking. Since it is senior brother's good intention, I shall humbly accept your offer. Let us go find master together. Without acknowledging Su Yang's bemused expression, Ji Wudao spoke earnestly. Well, just a moment ago you were reluctant to go. Fine, since you are my junior brother, let us proceed together. However, do not act as if you have never seen the world, otherwise, you will embarrass me. With that, Su Yang resumed his path towards Li Rufeng. As if I have never seen the world. I am the distinguished young master of Tianji. What grand scenes have I not witnessed? Ji Wudao thought to himself as he hurried to catch up with Su Yang. Soon, the two arrived beside the resting Li Rufeng. Do you need something? Li Rufeng inquired, sensing their presence. Hee, master, this junior brother has just entered and lacks any suitable cultivation techniques or martial arts. I brought him here to see if he could select a few appropriate manuals from you. Su Yang replied with a beaming smile. Very well, as per usual. Choose for yourself. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng summoned all the cultivation techniques and martial arts from the system space, revealing 2 small mountains of manuals before the 2 young men. Thank you, master. Junior brother, why are you still standing there? Quickly express your gratitude to master. Su Yang nudged Ji Wudao, who was momentarily taken aback. Oh, thank you, master. Ji Wudao quickly responded, prompted by Su Yang. Enough of such formalities, I do not require them. The manuals are all here. You may peruse them at your leisure. Li Rufeng said casually. Understood. Ji Wudao replied, refraining from disturbing Li Rufeng further, and turned to the pile of manuals before him. So many. Even if they are heavenly or earth levels, this is still astonishing. Yet, why do I have an unsettling premonition? How strange. As he pondered this, Ji Wudao approached and casually picked up a manual to examine. Emperor level? It is actually of the Emperor level. I had thought they would be of a higher caliber. Upon realizing this, Ji Wudao's expression became utterly blank, and he felt completely bewildered. To confirm he had not misread, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly. This scene was immensely amusing to Su Yang, who nearly burst into laughter, save for the presence of Li Rufeng nearby. As Su Yang struggled to suppress his laughter, Ji Wudao happened to glance up and caught sight of Su Yang's expression. In that instant, Ji Wudao felt as though he had lost all face, and he began to imagine the countless scenarios in which Su Yang would mock him for this incident in the future. Chapter 17. The bestowal of the God-slaying spear and the selection of the divine calculation technique. This is infuriating. After scheming for over a decade, I have miscalculated this time. No, I cannot be the only one to suffer this humiliation. I must quickly find a junior brother or junior sister to share in this embarrassment so that I may mock them in return. Yes, that will do. With this thought in mind, Ji Wudao began to search for suitable cultivation techniques and martial arts. Having already disgraced himself before Su Yang, there was no point in dwelling on it. It was better to hastily select an emperor-level technique to redeem himself. Seeing Ji Wudao finally engage in serious matters, Su Yang ceased to observe him, for the ensuing process would not provide any further amusement. Master, I have another matter I wish to inquire about. Is it convenient for you? Su Yang turned to Li Rufeng once more. You may ask. I shall determine if it is convenient afterward, Li Rufeng replied indifferently. Hearing this, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting his next question. I wanted to inquire if you have any suitable weapons for me? Su Yang continued with a smile. Of course, this is just a question. If you do not have any, I shall consider other options. Since encountering Li Rufeng effortlessly wielding numerous imperial-level martial arts techniques, Su Yang became convinced that there must be an abundance of treasures within Li Rufeng's possession. Adhering to the principle of not letting good fortune flow to outsiders, it is quite reasonable for a disciple to seek valuable items from their master, is it not? Weapon? You brat, do you think my place is a treasure trove? If you desire something, just ask me directly, right? Li Rufeng opened his eyes and cast a glance at the smiling Su Yang before weakly replying. Ahem, master. That is not the case. I am merely considering your interests. After all, if my strength increases, I can help resolve some of your troubles. In doing so, won't you be able to enjoy a more comfortable rest? Su Yang argued with a grin. Do you truly believe your own words? However, there is some truth in what you say. The stronger you become, the more I can indeed rest easier. Just then, Li Rufeng revealed a weapon he had recently acquired, the God-slaying spear. Upon seeing it, Su Yang was utterly captivated. After a moment of silence, Su Yang inquired, Master, what is this? The God-slaying spear. Nothing extraordinary, do not disdain it, Li Rufeng replied, tossing the spear to Su Yang. Instantly, Su Yang caught it with both hands, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanated from the spear. Master, I under the spear's menacing aura, Su Yang felt as if he might be obliterated at any moment. Calm down. Observing the situation, Rufeng turned sharply to glare at the god-slaying spear. In an instant, the spear's aura dissipated, restoring tranquility. Phew, you call this ordinary? Just now, that spear's aura could have annihilated me thousands of times over. Indeed, Master is the most powerful. A single command from Rufeng was enough to subdue the spear. Holding the god-slaying spear, Suyang felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. He truly believed he was about to perish just moments ago. Master, what was that about? Curious about the strange weapon, Suyang asked once he had composed himself. Is it necessary for me to elaborate? It is simply that you are too weak for the god-slaying spear to acknowledge you. It fears me, but that does not mean it fears you. The item is yours. Whether you can wield it is up to you. Moreover, the god-slaying spear is far beyond the realm of imperial-level weapons. Also, using it to kill does not incur karmic repercussions. Therefore, obtaining its full recognition is no simple task. This time, you escaped with your life because I was here. What about next time? If you still cannot master it, you may very well meet your end. Of course, you may choose to abandon it. The choice is yours. Rufeng concluded, refraining from further discourse. Some matters are best left unsaid, for clarity can strip them of their essence. Suyang, absorbing Rufeng's words, bowed his head in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he slowly lifted his gaze to Rufeng. Master, I have made my decision. I will accept it. If I cannot master even the god-slaying spear, I am unworthy to be your disciple. In that moment, Suyang seemed transformed. His eyes grew deep and resolute. Very well. Go ahead. Do not worry too much. If necessary, I will handle your affairs afterward, and the god-slaying spear can serve as your burial offering, Rufeng stated calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Thank you, Master. Suyang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, yet he dared not refute Rufeng's words. Unbeknownst to him, both Rufeng's and the god-slaying spear's ears had caught those words. Although Rufeng appeared indifferent, the mention of a burial offering instilled fear in the god-slaying spear. After all, should Suyang perish, regardless of whether the spear was the cause, it would accompany him in death. Thus, the entity most reluctant to see Suyang die was undoubtedly the god-slaying spear. Then I shall not disturb Master's rest. I take my leave. With that, Suyang exited the courtyard, intending to test the power of the god-slaying spear in a spacious area, ensuring he was not too close to Rufeng in order to avoid disturbing his rest. The Lingyao Peak was not small, so there were indeed locations that met Suyang's requirements. Meanwhile, not long after Suyang departed, Dao had also discovered a technique that piqued his interest immensely: divine calculation. To calculate the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings. What a formidable technique. I quite like it. Merely glancing at the first page of the technique left Dao profoundly astounded. The way of heavenly secrets was fundamentally about engaging in a game with the heavens to seize that fleeting thread of ethereal information. For a long time, Dao had been taught to avoid opposing the heavens at all costs. Especially for those like him who frequently divulged heavenly secrets, caution was paramount to evade heavenly retribution. Thus, upon seeing the divine calculation for the first time, Dao was irresistibly drawn to it. He had always believed that contending with the heavens was the true path of heavenly secrets. While he previously lacked the opportunity, it had now presented itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Dao promptly chose divine calculation. Master, I have made my choice. Clutching the divine calculation, Dao approached Rufeng with immense joy. Hearing Dao's voice, Rufeng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the divine calculation in Dao's hands. Only the technique? After a brief pause, Rufeng asked nonchalantly, replying to Master, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. I plan to master the divine calculation first before considering other martial techniques. Moreover, in the realm of heavenly secrets, the significance of technique surpasses that of martial skills, as fighting is not my forte. Calculating the heavenly secrets is. Dao responded. Very well, as long as you understand. Go ahead and cultivate. Rufeng gathered the pile of techniques and martial skills nearby and waved Dao off. Yes, disciple takes their leave. With that, Dao hurriedly made his way to a corner of the courtyard, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. With Dao's extraordinary comprehension of the way of heavenly secrets, within a short time, he began to find his rhythm. At that moment, he was enveloped by a mysterious and peculiar force, and beneath him, a pattern resembling the 8 trigrams emerged. Simultaneously, Rufeng heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Chapter 18, Calculating Fate, Intruding Upon the Peak. Detected a person of great fortune approaching Fashion Sect. Would you like to view their information panel? Another one? Could it be they are here to seek me? System, display. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Chuyi. Realm, Foundation Establishment, 7th layer. Fortune value, 2,100. Information, Originally a disciple of the Yuanxing sect, she was forced to flee to Qingzhou after her sect was annihilated and was subsequently pursued and coerced into consuming forbidden drugs, leading to a significantly reduced lifespan. Her time is now limited. System, how can her fortune value be so high, yet her lifespan is short? 2,100. Surely she is the destined daughter of fate? A mere forbidden drug should not claim her life. Having read numerous novels in his previous life, Rufeng naturally understood that individuals with high fortune values often manage to turn misfortune into blessings. Even in the direst of circumstances, when calamity befalls the favored children of destiny, it invariably results in a scenario where survival prevails tenfold. The host should not be anxious. The system will elucidate matters at a measured pace. Although Chu Yi's time may be fleeting, there will undoubtedly be someone to intervene and rescue her. The notion of her limited time pertains solely to her present state, not her future. Oh, the individual you speak of as her savior, it wouldn't be me, would it? She approached Fei Xianzong, where I alone possess the ability to assist her. Tell me, if I do not come to her aid, can she still live? Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Even if you remain passive, she will not perish, for she herself cannot bear to witness her own demise. As long as this Chu Yi takes action, she is assuredly destined to survive. Wait a moment, system, pause for a moment while I gather my thoughts. What do you mean by this Chu Yi and that Chu Yi? Are there multiple Chu Yis? Rufeng questioned, bewildered. This is quite easy to comprehend, dear host. In simple terms, within the current Chu Yi resides a fragment of the soul of a future Chu Yi, with the future Chu Yi present. The current self cannot simply watch her own end. A future Chu Yi? A fragment of the soul? I see now. It appears that the future Chu Yi has traversed back to this era, the one in which I exist. The occurrence of two Chu Yis within a single timeline is indeed intriguing. With guidance from her future self, the path to cultivation will surely be less fraught with missteps. Rufeng pondered slowly. However, this matter does not concern me. Perhaps the other party is merely passing by Fei Xianzong. I should take my rest. Although Chu Yi possesses remarkable fortune, it holds little allure for the invincible Rufeng. Nevertheless, Rufeng's indifference to Chu Yi does not imply that others share his lack of interest. Nearby, the cultivator Dao, engaged in divination, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This indicates the approach of an individual with significant fortune. Moreover, this person bears a connection to my Ling peak. How fortunate! I have yet to seek them out. And they come seeking me. I can momentarily pause my cultivation, but it is imperative to entice this person to Ling peak. This way, I shall have more time for my own practice. Yes, this course of action is indeed prudent. With this train of thought, Dao promptly set aside his divination and rose to head outside the courtyard. Simultaneously, fearing he might be unable to persuade this individual alone, he decided to bring Su Yang along. This way, Dao felt assured that he could successfully rid himself of the watering tool. Brother, while I do not dissuade you from seeking another scapegoat, you are aware of our master's prowess. Thus, not everyone is fit to take our master as their teacher. After Dao relayed his intentions to Su Yang, the latter promptly cautioned him. Brother, I am well aware of this. Rest assured, the person I seek is certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, based on my calculations, this person's fortune is quite extraordinary, surpassing both you and me. Aware of Su Yang's thoughts, Dao immediately clarified. Fortune? You possess such an ability? Fortune has always been an enigmatic concept, so Su Yang felt a tinge of surprise upon hearing Dao's words. Initially, it was unfeasible, but now, having cultivated the divination technique bestowed by our master, I can indeed gauge another's fortune. While I cannot ascertain precise details, I can evaluate to a general extent with ease. Observing Su Yang's newfound admiration, Dao felt a surge of pride. Enough of this. Did you truly take my jest to heart? If that is the case, I shall accompany you to witness this for myself. However, I cannot guarantee that I will succeed in persuading them. After all, should they be unwilling to take our master as their teacher, I cannot simply threaten them at gunpoint. Can I? Su Yang replied calmly. Indeed, should she refuse, we must not force her. Brother, let us hasten. I suspect the person we seek is drawing near to Fei Xianzong. With everything settled, Dao urged Su Yang to follow. Very well, let us proceed. I too wish to see who this individual of great fortune you speak of truly is. Su Yang ceased his objections and quickly followed Dao down to the foot of Ling Peak. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the future Chu Yi, the current Chu Yi had arrived outside Fei Xianzong. Here, she would soon be discovered by the disciples of Fei Xianzong. I cannot reveal myself yet. I can only escort you this far. Moreover, there are aspects of Fei Xianzong that elude my understanding. While speaking, the future Chu Yi raised her gaze towards Ling Peak. How intriguing. It seems that I am not the only variable at play. This is fortuitous. The more variables there are, the greater the opportunity to thwart that occurrence. Someone approaches. I must conceal myself. Sensing that someone from Facian Zone was approaching, the future Chu Yi wasted no time, transforming into a flash of red light that entered the body of Chu Yi. Moments later, two figures appeared at the entrance of Facian Zone. Brother, let us wait here. When the person you mentioned arrives, we shall engage them in conversation. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Su Yang addressed Ji Wu Dao beside him. Indeed, let us wait. Brother, do you see that? Is there not a person lying there? Before Ji Wu Dao could finish, he noticed Chu Yi sprawled on the ground and promptly alerted Su Yang. Hearing Ji Wu Dao's words, Su Yang turned to look in the indicated direction. Indeed, there she was. Let us go and assess the situation. Given that this incident occurred at the sect's entrance, Su Yang deemed it prudent to investigate before proceeding. Soon, Su Yang and Ji Wu Dao reached Chu Yi's side. Gazing at the bloodied figure with white hair, both exchanged surprised glances. Brother, this person has likely ingested forbidden substances. Alas, what a pity. Once such substances are consumed, hope for recovery is nearly extinguished. However, Ji Wu Dao's expression shifted to one of confusion as he trailed off. But what? Can you complete your sentence? Your interruptions provoke my ire. Su Yang replied meekly. Brother, do not rush me. I am merely conjecturing. Allow me a moment to calculate. Ignoring Su Yang's remarks, Ji Wu Dao produced a compass and prepared to conduct a calculation. As the divination technique was activated, the compass in Ji Wu Dao's hand began to spin wildly. Not long after, the compass abruptly ceased its movement, and Ji Wu Dao opened his eyes at that moment. Chapter 19. Bring back Chu Yi, convince Li Rufeng. It is she. It is she. This is indeed her. As Su Yang looked on in confusion, Ji Wu Dao pointed at the ground where Chu Yi lay, excitement evident in his voice. Slap. Ouch. Brother, why did you hit me? Following the sound of a slap, Ji Wu Dao immediately covered his head and questioned Su Yang. What do you think? Could you be more articulate? Or are all diviners deserving of a good beating? Who is she? Su Yang inquired, his voice calm. There was no need to strike me. Regardless, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. What I mean is, this person is indeed the one of great fortune I spoke of. I never anticipated she would consume forbidden substances, which complicates matters significantly. After finally encountering a fated individual to inherit my responsibilities, it turns out to be one on the brink of death. Ji Wu Dao lamented, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. Is it truly her? Is there a way to save her? If we can revive her, the situation will be resolved effortlessly. Su Yang had not expected that the woman lying before them was indeed the person Ji Wu Dao had calculated to possess great fortune. Brother, do listen to your own words. Are you not speaking foolishness? If it were so easy to save her, could it still be deemed a forbidden drug? Regardless, I am at a loss. I could send a message back to inquire with my father. Perhaps he possesses some knowledge. However, I suspect it is futile, as even if a remedy exists, the required materials are likely to be exceedingly precious. As you know, our Dongwang region is the weakest, devoid of resources. If only this were in Zhongdu. There might still be hope, replied Ji Wu Dao. Are you foolish? We still have our master. His abilities are boundless. He must have a way to save her. Su Yang remarked, looking at Ji Wu Dao as if he were daft. Indeed. How could I have forgotten about our master? What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to bring her to him. We cannot afford to delay. If her breath ceases, not even our master, no matter how powerful, could bring her back to life. Upon Su Yang's reminder, Ji Wu Dao suddenly grew anxious. Yes, we must swiftly take her to our master. So, junior brother, why do you still stand idly by? Su Yang observed Ji Wu Dao's urgency and spoke calmly. Ji Wu Dao appeared perplexed by Su Yang's words. What do you mean, If you wish to save her, shouldn't you carry her to seek our master? Surely you don't expect me, your elder brother, to exert myself for you? Su Yang replied in a subdued tone. I am truly at a loss. Here I am, the illustrious young master of the Tiangong Pavilion, reduced to this. Never mind, for the sake of avoiding daily watering duties in the future, I shall endure. The thought of Chu Yi's demise and the resultant loss of a successor for my watering tasks prompted Ji Wu Dao to quietly approach Chu Yi and lift her from the ground. Let us go, elder brother. Her breath grows ever fainter. If we delay further, I fear she may truly depart this world. With that, Ji Wu Dao quickened his pace towards Lingyao Peak. TCH, what are you afraid of? Did you not say she possesses great fortune? If she can perish so easily, can she truly be said to have great fortune? In contrast to Ji Wu Dao's anxiety, Su Yang remained rather unconcerned about Chu Yi's fate. Nonetheless, given that Chu Yi might very well become a future junior sister, Su Yang hurriedly pursued Ji Wu Dao. Before long, Ji Wu Dao arrived before Li Rufeng, carrying the fading Chu Yi. Master, please, save her. Without pausing to catch his breath, Ji Wu Dao called out to Li Rufeng. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Ji Wu Dao. He then noticed Chu Yi lying on the ground. After a deep, contemplative glance at her, Rufeng withdrew his gaze. Her vital energy is depleted, her lifespan nearing its end, her meridians ruptured, and her dantian damaged. There is no hope. Find a suitable place to bury her, and perhaps erect a monument. Rufeng spoke with indifference before closing his eyes once more. What? This? Ji Wudao stood frozen in place, unsure of how to respond to Rufeng's words. Master, is there truly nothing you can do? Alas, such is fate. This must be her destiny. After a few moments, Ji Wudao sighed, casting a wistful glance at the lifeless Chu Yi. In that case, I shall not disturb Master's rest. Since Rufeng could not offer salvation, Ji Wudao had no choice but to acquiesce and prepare to heed Rufeng's suggestion for finding a proper burial site for Chu Yi. Wait, junior brother. You are still too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate. Su Yang interjected softly as Ji Wudao prepared to carry Chu Yi away. Su Yang then stepped closer to Rufeng. Master, I have something to discuss. Without hesitation, Su Yang spoke up. There is no hope. If you seek my assistance to save her, it is unnecessary to voice that. Rufeng replied coolly. Master, I am aware that with your abilities, you surely possess a means to save this individual. The reluctance must stem from the arduous and time-consuming nature of the healing process. However, Master, saving her is not without merits. Su Yang spoke calmly, his tone unhurried. Continue. Rufeng responded succinctly. Firstly, according to junior brother G's calculations, this young woman possesses great fortune. Once she matures, she will undoubtedly become a formidable force. At that time, Master, you could entrust her with various tasks. This way, would you not have ample time to rest? Secondly, our Lingyao Peak is comprised solely of men. Even if we wish to serve you, Master, it presents certain inconveniences. Yet she is different, as a woman. She can adeptly handle tasks such as brewing tea or preparing meals for you. Su Yang elaborated. As Su Yang's words settled, Ji Wudao was engulfed by turbulent thoughts. What on earth, elder brother? You suggest our future junior sister serve Master tea and cook. Incredible. You are the most audacious person I have ever encountered. Why not suggest she warm Master's bed as well? Moreover, if Master agrees to such trivial reasons, I shall no longer be known as Ji Wudao, but simply Ji Wudao. Ji Wudao inwardly lamented. That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed as you propose. Just then, Rufeng's voice echoed unexpectedly. What? This can work? I retract my previous statement. At Rufeng's words, Ji Wudao felt as though he might faint from shock. Thank you for your approval, Master. Su Yang beamed with joy at having persuaded Rufeng. Now, Master, how should we proceed with her? Su Yang inquired. In response to Su Yang's question, Rufeng did not answer immediately. Instead, he rose from his rocking chair. He approached Chu Yi, scrutinizing the young woman lying on the ground once more. Everything else seems manageable, but the issue of her lifespan remains paramount. From my recollection, consuming a forbidden drug renders even longevity elixirs ineffective. System. Do you have a solution to this dilemma? This is indeed a question suited for the system, esteemed host. In truth, resolving the after-effects of consuming a forbidden drug is quite straightforward. The reason longevity elixirs fail is that the lifespan they extend is too minimal to have any effect. However, should there exist an elixir capable of extending lifespan by thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this issue would be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 20. Taking action to save, swiftly overcoming the bloodied hands. An elixir that extends lifespan by thousands or tens of thousands of years. To my knowledge, such a thing does not exist in the Tianyuan Continent. Even an emperor has but a lifespan of 10,000 years. If such an elixir were available, I fear it would have long been seized by countless emperors. Is there no other reliable method? Rufeng inquired again. Naturally, there are alternative methods, and the esteemed host can implement them immediately. Oh, what are they? Esteemed host, have you forgotten that you possess a pan-tao tree? Consuming one of its fruits can significantly extend one's lifespan. A pan-tao tree? Do I have one? I have no recollection. Never mind. With so many rewards from sign-ins, it has long slipped my mind. Let us proceed with this method. Rufeng did not dwell on the existence of the pan-tao tree. For him, it was inconsequential either way, but having it would indeed be beneficial. Before long, Rufeng plucked a large, round, and lustrous pan-tao from the tree in the system space. Master, what is this? Su Yang immediately inquired. Curiosity piqued at the sight of the suddenly appearing fruit in Rufeng's hand. A pan-tao, it can extend lifespan. Rufeng replied briefly before crushing the fruit in his hand, forcefully infusing its essence into the body of the unconscious Chu Yi. As the pan-tao entered Chu Yi's body in this alternate manner, her vital signs gradually began to stabilize. The next step is to address the other injuries within her body. Subsequently, Rufeng produced several medicinal pills aimed at healing injuries and, in a similar manner, infused them into Chu Yi's body. Soon, Chu Yi's meridians and dantian began to restore, and the scars on her body gradually healed. All right, take her down. Li Ruqing instructed Su Yang and the others after assessing Chu Yi's internal condition. Without waiting for a response, he returned to his exclusive rocking chair. Yes. Once they comprehended the situation, Su Yang and his companions promptly lifted Chu Yi and departed from Li Ruqing's side. Senior brother, where shall we place her? We have no extra rooms here. After reaching a nearby location, Ji Wudao inquired of Su Yang. The courtyard seems quite suitable. Just set her down beside it. When she awakens, she can arrange her own accommodations. Su Yang replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. But she is still our junior sister. This seems inappropriate. Ji Wudao remarked timidly. Do not speak nonsense. When has our master ever declared her as a disciple? Junior brother. You wouldn't suggest watering the plants just to make things this complicated, would you? Su Yang responded nonchalantly. Did he not mention it? Then, doesn't saving her imply he intends to take her as a disciple? Ji Wudao appeared somewhat bewildered. The master saved her because she is capable of serving tea and cooking. As for taking her as a disciple, that is a matter solely for our master to decide. Let us not overthink it. And even if our master were to take her as a disciple in the future, that is a matter for later. There is no need to treat her with special care just because she is a female. Of course, if junior brother is willing to relinquish his room and sleep outside tonight, then let us pretend I never said anything. With that, Su Yang turned and walked toward his own room without looking back. The noble young master of the Tianji Pavilion, sleeping outside? Cough, cough. Senior brother is indeed correct. The courtyard is quite pleasant. Sleeping here at night allows one to gaze upon the stars. How wonderful. Yes, she would surely think the same. After speaking, Ji Wudao also turned to head towards his own room. As for Chu Yi, she was unceremoniously placed on the ground beside them. At this moment, Chu Yi, in the future, observed this scene with incredulity. What manner of individuals are these? It is merely a room. They exhibit no understanding of cherishing beauty, casting the original self aside so carelessly. Nevertheless, the priority now is to uncover the truth about that man. Earlier, the pantao he produced possessed astonishing effects comparable to that of an elixir of immortality. How is it that I have never heard of such a thing? Furthermore, I cannot see through this individual at all. This is simply impossible. Although I am currently but a fragment of a soul, I am not so weak as to be unable to perceive even a mortal from the lower realm. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either he possesses immense strength, so powerful that I cannot fathom it, or he wields a treasure that conceals his aura and is of considerable quality. Regardless of either scenario, he cannot be an unknown figure. Why have I never encountered any information regarding him in the past? It seems the destruction of the Faxian sect is likely related to him. This renders the situation even more perplexing. Events from the past should not be easily altered, especially with that group present, as they would not permit others to disrupt the order of time. Everything is becoming chaotic. It is all exceeding my expectations. Should I continue to wait for the original self to grow, or should I attempt to engage with this individual? If his strength is formidable, there may indeed be a chance to alter future occurrences. At this moment, the future Chu Yi found herself in an immense quandary. She could not ascertain whether Li Ruqing was friend or foe, nor could she determine his specific strength, and she possessed no information about him whatsoever. A misstep could render all her previous efforts futile, which was her greatest concern. Just as the future Chu Yi was lost in thought, Li Ruqing suddenly opened his eyes while seated in the rocking chair. This aura is quite similar to the last time. They are coming again. Perceiving numerous individuals rapidly approaching the Faxian sect, Li Ruqing promptly rose to his feet. Moments later, his figure vanished from the spot. So swift, I nearly failed to notice. That power just now was spatial energy. He is able to utilize spatial energy so flawlessly. Observing the spot where Li Ruqing had disappeared, the future Chu Yi was filled with astonishment, for even in her future era, she had never encountered a master who could manipulate spatial energy with such perfection. At this moment, she made a bold decision in her heart. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the Faxian sect, Li Ruqing reappeared. Shortly thereafter, dozens of individuals clad in black robes approached him, and they were none other than members of the Blood Shadow Tower. Stop! Upon noticing a figure hovering in the air not far away, the leader, Shueshou, abruptly halted and commanded. Hearing Shueshou's words, the other assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower immediately ceased their movements. They all gazed at Li Ruqing, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Upon realizing he could not discern Li Ruqing's cultivation level, Shueshou was the first to coldly inquire. The master of the Blood Shadow Tower is indeed a good person, knowing that I have ample vacancies in my Renhuang banner. You have sent quite a number of individuals this time. Moreover, the strength of this group surpasses the last. Such souls will certainly nourish my Renhuang banner even further. As he regarded the more than 30 formidable individuals before him, all of whom were at least at the refining void realm, a slight smile crept upon Li Ruqing's lips. Come in and take a seat. Without allowing the members of the Blood Shadow Tower a moment to react, Li Ruqing immediately summoned the Renhuang banner, absorbing the souls of all those present. The remaining bodies, with a mere flick of his hand, burst apart one by one like fireworks. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling blood mist, exuding a pungent odor of blood. The effects of powerful souls are indeed stronger. It would be ideal if next time some sacred realm experts were to come, and having an emperor would be even better. Sensing that the power of the Renhuang banner had increased several-fold, Li Ruqing murmured in satisfaction. Subsequently, his figure vanished once more. The members of the Blood Shadow Tower had come swiftly and departed even more rapidly, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, within the Blood Shadow Tower, the life tokens of Shueisha and others shattered simultaneously. Chapter 21. Chu Yi awakens, the Saint King moves. Ling Yao Peak. After lying in the courtyard for an entire night, Chu Yi finally awakened the following morning. Upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, she felt both puzzled and somewhat cautious. I remember I fainted after killing those individuals. How did I end up here? Moreover, my body feels completely restored. Rising from the ground, Chu Yi pondered with numerous questions swirling in her mind. You're awake. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Hearing the voice, Chu Yi immediately turned to look in its direction, her expression still cautious. Do not be so tense. If I intended to harm you, do you think you would still be alive now? Su Yang approached while speaking. Who are you? Were you the one who saved me? After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yi found Su Yang's words to be quite reasonable, thus her wariness lessened considerably. You overestimate me. I cannot counteract the side effects of the forbidden drug. It was my master who saved you. Su Yang shook his head and replied. Your master? Where is he now? I would like to thank him in person for saving my life. Naturally, Chu Yi wished to express her gratitude to the one who had rescued her. The master is still resting and will likely not awaken for a while. At that time, it will not be too late for you to express your gratitude to my master. Before that, I have some matters to clarify with you. Su Yang stated with a hint of intent. What matters? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Chu Yi immediately inquired with curiosity. Do not rush. This conversation must begin with my discovery of you. Su Yang then succinctly recounted the events of the previous day, omitting trivial details. He meticulously explained the circumstances closely tied to Chu Yi, especially the reasons behind Li Rufeng's decision to rescue her. After a stick of incense had burned, Chu Yi finally grasped the entire situation, a unique expression gracing her face. I have said all that needs to be said. I had no choice but to speak that way to save you. You do not mind, do you? Su Yang asked calmly. Not at all. Given the life-saving grace, it is only right to assist a senior. Understanding Su Yang's intention, Chu Yi replied without further contemplation. That is good. I was worried you might refuse. In that case, feel free to explore. I shall go cultivate now. Remember, do not disturb my master under any circumstances. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After issuing this warning, Su Yang turned and left the courtyard, disregarding Chu Yi. Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, Chu Yi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She began to wander about the courtyard shortly after. Before long, Ji Wudao emerged from his room. As he stepped outside, Ji Wudao immediately spotted Chu Yi not far away. Seeing her awake, a smile spread across his face as he walked directly toward her. The sound of Ji Wudao's footsteps quickly caught Chu Yi's attention, and she turned to see him approaching. You seem to be recovering well, he remarked with a smile upon nearing her. Thank you for your concern. However, who are you? Chu Yi inquired curiously, having never seen Ji Wudao before. Oh, I am Ji Wudao. May I know your name? He asked in return. Chu Yi. Chu Yi replied. Chu Yi. Very well, then, Miss Chu. Do you understand why you are here? Ji Wudao suddenly posed the question. Yes, someone just informed me about it. Chu Yi nodded slightly. That is good. It saves me the trouble of explaining it all over again. Miss Chu, I have an important question to ask you, and I hope you will answer it earnestly. Ji Wudao's expression turned serious. What question? Chu Yi asked. Miss Chu, would you like to take on a master? Ji Wudao asked straightforwardly. Take on a master? Whom should I take as a master? Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback before asking. Who else could it be but my master, the very one who saved you? What do you say? Would you like to? Becoming my master's disciple is an extraordinary opportunity. Were it not for your marginal qualification, I would not even be discussing this with you, Ji Wudao said with a feigned gravity. But my aptitude is mediocre, and my cultivation is ordinary, I fear. Chu Yi hesitated, lacking confidence. No, some things cannot be judged by appearances. Take my senior brother, for instance, the one you met earlier. You must have noticed that his realm is merely refining qi. Yet, Did he not become a disciple of my master? Temporary mediocrity means little. Have you heard of destiny? Even one with poor talent can become a formidable figure if accompanied by great fortune. And you possess great fortune. Though I cannot calculate it precisely, I am certain that your future achievements will be remarkable. So, would you like to take my master as your teacher? Just say the word, and I can assist you. Such a golden opportunity will not come again. Make sure to seize it. Wu Dao, adopting a mystic demeanor, began his persuasion. What must I give in return? After pondering, Chu Yi felt that Wu Dao's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, causing her to become wary. Give? No need for that. Such a trivial matter does not require any contribution from you. If I must mention something, it would be that after becoming a disciple, you will need to undertake a test from my master. However, you need not worry. The task is exceedingly simple, akin to watering plants, and you will surely manage it. Wu Dao replied after some thought. A test? Typically, one must pass a test before being accepted as a disciple, right? Chu Yi queried in confusion. You noted the word typically. My master is not an ordinary person, and thus, neither is his acceptance of disciples. Wu Dao replied weakly. Well, all right. However, I still feel that my chances of being accepted as a disciple are slim. Chu Yi expressed her lack of confidence. You need not concern yourself with that. Leave everything to me. Now then, my future junior sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. By the way, remember to arrange a room. Otherwise, you will have to sleep outside tonight. I am off. Wu Dao reminded her with a beaming smile before departing the courtyard. Once Wu Dao had left, Chu Yi still felt something was amiss with him, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Let us take it one step at a time. Unable to comprehend further, she chose not to dwell on it, redirecting her gaze. After wandering a bit longer and considering her sleeping arrangements for the night, she resolved to construct her own dwelling. Meanwhile, in the East Wilderness, at the location of the Blood Shadow Tower, a chilling atmosphere enveloped a grand hall. Above, a man clad in black robes, his face obscured by a mask, sat imposingly. Below, dozens of elders from the Blood Shadow Tower stood attentively. Qingzhou, you have thoroughly captured my attention. Have you discovered where the Blood Hands met their demise? The masked man's indifferent voice suddenly echoed. Response from the Lord. We have investigated thoroughly. Our people perished within the territory of a power called Fei Xianzong. My subordinate suspects that this incident is likely related to Fei Xianzong, an elder promptly reported. Fei Xianzong, have you ascertained the strength of this sect? The masked man continued coldly. We have gathered information. According to reports, the strongest individual in Fei Xianzong is their sect leader, Xianxia, who possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Yuaning, the elder continued. The 9th layer of Yuaning? Are you jesting with me? A Yuaning insect cannot possibly contend with blood hands. The masked man coldly questioned. Lord, please calm your anger. When I received this information, I too found it hard to believe. However, it is the truth. Nonetheless, I suspect that Fei Xianzong harbors hidden powerful individuals. Not long ago, 2 sects near Fei Xianzong were inexplicably annihilated. To claim that the perpetrator is unrelated to Fei Xianzong is quite hard to believe. Lord, it is very likely that blood hands met their end at the hands of this mysterious powerful entity from Fei Xianzong, the elder quickly explained. A mysterious powerful entity? Intriguing. However, anyone who dares to act against me shall face death, regardless of their strength. The masked man declared coldly. Issue the command. Dispatch 1 holy king and 5 holy ones to Fei Xianzong. This time, I demand a conclusive result, the annihilation of Fei Xianzong. Moments later, the masked man rose and spoke with a frigid demeanor. Understood. In an instant, the elders below responded in unison. At this moment, should Rufeng learn that the Blood Shadow Tower has indeed dispatched powerful beings to Fei Xianzong, he would undoubtedly rejoice for an entire day. Not long after, the Saint King and powerful figures departed from Shuiying Tower, accompanied by over 100 followers. It was evident that this time, the master of Shuiying Tower was genuinely intent on annihilating Fei Xianzong completely. However, no matter how he speculated, he could never have anticipated that he had provoked someone he ought not to have. Chapter 22. The competition approaches, in-depth communication. Meanwhile, as the people from Shuiying Tower made their way towards Fei Xianzong, a figure had already arrived at the sect, within the grand hall of the sect. At this moment, Xianxia was receiving the visitor to Fei Xianzong. Shenzongzhu, I shall be brief. I have come to deliver the quota for the 7 prefectures competition. The man spoke slowly. According to past regulations, each prefecture has 5 competition slots. Now that Fei Xianzong is the largest sect in Qingzhou, these 5 slots shall be at your discretion, Shenzongzhu. The 7 prefectures competition is set for 1 month from now, at the usual venue, the city of Shunwu in Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, Xianxia promptly replied, understood. Our people from Qingzhou will be sure to attend the 7 prefectures competition on time. Very well, since the matter has been conveyed, I shall not linger any longer. Shenzongzhu, farewell. After speaking, the man rose and departed from Fei Xianzong. Once the man left, Xianxia immediately visited Ling Yao Peak. Senior, the date for the 7 prefectures competition has been confirmed. It is 1 month from now. We have 5 slots for participation. Who do you think we should send? Xianxia inquired respectfully before Li Rufeng. 1 month hence, 5 individuals. Since it is the 7 prefectures competition, we should naturally select the 5 strongest. As for who exactly to choose, you are the sect master. You may decide, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Senior, may your disciple participate? Xianxia asked. That is a matter for them. I do not intervene, Li Rufeng replied casually. Yes, I understand. Hearing Li Rufen's response, Xianxia felt a surge of joy. The fact that it was not a prohibition implied participation was permissible. Anyone acknowledged by a senior would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. If he could persuade them to join, Qingzhou would certainly not finish last in this 7 prefectures competition. With this thought in mind, Xianxia left Li Rufeng. Without hesitation, he sought out Su Yang and Ji Wudao. Upon hearing about the 7 prefectures competition, Su Yang agreed without much contemplation. However, Ji Wudao hesitated for a long while. After all, he was not technically a member of Qingzhou, and representing Qingzhou in the competition would surely invite much scrutiny. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, Ji Wudao ultimately acquiesced to Xianxia's request. With both their affirmations, Xianxia left Ling Yao Peak with great satisfaction. In Xianxia's view, with the involvement of Su Yang and Ji Wudao, the 7 prefectures competition was practically secured. Even if they did not clinch first place, they would at least secure a spot in the top 3. Consequently, Fei Xianzong would receive a substantial reward. With this reward, the strength of Fei Xianzong would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. That night, atop Ling Yao Peak, in a newly constructed room, Chu Yi sat wearily at the bedside. Just as she intended to retire early, a crimson light emanated from her body. This sight instantly revitalized her, and she focused intently on the red glow in the air. Moments later, a figure gradually materialized. You, this is impossible. Who are you? Chu Yi exclaimed, astonishment filling her eyes as she gazed upon a visage identical to her own. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I know you have many questions right now. I can explain everything to you. The future Chu Yi smiled gently at her original self. Then first, who are you? How did you emerge from my body? And why do you look exactly like me? Well, except for that. Chu Yi hesitated, feeling her wording was somewhat inaccurate. Haha, silly girl. I have seen people envious of others, but never someone envious of themselves. The future Chu Yi chuckled at her own remark. What do you mean? Chu Yi queried, puzzled. What I mean is, I am you. And you are me. To be precise, I am your future self. Now, you should understand why I laughed at you. The future Chu Yi replied. What? My future self? How can that be? I don't believe it. Chu Yi was entirely unconvinced, thinking that the woman before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance, was merely trying to deceive her. Oh, you don't believe me? That's all right. I will soon prove my words to you. Everyone harbors certain secrets buried deep within their hearts. Secrets they would never share with anyone, even when facing death. And I know your secret. It is. As she spoke, the future Chu Yi drifted beside Chu Yi and whispered a few words in her ear. Soon, the initially skeptical Chu Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You, how could you know this? I have never told anyone. As realization dawned, Chu Yi's emotions became tumultuous, and she began to gradually believe that the woman before her was indeed her future self. I told you, I am you. Your secrets are my secrets. I know them. Does that seem strange? The future Chu Yi replied. All right, that is not important. What I am about to say is the most crucial matter. You must listen carefully. Suddenly, the future Chu Yi's expression became serious. Observing this, despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Chu Yi nodded slightly. Thus began an extensive exchange lasting several hours. During this time, Chu Yi transitioned from confusion to astonishment. It was not until deep into the night that she began to accept everything. Little Yi, the one who saves you is shrouded in mystery. Even I cannot see through him. Therefore, you must take him as your master. Perhaps with his assistance, you will surpass me in the future. Only then will you have a sliver of hope in facing that matter. Otherwise, the future Chu Yi spoke softly, her tone tinged with helplessness. Big Yi, I understand. But what if the senior does not wish to accept me as a disciple? What should I do then? Chu Yi expressed her concerns. What are you afraid of? You still have your senior brother Ji, right? I see he is even more eager for you to take that person as your master than you are. Moreover, your talent is not inferior to those two. Otherwise, do you think I would be here? To traverse the river of time to this place is not something just anyone can achieve. So if they can be that person's disciples, you certainly can as well. Worst case, little Yi, you may have to sacrifice a bit of yourself. With your beauty, no man can refuse your advances. The future Chu Yi joked. If that is the case, then you should sacrifice yourself. I think you would be even harder to resist than I am. Chu Yi replied, glancing weakly at the future Chu Yi's figure. Sigh, I wish I could, but alas. I am merely a wisp of spirit now. I am utterly incapable of such things. If it were that person, I would be more than willing to engage in deeper communication. The future Chu Yi laughed. Enough of that. How could my future self be so frivolous? I need to sleep now. Without further regard for the future Chu Yi simply lay down and closed her eyes. Truly, she was not easily amused. Shaking her head, the future Chu Yi transformed into a beam of red light and entered Chu Yi's body. That night, Chu Yi found it difficult to fall asleep. Chapter 23. The Annihilation of the Holy King and the Destruction of Blood Shadow Tower. A day later, the powerful figures from Blood Shadow Tower finally arrived at Fei Xian Zone. Early that morning, the skies above Fei Xian Zone were shrouded in a dark cloud. Below, the atmosphere within the sect turned exceptionally oppressive. Is this Fei Xian Zone? The strongest among them is merely at the transformation realm, and the Lord has sent me to deal with such a minor faction. You may proceed directly. A group of insignificant ants is not worthy of my attention. Hurry up and finish your tasks so I can return swiftly. In a place like Qingzhou, even the spiritual energy is so sparse. It is no wonder this region is the weakest in Donghuang. The Holy King of Blood Shadow Tower disdainfully spoke from high above. Yes, in the next moment, the rest of the Blood Shadow Tower members echoed in unison. Following that, several powerful figures at the saint level, along with 100 others no weaker than the Tribulation Realm, launched a fierce assault on Fei Xian Zone below. In an instant, a torrent of attacks surged towards Fei Xian Zone. What is this? Are we really going to die? No, I do not wish to perish. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I cannot die now. Who will save us? Below, the disciples of Fei Xian Zone had already succumbed to utter despair. Under the pressure of those attacking techniques, they could not move a muscle, let alone flee in panic. Ants are simply ants. When faced with death, they can only kneel and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, you have provoked Blood Shadow Tower. No one can save you now. High above, watching the desperate pleas of the disciples from Fei Xian Zone, the members of Blood Shadow Tower wore expressions of mockery. Yet soon, their laughter ceased. Just as the attacks were about to descend, the entire Fei Xian Zone was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Neither the attacks nor the disciples moved, as if time itself had come to a standstill. What is happening? This power. I see. No wonder the Lord sent me here. Since you have intervened, come forth to reveal yourself. Sensing the strength of the one who had intervened, the Holy King calmly called out to the figure below. As his voice fell, a silhouette materialized before the Holy King. The newcomer was none other than Rufeng, a Holy King and 5 saints. Quite impressive, indeed, a formidable soul force. Glancing at the members of Blood Shadow Tower, Rufeng mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who are you to disregard me? Furthermore, did you kill my people from Blood Shadow Tower? Observing Rufeng, who did not even spare him a glance and bore a smile, the Holy King was instantly incensed. No one had ever dared to act so arrogantly in his presence. It was clearly a path to death. You have quite a few last words. With a cold, indifferent voice, Rufeng made his move. A single palm strike, and all fell silent. The over 100 members of Blood Shadow Tower, including the Holy King, were obliterated into a mist of blood. In the next moment, Rufeng raised his hand and drew the soul of the Holy King into his grasp. In mere moments, Rufeng extracted the information he sought from the soul. Subsequently, the souls of these individuals were entirely absorbed by the Renhuang fan. With the soul of a Holy King, the power of the Renhuang fan increased tenfold, emanating an even denser black mist. After dealing with these individuals, Rufeng vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the stronghold of Blood Shadow Tower in Donghuang. A figure suddenly descended from high above. I had intended to toy with you a little longer. However, after resting for 2.5 years, I have had enough. Now, I wish to adopt a new lifestyle, starting with you, Blood Shadow Tower. Speaking softly to himself, Rufeng struck downward with his palm. In an instant, a colossal hand that obscured the sky descended upon Blood Shadow Tower. Moments later, the entire location of Blood Shadow Tower was utterly annihilated. Everyone within was turned to dust without exception. Even the Lord of Blood Shadow Tower, a peak 9th layer saint, had no time to react before meeting his end. Following this, Rufeng summoned the Renhuang fan, absorbing all the souls below. After completing this task, Rufeng departed, returning to Fei Xian Zone. Shortly after his departure, the tremendous commotion at Blood Shadow Tower attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, these individuals were rendered speechless in shock. Soon, news of the mysterious expert annihilating Blood Shadow Tower spread throughout Donghuang. Moreover, many factions began to feel a sense of impending doom. After all, if even Blood Shadow Tower could be effortlessly destroyed, No faction could be certain that the next target of this enigmatic figure would not be them. One day after the fall of Blood Shadow Tower, at Ling Yao Peak, on this day, Li Rufeng unusually refrained from resting in his rocking chair. This unusual behavior left both Su Yang and Ji Wudao perplexed and confused. Senior brother, what has happened to our master today? Have you done something to displease him? In the courtyard, Ji Wudao quietly asked Su Yang, glancing at the atypically behaving Li Rufeng standing not far away. I think it is more likely you are the cause. I have been engrossed in my cultivation these past few days, so I couldn't have angered our master. In contrast, it seems you have been conspiring to have our master accept Chui. I believe he has caught wind of this, so, junior brother, you are in big trouble. Su Yang replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Could it be? What should I do? I won't be expelled from the sect, will I? Su Yang's words sent Ji Wudao into a cold sweat, his heart racing with anxiety. Alas, you should just pray for your own good fortune. I have always said that accepting disciples is the master's prerogative. You should hurry and apologize to the master. Perhaps he will spare you this time. Su Yang said casually. All right, I will go right away. Without further hesitation, Ji Wudao immediately walked towards Li Rufeng. Soon, Ji Wudao reached Li Rufeng's side. Master, everything is the disciple's fault. I implore you to show mercy and forgive me this once. I assure you, I will never commit such an error again. Without waiting for Li Rufeng to respond, Ji Wudao kneeled on the ground, speaking earnestly. What? Turning around, Li Rufeng was filled with confusion upon hearing Ji Wudao's words. Master, please do not say anything. I understand my mistake. As long as you are willing to forgive me this time, I will comply with any request you make. Ji Wudao, believing Li Rufeng was feigning ignorance, interrupted him directly. Originally puzzled, Li Rufeng grew even more bewildered. Please rise. I forgive you. However, I am not quite clear about what I am forgiving you for. After a moment of silence, Li Rufeng asked, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 24. Encountering the Soul of the Future. Inquiring about future matters. Master, do you genuinely not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Ji Wudao was momentarily taken aback and then cautiously inquired. What should I know? All right, please explain the situation. Li Rufeng shot Ji Wudao a glance and spoke lightly. Oh, it is like this. Ji Wudao rose from the ground and relayed the words Su Yang had just spoken to him truthfully to Li Rufeng. Upon hearing Ji Wudao's explanation, Li Rufeng's expression became peculiarly strange. So it is like this. Do you truly believe such words? Can you not see that Su Yang is merely toying with you? Enough, go about your business. Day in and day out, pondering this and that. The day of the Qizhou Grand Competition is approaching. Since you have chosen to participate, do not disgrace me. While there is still some time, focus on your cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng instructed Ji Wudao. Indeed, master, I shall commence my training right away. At that moment, Ji Wudao finally responded. Filled with an overwhelming desire to confront Su Yang. Were it not for Su Yang, he would not have made such a fool of himself before Li Rufeng. Just as Ji Wudao turned to seek Su Yang for a confrontation, he discovered that Su Yang had already slipped away from the courtyard. Observing this, Ji Wudao no longer hesitated and directly left the courtyard to find Su Yang. Meanwhile, watching Ji Wudao depart, Li Rufeng shook his head slightly. He then paid no further attention to Ji Wudao and turned to walk towards Chu Yi's room. Knocking on the door, it was soon opened from within. Senior, please, come in. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Chu Yi immediately greeted him respectfully and invited him into her chamber. Li Rufeng nodded and entered. Subsequently, Chu Yi closed the door and approached Li Rufeng, pouring him a glass of water. I did not expect the senior to seek me out. Is there something you wish to convey? After pouring the water, Chu Yi was the first to inquire. Li Rufeng did not respond, but instead picked up the cup of tea and began to sip it leisurely. With Li Rufeng remaining silent, Chu Yi dared not rush him, standing quietly in place awaiting his reply. After some time, as the tea in the cup dwindled, Li Rufeng slowly set it down and raised his gaze to Chu Yi. Come forth. Li Rufeng glanced at Chu Yi and spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's face momentarily froze, and her heart began to race. Could it be that the senior has discovered my secret? Chu Yi pondered. Do I need to invite you for you to emerge? Noticing that the spirit within Chu Yi remained dormant, Li Rufeng's tone grew slightly more intense. When did you realize my presence? In the next moment, a figure manifested from within Chu Yi, looking somewhat curious as it spoke. Since you approached Facian's sect, quite intriguing. Should I refer to you as Chu Yi or as Chu Yi? Li Rufeng remarked calmly upon observing the identical figure before him. You are indeed enigmatic. I am indeed Chu Yi. My curiosity towards you continues to grow. The future Chu Yi smiled as she looked at Li Rufeng. Have you not heard the saying? An excess of curiosity may lead to one's demise. Pray tell, how did you arrive in this era, and why do you appear here? I detest deception. It is best you speak the truth. Although the future Chu Yi's smile was exceedingly alluring, Li Rufeng remained composed, not swayed by her beauty. You are the first person I have encountered who speaks to me with such calmness. Very well, since you wish to know these matters, I shall share them with you. After all, they are not secrets that cannot be disclosed. With that, the future Chu Yi withdrew her smile and adopted a serious demeanor. In the ensuing time, she disclosed to Li Rufeng the reasons and means by which she had arrived in the current era. After comprehending the intricate details of the situation, Li Rufeng lowered his head in contemplation. After an indeterminate duration, he slowly raised his gaze to the future Chu Yi. I did not anticipate that such events would unfold in the future. According to your account, did you fail? Thus, do you believe that attempting once more can alter the outcome? Li Rufeng inquired thoughtfully. No, I do not know. Perhaps it can, perhaps not. That event will ultimately replay, I suppose. Yet, I have no choice. Even if the outcome cannot be changed, I cannot simply relinquish my efforts. To refrain from action would yield no possibility for change. To act may still present a glimmer of hope. Moreover, is it not true that you are here? At her final words, Chu Yi suddenly turned to gaze at Li Rufeng, uttering a baffling statement. Me? You have traversed the river of time to arrive in the past. Your strength must be considerable, no? If even one of your caliber cannot achieve this, why should you think that I can? Li Rufeng asked indifferently. Instinct. The future Chu Yi replied. Instinct. Li Rufeng's expression reflected confusion. Yes, instinct. However, it is merely instinct. The future Chu Yi reiterated. Huh, how amusing. I must admit, your instincts are indeed quite accurate. Alas, it is regrettable that you will not see it. Li Rufeng chuckled lightly before continuing. Senior, what do you mean by that? Before the future Chu Yi could speak, the original Chu Yi, who had been silent, could no longer contain herself and interjected with a question. After spending these past few days together, Chu Yi had fully accepted the existence of her alternate self. She even felt an inexplicable bond with this other self, akin to that of sisters. Thus, upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Chu Yi instinctively began to worry that the future Chu Yi might depart from her. Oh, have you not informed her? Or do you intend to keep her in the dark? In response to Chu Yi's inquiry, Li Rufeng did not answer but instead turned to the future Chu Yi and asked, What? The E, is the senior's statement true? What else are you concealing from me? Did you not say that I am you and you are me? Why then do you still hide certain matters from me? At this moment, the original Chu Yi, realizing the situation, immediately turned to question her future self. Alas, are you doing this on purpose? Now look, you have put me in a difficult position. In response to the original's questioning, the future Chu Yi began to complain to Li Rufeng. I am assisting you. Whether sooner or later, this matter must be addressed. It is better to clarify it now. Otherwise, it may become a mental burden during your cultivation. After all, you are my disciple, and I would rather not witness such a scene. Li Rufeng said with a leisurely smile. When did you take her as your disciple? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the future Chu Yi immediately questioned. Oh, did I not? Then shall I do so now? Chu Yi, do you wish to take me as your master? Li Rufeng turned to address Chu Yi with a gentle inquiry. To accept me as a disciple? I am willing. Master, please allow me to bow before you. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi knelt before Li Rufeng. This scene caused the future Chu Yi to stiffen, her expression turning somewhat awkward. Very well, rise. You shall henceforth be my third disciple. As for your future cultivation, no one is more suited to teach you than yourself. Would you not agree? With that, Li Rufeng turned his gaze towards the future Chu Yi and deliberately asked, You take on disciples and expect me to teach? What then is your role? What purpose does it serve to take you as my master? Observing Li Rufeng's ambiguous smile, the future Chu Yi could no longer restrain herself and began to question him fervently. I can save you. So how about it? I still hold some value. Do I not? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Save me? What do you mean? In the future, Chu Yi's expression darkened, and she asked seriously, What do you think? You are from the future. If past events were to change, do you believe you could still continue to exist? You should understand this principle better than I do. Since you arrived in this era and encountered your past self, the butterfly effect has already commenced. The reason you have not yet vanished is simply that the current changes have yet to impact the future. Therefore, your disappearance is merely a matter of time. Am I correct? Li Rufeng spoke calmly. What? D.E. Is this what you have been concealing from me? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Chu Yi immediately grasped everything. Indeed, that is precisely why I did not wish to inform you. Moreover, there is no real necessity to disclose this to you. If I were to vanish, it would merely indicate that the future's outcome is changing. Thus, the purpose for which I traversed to the past would have been fulfilled. Although I may disappear, you will not. In this sense, I am, in a way, indestructible. Therefore, you need not dwell too much on this matter. The future Chu Yi slowly responded to her original self. However, you will still vanish, and I do not wish for that. Chu Yi replied weakly, her mood somewhat despondent. Enough of your flirtation. I am unwilling to continue listening. Li Rufu interjected, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly uncomfortable. And this is merely the usual state of affairs. There are solutions available. As Li Rufu observed the two Chus, he felt the tension in the air intensifying. A solution? Master, do you possess a way to prevent Di from vanishing? Without considering other possibilities, Chu Yi excitedly pressed for an answer after hearing Li Rufu's words. Yes. Li Rufu nodded slightly. Impossible. If the past changes, the future cannot remain unchanged. This is the law of the Great Way of Time, one that no one can break. Although I find you somewhat inscrutable, no matter how strong you may be, you cannot disregard the laws of the Great Way. Upon seeing Li Rufu nod, the future Chu Yi immediately countered, Oh, are you so certain? Naturally, for I practice the Great Way of Time. Otherwise, how could I have come to the past? Although the Great Way of Time is profoundly intricate, I have merely grasped a sliver of its essence. Yet, precisely because of this, I am even more convinced that the laws of the Great Way cannot be violated, the future Chu Yi asserted. Thus you have only scratched the surface of the Great Way of Time. You do not even comprehend the true Great Way, so how can you claim to grasp it? Li Rufu replied nonchalantly. The true Great Way of Time? What do you mean? The future Chu Yi inquired, perplexed. Among the myriad paths, time is paramount. The weak manipulate time, the strong become time, and those beyond the strong transcend time. If I were to cultivate the Great Way of Time, how could I be bound by its rules? Rules are meant to constrain others. I would scoff at them, Li Rufu proclaimed. As his words settled, the future Chu Yi stood frozen, her mind replaying Li Rufu's earlier statements. Even the Chu Yi beside her was taken aback by his words. To transcend time and dismiss it so casually, such arrogance and pride. What manner of person is he? The more I interact with him, the less I can see through him. The future Chu Yi began to question herself, and her gaze toward Li Rufu transformed, imbued with profound reverence. In that moment, she no longer underestimated him. That should suffice. Now, spend your time while cultivating. In a month, partake in the 7 states competition. Do not disappoint me. With that, Li Rufu rose and departed the room, leaving the two Chus in stunned silence. After a considerable while, Chu Yi gradually emerged from her shock. Truly, Master, even casual remarks are imbued with such profound wisdom. I seem to have had an epiphany. Di, I shall begin my cultivation now. Without further regard for Di, Chu Yi seated herself cross-legged on the bed and closed her eyes. In the next moment, a thread of mysterious energy enveloped her body. A nascent form of the Great Way of Time. This is chaotic. Everything has become chaotic. I have comprehended time far too early. Nevertheless, this may be a blessing. Yet, the rapid changes have begun to render future developments unpredictable. I can only hope he truly possesses a way to assist me. Otherwise, it won't be long before I dissipate. Observing Chu Yi embarking on her understanding of the Great Way of Time, Di felt both joy and sorrow intertwined within her heart. Though she had spoken lightly before, the prospect of Chu Yi disappearing from her side now felt unbearable. At that moment, even Di could not comprehend why she was experiencing such a situation. Xiao, why do I find myself increasingly unable to part from you? This feeling is peculiar. We are, after all, one and the same. It seems my charm is so overwhelming that even I cannot resist it. I truly wonder if that fellow is a man. He seemed so composed before. Shaking her head, Di decided to cease her fanciful thoughts and move beside Chu Yi to lend her support. Meanwhile, not long after stepping outside, Li Rufu suddenly sneezed. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. This day also marks the registration day for the 7 states competition. All participants must arrive at the SHNW city in the East Wilderness today. Ding. Today you have one opportunity for monthly signing. May I ask the esteemed host if you wish to begin signing? The system's prompt echoed in Li Rufu's mind. Oh, how swiftly a month has passed. System, sign in. Li Rufu remarked with a sigh. Chapter 26. New functions unveiled, departing from Facian Sect. Sign in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have obtained the sacred treasure. HT-LU-SH. HT-LU-SH? This item holds little utility for me. It shall be given to JWDO. After a brief contemplation, Li Rufu confirmed the treasure's recipient. The 7 states competition begins tomorrow. It is time to depart from the sect. Having been in this world for so long, this will be my first journey far from home. Speaking of which, I have yet to truly explore this vast continent. I shall seize this opportunity to see more. Initially, Li Rufu had intended to remain lounging on the Ling Yao Peak, but lying around daily had begun to cause discomfort in his back. Thus, he resolved to venture out and enjoy himself, allowing for better relaxation. Ding. The system has detected a change in the host's emotions, hence new functions are being activated. First, The system malfunction is activated, along with the kill point system. Killing enemies will yield kill points. The more enemies slain and the stronger they are, the more kill points will be accrued. Kill points can be utilized in the system mall to purchase any items. Second, the disciple reciprocation function is activated. Whenever a disciple breaks through in cultivation, the esteemed host will receive corresponding cultivation reciprocation. Third, the disciple synchronization function is activated. The host can directly synchronize and master any power possessed by the disciples, achieving perfect mastery. Fourth, the disciple positioning function is activated. At any time and place, the esteemed host can arrive beside any disciple, disregarding all obstacles. The functions have been activated, which will greatly assist the host in making the upcoming journey more convenient and enjoyable. System, it is truly unnecessary. However, since you are so considerate, I shall reluctantly accept it. The consecutive functions activated by the system left Li Rufeng feeling somewhat unreal. Nevertheless, he thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of being supported by the system. System, Su Yang and the others are already my disciples. Why have the rewards not been issued? Upon regaining his focus, Li Rufeng inquired of the system. Please hold on. Host, the rewards will be dispensed shortly. Detection indicates that the host has accepted 3 disciples, Su Yang, Jiwu Dao, and Shu Yi. The system rewards the host with 20 years of cultivation. The host also receives perfect mastery of the Path of Guns, the Path of Heavenly Secrets, and the Path of Time. Detection indicates that the host has slain numerous enemies, and the statistics will now commence. Statistics complete. The host receives 50,000 points for kills. System, do those I dealt with previously count as kills? The disciple rewards are one thing, but Li Rufeng never expected the system to grant him such a substantial number of kill points. The host need not doubt. This system is dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly, ensuring that every matter is executed to the utmost excellence. System, you are exceedingly kind. Unlike those unscrupulous bosses from my past life who demanded overtime without compensation. Not only was there no overtime pay, but even regular wages were often delayed and exploited. Reflecting on that life, where I lived worse than a dog, Li Rufeng felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Master, when shall we depart? As Li Rufeng pondered, he realized Su Yang and the others had already approached him. Are you all prepared? Hearing the voice, Li Rufeng ceased his reflections on the past and turned to Su Yang and the others. Yes. There really isn't much to prepare, he. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled. In that case, let us set off. First, we shall visit the main hall of the sect. With that, Li Rufeng glanced back at the place he had called home for 2.5 years before turning to descend the mountain. Su Yang and the others immediately followed suit. Before long, the quartet arrived at the main hall of Fei Xian Zone, where they encountered xianxia. Greetings, senior. Upon seeing Li Rufeng's arrival, xianxia immediately showed respect. Have you chosen the remaining 2 individuals? Li Rufeng nodded and promptly got to the point. Replying to the senior, the disciples of Fei Xian Zone possess poor talent. None surpass the age of 25, and the strongest among them has only reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Even if they participate in the 7 states grand competition, it would be of little use. Thus, I entrust this 7 states grand competition entirely to the senior's disciples. xianxia responded sincerely. I can manage that. In that case, I shall head to Shenwu City. Before leaving, please take these items. After all, we are fellow disciples. The contents within are sufficient for you to develop Fei Xian Zone for 1,000 years. If used wisely, becoming the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness, or even in the Tianyuan Continent, is not impossible. Additionally, Meng Er has considerable talent. Nurture her well. This is a gift I have prepared for her. Please deliver it to her. Before long, Li Rufeng produced 2 prepared storage rings and handed them to xianxia. Inside, alongside martial arts techniques and weapons, there were also a considerable number of spirit stones. This time of departure, Li Rufeng had no intention of returning, at least not in the near future. Although his feelings for Fei Xian Zone were minimal, one could say they were non-existent. The only aspect that lingered in his heart was the memory of Su Ming, who often came to water his plants and converse with him. Nevertheless, having once been a member of Fei Xian Zone, leaving these cultivation resources behind could be seen as a form of gratitude. After conveying his intentions, Li Rufeng departed from the sect's main hall with Su Yang and the others. Once outside, Li Rufeng summoned a flying vessel, and the 4 of them boarded it, setting off towards Shenwu City. By the time xianxia pursued them, all he could see was the rapidly receding silhouette of the flying vessel. After a considerable while, xianxia withdrew his gaze and stored the 2 rings. He understood that this might very well be the last time he saw Li Rufeng. Though a sense of reluctance filled his heart, he recognized that someone like Li Rufeng could not remain in his modest Fei Xian Zone forever. Soon, he accepted the reality of Li Rufeng's departure. Subsequently, Xianxia sought out Meng Er and transferred the storage ring that Li Rufeng had entrusted to him. He also informed Meng Er of Li Rufeng's departure. At that moment, Meng Er merely assumed Li Rufeng had temporarily left the sect to participate in the Seven States Grand Competition and thus did not think much of it. Little did she know that when they next met, everything would have changed. In addition to handing over the storage ring to Meng Er, Xianxia also issued a decree regarding the spiritual herb peak, particularly the courtyard, forbidding anyone from approaching or damaging it. Anyone who violated this regulation would be expelled from Facian Sect. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary regulation would still exist many years later. That courtyard would become a forbidden place passed down through generations in Facian Zone. Chapter 27, Blood Emperor's Inheritance, A Helping Hand. Dao, on the flying vessel. As Li Rufeng stood at the front admiring the scenery below, he suddenly called out to the back. "Master, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Li Rufeng's summons, Dao promptly stepped forward to join him. "This is for you." Li Rufeng produced the He Tu and Luo Shu and tossed it back to Dao without turning around. Dao immediately caught it with both hands. "Master, what is this?" The moment he held it, Dao felt an irresistible allure emanating from the object. He Tu and Luo Shu. It should assist you in your cultivation of a particular path. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. It depends on your own comprehension. With that, Li Rufeng offered no further explanation. "I see. No wonder it feels as if this object was destined for me. Thank you, Master." Having learned that Su Yang's treasure was a reward from Li Rufeng, Dao had envied him for quite some time. Now that Li Rufeng had also bestowed upon him a treasure, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Li Rufeng. As such, he would no longer have to endure Su Yang's boasting in front of him every day. Soon after, Dao hurriedly sought out Su Yang, flaunting the He Tu and Luo Shu before him for a while. This scene did not escape the notice of Chu Yi, who observed from the side. "You need not envy. This item is highly compatible with your senior brother's path of heavenly secrets and was likely prepared specifically for him by your master. As for you, now that you have comprehended the path of time, finding a compatible weapon will be quite challenging. Your master likely does not possess such treasures at present. When he acquires one, he will certainly bestow it upon you." Observing the glimmer of desire in Chu Yi's eyes, Yi promptly communicated this thought to her. "I understand. Even without it, it matters not. As long as I have master, that is sufficient." Chu Yi turned her gaze toward Li Rufeng in the distance, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yi, you wouldn't have developed feelings for your master, would you? Such thoughts are perilous. Do not engage in any outrageous actions. However, considering our bond, I could assist you with this matter." Yi jested. "You are overthinking it. I harbor no such thoughts. As for you, do not claim to be my kin. I fear it would bring me shame." Chu Yi retorted. Yi was left momentarily speechless. Just as the two were exchanging banter, several figures approached Li Rufeng not far from the flying vessel. Before long, these individuals appeared within a 10-mile radius of the spaceship. This situation swiftly captured Li Rufeng's attention. As the group approached to within a few miles of the flying vessel, Su Yang and his companions also noticed them in succession. "Master, are there enemies?" The trio quickly gathered around Li Rufeng, and Su Yang promptly inquired. "I do not know. Let us assess the situation first." Li Rufeng replied with a gentle shake of his head. Meanwhile, as those individuals drew nearer, Li Rufeng discerned their appearances. At the forefront was a youth clad in white. Fleeing rapidly, his body marred by multiple wounds, blood streaming down. Behind the youth, 6 individuals pursued closely, each wielding a weapon. "Damn it. You better not let me escape today. Otherwise, I will surely slaughter you myself in the future," the youth growled fiercely, casting a glance back at the relentless pursuers. "Humph. Drop your treasures, and we may spare your life. If you remain obstinate, you will surely perish once we catch you." A burly man with a scruffy beard threatened. "Bah. I found this treasure first, and just because you didn't get it, you think you can take it? Even if I lose it, I will never hand it over to you." The youth retorted angrily upon hearing the shameless words of the bearded man. "How infuriating. If it weren't for my injuries, and your numbers overwhelming mine, would I be in such a wretched state?" Suddenly, he noticed the spaceship. "Should I seek help from those aboard? But what if they are not a match for these 6? That would only endanger them." He sighed. "Never mind, I shall take a detour. It is only because of my benevolence that you encounter me. Consider yourselves fortunate." After a struggle within his thoughts, the youth ultimately chose a different route for his escape. Observing this scene, Li Rufeng felt a newfound interest in the young man. "Ding, detecting a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information?" "Oh, this is unexpected. Let us take a look." Name, Ho Qing, Realm, Golden Core 6th Layer, Fortune Value, 1666, Information, a loose cultivator who, due to a twist of fate in his youth, obtained the ancient Blood Emperor's legacy, thus embarking on the path of blood. with his strongest ability being the manipulation of blood for attacks. The path of blood? A fascinating avenue. No wonder he is pursued wherever he goes. Rufeng mused as he watched Ho Qing being chased by 6 Yuaning cultivators. Master, this person is actively distancing himself from us. It seems he fears bringing us trouble. Should we intervene? Su Yang noted Ho Qing's sudden change of direction, feeling a surge of admiration for him. In the realm of cultivation, such consideration for others was indeed rare. We must help him. I observe his features and believe he is a person of fortune. Saving him would earn us a favor from a future powerhouse. It is well worth it. Before Rufeng could respond, Ji Wudao interjected. Only believe he is likely? Su Yang teased lightly. I say, junior brother, your skills seem to have regressed. Come, brother, let me see just how capable you are. Ji Wudao shot back in an instant. Enough, both of you. If you continue, the person will have run far away. 6 Yuaning cultivators, having trained for over a month. Why not test your skills? Let me see if you have been slacking off. Rufeng finally interjected, breaking their argument. Yes, master. Rest assured. Mere Yuaning cultivators are no match for us. We shall go. Swiftly, Su Yang drew his god-slaying spear and soared into the air, heading straight for Ho Qing. Ji Wudao and Chu Yi followed closely behind. In no time, the three caught up with Ho Qing and the 6 Yuaning experts, positioning themselves directly in their path. The sudden appearance of Su Yang and his companions quickly drew the attention of the 6 Yuaning cultivators. Aren't these the ones from that flying vessel? How did they get here? 1 Qi refinement and 2 golden core cultivators. Surely, they are not seeking death in such a manner, Ho Qing thought, utterly speechless upon sensing the cultivation levels of Su Yang and his companions. Who are you? I have no time for you now. Quickly. Get as far away as you can. The burly man barked at Su Yang and his companions. Nothing much. You are simply too ugly. I find your appearance displeasing. So I intend to teach you a lesson. Today, you shall be our sparring partners. What do you say, junior brother and junior sister? 1 for each? Su Yang stated calmly, showing no regard for the 6 adversaries. Ahem, brother, you know me. I am merely a diviner, not skilled in combat at all. It is already impressive if I can hold one back. How about you take on an additional opponent? Ji Wudao replied with an air of helplessness. Su Yang was left speechless, his forehead darkened with frustration. Those 2 are mine. Just as Ji Wudao finished speaking, Chu Yi suddenly chimed in and directly attacked 2 of the Yuaning cultivators. This unexpected move startled Su Yang and the others. We shall join as well. With no time to continue their discussion, Su Yang immediately followed suit with the god-slaying spear. Alas, after all this, I have become the jester. Nevertheless, I have not exercised in a while. I am eager to gauge my current strength. In the next moment, Ji Wudao produced the He Tu and Luo Shu, and a Bagua formation appeared beneath his feet. Without further hesitation, Ji Wudao joined the fray. Not far away, as Ho Qing watched the fierce battle unfold, he attentively observed while consuming several pills in quick succession. Ho Qing understood that Su Yang and his companions had stepped in to assist him, yet he chose not to seize this opportunity to flee. Instead, he focused on swiftly restoring his internal spiritual energy. Chapter 28, Concluding the Battle and Accepting a Disciple. What is the situation with these individuals? Despite their realms being lower than mine, they are incredibly formidable. Especially that Qi refinement cultivator. Are they even human? How can a Qi refinement cultivator pursue and engage Yuaning cultivators? Ho Qing was increasingly astonished as he watched. Originally, he had believed that being able to defeat an enemy across a significant realm was already remarkable. Yet now, he encountered 3 such prodigies at once. Alright. Although I have only recovered 70% of my spiritual energy, it is sufficient to deal with one. Soon, Ho Qing decided to cease merely spectating and flew towards the chaotic battle. Although he could let the 6 pursuers meet their end without his intervention, he felt compelled to confront them personally after being chased for so long and appearing so disheveled. At the very least, he wished to resolve one adversary to release the pent-up anger within him. It is time to act. Let us proceed. God-slaying spear, God-slaying 9 styles. First style, slay the heavens. Meanwhile, having gauged the situation sufficiently, Su Yang lost interest in the adversaries and unleashed his ultimate technique. With a single thrust, the bodies of 2 Yuaning cultivators were instantly pierced, leaving them with no chance of survival. Junior sister, I come to aid you. After dispatching the 2, Su Yang surveyed the battlefield and ultimately chose to assist Chu Yi. With Su Yang's intervention, the 2 adversaries facing Chu Yi were swiftly eliminated as well. Brother, your strength is astonishing. Anyone who dares to underestimate you in the future will surely suffer greatly. Chu Yi marveled at Su Yang, who emanated an aura rivaling that of Yuaning cultivators despite being merely a Qi refinement cultivator. Haha, this is all thanks to Master. When it comes to talent, I fear I cannot match you and junior brother. Were it not for the cultivation techniques bestowed by my esteemed Master, my current prowess would undoubtedly be far inferior. However, do not despair, dear junior sister. Your present strength, though less than mine, does not preclude the possibility of surpassing me in the future. You are cultivating the Dao of time. I am fortunate that you are not my adversary, otherwise, I would surely have slain you by now. The mere thought of an enemy wielding the Dao of time is profoundly unsettling. Su Yang chuckled lightly before speaking. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. I, too, feel fortunate that you and I are not foes, replied Chu Yi. Is that so? Ha. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Su Yang burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, my friend, do you require assistance? Upon noticing that only Ji Wudao's enemies remained unresolved, Ho Qing hurried to offer help. Oh, of course I do. But what of your injuries? Ji Wudao inquired skeptically, glancing at Ho Qing, who bore numerous wounds. Merely minor injuries. They are of no consequence. In comparison to my wounds, I am more inclined to unleash my pent-up fury, Ho Qing declared, clenching his fists. In that case, you shall take action. I will help restrain them, Ji Wudao replied. I had intended to reveal some of my strength, but with a willing accomplice at hand, I shall reluctantly accept this opportunity. That senior brother of mine is surely being deliberate, standing by to watch after assisting junior sister. I must find a chance to take advantage of him, he thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yang. Soon after, with Ho Qing's assistance, the last two adversaries were dispatched. Following the conclusion of the battle on Ji Wudao's side, Su Yang leisurely approached with Chu Yi. What is your name, my friend? Your earlier technique was quite impressive. I have never encountered an attack that manipulates blood before, Su Yang said with a smile as he approached Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing, pleased to meet you all. I am grateful for your timely assistance, Ho Qing responded courteously. No need for such formality. It was a minor matter. By the way, I am Su Yang. Su Yang quickly added. Ji Wudao, Chu Yi. They introduced themselves in turn. Ah, so it is Su brother, Ji brother, and Miss Chu. Ho Qing greeted them again with courtesy. After a warm exchange of pleasantries, Ji Wudao cleverly persuaded Ho Qing to accompany them back onto the flying vessel. Junior Ho Qing, I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior. Upon encountering Li Rufeng, Ho Qing expressed utmost reverence. In his heart, he believed that anyone capable of teaching such an extraordinary individual as Su Yang must possess remarkable abilities. Ho Qing, in your youth, you fortuitously obtained the inheritance of the ancient Blood Emperor. Am I correct? Li Rufeng assessed Ho Qing and began to speak. What? How do you know? In an instant, Ho Qing's expression changed dramatically, instinctively retreating to distance himself from Li Rufeng. The matter of acquiring the ancient Blood Emperor's inheritance was something he had never disclosed to anyone, not even those closest to him, which explained his profound reaction to Li Rufeng's words. The inheritance of the ancient Blood Emperor? No wonder the attack methods are so peculiar, Su Yang realized with sudden clarity. Do not be alarmed. I have no intentions regarding your inheritance, Li Rufeng remarked calmly, observing Ho Qing's wariness. Then what do you wish for? Aside from this inheritance, I possess nothing else of interest to you, Ho Qing replied. Indeed, apart from the ancient inheritance, nothing you possess holds any value. However, in my eyes, you are the most valuable. I shall not waste time. Your fortune is not insignificant. You barely meet my criteria for accepting a disciple. So what say you? Do you have any desire to become my apprentice? Li Rufeng stated, fixing a calm gaze upon Ho Qing. Become your apprentice? Upon hearing this, Ho Qing finally grasped that Li Rufeng sought to take him as a disciple. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation at the prospect of accepting so significant an offer upon their first meeting. Oh brother, having the opportunity to become my master's disciple is a stroke of fortune that may not arise again in 8 lifetimes. What are you still hesitating for? Miss this chance. And there may be no second, Ji Wudao interjected swiftly. Although I possess an inheritance, I could still cultivate independently without a master. However, having a master provides an additional layer of support in future endeavors. Moreover, Su and the others are no weaklings. Becoming their peer will afford additional assistance when needed. Accepting him as a master will not only benefit me, but will also be a tremendous gain, Ji Wudao continued. Upon hearing Ji Wudao's words, Ho Qing began to contemplate deeply. Disciple Ho Qing, I pay my respects to you, esteemed master. After careful consideration, he knelt before Li Rufeng. Witnessing this scene, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Good, rise. From now on, you shall be my 4th disciple. The 3 of them will be your senior brothers and sisters. I have few rules. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not interfere with your affairs. However, should I discover any acts of treachery, I will personally ensure your departure from this world, Li Rufeng stated matter-of-factly. Yes, disciple understands. Rest assured, master, I shall never commit any act of betrayal. Ho Qing vowed earnestly as he rose to his feet. Here are some cultivation resources. Take them to aid your training. We will be heading to Xinwu City to participate in the 7 States Grand Competition. You should join us. Li Rufeng instructed as he handed Ho Qing a storage ring and briefly advised him before resuming control of the vessel toward Xinwu City. 7 States Grand Competition? Senior brother. Which state are we representing? After accepting the storage ring, Ho Qing curiously inquired of Su Yang. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied. Qingzhou, the weakest among the eastern wastelands? Ho Qing exclaimed in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that such an extraordinary individual as Su Yang hailed from the most feeble Qingzhou. What? Is there a problem? Su Yang asked, noticing Ho Qing's surprised demeanor. No problem. I simply find it a bit astonishing. It seems this 7 States Grand Competition will be quite thrilling. Ho Qing responded thoughtfully. In the time that followed, Ho Qing engaged in numerous conversations with Su Yang and the others, deepening their mutual understanding. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng reclined in a rocking chair, lost in thought as he gazed at the clouds drifting through the sky. Chapter 29. Before Xinwu City, the guards give trouble. Ding. Detected that host has accepted Ho Qing as a disciple, issuing disciple acceptance reward. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Reward, perfect mastery of the Dao of blood. Detected that host's disciple has slain 6 Yuan Ing realm opponents, awarding 300 kill points. Before long, the system's prompt echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. System, I can also earn kill points when my disciple defeats enemies? Indeed, esteemed host, the system replied. Excellent, system. You truly understand my needs. Serving the esteemed host is my duty, it responded. Open my panel. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Li Rufeng, Realm, Emperor Level 9, Lower Realm Limit. Physique, Hongming, Indestructible Body. Killing points, 50,300. Remaining cultivation rewards, 999,999,999 years. Weapon, 10,000 Souls Banner. Master Daos, Space Dao. Spear Dao, Heavenly Mechanism Dao, Time Dao, Blood Dao, Disciples. Su Yang, Jiwu Dao, Chu Yi, Ho Qing. Soon, Li Rufeng's personal panel appeared before him. As he gazed at the information displayed, particularly the seemingly endless cultivation rewards, he felt a sense of belonging in this otherworldly realm. Subsequently, Li Rufeng closed the information panel and shut his eyes to rest. When he opened them again, he found himself in Xinwu City. It must be said that Xinzhou is indeed the most powerful state in the eastern wilderness. Just within Xinwu City, the presence of numerous holy sovereigns could be felt, with several supreme saints above them. In the eastern wilderness, being a supreme saint signifies an absolute powerhouse, for there have been no appearances of stronger beings for tens of thousands of years. Is this Xinwu City? It is indeed bustling with activity. Master, let us enter quickly. This is the first time I have seen such a grand city. Su Yang, eager to explore, looked at Xinwu City. TCH, inexperienced. Senior brother. For the sake of our brotherhood, I shall take you on a thorough tour of Xinwu City later. Ji Wudao chimed in. Oh, you are quite familiar with this place. Su Yang asked curiously. Not to say very familiar, but I come here a few times each year. I know a bit about the entertaining spots within Xinwu City. Ji Wudao replied proudly. Very well, then I shall rely on you to guide us later. It will save me from wandering aimlessly and wasting time. Su Yang spoke lightly. All right, let us first find a place to settle down. After that, I will not concern myself with what you choose to do. With that, Li Rufeng headed toward the entrance of Xinwu City. Su Yang and the others quickly followed suit. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of Xinwu City. Halt. To enter, you must pay the entrance fee. At that moment, several figures obstructed Li Rufeng's path. These were the guards stationed at the entrance of Xinwu City. Oh, how much? Noticing many individuals beside him handing over spirit stones to the guards, Li Rufeng quickly understood. 10 high-grade spirit stones per person, the guard replied. What? 10 high-grade spirit stones per person? Why don't you go rob someone? Before Li Rufeng could speak, Ho Qing immediately shouted from behind. Before becoming Li Rufeng's disciple, all of Ho Qing's cultivation resources had to be gathered by himself. 10 high-grade spirit stones would be sufficient for half a month of cultivation. Although he now possessed the storage ring given by Li Rufeng, he still did not wish to waste spirit stones unnecessarily. Can't produce it? Then get lost. A bunch of country bumpkins, it's clear you have no spirit stones. Xinwu City is not a place for just anyone to enter. Either pay the spirit stones or get lost far away. Don't force us to take action against you. Hearing Ho Qing's outburst, a guard coldly retorted without a hint of politeness. Heh, a mere guard dares to be so arrogant? We have come to participate in the 7 States competition. According to the rules, we are exempt from the entrance fee. Clear the way, or I shall show you why the flowers are so red. At this point, Ji Wudao could no longer hold back and interjected. Participating in the 7 States competition? Which state are you from? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng and the others were in Xinwu City for the 7 States competition, the previously arrogant guard's tone softened slightly. After all, If he angered someone from a powerful faction, a mere guard like him would certainly regret it. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Qingzhou? Ha ha, I thought you were formidable. Yet you tell me you are from Qingzhou? Who doesn't know that Qingzhou is the weakest place in the eastern wilderness? Therefore, I'm sorry. But people from Qingzhou do not qualify to enter Shenwu City. However, considering you are here for the 7 states competition, I shall not make things difficult for you. 100 high-grade spirit stones per person, and I will let you in. Oh, I forgot, you are from Qingzhou, so you surely cannot produce that many spirit stones. How about this, 99 high-grade spirit stones per person? How generous of me, right? Ha ha. Upon learning that Li Rufeng and his companions hailed from Qingzhou, the guard not only ceased to restrain himself, but began to openly mock them. These individuals actually came from Qingzhou to participate in the 7 states competition? I remember Qingzhou has always been at the bottom. Look, that one is only at Qi refining stage, and he dares to compete in the 7 states competition. I think it would be better to revoke Qingzhou's qualification for the competition altogether. After all, their presence makes no difference. Not so, your words are quite mistaken. The people of Qingzhou still serve a purpose. At the very least, they participate, ensuring that the last place in every competition is without question. Ha ha. Before long, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, with some even openly ridiculing Li Rufeng and his companions. Li Rufeng and his group observed everything unfolding around them. How infuriating. I could shoot them all dead. Su Yang could hardly bear such humiliation and declared he would take action. Senior brother, do not act rashly. It may be easy to kill these few, but they are backed by Shenwu City, which is the real trouble. If you strike, a Holy Realm powerhouse will undoubtedly emerge to retaliate. Seeing Su Yang's impulsiveness, Ji Wudao quickly stepped forward to restrain him and advised. Then shall we just endure their humiliation? Su Yang retorted coldly. Of course not. Senior brother, do not worry. I will take care of this matter beautifully. Ji Wudao declared, then walked toward the guards with an air of mystery. Master, what is he up to? Uncertain of Ji Wudao's intentions, Su Yang approached Li Rufeng and whispered, do not fret, let him be. With me here, there is nothing to worry about. Li Rufeng replied calmly. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao had reached the previously arrogant guard. What do you want? The guard, seeing Ji Wudao approach, cautiously stepped back a few paces and coldly questioned. Nothing much, you wanted spirit stones, did you not? I am here to give you some. Ji Wudao replied with a faint smile. Really? All right, then show me. Hearing that Ji Wudao intended to hand over spirit stones, the guard's face lit up with joy, stepping closer to Ji Wudao with no trace of vigilance left. All right, but you better hold on tight. In the next moment, Ji Wudao's smile vanished as he reached out and grasped the guard's neck. You, crack. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a crisp sound resonated throughout the area. Chapter 30. Entering Shenwu City, Gong Ye's sudden death. You dare to kill our captain? Hurry, call for help. Realizing what had transpired, the other guards immediately took out their communication tokens to summon assistance. I am waiting. Unfazed by their actions, Ji Wudao remained indifferent. Soon, an immensely powerful aura emerged at the entrance of Shenwu City. The newcomer was a burly figure clad in black armor, and merely his presence exuded a significant pressure. We have seen General Gong. In the next moment, all the guards at the entrance respectfully greeted the imposing man. The burly man's name was Gong Yi, the general responsible for maintaining order in Shenwu City, and his cultivation had reached the Holy Sovereign Realm. What is going on? Gong Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the lifeless guard lying on the ground, and then coldly inquired. Reporting to the general, it was him. He suddenly attacked our captain. Please, general, ensure justice for our fallen captain. In response to Gong Ye's interrogation, a guard stepped forward, pointing at Ji Wudao, and exclaimed, is what he said true? Following the direction of the guard's finger, Gong Yi looked at Ji Wudao and spoke in a cold tone. This fellow seeks death. Resolving him is merely a matter of convenience. Ji Wudao chuckled lightly, then spoke languidly, revealing not a trace of fear or tension. Very well, your acknowledgement suffices. I care not for his past actions. However, you have slain him, and thus must pay the ultimate price with your life. You are the first person I have encountered in many years who dares to lay a hand on someone from Shenwu City, Gong Yi coldly declared, his aura suddenly surging as his gaze towards Ji Wudao brimmed with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? It simply implies that your experience is rather limited. Today, I stand before you. I am most curious to see if you dare to make a move against me. A hint of a smile graced Ji Wudao's lips, his words dripping with an air of superiority. This fellow, I must ensure that such an opportunity for grandstanding does not slip away again. Beside them, Su Yang watched Ji Wudao's provocation with a sense of exasperation. Young man, you are quite audacious, are you not? Since that is the case, I will grant you an opportunity. Speak, who are you? And who do you rely upon? Observing Ji Wudao's calm demeanor, Gong Yi momentarily adopted a cautious stance. Though he was a saint-level powerhouse, there were still several individuals in Dongwang whom he could not afford to offend. I had thought you possessed more prowess. It appears you are nothing extraordinary. Listen closely, for I shall say this only once. Ji Zhuxian, have you heard of him? He is my father. Recognizing Gong Yi as someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak, Ji Wudao displayed a look of disdain before continuing nonchalantly. Ji Zhuxian? That name seems vaguely familiar. Ji Zhuxian, Ji Zhuji. It is he. You are Ji Wudao? After a few breaths, Gong Yi suddenly inquired. Oh, it seems my father's name carries considerable weight. Now that you are aware, it would be wise for you to retreat swiftly. Surely, you do not wish for my father to personally seek you out for a discussion? Ji Wudao stated coolly. My apologies for the disturbance, young lord. Please, proceed inside. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and clear the way. Upon learning Ji Wudao's identity, Gong Ye's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Not only did he retract his aura, but his tone also became markedly more respectful. Soon, under Gong Ye's command, the guards cleared the path into Shenwu City. This is more like it. Next time, do not allow such foolish individuals to guard the city gates. Ji Wudao remarked before disregarding Gong Yi and returning to Li Rufeng's side. Master, everything has been arranged. We may enter now. I have also considered accommodations. My Tianyuan Pavilion has a branch in Shenwu City, and you may simply reside there. Ji Wudao stated with an ingratiating smile. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Li Rufeng nodded slightly after glancing at Ji Wudao. I must inquire, junior brother, is your father truly formidable? Why did that fellow wilt completely upon hearing your father's name? Su Yang curiously probed Ji Wudao. Indeed, that is only natural. Do you not consider who I am? There are no more than 10 saint-level powerhouses in Dongwang, and my father is one of them. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Many formidable individuals have sought my father's assistance, and even those few saints owe him favors. While my father's strength may be average among the saints, the accumulation of favors is significant. Throughout Dongwang, all must give my father his due respect. Is it not quite normal for a mere general to fear my father? Ji Wudao proclaimed with immense pride. So, it turns out that you are merely a dog enjoying its master's power. With that smug expression, do not provoke me to strike you. Su Yang replied with a blank expression. Ji Wudao was left speechless. Enough, let us proceed. At that moment, Li Rufeng spoke lightly, making his way towards the entrance of Shenwu City. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang and the others ceased their conversation and promptly followed Li Rufeng's lead. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng approached Gong Yi, passing by without pausing. In your next life, remember not to casually expose your murderous intent. Moreover, you shall have no next life. It was at this moment that several voices drifted into Gong Ye's ears. You. Hearing the voices, Gong Yi suddenly jolted and was about to utter a reply. However, Li Rufeng granted him no opportunity. Thud. Without any warning, Gong Yi fell heavily to the ground. Until the moment of his death, he could not fathom why he had perished. What is happening? Gong Ye's commotion instantly caught the attention of Su Yang and the others. However, as Li Rufeng continued his stride, they momentarily paused before disregarding the fallen Gong Yi. Not long after Li Rufeng and the others had moved a short distance away, chaos erupted at the city gates. The sudden death of Gong Yi quickly spread throughout Shenwu City. Many powerful individuals began to covertly investigate the cause of Gong Yi's demise. Ultimately, without exception, they arrived at the same conclusion. Gong Yi had been killed by the removal of his soul. Upon this revelation, many powerful figures were struck with shock. For someone to silently and effortlessly extract the soul of a saint-level powerhouse is beyond even the capabilities of a great sage. Thus, the only possible answer remains. It must be an emperor. Yet, it has been countless millennia since an emperor has graced the Tianyuan Continent. The sudden emergence of an emperor-level individual is enough to send shockwaves throughout all powerhouses on the Tianyuan Continent. Meanwhile, at the Tianyuan Pavilion branch, Li Rufeng had arrived and settled in smoothly. Su Yang and the others, under Ji Wudao's guidance, began to leisurely explore Shenwu City. Shortly thereafter, feeling somewhat bored, Li Rufeng also departed the Tianyuan Pavilion branch, intending to wander around Shenwu City. At the same time, Su Yang encountered someone he least wished to meet. Chapter 31. Tang Family, Tang Chuan, Wu Hao, deceased. Junior brother, who is she? For the first time witnessing such a terrifying look in Su Yang's eyes, Ji Wudao quietly inquired. It is nothing, merely a shameless woman. I did not expect to encounter her here. She was once a disciple of Xian Sect, but later withdrew from the sect. Su Yang replied nonchalantly while gazing at Lu Ruyan, who was nestled in another's embrace. As Su Yang cast his gaze towards Lu Ruyan, she coincidentally spotted him as well. It's him. That worthless fool. How did he end up here? Could it be that he followed me all this way? How persistent. In that case, I shall humiliate him thoroughly, ensuring he loses all hope. The moment Lu Ruyan beheld Su Yang, she began to plot in her heart. Ruyan, what is the matter? You seem somewhat unwell. Are you feeling ill? The man holding Lu Ruyan inquired with concern. It is nothing, Tang Xiao. I merely spotted someone I detest. Lu Ruyan shook her head and replied with an ingratiating smile. It is him. Following that, a surprised voice rang out from behind. Wu Hao, who is he? At this moment, the man referred to as Tang Xiao directly questioned Wu Hao, who stood behind him. In response to Tang Xiao, Wu Hao replied, Remember I told you about someone who was betrothed to Lu Gongzhu? That individual over there is Su Yang, the man engaged to Lu Gongzhu. Wu Hao pointed in Su Yang's direction as he spoke. Since leaving Feixian Sect, Lu Ruyan and Wu Hao had been brought to Shenzhou. By a stroke of luck, Lu Ruyan caught the eye of the current Tang Xiao to secure more cultivation resources. Wu Hao willingly relinquished Lu Ruyan and had previously informed Tang Xiao of Su Yang's situation. Now, when enemies encounter each other, they are particularly hostile. Although Lu Ruyan no longer belonged to him, witnessing Su Yang being pressed to the ground by Tang Xiao brought Wu Hao a sense of satisfaction. Oh, so he is Su Yang? Heh, a mere chi refinement realm insect dares to compete with me for a woman? Come, let us approach him. Since Ruyan, you have an engagement with him, I shall assist you in reclaiming that marriage certificate face to face. Not only that, but I shall also demand that he kneel and apologize to you. Ruyan, what do you think of this plan? Tang Xiao affectionately touched Lu Ruyan's figure and then spoke with a flattering tone. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I have always said that I am not worthy of such a useless person, but I never expected him to pursue me here. If Tang Xiao intervenes, he will surely not trouble me again in the future. Lu Ruyan replied, intentionally adopting a demure demeanor as she nestled closer to Tang Xiao. Ha ha, very well. As long as you, Ruyan, speak the word, this fool's life is in my hands, and I can retrieve it for you. Tang Xiao laughed heartily, embracing Lu Ruyan as they approached Su Yang. Not far away, the actions of Tang Xiao and his companions quickly caught Su Yang's attention. They are coming over. That person is him. It is Tang Chuan from the Tang family. At this moment, Ji Wudao watched as Tang Chuan approached, muttering to himself. Tang Chuan, do you know him? Su Yang inquired upon hearing Ji Wudao's murmurs. Yes, there are several powerful factions in the Shenzhou, and the Tang family is one of them. The ancestor of the Tang family is a most revered expert. As for Tang Chuan, he is the young master of the Tang family. I never expected that your former fiancée you would be entangled with him, Ji Wudao said slowly. She is my former fiancée. What does the Tang family matter? If he does not provoke me, I shall not bother with him. If he is foolish enough to cross the line, he should not blame me for being impolite. After all, if trouble arises, my master will shield me, Su Yang declared with confidence. Oh, you criticize me for relying on my connections, but you are hardly better. My senior brother. However, I must agree with you. Senior brother, I stand by your side this time. With me here, I doubt Tang Chuan will dare to be excessive. Ji Wudao spoke. Just as the two were conversing, Tang Chuan had already arrived before Su Yang with Lu Ruyan and the others. After casting a few glances at Su Yang, Tang Chuan spoke. Are you Su Yang? It is I. What do you want? Su Yang responded coldly, unperturbed by Tang Chuan's arrogant demeanor. Hee, interesting. Since when does a mere chi refining realm dare to speak to me in such a manner? Wu Hao. Since he lacks proper manners, go teach him a lesson. Tang Chuan refrained from attacking Su Yang directly, for such an act would lower his stature. Yes, Tang Xiao. Upon receiving the order, Wu Hao slowly approached Su Yang. Su Yang, we meet again. After such a long time. I did not expect you to still be a chi refining realm waste. I am now at the 8th level of foundation establishment. I advise you to apologize to Tang Xiao. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you. As he spoke, Wu Hao wore a smug expression. Just the 8th level of foundation establishment? What is there to boast about? And who gives you the audacity to think I am not your match? Is it him? Or is it your ignorance? Su Yang replied coolly, his tone devoid of warmth. Unappreciative fool. A waste dares to consider himself my opponent? If that is the case, I shall grant you this opportunity. Do you dare to face me in a duel? The loser must kneel and call the other grandfather 3 times. Do you dare? Wu Hao exclaimed, taken aback by Su Yang's disdainful attitude. I'm afraid you are not worthy. Leave now, or face death. Su Yang rejected Wu Hao's banal proposition without a second thought. To him, Wu Hao appeared no more than a clown. At this moment, Su Yang was only concerned about Tang Chuan, who was watching from the sidelines. You, arrogant, die. Enraged, Wu Hao immediately launched a palm strike at Su Yang. Observing Wu Hao's attack, Su Yang not only did not evade but even wore a look of disdain. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Just as Wu Hao's attack was about to reach Su Yang, he moved. Without hesitation or mercy, Su Yang unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Poof! Boom! In an instant, Su Yang's fist struck Wu Hao's chest, and the next moment, Wu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent hurtling backward. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath him to crack. No! No! Impossible. Before he could utter the last word, Wu Hao's breath ceased entirely. This scene left Tang Chuan and Lu Ruyin utterly stunned. They had not anticipated that Su Yang could eliminate the 8th level of Foundation establishment Wu Hao with a single move. Damn it, this fellow's strength is abnormal. Fortunately, I remained cautious. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. After the initial shock, Tang Chuan no longer underestimated Su Yang. How could he be so powerful? He is clearly a waste. Even if he managed to kill Wu Hao, what does it matter? Compared to Tang Xiao, he remains a waste. Su Yang. Do not think that just because you have displayed such strength, I will reconsider my feelings. No matter how formidable a waste may be, he remains a waste. Although Lu Ruyin was astonished by Su Yang's exhibited prowess, she still held him in contempt. I indeed underestimated you. However, this is where your journey ends. No matter how powerful you are, can you truly bridge the gap of 2 major realms? Besides, I do not even need to act personally. As soon as I speak, those who wish to kill you will line up from here to Zhongdu. However, considering your decent strength, I shall show mercy and grant you a chance to live. Tang Chuan gazed at Su Yang, his expression one of disdain. Oh, I am curious to hear what you propose. Su Yang replied calmly, intrigued by Tang Chuan's intentions. Chapter 32, The Fall of the Tang Family, Ji Wudao's Shock. Quite simple. First, hand over the marriage certificate between you and Ru Yan. Second, kneel and bow 3 times to Ru Yan. Third, submit to me and serve me in the future. If you can accomplish these tasks, I shall spare your life. Tang Chuan stated, a smug smile lingering on his lips. Do you think this is some wish? Do you believe it is feasible? Do not assume that just because you are from the Tang family, I will fear you. The Tang family is insignificant. My master could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Su Yang replied coolly. Ridiculous. Who do you think your master is? An emperor? You are merely boasting. Use your brain, will you? If your master is that powerful, I would gladly call you grandfather 3 times right here and now. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Tang Chuan burst into laughter, directly mocking him. Oh, is that so? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. The tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Master. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yang and the others simultaneously turned to its source. Soon, Li Rufu arrived beside Su Yang and the others. Master, what brings you here? Su Yang inquired curiously at the sudden appearance of Li Rufu. I was bored and came out for a stroll, chanced upon this captivating spectacle. Li Rufu replied. You are his master? As soon as Li Rufu's words fell, Tang Chuan turned to him with a questioning glare. Yes. The words you spoke earlier still hold weight, correct? Li Rufu nodded and then asked. What words? Tang Chuan queried, puzzled. You truly are forgetful. Naturally. It is the part about calling me grandfather 3 times while standing on your head, Su Yang interjected. What does it matter whether it holds weight or not? Furthermore, he claimed you could destroy my Tang family with a mere wave of your hand. Prove it to me. If you can accomplish that, I would have no qualms about calling him grandfather 3 times. Tang Chuan sneered. Very well. However, I have never encountered such a request. Especially from a member of a waste family, Li Rufu remarked, a strange expression crossing his face. By the way, where's the Tang family? Does anyone know? Immediately thereafter, Li Ruofeng posed a profound query. Master, I am fully aware of this. I can lead you there. In the next moment, Ji Dao boldly stepped forward. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Li Ruofeng and Ji Dao vanished from their location. This scene left the remaining onlookers momentarily stunned. Do you think that person truly went to the Tang family? He cannot seriously intend to annihilate the Tang family, can he? After all, they have a venerable ancestor presiding over them. Are you foolish enough to believe such words? I suspect that individual spoke thusly merely to intimidate the young master of the Tang family. He has likely hidden himself away by now. What? That cannot be. His disciples are still here. Does he not care for them? If you are foolish and still skeptical, let me ask you, which is more important, one's own life or that of one's disciples? Have you not heard the saying, a dead Taoist friend is better than a living Taoist? Yet, that person seems a bit imprudent, fleeing while bringing along a male disciple. If it were me, I would surely take that female disciple and run. Could it be that he has no interest in women? The world is vast and filled with wonders. As Li Ruofeng departed, the spectators began to chatter among themselves. Essentially, no one believed that Li Ruofeng actually intended to obliterate the Tang family. After all, such a notion seemed rather fantastical and unrealistic. Meanwhile, high above, Li Ruofeng stood with Ji Dao. Master, that is the location of the Tang family. But are we truly going to annihilate them? The ancestor of the Tang family is said to have reached the 8th tier of the sacred saint realm. In addition, the Tang family boasts over a dozen sacred lords and hundreds of sacred emperors. Their overall strength is formidable. Unfamiliar with Li Ruofeng's prowess, Ji Dao felt a tinge of apprehension. Oh, that is reassuring. I was concerned that there would be no strong adversaries. However, it is regrettable that their strongest is merely a sacred saint that is rather weak. Li Ruofeng sighed softly. In his eyes, the stronger the enemy, the more killing points he would acquire. Although he currently had no pressing need for a multitude of killing points, it was wise to be prepared, for he might require them in the future to procure desired items. Ah, as expected of my master. You speak with such nonchalance, yet your presence is commanding. It seems I must learn from you more in the future, Jiwu Dao mused quietly as he observed Li Ruofeng's calm demeanor. If that is the case, let us commence. Human Emperor Banner, arise. Without further hesitation, Li Ruofeng summoned the Human Emperor Banner. This demonic energy, Jiwu Dao, witnessing the terrifying black mist emanating from the Human Emperor Banner, felt his scalp tingle. Goodness, Master, you call this the Human Emperor Banner? Is it my limited experience? Or have you misnamed it? At this moment, Jiwu Dao even regretted guiding Li Ruofeng, fearing that such a colossal secret would lead to him being drawn into the Human Emperor Banner. Meanwhile, Li Ruofeng's focus was entirely on the Tang family below. Oblivious to Jiwu Dao's expression of despair, annihilate. With no flourish or unnecessary techniques, he struck down directly. In mere moments, akin to the incident with Blood Shadow Tower, the entire Tang family was reduced to rubble. Following this, the Human Emperor Banner was activated. This time, the souls gathered, both in quantity and quality, far exceeded those from the previous encounter at Blood Shadow Tower, thus taking a considerable amount of time. After a few minutes, the Human Emperor Banner finally absorbed all the souls below. Excellent. This power will surely increase by at least tenfold. The current Human Emperor Banner should be nearing Imperial level. Stowing away the Human Emperor Banner, Li Ruofeng nodded in satisfaction. Unlike other signed weapons, the Human Emperor Banner initially had no rank. As it absorbed more souls, it could continue to grow without any limit. Although Li Ruofeng seldom employed the Human Emperor Banner in combat, he wished to ascertain its true capabilities, prompting him to validate whether it truly lacked a growth ceiling. What is that expression on your face? Turning around, Li Ruofeng noticed Jiwu Dao's hesitant demeanor, prompting his curiosity. Master, Jiwu Dao stammered in response to Li Ruofeng's inquiry. You do not covet the Human Emperor Banner, do you? That is not permissible. I still have use for it. Did I not provide you with He Tu in Luoshu? Besides, as a diviner, the Human Emperor Banner would serve you little purpose. Now, let us go. Su Yang is waiting for us. With that, Li Ruofeng led Jiwu Dao back towards Shenwu City. Goodness. Even if you offered it to me, I would not dare accept it. Alas, my master would not harm me. Why do I worry so much? On the journey back, Jiwu Dao subtly lamented. Ultimately, he found peace and ceased to dwell on the matter of the Human Emperor Banner. Soon, under Li Ruofeng's guidance, the two of them returned to Su Yang and the others. Chapter 33, Rooting Out the Weeds, Ruthless in Destruction. Look, that person has returned. He actually dares to come back. Or did he truly annihilate the Tang family? That is impossible. It's only been a short while. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot obliterate an entire family so quickly. True, but why has he returned? What could he possibly intend to do? Who knows? We shall see. As Li Ruofeng and Jiwu Dao returned, the crowd began to murmur once more. Simultaneously, Tang Chuan observed Li Ruofeng's return, an involuntary smirk creeping across his face. Like the others, Tang Chuan believed that Li Ruofeng could not possibly have destroyed the Tang family in such a brief time. With Li Ruofeng's swift return, Tang Chuan instinctively thought he had not ventured far from Shenwu City, let alone gone to the Tang family. Ha! You left so decisively earlier. I thought you were truly formidable. Yet you returned so soon. Fearful? Tang Chuan laughed uproariously, his tone brimming with arrogance. Fearful? Lose my life. Indeed, no matter where one goes, one encounters those who are foolishly self-assured. You do not think I was jesting earlier, do you? If so, then what do you think these are? Li Ruofeng replied nonchalantly, raising his hand with a flourish. In an instant, a plethora of tokens cascaded down, forming a small mountain before Tang Chuan. What? What is this? The next moment, upon seeing the pile of tokens, Tang Chuan trembled uncontrollably. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where did you acquire these? Even now, Tang Chuan could not grasp the reality of the situation, unable to accept it. How dull. You may handle your affairs as you see fit. Observing Tang Chuan's near collapse, Li Ruofeng lost interest. After exchanging a few casual words with Su Yang and the others, he turned and departed in another direction. This person truly annihilated the Tang family. Am I dreaming? Is it truly possible for someone to accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Realizing that he appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet possessed such formidable strength, the crowd comprehended that the East Wilderness was on the verge of a transformation. As Li Ruofeng left, the collective astonishment of those present was palpable. The tokens of identity, even to those not of the Tang family, revealed significant implications. Coupled with Tang Chuan's utterly despondent demeanor, it confirmed the undeniable truth that the Tang family had indeed been obliterated. Xiao, how should we deal with them? And what about that woman? What are your plans? Soon, Ji Wudao approached Su Yang and inquired softly. Su Yang glanced at Tang Chuan, who was slumped on the ground, and then at Lu Ruyan, whose face was filled with terror. The Tang family has been annihilated. We have become enemies. Therefore, we must eliminate the roots of this issue to prevent future troubles. With his words, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear and pierced it through Tang Chuan's body. You and I harbor hatred. Until the end, Tang Chuan could scarcely comprehend why his family had met such a demise. As for her, after dispatching Tang Chuan, Su Yang turned slightly to look at Lu Ruyan. Su Yang, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I know I have wronged you in many ways and have always looked down on you. But I never intended to harm you. This was all because of Tang Chuan. He sought trouble with you. I understand my mistakes. I implore you to let me live this once. If you wish, I can follow you from now on, serve you, and obey your every command. I truly promise to do whatever you ask. Just please, do not kill me. Upon seeing Su Yang's icy gaze, Lu Ruyan was utterly panicked. In that moment, she cast aside her haughty demeanor and her fragile pride, kneeling before Su Yang in desperation. Had this scene not unfolded before Su Yang's eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that the proud Lu Ruyan could be reduced to such a state. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. If I were still a worthless being today, would you have pleaded for me when Tang Chuan sought to kill me? No, you would not. You would even laugh, for that is the kind of woman you are. Nevertheless, I must thank you. At least you have made me realize that feelings can only serve as stumbling blocks on my path to cultivation. Today, let us conclude our matters. With that, Su Yang slowly produced a red object. Today, I, Su Yang, hereby formally dissolve my engagement with Lu Ruyan. From this day forth, we shall be like strangers, with no ties between us. After speaking, Su Yang clenched his hand, reducing the marriage contract to dust. In that moment, Su Yang felt an unprecedented clarity and a sense of liberation. Su Yang, will this allow you to spare my life? As long as you let me go, I promise never to appear before you again. Compared to the dissolution of their engagement, Lu Ruyan was far more concerned about whether Su Yang would grant her mercy. Lu Ruyan, you should be grateful that you are a woman. I do not kill women. Now leave, before I change my mind. Su Yang said indifferently. Yes. I will leave right away. Upon hearing Su Yang's decision not to kill her, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and hurriedly got to her feet, fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao and the others felt that Su Yang had shown too much mercy, though they refrained from voicing their opinions, recognizing that this matter was Su Yang's to handle. Just when everyone thought the situation had concluded, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Yang, you lied to me, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Looking at the bloodied spear tip protruding from her chest, disbelief etched across her face. I was merely jesting. Did you truly believe me? To be honest, it is a miracle you have lived this long. Besides, I did not technically deceive you. I do not kill women, but those who bear a grudge against me are the exception. In your next life, remember this lesson. Su Yang spoke calmly, devoid of any sympathy or compassion. The next moment, he withdrew the god-slaying spear from Lu Ruyan's body, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth from the wound. Su Yang, I hate you. I curse you to never find peace. Lu Ruyan's voice grew weaker until she could not utter the final word. Su Yang glanced at the lifeless Lu Ruyan before turning to leave, devoid of any sentimentality. Let us go. I am somewhat weary today and shall return to rest. Approaching Ji Wudao and the others, Su Yang spoke with calmness. Xiang, are you all right? Ji Wudao asked with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Or do you wish for me to encounter some misfortune? Then you could take my place as the elder brother, correct? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Oh, if you can still joke, then you must be fine. Very well, let us return. Tomorrow is the grand competition of the 7 prefectures. We should rest well. Seeing Su Yang in a light-hearted mood, Ji Wudao chose not to press further. Subsequently, they did not linger and directly returned to the Tianji Pavilion branch. Meanwhile, news of the Tang family's annihilation swiftly reached the ears of various powerful factions in Shenzhou. This shocking news soon incited intense turmoil across the land. A family with a saint-level powerhouse had been wiped out by a single individual in such a short time. Instantly, the remaining saint-level powerhouses turned their focus entirely on Li Rufeng, with many speculating in secret about which major faction would be his next target. Chapter 34. Ji Jiuxuan's Visit. The Falling Star. In Xinwu City, Tianji Pavilion Branch. Shortly after Su Yang and the others returned, Li Rufeng also arrived, just as he was about to rest. A formidable aura descended upon the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion Branch. The visitor was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his most striking feature being his head of white hair. Soon, The white-haired man entered the Tianji Pavilion branch and directly sought out Ji Wudao. Father, when did you arrive? Upon seeing the white-haired man, Ji Wudao immediately called out. I just got here. Now, I have something to ask you. Is it true that your master was responsible for the annihilation of the Tang family? The white-haired man, Ji Jiuxuan, asked straightforwardly. After such a long time apart, do you not have anything else to say to me? Perhaps something like, do you miss me? Ji Wudao countered with a question. It has only been a little over a month, and your departure actually made things much quieter for me. Now, I am asking you a serious question. Was it your master who did this? Ji Jiuxuan continued to press. Father, aren't you reputed as the foremost expert in the eastern wilderness? Can't you deduce that for yourself? Is there a need to ask me? Ji Wudao responded weakly. If I could deduce it, would I need to ask you? I nearly lost half my life over this matter, and you are still joking around with me. Ji Jiuxuan retorted, exasperated. Father, what exactly happened? Please tell me. I want to be entertained. Who could possibly make you lose half your life? They must be quite formidable. Ji Wudao inquired curiously. Seeing Ji Wudao's carefree demeanor, Ji Jiuxuan was momentarily speechless. Who else could it be but your master? Before coming here, I attempted to read your master's fortune. Whatever I failed to predict was inconsequential, but I nearly suffered a backlash. Even now, I am still somewhat shaken. It was terrifying, just from that one glance. Ji Jiuxuan's expression turned fearful as he recalled the brief glimpse he had seen. Father, what exactly did you see? This is the first time I have seen you display such fear. The more Ji Jiuxuan refused to elaborate, the more Ji Wudao's curiosity intensified. It cannot be spoken of. It cannot be spoken of. In the future, if you wish to know, you can deduce it yourself. Enough of this. I have been answering questions all this time. It is your turn now, Ji Jiuxuan stated. All right, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Yes, it was indeed my master who destroyed the Tang family. Moreover, at that moment, I was present. Father, you did not witness the scene. The methods employed by Ji Wudao were astonishing, and his face bore an expression of shock. What about the rest? Continue, please. Upon noticing Ji Wudao's abrupt pause, Ji Jiuxian immediately urged him to proceed. It is forbidden to speak of it. Forbidden to utter a word. Father, if you wish to know, simply calculate it yourself. Ji Wudao shook his head, feigning an enigmatic demeanor as he spoke. Will you divulge the information or not? If not, do not blame me for employing family discipline. Ji Wudao was momentarily at a loss for words, then replied nonchalantly, Father, this truly cannot be disclosed. It concerns the secret of our master. Revealing it would cost you your life. However, since you insist on knowing, I shall reluctantly speak. Ji Wudao slightly opened his mouth. Hold on. Since it pertains to your master's secret, I believe this matter is not imperative to know. Before Ji Wudao could finish, Ji Jiuxian interrupted him immediately. Oh, I thought you were quite bold. Is this all there is? Father, I hold you in disdain. Ji Wudao spoke in a peculiar tone. You little rascal, if you wish to be an orphan, just say so. I am disinclined to continue this debate with you. I must visit your master. Given my presence here, your master must have sensed it. Not paying a visit would be rather impolite. After speaking, Ji Jiuxian stood up and walked towards the door. Wishing you good luck, may I not truly become an orphan? Ji Wudao murmured softly. Get lost. Upon hearing Ji Wudao's words, Ji Jiuxian left without looking back. Shortly thereafter, Ji Jiuxian arrived at the door of Li Rufeng's resting chamber. Junior Ji Jiuxian, here to pay my respects to the senior. The next moment, Ji Jiuxian's respectful voice echoed. Come in. Moments later, Li Rufeng's voice emerged from within the room. Receiving Li Rufeng's permission, Ji Jiuxian pushed open the door and entered the chamber. I pay my respects to you, senior. The first time Ji Jiuxian laid eyes on Li Rufeng, he was genuinely astonished by his youthful appearance. However, Ji Jiuxian did not dwell on this. After all, in the realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon to encounter techniques that grant eternal youth. Ji Jiuxian, is Ji Wudao your son? Sharing the same surname, Li Rufeng inquired involuntarily. In response, Ji Jiuxian replied, Indeed, Ji Wudao is my son. I am grateful to you for caring for him during this time, senior. Oh, so you are the master of Tianji? Achieving the cultivation of the 9th stage of the sage is quite impressive in the eastern wasteland. Pray, tell me, what brings you to seek me? Li Rufeng addressed the matter directly. Since you inquire, I shall speak frankly. A few years ago, I inadvertently discovered the appearance of a celestial star in the eastern wasteland. This star manifested without any forewarning, appearing directly in the high skies of the eastern wasteland. The so-called star actually signifies a particular individual. At that time, I endeavored to locate the person corresponding to this celestial star. Unfortunately, it seems some force deliberately concealed this person's aura. Even I could not glean any information related to them. Until this incident, the downfall of the Tang family, I learned that it was the work of a single individual. Thus, I realized that after searching for many years, I had finally found the one I sought. Ji Jiuxian gazed at Li Rufeng, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Oh, so you believe that person to be me? But even if I were that individual, what could be done? You sought me out not merely to tell me that I am the celestial star, I presume? Li Rufeng responded calmly. Senior, the matter is not so simple. May I ask if you are aware of why no great emperors have emerged in the current Tianyuan continent? Ji Jiuxian then queried. Why? Li Rufeng inquired in return. It is a conspiracy, a scheme from the higher realms. There are those in the upper realms who are obstructing the emergence of great emperors in the Tianyuan continent. Their intent is to utterly annihilate the entire Tianyuan continent. Perhaps you are unaware, but in the distant past, the eastern wasteland was capable of producing ancient saints, even great saints. Yet now, the highest achievement is merely a sage. Perhaps in another 10,000 years, the eastern wasteland may no longer even produce sages. All of this is due to the gradual weakening of the heavenly laws in the Tianyuan continent. As for who could meddle with these heavenly laws, I can think of no one other than those from the upper realms. Ji Jiuxian spoke slowly, his expression growing grave. Chapter 35, Do Not Ascend. The Upper Realms Conspiracy. Oh, so you have deduced all this? Li Rufeng asked, intrigued. Not at all. Although I have practiced the art of Tianji for millennia, I have yet to reach such heights. To be frank, the ancestor of Tianji Gu ascended to the upper realms tens of thousands of years ago. He left behind certain means to communicate with the lower realm at intervals. Initially, all was well until one day, the ancestor suddenly contacted us. That time, the ancestor left behind only 4 words and has not initiated contact again since then. Ji Jiuxian recounted. 4 words? What are those 4 words? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Do not ascend. Ji Jiuxian replied solemnly. At first, no one understood why the ancestor said this. However, as time passed, several generations of masters of Tianji Gu gradually began to notice certain anomalies. Subsequently, none of the past masters chose to ascend. Even as the conditions for breakthroughs in the eastern wasteland became increasingly stringent, Tianji Gu has refrained from venturing to Zhong. Ji Jiuxian continued. Oh, and why is that? Li Rufeng again inquired with curiosity. Naturally, it is due to the sudden emergence of an ancient secret realm that possesses the opportunity for ascension. Between the last message of the ancestor to not ascend and the appearance of the ascension opportunity, merely 1,000 years elapsed. At that time, the Tianyuan continent was undergoing a tremendous transformation, and emperors could not ascend to the upper realms under any circumstances. As a result, this opportunity for ascension appeared rather opportunely. Regardless of how one contemplates it, there is something profoundly amiss. It is as if this opportunity for ascension was intentionally released at that particular time. Based on these occurrences, successive masters of Tianji Gu have made numerous conjectures. Ultimately, they have come to agree that both the changes in the Tianyuan continent and that ancient secret realm are the handiwork of those from the upper realms. However, the reason behind their actions remains a mystery to this day. Even Tianji Gu has yet to ascertain it. Ji Jiuxian elucidated. I see. Upon hearing Ji Jiuxian's words, Li Rufeng nodded slightly. Thus, all you have said, what relevance does it hold to your seeking me? Li Rufeng continued. Senior, your emergence signifies the opportunity to dismantle these conspiracies. Ever since the celestial star appeared, I have been astonished to discover signs of revival in the Tianyuan continent. Although I lack irrefutable evidence to prove that this is related to you, Senior, it is nonetheless a glimmer of hope. Tianji Gu has steadfastly sought a means of resolution for tens of thousands of years. Now, if there exists even a shred of possibility, I am willing to believe it. With just a word from you, both Tianji Gu and I are prepared to do anything for you. Even if it means sacrificing Tianji Gu, I would have no regrets, provided we can thoroughly shatter the upper realms conspiracy. Ji Jiuxian spoke with utmost seriousness. Looking at Ji Jiuxian before him, Li Rufeng perceived something distinctly different from the typical cultivator for the first time. What if you are mistaken? I am not the person you seek. I possess no means to unravel the upper realms conspiracy. Is it truly worth risking the entire Tianji Gu for this? After a few moments, Li Rufeng spoke. It is worth it. Even if Tianji Gu were to perish, it could be rebuilt anew. But a lost opportunity is irretrievable. This is my perspective, and the others in Tianji Gu share it as well. From the moment we embarked on the path of Tianji, we understood that our lives would inevitably be tumultuous. If one lacks this fundamental understanding, how can one pursue the path of Tianji? Ji Jiuxian replied without hesitation. Intriguing. Although I do not fully comprehend, I hold you in high regard. At the very least, I feel that I cannot embody such noble righteousness as you do. Li Rufeng smiled gently, and then continued. So, Senior, have you agreed? Ji Jiuxian hastily inquired. Naturally. Furthermore, even without your words today, I would have ventured to the upper realm. It is inevitable that I will encounter conflicts with its inhabitants. Resolving those matters will merely be a matter of convenience. Any schemes and tricks are nothing but the antics of clowns in the face of absolute strength. Li Rufeng replied calmly. It appears that the senior has long had a plan to deal with those from the upper realm. In that case, I have overthought it. However, I am still immensely grateful that the senior is willing to take action for the Tianyuan Continent, Ji Jiushuan expressed. Very well, let us settle this matter thus. After the 7 states competition concludes, I shall proceed to Zhongdu. At that time, I will personally investigate the ancient secret realm. If all goes well, I shall address the matters concerning the ancient secret realm. As for the future, the restoration of the Tianyuan Continent can only be achieved by venturing to the upper realm. Once we eliminate those who have acted against the Tianyuan Continent, I believe everything will be resolved smoothly. Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Senior, I will not disturb your rest any longer. I take my leave, Ji Jiushuan said before departing. Having accomplished his purpose for visiting Li Rufeng, there was no need for him to linger further. After Ji Jiushuan left, Li Rufeng reclined on his bed to rest. The following day marked the day of the 7 states competition. However, Li Rufeng had little interest in the event. Currently, Su Yang and his companions had long surpassed their peers in cultivation. There was no doubt that the 4 of them would secure victory in this competition. Everything unfolded precisely as Li Rufeng had anticipated. On the stage of the 7 states competition, Su Yang and his trio faced opponents who were utterly defenseless. Ultimately, many surrendered outright when confronted by the 4. By the conclusion of the competition, their prowess had hardly been showcased. In the end, Qingzhou, represented by Su Yang and his companions, triumphantly claimed first place in the 7 states competition. As soon as the competition concluded, Ji Jiushuan returned to Li Rufeng. Congratulations, senior. Your esteemed disciples have demonstrated formidable strength, successfully leading Qingzhou to victory in the competition. Herein lies the reward for first place. What do you think? Ji Jiushuan said, producing a storage ring and presenting it to Li Rufeng. Please forward it to Feixian Sect. Li Rufeng glanced at the storage ring and then replied nonchalantly. Understood. I shall send someone to deliver these rewards to Feixian Sect shortly. Ji Jiushuan promptly responded. By the way, the Tianyuan competition is next. Do you know when it begins? Li Rufeng inquired, nodding slightly. The Tianyuan competition commences in 7 days. All participants must make their way to Tianyuan City in Zhongdu to compete for a spot in the ancient secret realm, Ji Jiushuan answered. In 7 days? In that case, I shall prepare to head to Zhongdu in a couple of days. Li Rufeng contemplated briefly before arriving at a decision. Then I shall take my leave and rest well in the meantime. After saying this, Ji Jiushuan departed. Subsequently, Ji Jiushuan dispatched someone to deliver the rewards acquired by Qingzhou to Feixian Sect. At Feixian Sect, Sect Master Shun, this is a message from our pavilion master, which I am to personally deliver to you. It contains the rewards from the 7 states competition. A representative from Tianji Pavilion stated while presenting a storage ring to Xianxia. Rewards? Typically, only the top 3 receive rewards. May I inquire how Qingzhou fared in the competition? Although Xianxia was confident that Su Yang and his companions would secure a top 3 finish, he still sought specific details. This news will likely reach Qingzhou soon. However, since you asked, I shall inform you in advance. Qingzhou secured first place in the 7 states competition. The Tianji Pavilion representative replied. What? First place? This is truly first place. At that moment, despite having anticipated the outcome, Xianxia felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing the news. Sect Master Shun, I have fulfilled the task assigned by the pavilion master. Now, I must return to report back. I shall take my leave, the representative said, departing before Xianxia could fully regain his composure. Safe travels, he called after the retreating figure, tightly gripping the storage ring in his hand, unable to contain the joy that spread across his face. Before long, Xianxia arrived at Lingyao Peak. Upon arrival, he spotted Su Meng Er sitting in Li Rufeng's courtyard, lost in thought. During these days, whenever she had free time, Su Meng Er would come here. Meng Er, you are indeed here. Just as Su Meng Er was daydreaming, Xianxia's voice roused her. Master, what brings you here? Su Meng Er immediately stood and approached him with curiosity. I come bearing good news. Your uncle and his disciples have claimed first place in the 7 states competition. Xianxia replied with a smile. Really? That's wonderful. Will my uncle be returning soon? I have been so bored without him to talk to these past few days. The innocent Su Meng Er beamed with joy at the news of the competition's conclusion. Seeing her radiant smile, Xianxia found himself at a loss for words. What's the matter, master? Shouldn't you be happy that my uncle is coming back? Su Meng Er asked, sensing his hesitance. Meng Er, your uncle may not return for some time. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia slowly spoke. Why not? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng would not be returning, Su Meng Er's smile faded, replaced by a look of deep sorrow. Ah, well, Your uncle still needs to go to Zhongdu to participate in the Tianyuan competition. Therefore, he cannot return just yet. But do not be too disheartened. He will return after the Tianyuan competition concludes, Xianxia reassured. Sigh, Meng Er, do not blame your master for deceiving you. Once you grow accustomed to the days without your senior, I will reveal the truth to you, he thought to himself with an inward sigh. Really? Very well. Zhongdu? I have heard it is quite far from here. I should have gone with my uncle. Su Meng Er lamented softly. All right, for the next 7 states competition. You can accompany your uncle, Xianxia said, attempting to cheer her up. Yes. Hee. I can't wait to travel with Uncle Li to explore Shenzhou. Su Meng Er exclaimed joyfully. 2 days later, Li Rufeng set forth toward Zhongdu with Su Yang and his 3 companions. Before departing, Ji Jiuxuan entrusted the Tianyuan competition matters to Li Rufeng, considering that no one in Donghuang surpassed Su Yang and his companions. Only the 4 of them would represent Donghuang in the Tianyuan competition. Others would only be a formality, and it would be better not to embarrass themselves by participating. Their destination was Tianyuan City in Zhongdu. Due to the considerable distance, their flying vessel traveled for nearly 2.5 days. After this duration, Li Rufeng and his group successfully arrived at Tianyuan City. In comparison to SHNWCHing, TNYUNCHing is far grander and more prosperous, teeming with an abundance of formidable individuals. Not to mention the ZHSHing, but even above them, there are numerous GSHing, DSHing, and even the presence of those on the verge of becoming emperors. It can be said that when compared to ZHNGD, Ding Guing is indeed exceedingly weak. The TNYUN Grand Competition is only 3 days away. For these days, you may roam freely within TNYUNCHing. Here is a token I have crafted for you. Each of you should carry it with you at all times. Should you find yourselves in peril, simply infuse it with a trace of spiritual power, and I shall arrive post-haste. As LRFing spoke, he produced 4 specially crafted tokens and handed them to XYing and his companions. Thank you, Master. The 4 of them received the tokens, their faces alight with joy. After all, with this safeguard, they could indulge freely henceforth. Having imparted this information, LRFing, as before, intended to explore TNYUNCHing. Being in a new locale for the first time, he felt a twinge of curiosity. As for XYing and his companions, in order to better prepare for the upcoming TNYUN Grand Competition, they resolved to devote themselves to rigorous training at their lodgings. The TNYUN Grand Competition is not the same as the QZHU Grand Competition. This time, there are numerous powerhouses. It can be asserted that they will be contending against the most extraordinary talents across the continent. Although they held great confidence in their own abilities, they dared not underestimate the adversaries they were about to face. Meanwhile, while XYing and his companions focused intently on their training, LRFing had already arrived at the bustling center of TNYUNCHing. Strolling along the busy streets, he casually surveyed his surroundings. Before long, a raised platform surrounded by a throng of people piqued his interest. Without hesitation, LRFing made his way toward the platform. Beep. Detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view the information? At that moment, before LRFing could take a few steps, a notification echoed in his mind. Oh, there's someone of great fortune here as well? System, display the information. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Ru Shu. Realm, Ying 5th level. Fortune value, 1650. Information, daughter of the Y family in TNYUNCHing. Has displayed extraordinary talent in the art of chess since childhood. Now, she is but a step away from comprehending the path of chess. Chess? How rare. And she is a woman. Upon reading the system's information, LRFing felt a heightened interest in Ru Shu. At the same time, he had already approached the vicinity of the platform. Through the crowd, he glimpsed a chessboard atop the platform, with 2 figures seated on either side. One was an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Opposite him sat a young woman, whose elegant demeanor was complemented by a delicate face that bore a hint of profound understanding. This girl, appearing to be no more than 15 or 16, was indeed Ru Shu. At that moment, she rested her chin on one hand while idly toying with a black chess piece, seemingly quite unconcerned. In stark contrast to Ru Shu's calm demeanor, the elderly man was perspiring profusely, his trembling hand hesitating to place the white chess piece. I say, elder, you have been contemplating for the duration of an incense stick. Will you not make your move? If not, at least say something. Just as LRFing observed Ru Shu for a few moments, she lazily addressed the white-clad elder. Alas, it seems my skills are lacking. This game belongs to Miss Y. After a brief hesitation, the elderly man sighed in resignation and placed the piece back into the chess jar. I concede. Elder, do not forget my prize for victory. Upon hearing the elder concede, Ru Shu's expression remained largely unchanged, as if this outcome was entirely anticipated. You, my dear girl, do you think the esteemed head of the BIL Academy would lack a single sacred artifact? Saying this, the elderly man retrieved a sacred weapon from his storage ring and presented it to Wai Shu. Thank you, elder. Do visit often. You are always welcome here. After accepting the sacred artifact, Wai Shu teased lightly. Very well, I shall return to study a few chess strategies, and when I do, I shall personally bring back the offerings. The game has concluded, so I will take my leave. Please send my regards to your father. The elderly man stated before rising to depart from the platform. Elder, travel safely. I shall convey your words. Watching the elderly man leave, Wai Shu replied calmly. Before long, the platform was left with only Wai Shu. Heavens, Miss Y is truly deserving of her reputation as the foremost chess player of our time. To think she could defeat the head of the esteemed BIL Academy. Moreover, she is still merely in her teens and has achieved such heights in the realm of chess. I dare say, in the next millennium, or even in a shorter span, she may very well ascend as the chess sovereign. Alas, it is regrettable that in this era, emperors are few and far between. Otherwise, witnessing the birth of a chess emperor would suffice for a lifetime. Indeed, yet with Miss Y's talent, breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm should pose no challenge. If she were to gain that legendary opportunity for ascension, it might not be impossible for her to rise to the emperor level. You speak lightly. But whether that opportunity for ascension exists is debatable. Moreover, even if it does, acquiring it is hardly a simple feat. The onlookers below the platform expressed their astonishment at Wai Shu's victory over the white-clad elder. Simultaneously, they began to speculate amongst themselves regarding Wai Shu's future accomplishments. Chapter 37. The Gift of Chess Talent. MJN arrives. Ahem. Excuse me for interrupting. May I inquire if the Y lady you speak of is here every day? Furthermore, what manner of person qualifies to challenge her to a game? Listening to the conversations around him, Rufeng gained further insight into Wai Shu. In order to engage her in close conversation, he promptly turned to a few bystanders and inquired. This young man, you are new here, aren't you? Upon hearing Rufeng's question, a male spectator replied directly. Indeed, I have just arrived in Tianyuan today. Rufeng did not conceal his arrival and nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder you pose such questions. Given our fortuitous encounter, allow me to briefly explain. Miss Y does not come here daily. Rather, she appears for 3 days each month. As for challenging her to a game, it is not open to just anyone. The rule is that to play against her, one must wager a sacred weapon. Should you lose, you must leave behind the sacred artifact. The onlooker explained slowly. Oh, but what if I were to win? Rufeng inquired curiously. Win? Young man, it is not that I doubt you, but Miss Y has never lost a game of chess since her birth. You witnessed the elder who just departed, did you not? He is the head of the BIL Academy, the foremost academy in the world. If even he has been defeated, do you truly believe you surpassed the head of the BIL Academy? I understand that young people often possess confidence, yet excessive confidence may not always be a virtue. The bystander responded, I am aware, I am merely curious. After all, what if she were to lose? Would she not have to pay any price? Rufeng continued without contesting the bystander's assertion. That is naturally impossible. Since you are merely curious, I shall share this with you. Miss Y has stated that should anyone manage to defeat her, she will grant them any condition they desire, as long as the Y family can fulfill it. They shall adhere to the agreement. The bystander replied, any condition? She is indeed quite self-assured to utter such words, Li Ruyun murmured upon hearing the comments from the onlookers. What is so strange about it? In any case, Miss You would not lose. Stating it under any condition is no different from having none at all. There are even some young men, much like yourself, who have invested dozens of sacred artifacts simply for the chance to win Miss Yu's favor. Although the Yu family does not lack sacred artifacts, no one would refuse to have more. If I were the head of the Yu family, I would certainly have Miss Yu come here every day. Who would turn down free sacred artifacts? The onlooker spoke eloquently. Thank you for the information. These spirit stones shall serve as your reward. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Li Ruyun prepared to approach Yu Ruoshui, handing a storage bag to the onlooker who had provided him with answers. More spirit stones? Thank you, young master. Your generosity is commendable, the onlooker said, his face lighting up with enthusiasm upon seeing the spirit stones. In response, Li Ruyun merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He then turned and walked towards the high platform. Since fortune had led him to a promising talent, Li Ruyun intended to take Yu Ruoshui as his disciple. Just as he took a few steps, however, a figure swiftly positioned himself before Li Ruyun. The newcomer was a man of striking appearance, clad in azure robes and holding a fan. It is him, is that not Mu Junlai? I did not expect him to return once more. I recall he has come no fewer than 10 times, each time losing a sacred artifact to Miss Yu. Although the Mu family is also a prominent family in Tianyuan City, surely they cannot afford to sustain such losses? You know nothing. Does young Master Mu care about the sacred artifacts? It is evident to anyone that he is interested in Miss Yu. If a few sacred artifacts can win her over, that would be an incredible bargain. The arrival of Mu Junlai immediately sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. Meanwhile, on the high platform, upon noticing Mu Junlai's approach, Yu Ruoshui involuntarily furrowed her brow. Before long, Mu Junlai ascended the platform and approached Yu Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you have become even more beautiful in these past few days, he said with a smile, eager to flatter her. Young Master Mu, we are not so familiar. It is more fitting for you to address me by my full name. Yu Ruoshui replied with a calm demeanor. Her indifference left Mu Junlai feeling somewhat awkward. If young Master Mu finds it intolerable, perhaps you should leave, Yu Ruoshui said again. Her tone unchanging. Not at all. Then I shall call you Miss Yu. I am here once more with the intention of playing a game with you. I have brought sacred artifacts, so you need not worry that I will back out afterward, he said, producing a sacred artifact and placing it aside. As if in his eyes, such artifacts were trivial. Very well, anyone with a sacred artifact may challenge me, and young Master Mu is no exception. Now that we have spoken enough, please take a seat so we may begin. The sooner we start, the sooner we can conclude. Yu Ruoshui stated calmly after glancing at the sacred artifact. Agreed. Mu Junlai did not hesitate, immediately sitting cross-legged opposite Yu Ruoshui. Just as they were about to commence their match, a figure drew near, capturing their attention. Who are you? Do you not see that I am about to play with Miss Yu? Leave quickly before I become angry. Upon spotting Li Ruyun, Mu Junlai's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Beyond the reasons he had mentioned, the most significant factor was the ethereal aura and otherworldly beauty that Li Ruyun exuded. In Li Ruyun's presence, Mu Junlai felt an inexplicable pressure and jealousy welling up within him. Boy, I do not care who you are, but should you dare to compete with me for Miss Yu's attention, I assure you will not survive the day. You might want to reconsider your position. In Tianyuan City, and indeed the entire central capital, if I wish to eliminate you, no one can protect you. To compel Li Ruyun to leave, Mu Junlai secretly conveyed a threat. Hee. How amusing. Truly amusing, Li Ruyun remarked, chuckling at the words. What do you find amusing, young sir? Yu Ruoshui inquired, puzzled by Li Ruyun's reaction. It is nothing. Merely a collection of cold jokes, Li Ruyun replied, masking his smile. Oh, then what is your intention? If you wish to challenge me to a game, you must wait a moment, Yu Ruoshui said, feeling a flutter in her heart upon encountering such an extraordinary gentleman. However, she quickly regained her composure, not allowing herself to be overly captivated by Li Ruyun. Very well. However, since I have come up here, I hope you do not mind if I observe your match. Li Ruyun inquired with a smile. Not at all, but may I ask how you are addressed? Yu Ruoshui suddenly asked. Li Ruyun, he replied. Oh, so you are young Master Li. Please, make yourself comfortable, as long as you do not disrupt the forthcoming match, she said. Young Master Mu, we may begin, Yu Ruoshui declared, picking up a black piece. You may go first, young Master Mu, she added. Li Ruyun, I shall remember you. You tread the path of heaven but refuse to walk it, while you dare to intrude upon the gates of hell. I will ensure you learn that opposing me, Mu Junlai, will lead to dire consequences. Casting a cold glance at Li Ruyun, Mu Junlai vowed silently. Very well, then I shall not be modest, he said with a smile directed at Yu Ruoshui. While plotting revenge against Li Ruyun, Mu Junlai maintained an appearance of refinement. This duplicity did not escape Li Ruyun's notice. As the match commenced, Mu Junlai focused entirely on the game, dismissing any further distractions. Chapter 38, Voluntarily Surrendering, Provoking Madness. Recently, I chanced upon an ancient chess manual. If I follow its strategies, I am certain I will win this time. Once I claim victory over Yu Ruoshui, she will belong to me. Securing Yu Ruoshui would mean seizing the Yu family. In that case, the Mu family's power will ascend to new heights. Contemplating this, Mu Junlai made his first move. Following his lead, Yu Ruoshui promptly placed her piece. The match between them officially began. Meanwhile, Li Ruyun stood quietly to the side, occasionally glancing at the pieces accumulating on the board. However, having had little exposure to chess in his previous life, he soon lost interest. I am not skilled in the art of chess. If I were to challenge her directly, I would surely have no chance of winning. This presents a bit of a dilemma, Li Ruyun pondered internally. He understood that for someone as unique as Yu Ruoshui, merely displaying his prowess would not guarantee that she would willingly become his disciple. The only, and indeed the best, approach would be to defeat her in chess. Only then would Yu Ruoshui genuinely desire to take him as her mentor. Meanwhile, the contest on the chessboard had reached a climax. With the assistance of the ancient chess manual, even the generally mediocre Mu Junlai began to gain a slight upper hand. Yu Ruoshui, seated opposite him, gradually adopted a serious expression. During the game, She cast several lingering glances at Mu Junlai. She was well aware of his true abilities. Yet now he was executing moves of remarkable sophistication, leaving her astonished. Nonetheless, despite her surprise, Yu Ruoxue remained confident that she would not be defeated. However, it was precisely because of Mu Junlai's sudden enhancement in skill that Yu Ruoxue experienced the thrill of serious competition for the first time. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, an incense stick had burned down. Once Yu Ruoxue became slightly earnest, the situation underwent a complete transformation. At this moment, with each move Mu Junlai made, the time he required for consideration lengthened. The carefree confidence he once exhibited faded away, replaced by a furrowed brow. In stark contrast, a smile graced the corners of Yu Ruoxue's lips, and she appeared remarkably at ease. How could this be? Why was she not adhering to the strategies laid out in the ancient chess manual? She had claimed all the positions I was supposed to occupy. Where was I to play? As he observed the increasingly chaotic board, Mu Junlai could not help but curse inwardly. He had initially believed that relying on the ancient strategies would ensure a smooth victory. Yet, he did not anticipate that Yu Ruoxue would so effortlessly dismantle his carefully laid plans. Alas, Miss Yu, you truly are formidable. In this match, I concede defeat. According to our agreement, that sacred artifact is yours. However, I shall not surrender easily. Next time, I will surely triumph over you. Realizing that further struggle would be futile and could potentially leave a negative impression on Yu Ruoxue, Mu Junlai decisively chose to admit defeat. After all, losing to Yu Ruoxue in the realm of chess was hardly a disgrace. Conversely, by conceding voluntarily, he might even leave her with the impression of being a noble gentleman who could accept defeat gracefully. I concede. It has only been a few days since we last met, yet your skills have improved so significantly, young Master Mu. Perhaps next time, you might truly have the chance to win against me. Although she harbored doubts about Mu Junlai's capabilities, Yu Ruoxue refrained from voicing them, lacking any evidence to support her suspicions. Haha, thank you for your kind words, Miss Yu. It is nothing, really. I merely practiced diligently for a few days and reviewed the basic strategies. Perhaps this is what they call talent. Talent is something that cannot be refused, even if one does not desire it. Mu Junlai, upon receiving praise from Yu Ruoxue for the first time, assumed she held some affection for him, and thus, filled with joy, he could not help but boast. Naturally, his primary motivation for such behavior was to impress Li Rufu. In doing so, he indirectly conveyed to Li Rufu that Yu Ruoxue was his, and others should not dare to entertain such thoughts. However, Li Rufu did not even spare him a glance. After all, a mere clown like Mu Junlai was not worthy of his attention. Young Master Mu, since our match has concluded, would you kindly vacate this position? Young Master Li has been waiting for quite some time. Observing Mu Junlai's insistent demeanor, Yu Ruoxue felt exasperated, almost on the verge of telling him to leave. Of course, I can do that. It's just that some people think their appearance grants them the right to challenge you, Miss Yu. Though I am not particularly skilled, I did manage to endure 30 moves against you. I wonder how long young Master Li can hold out. Surely, he will not be unable to withstand even 10 moves. If that is the case, it would be a sheer waste of your time, Miss Yu. Young Master Li might as well concede now. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and with improved skills, he would not lose face. What do you think, young Master Li? Rising slowly, Mu Junlai spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm directed at Li Rufu. Hearing these words, Li Rufu's expression turned perplexed. Mu Junlai, is it? Have you always been this bold? Or is it the Mu family's backing that grants you such confidence? I do not recall provoking you. Nor does your performance in this match concern me. If you cannot speak properly, then kindly keep your mouth shut, or I will have you removed from the elegant seating of my Renhuang banner. Li Rufu replied coolly. What? Renhuang banner? Elegant seating? What does that mean? Is he inviting me to a meal and begging for mercy? Mu Junlai's confusion was palpable upon hearing Li Rufu's remarks. Young Master Mu, young Master Li is correct. His affairs do not concern you. If you continue to interfere with my match against others, do not blame me for calling someone to escort you away. After Li Rufu spoke, Yu Ruoxue also followed up with a warning to Mu Junlai. Miss Yu, you misunderstand. I am merely being considerate. However, since young Master Li insists on trying, I certainly will not stop him. Young Master Li, please proceed. I, too, wish to see how adept you are at chess. I only hope you can endure for a while longer. Otherwise, losing before even making a few moves would be rather embarrassing. Mu Junlai spoke with a broad smile, deliberately raising his voice so that those around could hear. Li Rufu, however, paid no heed to Mu Junlai's antics, finding them rather amusing. I initially had good intentions, yet there are always some dullards seeking trouble. Very well, Mu Junlai, from the Mu family, is it? Once I take on this disciple, I shall pay a visit. The Renhuang banner seems to be in need of some attention lately. Casting a fleeting glance at Mu Junlai, Li Rufu disregarded him entirely and directly took a seat opposite Yu Ruoshui. What just happened? I felt a chill run down my spine. I must be fatigued from lack of rest. Yes, once I deal with this fellow, I will indulge in a good sleep. Meanwhile, Mu Junlai suddenly shivered but dismissed it as unimportant. After finding a casual justification, he shifted his focus back to Li Rufu. He was eager to witness Li Rufu's embarrassing moments. Chapter 39. The death of Mu Junlai shocked the entire audience. Did you all hear that? It seems the newcomer has provoked young Master Mu. Alas, why must one provoke him? I fear for this handsome young man. It is said that those who have clashed with young Master Mu mysteriously vanished the next day. Although there is no evidence, anyone with sense understands why they disappear. What a pity, truly a pity. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, many expressing their sympathy for Li Rufu. Almost no one believed he could escape the machinations of Mu Junlai and the Mu family. Young Master Li, have you forgotten something? On the high platform, observing the quietly seated Li Rufu, Yu Ruoshui gently reminded him. Forgotten what? Oh, you mean the sacred artifact? Li Rufu quickly realized. Yes. While I trust that young Master Li is not the type to default on debts, it is best to clarify this matter first. Yu Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is rather troublesome. I seem to, perhaps, not possess any sacred artifacts. Li Rufu pondered and recalled that the items bestowed upon him by his system were all at least imperial-grade weapons. Therefore, claiming he had no sacred artifact was not entirely inaccurate. What? You do not even possess a single sacred artifact? Young Master Li. You wish to challenge Miss Yu without a sacred artifact? Miss Yu, I believe this fellow is merely here to amuse himself at your expense. Let me assist you in teaching him a lesson. I have encountered many such people. He must be infatuated with your beauty, Miss Yu, and seeks to attain what he cannot have. Upon hearing that Li Rufu possessed not a single sacred artifact, Mu Junlai seized the opportunity to showcase himself before Yu Ruoshui. Meanwhile, Yu Ruoshui found herself momentarily at a loss for words after hearing Li Rufu's statement. Mu Junlai, this matter concerns me and young Master Li. It does not require your interference. Today, I find myself in high spirits, Li Gongzi. Without a sacred artifact, you seem to be at a disadvantage. I can offer you a game of chess free of charge. However, compared to Li Rufeng, Yu Ruoshui is presently more annoyed by the presence of Mu Junlai. Thus, to deliberately silence Mu Junlai, Yu Ruoshui chooses to engage in a game with Li Rufeng instead. You. Very well, Yu Ruoshui. I had thought you were a woman of virtue, yet upon encountering a pretty boy, your true nature is laid bare, is it not? What do I lack compared to this fellow who cannot even produce a sacred artifact? Speak, Yu Ruoshui. Witnessing Yu Ruoshui's cold demeanor towards him for the sake of Li Rufeng, Mu Junlai's heart crumbles entirely. No longer maintaining his previously refined facade, Mu Junlai raises his voice to question Yu Ruoshui. Mu Junlai, enough? This is all your own delusion. I hold no interest in you whatsoever. Were it not for your Mu family's influence, with your repeated harassment, do you think you could still stand here? I do not wish to see you now. You have 10 breaths to leave on your own, or I will have someone escort you away. Faced with Mu Junlai's furious demeanor, Yu Ruoshui remains unfazed, instructing him to leave without delay. Very well, Yu Ruoshui. I hope you do not come to regret your words today. And you, Li Rufeng. I will state this clearly. You will not leave Tianyuan City alive. Enraged, Mu Junlai no longer conceals his murderous intent. Mu Junlai, how dare you? Li Gongzi is my friend. If you dare to lay a hand on him, my Yu family will not let you go. Upon witnessing Mu Junlai threaten Li Rufeng before her, Yu Ruoshui shouts fiercely. Humph, your mere Yu family does not intimidate me. Yu Ruoshui, this is all you're doing. Since you care so much for this pretty boy, I shall simply kill him. A woman I cannot have shall not belong to anyone else. I am eager to see if your Yu family truly wishes to oppose my Mu family for someone who lacks even a sacred artifact. Boy, do you dare to compete for a woman? You ought to consider if you are worthy. In this world, one must rely on strength and background. Cross me, and you will find yourself in dire straits. Prepare to meet your end. Following this threat, Mu Junlai turns and strides towards the platform below. Li Gongzi, do not worry. With me here, he will not dare to act against you. However, you may need to stay with my Yu family for a few days. After some time, I will secretly arrange for your departure. At that point, far from Tianyuan City, my Mu family will have no means to reach you. Yu Ruoshui comforts Li Rufeng. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Yu. However, I have a rather unfortunate habit. Those who wish for my demise shall never leave my sight alive. Therefore, I shall handle this matter myself. In response to Yu Ruoshui's goodwill, Li Rufeng replies calmly. As his words fall, his expression grows icy, his gaze radiating an aura of chilling resolve. In the next instant, like a phantom, Li Rufeng vanishes from sight. In a heartbeat, he appears before the retreating Mu Junlai. You, what do you intend to do? I am a scion of the Mu family. If you wish to act against me, you must consider the consequences. Faced with the suddenly menacing presence of Li Rufeng, Mu Junlai feels a surge of panic. Mu family, thank you for the reminder. You may go ahead and pave the way for them. Bang! Li Rufeng allows a faint smile to grace his lips before raising his hand to crush Mu Junlai effortlessly. This scene leaves all onlookers utterly stunned. He killed Mu Junlai. It is over, utterly over. Had I known, I would not have come to witness this commotion. Those present will surely face Mu family's wrath. This fool seeks death and drags us along. Alas, I have yet to even touch a woman in my lifetime. Heaven and earth, is it too late for me to seek out an experience now? As the crowd regains their composure, they erupt into chaos. No one had anticipated that Li Rufeng possessed such strength and would act without hesitation to slay Mu Junlai. The Mu family is among the top-tier powers in Tianyuan City. With Mu Junlai, the future heir, now dead, the Mu family will undoubtedly unleash their fury. At that moment, those who merely came to spectate will not escape their retribution. His strength is astonishingly formidable. Moreover, he truly dared to kill Mu Junlai. I was merely threatening him. On the platform above, Yu Ruoshui's mind races as she processes the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, not far from the platform, in a secluded pavilion, two figures observe the direction of Li Rufeng. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, Chapter 40, the Yu family father and son, Imperial Artifact, Imperial Might. Father, Tianyuan City is about to descend into chaos. With Mu Junlai dead, the Mu family will undoubtedly go mad. What should we do next? The speaker is a young man named Yu Weiran, the elder brother of Yu Ruoshui. The other figure, an older man, is the head of the Yu family, Yu Huqiang, father to Yu Ruoshui. What should we do? The death of a Mu family member has nothing to do with us. Moreover, it was not one of our Yu family who killed Mu Junlai. Even if the Mu family goes mad, they have no reason to come after us. Yu Huqiang speaks nonchalantly. Father. But I sense that my sister seems quite concerned for this man. If she wishes to protect him, what should we do? Yu Weiran inquires timidly. She dares. Regardless, this matter has no bearing on our Yu family. If your sister wishes to protect him, it is of no consequence. Sacrificing the Yu family for a stranger is an utterly foolish act. Yu Huqiang admonishes coldly. Do you truly believe that? Throughout your life, you have unconditionally supported her in whatever she wished to pursue. Yet for me, you impose strict demands daily. I'm fortunate to escape your wrath. I even suspect I was but a child you picked up. Hearing Yu Huqiang's words, Yu Weiran mutters, feeling somewhat aggrieved. You insolent boy, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you grown too bold? The next moment, Yu Huqiang's expression darkens, and he speaks sternly. I dare not, father. I spoke without thinking, merely a slip of the tongue. Just consider it as if I had let out a passing gas. Noticing his father's displeasure, Yu Weiran quickly changes his tone to a playful one. Enough. If you possessed even 1/10 of your sister's talent, I would not have to be so strict with you. Returning to serious matters, the aura this individual exuded earlier was not weak. Furthermore, his calm demeanor suggests he does not regard the Mu family at all. If that is the case, we shall observe the developments. Should this person prove to be powerful, we could leverage his strength to eliminate the Mu family fully. However, if he is merely acting recklessly with average abilities, then we shall act according to the situation. Yet, I have a strong premonition that this young man is not as simple as he appears. It is the first time I have seen someone remain so composed after taking a life. What intrigues me even more is that when he appeared before Mu Junlai, I could not even discern his speed. Could it be? This is impossible. He appears so young. How could he have reached such a level? Gazing at the distant figure of Li Rufeng, Yu Huqiang muses to himself, his mind filled with growing curiosity. Even my father could not perceive that man's speed. Father is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Zhuan Emperor. This implies that the man, who is roughly my age, is indeed a Zhuan Emperor powerhouse. It is even highly likely that he stands at the pinnacle of the Zhuan Emperor realm. This is utterly outrageous, is it not? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nearby, upon hearing Yu Huqiang's murmured words, Yu Weiran's composure began to fray. Meanwhile, after collecting Mu Junlai's soul, Li Rufeng returned nonchalantly to sit opposite Yu Ruoshui. Where were we in our conversation? Regarding the sacred artifact, correct? I indeed lack a sacred artifact, but I wonder if this might suffice? As Li Rufeng spoke to himself, he casually retrieved an item from the system space. The moment the object materialized, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the high platform. What is this? Opposite him, Yu Ruoshui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of her head as she fixed her gaze on the item Li Rufeng presented. What on earth is this weapon? How can it emanate such a terrifying presence? Below, the onlookers felt drenched in sweat, their bodies immobilized under this overwhelming energy. Such ignorance. This is undoubtedly the might of an emperor. This object is an imperial artifact. Since when could an imperial-level item be taken out so casually? A seasoned bystander promptly offered an explanation to the bewildered crowd. What? An imperial artifact? You must be jesting. Aren't these items exclusive to the great powers? Moreover, such powers would never casually wield an imperial artifact unless faced with life or death situations, let alone remove them from their stronghold. Who on earth is this young man? To carry an imperial artifact while out and about? Could he be a prodigy from a superpower? Soon, a flurry of speculations arose, and every pair of eyes fixated on Li Rufeng atop the platform, filled with shock and curiosity. Young Master Li, you possess an imperial artifact. No wonder you fear not the Mu family behind Mu Junlai. Your background must be quite significant as well, correct? A person of your caliber surely has a guardian following discreetly, right? In this case, I was overly concerned. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Ruoxue spoke slowly. A guardian? Perhaps. But let us return to the matter at hand. Is this imperial artifact sufficient for our match? Li Rufeng refrained from elaborating further, steering the conversation back to the topic at hand. It is indeed sufficient, and this imperial artifact is far too precious for me to accept even if I win. Yu Ruoxue replied. As long as it suffices, there is no need for further elaboration. However, before we begin our match, I wish to confirm something. If I win, I may propose any condition to you, correct? Li Rufeng inquired gently. Yes, indeed. However, the condition must be within my capabilities and that of the Yu family. If it is too far-fetched, I cannot acquiesce. Although Yu Ruoxue did not believe Li Rufeng would win, she patiently clarified the stipulation when asked. That is agreeable. My condition is quite simple, one that you can fulfill alone. Li Rufeng smiled. Oh, then what does young Master Li wish for me to agree to if you win? Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Yu Ruoxue felt a flicker of curiosity and promptly inquired. There is no if, I shall undoubtedly win. It is no trouble for me to disclose my condition in advance. I desire you. Li Rufeng stated nonchalantly. You desire me. Before Li Rufeng could finish, Yu Ruoxue was taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming. In the next moment, everyone surrounding them heard this loud and clear. What? Did I just hear that correctly? This mysterious young man indeed has his sights set on Miss Yu. No wonder he revealed an imperial artifact right away. If such a dashing figure were to present an imperial artifact for me, I would undoubtedly agree to be his. Ruohua, please spare us from this embarrassment. With your demeanor, not even that young man would desire you, let alone my family's big yellow dog. You ought to stop dwelling on such impossibilities. Below, many women, upon realizing Li Rufeng's interest in Yu Ruoxue, were instantly filled with envy and even a tinge of jealousy. Chapter 41. The match begins, a disadvantage. Miss Yu, might I finish my statement? Also, why is your face as red as a boiling teapot? Hearing the murmurs below and witnessing Yu Ruoxue's shy, flushed face, Li Rufeng felt speechless. Please continue, young Master Li. Although Yu Ruoxue did not comprehend Li Rufeng's last remark, she was too embarrassed to inquire further. My condition is that you must take me as your master. Have I made myself sufficiently clear? Without dwelling on Yu Ruoxue's inexplicable reaction, Li Rufeng continued. What? You merely wish for me to take you as my master? Upon hearing this, Yu Ruoxue was momentarily stunned, feeling a hint of disappointment within. What else could it be? Do you think it is something else? Li Rufeng replied calmly. Yu Ruoxue felt increasingly embarrassed, her complexion reddening even more. Young Master Li, it seems I misunderstood. Please do not take offense. However, young Master Li, it is not that simple for me to accept you as my master. I do not believe you can surpass me in the art of chess. After a long pause, Yu Ruoxue spoke slowly. Confidence is commendable. Thus, a single defeat can enlighten you to the existence of others beyond yourself, a realization that will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Since you believe I cannot defeat you, let us commence. I shall ensure you wholeheartedly acknowledge me as your master. Li Rufeng smiled slightly, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of losing to Yu Ruoxue. Very well. In that case, young Master Li, please proceed. Yu Ruoxue wasted no time and allowed Li Rufeng to make the first move. Though she held a positive impression of Li Rufeng, she did not believe he could surpass her in chess. Well then, I shan't hold back. Li Rufeng, without hesitation, raised his hand to make his move. Who killed my son? Come out at once. Just then, a thunderous roar interrupted Li Rufeng's action. What? It is Mu Junlai's father. Mu Hong, young Master Li, he is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Zhuan Emperor. You must summon your guardian immediately. Upon seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, Yu Ruoxue urgently cautioned. Oh, the 8th level of the Zhuan Emperor? Just barely. I merely wish to play a game of chess today. Why do so many insist on rushing to their demise? Please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. After Li Rufeng spoke, his figure vanished once more, and the next instant, he appeared in the sky. Who are you? Mu Hong coldly questioned, examining the suddenly materialized Li Rufeng. Were you not seeking me? Why then ask who I am? Li Rufeng replied calmly. It is you. You are the one who killed my son. In an instant, Mu Hong, with bloodshot eyes, demanded. To die with clarity, At least your life has not been in vain. The 8th level of the Zhuan Emperor. Your soul power must be quite formidable, I presume, Li Rufeng mused quietly. What? At Li Rufeng's words, Mu Hong was momentarily perplexed. However, he had no opportunity to decipher Li Rufeng's meaning. Following the same pattern as Mu Junlai before him, Li Rufeng merely raised a hand to crush Mu Hong, who was dozens of meters away, in an instant. The explosion of a Zhuan Emperor at the 8th level certainly produced a much grander and more dazzling spectacle. Is this all? I expected more strength. Is this what it means to be invincible yet lonely? Collecting Mu Hong's soul, Li Rufeng shook his head and then vanished from the sky. Beneath, all individuals gazed upwards in awe at the vast crimson mist, their mouths agape and their eyes wide with astonishment. In this moment, they were at a loss for words, for the scene they had just witnessed was overwhelmingly impactful. A formidable power at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm had fallen so effortlessly. This somewhat surreal spectacle led many ordinary onlookers to fantasize about their own potential in such a scenario. Meanwhile, within a nearby towering building, the atmosphere in the room felt eerily silent. Father, I did not misinterpret that, did I? Is it truly over? When did the 8th level quasi-emperor become so fragile? After a prolonged silence, Yu Weiran spoke softly, her voice still tinged with shock. No, it's not that the 8th level quasi-emperor is too weak. Rather, he is overwhelmingly strong. Quick, we must go meet such a senior figure and seek to establish a cordial relationship. Regaining his senses, Yu Huaqiang abruptly roused himself, pulling Yu Weiran away from the room without further ado. On the high platform, Li Rufeng paid no heed to Yu Ruoshui's astonished expression as he naturally picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. It's your turn. He then looked up and casually reminded Yu Ruoshui. Huh. Oh. Coming back to her senses, Yu Ruoshui nodded in a daze before promptly placing her piece down. Thus, their game commenced. With a mere flick of his hand, he could extinguish a powerful adversary at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. What manner of person is he? Just moments ago, he claimed he could defeat me. Could he truly accomplish such a feat? Impossible. Setting aside all else, when it comes to the art of chess, I cannot possibly lose to anyone, including him. After an array of chaotic thoughts, Yu Ruoshui cast aside her distractions and began to concentrate intently. Although Li Rufeng had continuously reshaped her understanding, she remained confident that she could not be bested by him in chess. As the two engaged in earnest play, Yu Huaqiang arrived at the high platform with Yu Weiran. However, upon seeing Li Rufeng playing chess with Yu Ruoshui, he chose not to interrupt, but instead quietly awaited his turn nearby. Li Rufeng had long sensed Yu Huaqiang's arrival, but paid him little mind. After all, compared to winning this match, he had little interest in other matters. System, winning so effortlessly is rather dull. Could we not have something different? Perhaps allow the opponent to believe they are assured of victory, only to face a dismal defeat. Just moments into the game, Li Rufeng suddenly inquired of the system. Indeed, it was not Li Rufeng who was truly playing against Yu Ruoshui at this moment, but the system itself. Previously, Li Rufeng had asked the system how to secure victory against Yu Ruoshui in chess. He had expected to have to sacrifice something. Yet the system had simply instructed him to leave everything to it. With such a considerate and competent system, Li Rufeng had unhesitatingly entrusted the game to it. From that point onward, every move Li Rufeng made on the board was dictated by the system, with the system's covert guidance. Even though Li Rufeng was utterly inexperienced in chess, he had no fear of losing to Yu Ruoshui. Of course, it's no problem at all, esteemed host. This minor request is easily within the system's capabilities. Moving forward, esteemed host merely needs to follow the system's prompts for placement. The system provided a confident affirmation to Li Rufeng's spontaneous request. All right then, the system is magnificent. The process of this match would undoubtedly become far more interesting. Hearing the system's voice, Li Rufeng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Simultaneously, he began to anticipate the expression Yu Ruoshui would display in response. After this moment, under the system's guidance, Li Rufeng transitioned from an equal footing to gradually falling behind. Chapter 42. The Divine Move. The Path of Chess. What is happening? How could he make such glaring mistakes repeatedly? He was initially relentless in his pursuit of my pieces. How does it seem like he has become an entirely different person? Yu Ruoshui quickly discerned that something was amiss with Li Rufeng. However, despite her scrutiny of his expression, she could not detect any discrepancies. Li Rufeng's excessive calmness only deepened Yu Ruoshui's confusion. Never mind, as long as I can win. After much contemplation, unable to understand why Li Rufeng's chess skills had suddenly become so flawed, Yu Ruoshui chose to dismiss her concerns. Unbeknownst to her, what she perceived as flaws were, in fact, carefully laid traps enticing her deeper. By the time she realized the truth, it would be far too late to alter her fate. Meanwhile, Yu Huaqiang and Yu Weiran observed the shifts on the chessboard. Though I am not well versed in chess, It is evident that this senior's pieces are trapped in a precarious position. Indeed, no one is perfect. If one possesses such formidable strength, it would be unreasonable for their chess skills to be unmatched. Watching Li Rufeng gradually fall into disadvantage, Yu Huaqiang pondered quietly. As time passed, nearly an incense stick's worth of moments elapsed. At this point, the chessboard was nearly filled with pieces, and Li Rufeng's white pieces were almost entirely encircled by Yu Ruoshui's black pieces. One could assert that the outcome of the match was all but determined. Who would have thought victory would come so easily? Yet, why do I still harbor an unsettling premonition as I observe his serene demeanor? Were it anyone else, Yu Ruoshui would have already urged her opponent to concede. However, in the face of the enigmatic Li Rufeng, she felt an inexplicable anxiety. Senior Li, do you intend to persist? Given your current predicament, even I could not foresee any opportunity for a comeback. It seems that in the realm of chess, victory belongs to the younger generation. After a while, observing that Li Rufeng showed no signs of conceding, Yu Ruoshui could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Oh, you believe I will lose? As the one controlling the pieces, how can I hastily draw conclusions before the final move? You may think I will falter, but I do not share that belief. Have you heard of placing one in a desperate situation to engender survival? Such is true of both people in chess. Now, I shall begin to take things a bit more seriously. Li Rufeng spoke softly, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. With a decisive action, Li Rufeng picked up a piece and, under Yu Ruoshui's watchful gaze, swiftly placed it onto the board. In an instant, several pieces that had seemed doomed miraculously sprang back to life. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Yu Ruoshui's face was the first to betray a hint of panic. Her heart raced, an unprecedented feeling since she began her journey in chess. This is impossible. No, it must be a coincidence. Yes, reviving those few pieces cannot alter the outcome. Yu Ruoshui urged herself to remain calm, convinced she would ultimately triumph. It must be said that Yu Ruoshui was indeed a chess prodigy. Although she had not faced significant setbacks, she was not so easily subdued. In less than 10 breaths, Yu Ruoshui regained her composure and began her counterattack. Unfortunately, even the most talented individuals cannot rival the unparalleled. In the presence of Li Rufeng, regardless of her prowess, the conclusion had already been sealed. As time continued to drift by, Yu Ruoshui found herself drenched in sweat. Even her hand, which held the chess piece, began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and self-doubt. It was the first time Ruoshui had encountered such a situation. Could it be that the senior had indeed reached an unfathomable level in the art of chess? How terrifying that would be. It seems that Mu's family, if I do not intervene, is destined to reach its end. Beside him, Yu Huaqiang gazed at Li Rufeng, filled with myriad emotions. You have lost. With a decisive move, Li Rufeng placed the final piece, causing Yu Ruoshui's defenses to crumble completely. I lost. Yu Ruoshui stared at the board in disbelief, her eyes beginning to glaze over. From a position of assured victory to an inescapable defeat, Yu Ruoshui plummeted from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair. It is impossible to claim that such a blow did not affect her. At this moment, Yu Ruoshui began to doubt her suitability to continue her journey in the realm of chess. Ahem, Ruoshui, your senior possesses profound skills. Losing to him is not a disgrace. Moreover, this defeat is not without its merits. In any endeavor, one cannot expect a smooth journey. Winning or losing is trivial. What truly matters is the experience gained. I believe that with your talent, you will go further in your chess journey after this. Observing Yu Ruoshui's disquiet, her father, Yu Huaqiang, rushed to comfort her. The consolation seemed to have a slight effect, for Yu Ruoshui's trembling hands gradually returned to normal. Your father speaks wisely. It was merely a game, and the outcome is of little consequence to you. Furthermore, losing to your master is quite natural. No one in this world has ever bested me. If you had won, that would indeed be unusual, Li Rufeng stated calmly. Though it appeared to be a comfort, it sounded more like a boast. Regardless, I appreciate your guidance, senior. I now understand the truth that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Although she sensed that Li Rufeng was intentionally flaunting, Yu Ruoshui paid little heed to it. Still addressing me as senior? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? You have lost, and thus must take me as your master, Li Rufeng remarked, looking at Yu Ruoshui. Disciple Yu Ruoshui pays respects to master. Yu Ruoshui was not one to shy away from defeat. On the contrary, even if Li Rufeng had not spoken, she had long desired to take him as her mentor. To triumph over her in the art of chess was sufficient to earn him that title. Haha, splendid. After all this effort, we have finally reached the conclusion. Upon hearing Yu Ruoshui's words, Li Rufeng smiled. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Li Rufeng's mind. Congratulations, host. On accepting your 5th disciple, Yu Ruoshui. Reward, perfect mastery of the way of chess. Reward, 25 years of cultivation. With Yu Ruoshui's successful apprenticeship, Li Rufeng instantly grasped the essence of the way of chess. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had complete dominion over everything in existence, akin to controlling a multitude of chess pieces. Chapter 43. Life is like chess, the fall of the Mu family. The way of chess is indeed not simple. If I were to comprehend it on my own, it might take me millennia to even scratch the surface. After experiencing the power of the way of chess, Li Rufeng sighed softly. Now that you have taken me as your master, let us clarify a few matters. Firstly, I teach only. It is up to you to grow stronger. Secondly, before you, there are 4 senior brothers and sisters. Soon, I will introduce you to them. With that, Li Rufeng returned his focus to Yu Ruoshui. Yes, disciple understands. Encountering such an unusual master for the first time, Yu Ruoshui was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, now that we have said what needed to be said, let us depart. We have lingered here long enough. With that, Li Rufeng slowly rose. Leaving so soon? Yu Ruoshui was taken aback, feeling everything was progressing too rapidly. Indeed, senior, why not visit my Yu family for a while? I can have someone entertain you. Yu Huaqiang interjected respectfully as he noticed Li Rufeng preparing to depart with Yu Ruoshui. And you are? Li Rufeng asked, looking at Yu Huaqiang. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Yu Huaqiang, the head of the Yu family and Ruoshui's father. This is my son, Yu Weiran, Ruoshui's elder brother. After a brief pause, Yu Huaqiang stepped forward to introduce himself. Oh, Ruoshui's father? I see. I will not visit the Yu family. I am not accustomed to such formalities. Furthermore, Ruoshui will be leaving with me. As her master, I shall provide you, her father, with a form of compensation. An imperial artifact, along with the entire Mu family, should suffice. However, you will need to send someone to handle the aftermath of the Mu family's demise. Li Rufeng nodded slightly before speaking. An imperial artifact? The Mu family? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Yu Huaqiang felt a mixture of surprise and confusion. This is the imperial artifact. It is yours from now on. As for the Mu family, you may send someone to collect it after an incense stick's worth of time. After tossing the previous imperial artifact to Yu Huaqiang and saying a few more words, Li Rufeng did not linger but turned to return. Ruoshui, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and catch up. This is your opportunity. You must seize it. From now on, you must heed your master's every instruction. And if you miss home, feel free to return for a visit. Seeing Yu Ruoshui still standing there in a daze, Yu Huaqiang urged her. It was impossible for him to hesitate over merely one imperial artifact. Whether it was to have Yu Ruoshui take on a master or to simply take her under his wing, he was resolute. Father. It feels as if you are pushing me away, Yu Ruoshui said weakly, observing her father lovingly caressing the imperial artifact. Nonsense, you are my daughter. How could I sell you off for an imperial artifact? Moreover, there is still the Mu family to consider. Now hurry and follow. Your master is about to vanish from sight. It would be a shame to miss out on someone who surpasses you in skill. Yu Huaqiang urged. Yes, little sister. You should go quickly. Do not worry. The Yu family has me. You need not fret about home. Father, and I will always think of you. Father, you have been stroking it for quite a while. Let me have a touch. This is an imperial artifact, and I have never had the chance to touch one myself. Yu Weiran's eyes gleamed as he stared at the imperial artifact. Go away. What if you damage it? Yu Huaqiang flatly refused his son's request. Farewell. No, never to meet again. After uttering those words, Yu Ruoshui turned away without glancing back, chasing after Li Rufeng in the distance, her face still adorned with traces of complaint. As Yu Ruoshui's figure gradually faded from sight, Yu Huaqiang and Yu Weiran returned to their normal demeanor, no longer resembling the eager participants in the scramble for the imperial artifact. Father, how did I perform just now? Not bad. I would rate you an 8 out of 10. Father, with this, little sister might resent us both. Let her resent us. It is better than being heartbroken. Indeed, father. You are the one who dotes on her the most. You cannot bear to see her unhappy. As if you do not dote on her. They both laughed heartily while gazing at the retreating figure of Yu Ruoshui. Meanwhile, Yu Ruoshui finally caught up with Li Rufeng's pace. What is it? Glancing at the somewhat upset Yu Ruoshui, Li Rufeng inquired curiously. It is nothing. Master, I have a question I would like to ask you, Yu Ruoshui replied, shaking her head before continuing. Oh, what question? Li Rufeng responded. In the eyes of the master, what constitutes the essence of chess? Yu Ruoshui inquired. The way of chess. Upon hearing Yu Ruoshui's words, Li Rufeng began to ponder. The path of chess is profound and boundless. In my perspective, this world resembles an immense chessboard, and we are merely the pieces upon it. Life is akin to a game of chess. Those who comprehend the situation thrive, those who break the deadlock survive, and those who command the game prevail. The player must regard the universe as the chessboard and all sentient beings as the pieces. Engaging with others brings endless joy. Contending with the earth offers boundless pleasure. and battling the heavens is equally exhilarating. If deities exist, they too are but my pieces. This encapsulates my humble understanding of the way of chess. In truth, each individual possesses their own unique interpretation of this path. You may take heed of my insights, yet never forsake your own understanding. Ultimately, my way of chess belongs to me alone. It is your personal path that truly belongs to you. Rufeng spoke softly. Is this truly the master's way of chess? It is profoundly intricate. No wonder I have faced defeat. To view deities as pieces is a notion I fear I shall never entertain. After Rufeng's discourse, Yu Ruoxue felt a profound shock within her heart. In that moment, she perceived herself to be but an ignorant infant in comparison to Rufeng's understanding of the way of chess. Thank you for your teachings, master. I shall engrave these words in my heart. After the initial astonishment, Yu Ruoxue immediately spoke with utmost respect. If previously she had been compelled to acknowledge Rufeng as her master due to her defeat, now she wholeheartedly recognized him. Well, if there are no further matters, I shall escort you back. I have some matters to attend to. Rufeng nodded, then spoke. Understood, master. I currently have no other questions. Yu Ruoxue replied. Allow me to guide you to your fellow disciples. With that, Rufeng and Yu Ruoxue vanished from their location. Utilizing the disciple positioning feature, Rufeng instantaneously transported himself to the side of Chuyi. After exchanging a few brief words, he entrusted Yu Ruoxue to her care. Subsequently, Rufeng departed from Chuyi's quarters, swiftly arriving above Tianyuan City. After a brief assessment, he headed resolutely in a particular direction. Soon, Rufeng arrived at the residence of the Mu family. 3 quasi-emperors remain. The Mu family is indeed formidable. Murmuring to himself, Rufeng raised his hand and obliterated the entire Mu family, leaving them no opportunity to react. Following this, he naturally replenished the power of the human emperor's banner. After completing these tasks, Rufeng returned to his dwelling. Shortly after his departure, Yu Huaqiang arrived at the Mu family's estate, accompanied by the formidable members of the Yu family. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Mu family, a chill ran down Yu Huaqiang's spine. Enough, let us commence our work. Search thoroughly, spare no corner. With that, Yu Huaqiang led his people to plunder the Mu family. Anything of value was swiftly collected by the Yu family. Meanwhile, the news of the Mu family's annihilation by a mysterious individual spread like wildfire. Furthermore, the Yu family was rumored to have a close connection with this enigmatic powerhouse. Rather than refuting these claims, Yu Huaqiang secretly dispatched individuals to propagate them. Following this incident, numerous factions that had previously clashed with the Yu family began to pay visits to curry favor. Those who harbored intentions against the Yu family, deterred by the aura of this mysterious figure, abandoned their designs. Though Yu Huaqiang never directly clarified whether this mysterious powerhouse was affiliated with his family, no one dared to gamble on the notion that they were not connected. It must be said that Yu Huaqiang excelled at leveraging the air of mystery to instill trepidation in others. Of course, the foundation of it all rested on Rufeng's tacit approval of Yu Huaqiang's actions. Otherwise, should he be so manipulated, Rufeng would undoubtedly summon him to the human emperor's banner for a reckoning. Chapter 44. The Youth with the Coffin, Glorious Golden Light. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the Tianyuan Grand Competition arrived. On this day, Tianyuan City buzzed with even greater excitement than usual. Master, we are ready to depart. In the room, Su Yang addressed Rufeng. Indeed, Rufeng nodded casually. Subsequently, Su Yang and his 5 companions left their residence, heading towards the venue of the Tianyuan Grand Competition. Rufeng, however, showed no inclination to accompany them, seemingly indifferent to the event's allure. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in the forest, a young man clad in black appeared. The youth exuded an unsettling aura, and more ominously, he bore a coffin upon his back. I sense it. It is within this very forest. The youth murmured to himself, his tone calm, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. He proceeded deeper into the woods. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a tremendous upheaval erupted from the depths of the forest. Shortly thereafter, a blinding golden light soared into the sky, surrounded by tendrils of black mist. This commotion persisted for nearly half an incense stick's duration, quickly attracting the attention of nearby cultivators, including those in Tianyuan City, over 100 miles away. Did you see that? A pillar of golden light erupted from that direction. This must indicate the emergence of a rare treasure. A treasure has appeared, the fated shall claim it. I am on my way. Soon. This disturbance drew an ever-increasing number of individuals towards it, with most believing the golden light heralded the arrival of an extraordinary artifact. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Rufeng stood observing. Golden light radiated brilliantly, entwined with black mist, and infused with traces of reincarnation energy. Intriguing. I shall go and investigate. In the next moment, Rufeng's figure vanished from the rooftop. Deep within the forest, The coffin-bearing youth stared at the barrier before him, momentarily dazed. How can there be a barrier? Could I be mistaken? Never mind. Losing some memories is quite normal. Yet, my current strength is insufficient to breach this barrier. What should I do? The youth lowered his head in contemplation, momentarily at a loss. Just as he pondered how to enter the barrier, several figures approached from deeper within the woods. Soon, they arrived at the barrier's location. There are others who are faster than us. And he carries a coffin? However, he is alone. We are many. So we need not fear him. Among them, a man in gray soon spotted the coffin-bearing youth. Yet, upon realizing he was alone, the gray-clad man dismissed him as a threat. The youth had sensed their arrival long before. However, his sole focus was on how to enter the barrier, rendering him indifferent to their presence. Soon after, waves of individuals surged towards the barrier from all directions, including many powerful figures from Tianyuan City, with the Yu family among them. However, only Yu Weiran and a few elders came from the Yu family, as Yu Huaqiang needed to remain at home. Among these individuals were numerous strong cultivators. With their assistance, breaking through this barrier should be feasible. Observing the gathered crowd, the coffin-bearing youth contemplated quietly. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed the earlier commotion emanating from this barrier. Therefore, to seize the opportunity within, we must first breach this barrier. However, as you have likely investigated, it is evident that one person alone cannot accomplish this task. Let us first join forces to break this barrier. As for the treasures within, each shall rely on their own abilities thereafter. How does that sound to you? Shortly after, an elderly man stepped forward and addressed the assembled crowd. Very well. I have no objections. I concur. Count me in. Moments later, the elder's proposal received a series of affirmative responses from the crowd. Excellent. Let us commence. Seeing this, the elder spoke with satisfaction. Subsequently, one by one, individuals approached the barrier and unleashed their respective attacks upon it. With each successive assault, fine cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the barrier. Boom. Ultimately, after a sustained effort lasting the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the barrier was forcefully breached. Esteemed friends, I shall enter first. The moment the barrier shattered, someone rushed in ahead of the others. Quick, we must follow. If we delay, the good treasures will be claimed by others. With the lead of the first individual, the rest of the crowd surged toward the now open barrier. Young master, shall we not enter? Nearby, the elder of the Yu family quietly inquired of Yu Weiran, who had been observing the scene. There is no rush. If there are truly valuable items inside, they would not be so easily obtained. These individuals have been blinded by the so-called treasures. Little do they know. The greater the treasure, the greater the danger it harbors. Let them pave the way for us first. We can enter later. Yu Weiran replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Besides Yu Weiran, several others also adopted a cautious stance, refraining from entering the barrier immediately. Compared to treasures, they valued their lives more. These individuals displayed composure, which is essential for survival in this world. It is still early. I shall wait a while longer. The youth carrying a coffin glanced at the remaining dozens of individuals, contemplating slightly. At that moment, a figure leisurely approached the barrier from a distance. Before long, the indistinct silhouette became clearer, revealing Li Rufu. Is that the senior? The senior has also come. You lot, come with me quickly. Upon recognizing Li Rufu's face, Yu Weiran felt a sudden shock. Almost instantaneously, he led the elders beside him toward Li Rufu. Junior pays respects to the senior. I did not expect the commotion here would attract your esteemed presence. Upon reaching Li Rufu's side, Yu Weiran immediately bowed respectfully. Ah, it is you. Has the Yu family sent you here? Li Rufu glanced at Yu Weiran and casually inquired. Indeed, senior. I am here merely to assess the situation. I initially planned to see if I could seize an opportunity, but since you are here, there is no need for me to enter. Yu Weiran replied candidly. He understood that any treasures within the barrier would undoubtedly belong to Li Rufu, given the latter's formidable strength, which Yu Weiran had witnessed firsthand. Oh, there is no need for that. However, you may try your luck on the periphery. Of course, if you are unafraid of danger, you may venture deeper. Out of respect for Yu Ruashui, Li Rufu offered a few words of caution. Whether the other party heeds them is no longer Li Rufu's concern. Thank you for the advice, senior. I shall remember your words. Yu Weiran was not foolish. With a moment's reflection, he grasped the meaning behind Li Rufu's counsel. Very well. In that case, you may enter first. Should you encounter anything unusual, remember to flee. Li Rufu nodded, and then spoke. All right, I shall enter now. With that, Yu Weiran led several elders into the barrier. Thereafter, Yu Weiran remained mindful of Li Rufu's warning, only searching for resources in the outer regions of the barrier. This decision ultimately preserved his life amid the subsequent unexpected events. Those who were ensnared by the allure of treasures and ventured deeper into the barrier, however, all met their demise. Chapter 45. The Reincarnation Emperor, the Reincarnation Hall. Ding. Detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information? View. Name, Zhu Jusi. Realm, 9th layer of transformation. Fortune value, 2,999. Information, the Reincarnation Emperor reincarnated, possessing exceptional talent, creator of the Reincarnation Emperor Sutra. Having undergone 9 cycles of reincarnation, all in pursuit of an extraordinary path to immortality. This body represents his 9th and final lifetime. The 9th lifetime of the Reincarnation Emperor? The path to immortality? I did not anticipate that merely coming to observe would lead me to such a fortuitous individual. The Reincarnation Emperor, the path of reincarnation, yet another exceptional disciple. As he examined the information panel, Li Rufu turned his gaze toward the youth with the coffin, contemplating slightly. Just then, the youth, Zhu Jusi, suddenly rose and strode toward the barrier. Oh, it appears this anomaly is likely connected to him. In that case, I shall follow and see if I can take him as a disciple. Watching Zhu Jusi vanish into the barrier, Li Rufu's lips curled into a faint smile. And he too disappeared from sight, entering the barrier. Inside the barrier, following Zhu Jusi's figure, Li Rufu eventually arrived in front of a grand palace. Aside from Li Rufu, most of those who had previously entered the barrier gathered here at the palace. It was evident that the palace harbored abundant treasures, yet after searching for a long time, they could not find the entrance. We have tried brute force, but it has proven ineffective against this palace. Are we to merely stand by and gaze at the treasures before us, powerless to act? Nearby, those who had arrived at the palace began to voice their complaints. Knowing full well that the palace contained valuable items, yet being unable to access them was undeniably excruciating. Just as despair settled among the crowd, Zhu Jusi slowly approached the palace. Look, that young man is actually moving closer to the palace, as if carrying a coffin weren't enough. Does he think he can open the palace? We, a multitude, have failed. He will only waste his efforts. Why do you care? If someone is willing to expend their energy in vain, let them be. What if he truly manages to open the palace? How could that be possible? A mere transformation realm cultivator, and he thinks he can open the palace? If so, I shall call him father on the spot. Soon. More and more individuals began to notice Zhu Jusi's actions and mocked him. In the face of their derision, Zhu Jusi appeared oblivious, simply continuing to approach the palace. Before long, Zhu Jusi halted less than a meter from the palace. The Reincarnation Hall, I have returned. Gazing up at the towering palace before him, Zhu Jusi murmured to himself. In the next moment, as if responding to Zhu Jusi's call, the Reincarnation Hall suddenly erupted with golden light. This unexpected spectacle instantly captured the attention of those nearby. Look, the palace is reacting. No way. Could this fellow have actually found a way to open the palace? Is that person who claimed he would call him father still here? In that moment, many began to feel a surge of excitement. For them, as long as the palace could be opened, it mattered little who accomplished it. On the other side, after the Reincarnation Hall emitted its golden radiance, a grand entrance materialized before Zhu Jusi. Seeing this, Zhu Jusi did not hesitate and stepped inside. As Zhu Jusi entered the Reincarnation Hall, the entrance began to slowly fade away. Oh no, the entrance is disappearing. Quick! Those quick to react immediately rushed toward the entrance with all their might. Eager to enter the Reincarnation Hall. Curse that young man. He seeks to monopolize it. We must enter as well. Subsequently, more and more individuals desperately surged toward the entrance. As they were about to approach the entrance, the Hall of Reincarnation suddenly unleashed several beams of golden light directed at those who ventured too close. Bang! Ah! No! Boom! The force was overwhelming, and those who dared to draw near were shattered into countless fragments. Do not approach. This palace attacks those who come near, shouted a quick-thinking individual nearby. With this warning, the remaining onlookers hesitated, refraining from any reckless actions. What was happening? Why had that earlier person not been attacked and managed to enter the palace unharmed? It was uncertain. Only when he emerged would they know. In any case, he would eventually return, and they could wait outside for him, coercing him to relinquish any treasures he obtained within. Indeed, that was the plan. Soon, the surviving individuals reached a consensus on this course of action. Nearby, Li Rufu shook his head slightly at the avaricious expressions of the crowd. Desire, at times, can be a fatal affliction. Nevertheless, this was not his concern. After muttering a few words, he set off toward the spot where Zhu Jusi had vanished. Hey, you brat. Are you seeking death? You cannot approach there. A plain-looking man in gray-blue garments loudly cautioned as he noticed Li Rufu nearing the Hall of Reincarnation. Upon hearing the voice, Li Rufu paused, casting a curious glance at the man who had spoken. Thank you for the warning. However, such attacks are futile against me. By the way, in light of your good intentions, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Abandon your thoughts of the treasures within the palace. Leaving now may grant you a chance at survival. With that, Li Rufu disregarded the man and continued toward the Hall of Reincarnation. You, forget it. Even I cannot withstand that attack. I've warned you. If you choose to court death, do not lay blame on others. The man in gray-blue shook his head. I say, Howren, such individuals are often self-righteous. Why bother with him? If he perishes, we will have one less competitor for the treasures. Indeed, I would welcome more like him. All the treasures would then belong to me. How delightful. Several acquaintances of Howren chimed in with derisive laughter. Humph, enough of this. I act as I see fit, and do not require your input. Do not assume everyone is like you. Howren coldly retorted, then shifted his gaze toward Li Rufu. TCH. If it weren't for your superior strength, you would have long since perished. Once we obtain the treasures, I will be the first to eliminate you. The earlier laughter from Howren's companions turned to bitterness at his reprimand. Meanwhile, Li Rufu had already entered the attack range of the Hall of Reincarnation. Soon, the hall responded. In the blink of an eye, several beams of golden light surged toward Li Rufu. Yet, undeterred by the onslaught, Li Rufu maintained his calm demeanor as he approached the hall. Bang! Bang! As the attacks collided with Li Rufu, a cloud of smoke erupted. Alas, what a pity. It seems he will be reduced to nothing. From a distance, Howren mused as he witnessed Li Rufu engulfed by the attacks. How amusing. I have seen foolishness, but never someone so determined to court death. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they observed Li Rufu's apparent lack of evasion. However, their mirth was abruptly frozen. Their expressions turned to disbelief as the smoke dissipated, revealing Li Rufu standing unharmed in place. Chapter 46. The awe-inspiring Imperial Artifact, the 8th Generation Body. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. How could he emerge unscathed from such an onslaught? Those who had mocked him began to doubt their own eyes. Such a trivial Imperial artifact dares to act so brazenly? If you do not stabilize yourself, I shall destroy you. At that moment, Li Rufu lifted his gaze toward the Hall of Reincarnation, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among those present. Has this man lost his mind? Threatening a palace? No, wait, what did he just say? Imperial artifact? My goodness, this palace is an Imperial artifact. If I possess it, I could walk through the capital with impunity. Laughter filled the air as the allure of the Imperial artifact captivated the minds of the crowd. Had they gone mad? Did they not realize that since the young man had spoken, the palace had ceased its attacks upon him? Should not a being capable of intimidating an Imperial artifact command their utmost attention? Observing the enraptured crowd, Howren internally scoffed. How perceptive of you. In that case, it is time to deal with some bothersome insects. Glancing at the now stabilized Hall of Reincarnation, Li Rufu spoke nonchalantly. In the next moment, he turned to face the individuals nearby. Why has he turned away? Is he planning to abandon his approach to the palace? Oh, I see. The earlier cessation of attacks must have depleted his trump cards. Without them, he naturally would not dare to advance further. I had thought him formidable. But is this all he has? Laughter erupted once more from those who had previously mocked Li Rufu. However, within a breath, the laughter ceased entirely. Without uttering a word, making a move, or hesitating in the slightest, Li Rufu dealt with those individuals. Except for Howren, the rest were instantaneously transformed into dazzling fireworks, bursting forth in brilliant splendor. As Howren watched this unfold, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and even his breath faltered. Let us depart. This place is not meant for you. You need not thank me. You saved yourself. With that, Li Rufu turned and made his way toward the Hall of Reincarnation. Soon, he arrived at the location where Zhu Jusi had vanished. Do you require another reminder, or shall I personally open the entrance? Stopping in his tracks, Li Rufu spoke calmly. In the next moment, an entrance materialized before him. Without further deliberation, Li Rufu stepped forward, and his form vanished in an instant. Not long after Li Rufu disappeared, Howren slowly regained his senses. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. I am fortunate I did not join in mocking that senior, otherwise. The senior advised me to leave quickly. If a senior says so, then I should heed the advice. No treasure is worth more than my life. I shall focus on my cultivation. If I can attain strength akin to that of the senior, I shall need no external possessions. Glancing at the still open entrance of the Hall of Reincarnation, Howren found himself devoid of interest in entering. Under the influence of Li Rufu's formidable power, he had transformed. Now, he prioritized the enhancement of his own strength over the allure of powerful treasures. Having come to this realization, Howren resolutely turned and flew toward the boundary. Unbeknownst to him, Li Rufu's seemingly casual action had inadvertently shaped a future powerhouse who would solely revere the strength of oneself. Inside the Hall of Reincarnation, at this moment, Zhu Jusi had arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Grand Hall. Here, a figure lay upon a high platform. As Zhu Jusi approached, the protective light barrier surrounding that figure dissipated into nothingness. Upon reaching the figure's side, its visage was suddenly revealed. Should anyone be present at this moment, They would undoubtedly be filled with alarm, for the person lying there bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Jiuxi himself. After a fleeting glance at the individual atop the platform, Zhu Jiuxi set down the coffin that he had carried. He then slowly opened the coffin, revealing its contents. In the next instant, 7 figures burst forth from within the coffin, subsequently hovering in a row before him. To one's astonishment, these 7 individuals also bore an identical likeness to Zhu Jiuxi. The 8 incarnations had finally converged, and it was time to proceed to the next step. Gazing at the floating bodies, Zhu Jiuxi murmured to himself. With that, he prepared to sit cross-legged, ready to initiate his subsequent plans. However, at that moment, several footsteps suddenly echoed from not far away. The unexpected sound startled Zhu Jiuxi, prompting him to swiftly turn and glance toward the entrance. Someone had managed to enter. A cautious expression crossed his face as he pondered incredulously. Moments later, the footsteps grew closer until a figure emerged into Zhu Jiuxi's view. It was none other than Rufeng, who had subsequently entered the Hall of Reincarnation. It seems I have arrived just in time, Rufeng remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Jiuxi before surveying the bodies behind him. Who are you? How did you enter here? Zhu Jiuxi inquired, his expression laden with confusion. My name is Rufeng. As for how I entered this place, I simply walked in. He replied with a faint smile as he continued to approach Zhu Jiuxi. Walked in? Impossible. Without my permission, no one can enter the Hall of Reincarnation. Not even a great emperor could accomplish such a feat. Zhu Jiuxi clearly did not believe Rufeng's words. Ha ha ha. If a great emperor cannot, then someone stronger than a great emperor certainly can. Are all these bodies you? Rufeng casually inquired as he came to a halt in front of Zhu Jiuxi. That is none of your concern. I advise you to leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you. Zhu Jiuxi's tone turned icy upon sensing Rufeng's interest in his former incarnations. Do not be alarmed. I am merely curious. Let me guess. These must be the bodies of your previous incarnations. You desire to absorb them all. The unification of 9 lives, a bold and intriguing notion. Please, continue. Do not mind me. I am also quite curious to see what level of power you would reach upon achieving this unification, Rufeng remarked with a slight smile. You? How do you know this? Zhu Jiuxi was taken aback, for he had never disclosed such information to anyone. Yet, this was no longer significant. The fact that Rufeng could articulate his plan almost verbatim filled Zhu Jiuxi with even greater trepidation. Because I can. Not only do I know this, but I also know that you are the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Great Emperor. I must say, it is quite remarkable that you have come this far on the path of reincarnation all on your own. Truly an unparalleled powerhouse. Am I correct, Zhu Jiuxi? Rufeng said with a subtle smile. Indeed. Who are you? Could you also be from my era? How is that possible? I have undergone 9 reincarnations to exist until now. How did you manage it? At that moment, Zhu Jiuxi was not only shocked, but also began to feel a twinge of panic. The other party possessed so much information about him. Yet he could not discern even the slightest detail about Rufeng. You need not speculate. I am not from your era. In fact, this is my first encounter with you, Rufeng replied calmly. Then why are you here and speaking so much? What is your intention? I refuse to believe you have come merely to engage in idle chatter, Zhu Jiuxi retorted. Ha ha. Indeed, I have a purpose in coming here. Rufeng replied with a smile. Purpose? What purpose? Zhu Jiuxi pressed. Quite simply, to take you as my disciple, Rufeng stated. Take me as your disciple? Are you certain? You are aware of my identity. What kind of person do you think could be my master? Furthermore, do I even need a master? Zhu Jiuxi replied, somewhat weakly. He considered himself to be the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Great Emperor, and thus did not feel the need to seek a teacher, especially not one he deemed inferior. Do you believe I lack the qualifications to take you as my disciple? Rufeng understood Zhu Jiuxi's thoughts from his reaction. Certainly, although I do not know how you entered here, in the Tianyuan Continent. No matter how strong you are merely at the pinnacle of the Great Emperor level, while I may currently only be at the transformation stage. Once I absorb the remaining 8 incarnations, my realm will revert to its peak. Moreover, my cultivation will break through the limitations of the Tianyuan Continent and ascend to the immortal realm. Now, do you still think you are qualified to take me as your disciple? Zhu Jiuxi spoke deliberately. Oh, in that case, let us make a wager. Once you have absorbed these bodies, we shall engage in a duel. If I win, you must take me as your master, Rufeng suggested calmly. And if I win? Zhu Jiuxi countered. You will not win. Begin the absorption of the bodies. I will assist you in safeguarding your process. You need not worry about me striking you from the shadows, as if I intended to kill you. You would not have survived to this point. Rufeng concluded with a slight smile. Upon hearing Rufeng's audacious words, Zhu Jiuxi furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Very well. I hope your strength does not disappoint me. Unable to fathom Li Rufeng's true intentions, Zhu Jiuxi reluctantly acquiesced to his proposal. Without further regard for Li Rufeng, Zhu Jiuxi sat cross-legged and began to absorb the essences of his 8 previous incarnations. Li Rufeng, after a few glances, lost interest and began to wander casually within the hall of reincarnation. The first life, the second life, the third life. Time passed gradually, and Zhu Jiuxi's speed of absorption increased. Simultaneously, his realm ascended rapidly, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He soared from the 9th level of the transformation stage directly to the 9th level of the sage stage. Even the most prodigious talents in this world could not break through 4 major realms in such a short span of time. It must be said that Zhu Jiuxi was indeed a genius. Not only could he survive 9 lifetimes, but he could also restore his realm to its peak in a remarkably short period without any adverse effects. Thus, nearly half an hour passed, and Zhu Jiuxi was finally on the verge of merging with his final body. At this moment, his realm had already returned to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Great Emperor. Although his realm had not undergone any further changes, Zhu Jiuxi's aura continued to rise steadily. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the sky above began to undergo a sudden transformation. The previously clear and cloudless sky was now filled with dark clouds. As time passed, the gathering clouds above the Hall of Reincarnation swelled ominously. This sudden change did not escape the notice of those who had entered the barrier. What is this? Dark clouds? What is happening? It was just clear skies a moment ago. How did it suddenly become overcast? This is bad. Could this be the anomaly the elder spoke of? Elders, we must leave here quickly. In a certain outer region of the barrier, the astute Yu Weiran, having come to his senses, resolutely prepared to lead the elder away from the confines of the barrier. Young master, there are still numerous spiritual herbs here. Shall we simply abandon them? At that moment, an elder, gazing at the vast expanse of various spiritual herbs, felt a twinge of reluctance. Spiritual herbs can be sought again, but life is singular. After searching for so long, we have gathered enough. We must hurry, otherwise, we may never return. After explaining, Yu Weiran refrained from further words and turned to fly in the direction from whence they came. Behind him, several elders cast a reluctant glance at the ground strewn with spiritual herbs before ultimately pursuing Yu Weiran. In the reincarnation hall, after considerable effort, the last body was successfully refined by Zhu Jiuxi. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him. This commotion roused Li Rufeng, who had been resting nearby. Oh, is it finally done? After waiting so long, I actually fell asleep. Rising slowly, he looked at Zhu Jiuxi not far away and murmured, I am ready. Shall we go out and fight? With Li Rufeng's awakening, Zhu Jiuxi gradually opened his eyes and then turned to Li Rufeng, saying, there is no rush. You are not at your strongest yet. You should first go out to face your tribulation. Once you have passed it, we shall engage in battle. After all, I want your defeat to be fully acknowledged. Face my tribulation? This is the Ascension tribulation. Once I pass it, we may not have the opportunity to fight again. It is better to engage now, Zhu Jiuxi replied, shaking his head. Haha, are you unaware that in this realm, ascension is currently impossible? At least, no one besides me can ascend, Li Rufeng stated. I am fully aware. However, my ascension is forced. This realm cannot retain me, Zhu Jiuxi replied calmly. No. You are mistaken. Li Rufeng suddenly chuckled and shook his head. I am mistaken? What do you mean? Zhu Jiuxi inquired, puzzled by Li Rufeng's words. Do you think it is this realm that prevents your ascension? It is the higher realm that does not wish for the inhabitants of this world to ascend. I can assure you, even if you successfully endure the tribulation, you will not reach the higher realm. Enough talk. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Go and find out for yourself. Even if you do manage to ascend, I can simply stop you. Rest assured, you will not escape before becoming my disciple. Li Rufeng spoke with a tone of indifference. Seeing Li Rufeng's nonchalant demeanor left Zhu Jiuxi momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, I shall go and test it. With that, Zhu Jiuxi's figure vanished from sight. Moments later, a silhouette appeared in the skies above the reincarnation hall. Chapter 48, The Ascension Gate, Beings of the Higher Realm. Boom. In the high skies, dark clouds rolled ominously, and thunder crashed incessantly. Just after Zhu Jiuxi departed the reincarnation hall, Li Rufeng also emerged outside. Watching Zhu Jiuxi in the skies, Li Rufeng appeared as a mere bystander observing a spectacle. A trifling thunder tribulation, watch me dispel it with a gesture. With a mighty shout, Zhu Jiuxi charged directly toward the black clouds soaring 10,000 meters high. Boom. In the next moment, as if sensing Zhu Jiuxi's provocation, thousands of bolts of thunder descended violently, aimed directly at him. This scene was so grand that even Li Rufeng found it somewhat awe-inspiring. Reincarnation Hall. Reincarnation Burial. Facing the onslaught of countless thunders, Zhu Jiuxi summoned the reincarnation hall below him and directed it towards the incoming lightning. Bang! Boom! As the two forces collided, a deafening sound reverberated through the skies. Even those outside the barrier could hear the thunderous roars. Heavens, who is undergoing tribulation? Such a commotion I have never witnessed before. Thankfully, I heeded the advice of my seniors. Otherwise, if I had ventured deeper into the barrier, even the residual force might have cost me my life. Let us leave. It is unwise to linger here any longer. Observing the high skies engulfed in black clouds and the ferocious sounds emanating from there, Yu Weiran flew away towards the forest without hesitation. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude that Li Rufeng had also come here today. Without Li Rufeng's warning, he would surely be in grave danger now. Back in the depths of the barrier, Zhu Jusu, facing the repeated onslaught of the tribulation lightning, was able to dispel each attack with his formidable strength. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the intensity of the lightning tribulation began to wane, and the layers of black clouds gradually dissipated. This signified Jujutsu had successfully passed the Ascension tribulation. If this were several 100,000 years ago, Jujutsu would now be able to pass through the Ascension gate and ascend to the higher realm. However, even after overcoming the tribulation, Jujutsu could not enter the higher realm. Soon, the lightning retreated, the black clouds dispersed, and the sky once again revealed a clear blue expanse. Moments later, spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of Jujutsu and Li Rufeng, a massive Ascension gate slowly materialized from the void. It is the Ascension gate. However, the situation seemed somewhat amiss. Upon seeing the Ascension gate's appearance, Jujutsu felt more suspicion than excitement. Ordinarily, the Ascension gate should be open at this time. Yet now it was not only tightly shut, but also ensnared by several iron chains emanating dark energy. Additionally, a colossal black sigil appeared on the gate, resembling some sort of seal or curse. This must be the handiwork of the beings from the higher realm, sealing the Ascension gate to prevent the inhabitants of Tianyuan Continent from ascending smoothly. System, with my current capabilities, can I break the seal on the Ascension gate? Li Rufeng inquired mentally while gazing at the Ascension gate in the sky. Ding! The system greatly underestimates itself. As long as the host is willing, even the Tianyuan Continent could be destroyed. A mere seal is trivial, as long as the host lifts the restrictions on their cultivation. It would be as simple as blowing a breath. This won't do, at least for now. I have no intention of destroying the Tianyuan Continent. With 1,000,000 years of cultivation, if I lift the restrictions, the Tianyuan Continent would likely perish in an instant, Li Rufeng replied internally. This can be easily resolved. As long as the heavenly path of this world cooperates, the host can temporarily lift the restrictions on cultivation. Oh, it can be done this way? How can I get the heavenly path of the Tianyuan Continent to cooperate with me? The issue is that I do not even know where it is. The host does not know, but the system does. In fact, meeting the heavenly path is quite simple. The host only needs to ascend to a height of 10,000 meters and call out to the heavenly path. At that point, the heavenly path will actively come to meet the host. Is it truly that simple? Very well, I shall approach the heavenly path of this realm shortly. I might as well inquire about matters concerning the Tianyuan Continent. Realizing it could be so easy to meet the heavenly path, Li Rufeng contemplated in his heart. Meanwhile, in the high skies, Jujutsu did not immediately give up upon seeing the tightly closed Ascension gate. His 9 life schemes were all aimed at breaking through to that ethereal realm. No matter who it was inconceivable to give up so easily at this juncture. I do not believe that a mere seal can withstand my efforts. Reincarnation power, flowers buried on the other shore. Jujutsu fixed his gaze upon the Ascension gate and unleashed his most powerful strike, vowing to shatter the seal upon it. Boom. The moment the attack struck the Ascension gate, it produced a tremendous sound. Once the commotion subsided, the Ascension gate remained tightly sealed, with no sign of the seal or chains being broken. Indeed, there was no effect whatsoever. I have waited through 9 lifetimes, only to find myself halted at the final step. I refuse to accept this. If that is the case, I shall attempt this technique. Even if I cannot ascend today, I must break this seal. Gazing at the intact seal, Jujutsu felt an immense sense of unwillingness. At this moment, Jujutsu had completely lost his patience, and his aura surged wildly, seemingly indicating a breakthrough beyond the limitations of Tianyuan Continent. This fellow is burning his very essence. Yet, is it really necessary to go to such lengths merely for the sake of not ascending? Observing the sudden upheaval in the sky caused by Jujutsu, Li Rufeng remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Alas, it seems I must intervene. I do not wish to witness my future disciple exhaust his essence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng shook his head and prepared to act in order to halt Jujutsu's reckless actions. Unexpectedly, after all these years, such a powerful ant could still emerge from the lower realms. Just as Li Rufeng was about to make his move, a mocking voice suddenly emanated from behind the Ascension gate. This commotion quickly captured the attention of both Zhu Jiuxi and Li Rufeng. Due to the sudden sound, Zhu Jiuxi ceased the act of burning his essence. Who are you? Dare you speak, but not show your face? Zhu Jiuxi spoke calmly, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Huh, an ant dares to speak to me in such a manner? In the next moment, a figure gradually materialized before the Ascension gate. Moments later, a man clad in black appeared before Zhu Jiuxi's sight. Is this a being from the upper realm? However, this figure is likely just a projection. The power of a peak emperor is rather mediocre. What a pity, if only the true body had come. The soul of a being from the upper realm would surely please the Huangdi fan. Below, observing the sudden appearance of the man in black, Li Rufeng reflected with an expression of calmness. Chapter 49. Raising a hand to annihilate the celestial, the sixth disciple. You are from the celestial realm? Were you the one who sealed the Ascension gate? Zhu Jiuxi inquired seriously as he regarded the man in black. Indeed, you are no fool, little ant. I must admit, I have underestimated the ants of the lower realms. Logically, you should not have been able to survive the Ascension tribulation. For this world no longer possesses the conditions for a great emperor to continue breaking through. However, since you have managed to defy this limitation, I now offer you an opportunity. Acknowledge me as your master and become my slave, and I shall spare your life today. Little ant, consider yourself fortunate. Normally, anyone attempting to ascend would be eliminated. If not for your impressive talent, you would have perished the moment I manifested. The man in black spoke with a tone of superiority. To have me acknowledge you as my master, you must still be dreaming. A mere projection dares to be so brazen. Today, I, the Reincarnation Great Emperor, shall be the first to slay a celestial. The Reincarnation Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Faced with such humiliation, Zhu Jiuxi could no longer endure and was prepared to engage in battle. The power of reincarnation. No wonder he could survive the Ascension tribulation. What a pity, since he cannot be of use to me. He must be eradicated. Celestial Technique, 1 Sword of Annihilation. In response to Zhu Jiuxi's assault, the man in black displayed no sign of panic, even exhibiting a hint of disdain in his tone. In the same realm, I would surely be no match for you. Alas, beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. Perish. Although the projection of the man in black possessed only peak emperor strength, the power of his techniques far exceeded what an ordinary peak emperor could withstand. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jiuxi's attack was utterly obliterated. Following this, a terrifying sword aura surged toward Zhu Jiuxi, instilling a sense of despair. How infuriating. Is this what celestial techniques entail? In the same realm, I could slay you as easily as slaughtering a dog. Since I am bound to die anyway, do not expect me to go down without a fight. The reincarnation technique, fueled by my essence blood, ignite. Even when facing an insurmountable attack, Zhu Jiuxi did not lose his fighting spirit, preparing to burn everything for one final strike against the man in black. Haha, an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its place. Remember this in your next life. Beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. As Zhu Jiuxi prepared for a desperate struggle, the man in black revealed an expression of mockery. Oh, is that so? Then remember this. Even the celestial realm is merely a gathering of ants. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly emerged from behind the man in black. When did this happen? I did not perceive it at all. The man in black instantly darted away, his heart filled with astonishment. He could not fathom how someone from the lower realm could evade his senses and approach him. After retreating several dozen meters, the man in black swiftly turned to gaze at his previous position. Who are you? How could you approach me without a sound? This lower realm is becoming increasingly interesting. The man in black addressed Li Rufeng with a calm demeanor. Haha, a mere mortal celestial dares to speak so boldly. I surmise you were sent to guard the Ascension gate. Yes? A gatekeeper with inadequate strength, yet boasting a high demeanor. Remember my name, Li Rufeng. Today, I shall annihilate your projection, and the next time we meet, it will be your life I claim. Li Rufeng spoke softly. Arrogant, merely a peak emperor. I shall see how you can extinguish me. Bang. Before the man in black could finish his words, he was abruptly torn apart, followed by a resounding explosion. How tedious. It is much quieter now. Lowering his right hand, Li Rufeng spoke calmly. How is this possible? I could not withstand even one of that person's strikes. And yet he so easily obliterated it? How could there be such a vast disparity among emperors? Not far away, Zhu Jiuxi, who had burned half of his essence, stared in shock at the scene where Li Rufeng annihilated the man in black. On the other side, after dealing with the man in black, Li Rufeng flew toward Zhu Jiuxi. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived beside Zhu Jiuxi. In the future, do not hastily burn your essence. You are the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Great Emperor. Cannot you be a bit more composed? If you cannot defeat him, should you not consider fleeing? You may be unable to overcome him now, But that does not mean you will always be so. Preserve your life first, and later seek revenge. Do you think you are the protagonist? You are not the slayer of celestials. There is much you still need to learn. Looking at Zhu Jiuxi, Li Rufeng spoke slowly, paying no mind to Zhu Jiuxi's awkward expression. I understand. After a long pause, Zhu Jiuxi, wanting to retort, ultimately managed to utter only this one sentence. Yes, it is good that you understand. Remember, it is not merely talent that makes one a protagonist. It is those who survive to the end that are the true protagonists. Now then, the troubles have been resolved. Shall we proceed with our matters? Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Our matters? What matters? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jiuxi appeared momentarily bewildered. The matters we previously agreed upon. Have you forgotten? We shall spar, and if I win, you will acknowledge me as your master. You do not wish to backtrack, do you? As he spoke, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and shook his fist, which was as large as a sandbag. You do not wish to give me the opportunity to backtrack. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, Zhu Jiuxi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. To think that he, the esteemed Reincarnation Great Emperor, had fallen to such a state of being coerced. Ahem. Well, there is no need for a fight. I concede. Without further hesitation, Zhu Jiuxi immediately spoke. You can annihilate even beings from the celestial realm. Engaging in battle with you would be akin to insanity, Zhu Jiuxi thought weakly. Oh, that is splendid. I was worried I might not control my strength and accidentally cause your demise. Since you have voluntarily conceded, shall we proceed to the next step? Li Rufeng indicated slightly. Disciple Zhu Jiuxi, paying respects to my master. Having come to this realization, Zhu Jiuxi promptly clasped his hands and addressed Li Rufeng with utmost seriousness. Now that is more like it. From now on, you shall be the sixth disciple of your master. Ahead of you, there are 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. Among the 6, your cultivation realm is the highest. So do remember to take care of your senior brothers and sisters. Li Rufeng nodded and then spoke. I understand, master. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Zhu Jiuxi inquired. Li Rufeng, came the reply. All right, the matters are concluded, and it is time for us to return. I wonder if the Tianyuan Continent has come to an end. After responding, Li Rufeng promptly asked, do you have any matters to attend to? None, Zhu Jiuxi replied. I came here to merge with my previous incarnations and reclaim my imperial artifact. Now both tasks have been accomplished. Li Rufeng shook his head and responded. Then let us depart. After affirming, Li Rufeng led Zhu Jiuxi away from their location. Moments later, their figures reappeared in Tianyuan City. Please find a room to settle in. Your senior brothers and sisters have gone to participate in the Tianyuan Grand Competition and will not return for a while. When they do, you can familiarize yourself with them. Feeling a bit fatigued, Li Rufeng added, I shall take my leave to rest. After giving Zhu Jiuxi a few words of advice, Li Rufeng turned and walked towards his room, entirely disregarding the lingering Zhu Jiuxi. Well, I suppose I have acquired an inexpensive master. Zhu Jiuxi mused. Those chosen by my master must not be ordinary. I wonder what kind of individuals my senior brothers and sisters are and what paths they cultivate. Watching Li Rufeng's retreating figure, Zhu Jiuxi chose not to dwell on it and found himself increasingly curious about Su Yang and the others. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Shenxiwai. Target Chui. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, at the exit of the Ascension Gate, a figure appeared, exuding a somewhat disordered aura, with traces of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Unforgivable! A mere ant from the lower realm dares to destroy my avatar. The figure seethed with rage. After guarding the Ascension Gate for so many years, you are the first to injure me. I will remember you, no matter who you are. Once my injuries heal, I shall personally hunt you down. This enraged figure was none other than the man in black, who had previously sent an avatar to the Tianyuan Continent. After suffering such a significant loss at the hands of Li Rufeng, he naturally would not let this matter rest. Once he recovered, he intended to head directly to the Tianyuan Continent to kill Li Rufeng. Little did he know, Li Rufeng eagerly awaited the black-clad man to come looking for him, as he had been fixated on the man's soul. After a day of fierce competition, the Tianyuan Grand Competition concluded successfully, without any surprises. Su Yang and the others secured positions in the top 10, granting them the opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm. Upon returning to their lodgings, Su Yang and the others encountered Zhu Jiuxi. Upon learning that Zhu Jiuxi was Li Rufeng's newly accepted disciple, they greeted him with warm smiles. Subsequently, they engaged in mutual introductions to foster camaraderie among their sect. After exchanging pleasantries for over half an hour, they each returned to their quarters to rest. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. What appeared to be a tranquil night was destined to witness extraordinary events. At that moment, beyond the Tianyuan Continent, a figure suddenly materialized at its edge. Finally found you. So you fled to this insignificant lower realm. A man clad in blue spoke expressionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-clad man vanished from sight, directly entering the Tianyuan Continent. However, the instant he stepped into the Tianyuan Continent, he was compelled to halt. Come out. The blue-clad man glared in a particular direction, speaking coldly. I have seen the esteemed one. May I inquire as to your purpose for coming to the Tianyuan Continent? The next moment, a figure slowly coalesced before the blue-clad man. Are you the Heavenly Dao of this realm? The blue-clad man retorted with a question instead of answering. Indeed, I am the Heavenly Dao of the Tianyuan Continent. You may call me Tianyuan, the figure replied respectfully. You, a mere Heavenly Dao of a lower realm, dare to obstruct my path? I need not explain myself when I act. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to obliterate this world. The blue-clad man threatened coldly. Hearing this, Tianyuan's expression darkened. Though he was indeed the Heavenly Dao of a realm, he felt humiliated by such disrespect. Please, esteemed one, do not be angered. I merely worry about what devastating actions you might take against the Tianyuan Continent. After all, your strength, even with a mere gesture, could bring immense disaster to the Tianyuan Continent. If there is anything I can assist you with, I hope you can understand my concerns. If the Tianyuan Continent encounters trouble, I too shall face ruin. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant, Tianyuan could only bow respectfully in light of the overwhelming disparity in strength. I have no interest in such a trivial lower realm. I have come to the Tianyuan Continent because a fugitive has escaped here. Once I capture her, I shall depart. Until then, you are to stay as far away as possible. While rules prevent me from recklessly acting against worlds, do not test my patience. I shall repeat myself. Any who obstruct me, even a Heavenly Dao, shall meet their demise. Do you understand? The blue-clad man spoke indifferently. I understand, esteemed one. Please proceed. With that, Tianyuan stepped aside, clearing the way. How astute of you. Had it not been for the urgency of my mission, your insolence in blocking my path would have had the entire Tianyuan Continent paying the price. The blue-clad man looked at Tianyuan with disdain before vanishing from sight. Once the blue-clad man left, Tianyuan's anxious heart gradually settled. Xianxiaaudiobooks truly are arrogant and presumptuous individuals. I can only hope he does not bring calamity upon the Tianyuan Continent. With my current strength, I would be powerless to stop him if he sought to destroy it. Alas, being a Heavenly Dao is indeed a frustrating existence. However, if that person... Wait, the direction he went seems to be... Tianyuan murmured, his gaze shifting towards a particular direction, a foreboding feeling rising within him. No, I must follow and see. After a moment's hesitation, Tianyuan's figure vanished into the void, pursuing the path the blue-clad man had taken. Simultaneously, within Tianyuan City, a notification echoed in Rufeng's mind as he rested. Ding! Warning! A formidable enemy is approaching. Please be cautious, host. Due to the overwhelming strength of the adversary and special circumstances, his realm is not constrained by the Tianyuan Continent. The system advises the host to promptly contact the Heavenly Dao of this realm. Of course, if the host does not mind the destruction of the Tianyuan Continent, this advice may be disregarded. A powerful enemy? Rufeng pondered. System, how powerful exactly is this enemy you speak of? Dear host, even in the celestial realm, this individual is invincible. How could such a being come to the Tianyuan Continent? Could it be that he has discovered your existence and has come to eliminate me? Rufeng asked, perplexed, for aside from him and the system, he could not fathom why such a formidable entity would visit the humble Tianyuan Continent. Rest assured, dear host, the existence of the system is known only to you. Moreover, the approaching enemy is not targeting you specifically. The purpose of this individual is your disciple, Chu-Yi. To be precise, it is the future Chu-Yi. The future Chu-Yi? Is she also a formidable force that has traversed the river of time? Not quite. The visitor's identity is that of a xianxiaaudiobooks, whose duty is to safeguard the stability of the temporal continuum. The future Chu-Yi has disrupted the timeline, prompting the xianxiaaudiobooks to pursue her. Furthermore, each xianxiaaudiobooks is endowed with the protection of the Dao of time. They possess the ability to traverse the river of time at will and are immune to most forms of attack. Oh, so this implies he is quite powerful? Excellent. Strength is indeed desirable. It has been a long time since I felt such exhilaration. Moreover, the greater the strength, the more potent the soul becomes. I have been lamenting the lack of a strong soul to aid in the evolution of the Huangfan. Rufeng rose from the bed, a smile of eager anticipation gracing his lips. In the next moment, he vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in Chu-Yi's chamber, the once soundly sleeping Chu-Yi was roused by Dai. Chapter 51. A mere xianxiaaudiobooks takes the initiative. Dai, is there not a matter that can wait until tomorrow? I am quite fatigued today. Rubbing her weary eyes, Chu-Yi voiced her complaints. There is no time left. Xiao-Yi, I may have to depart. After I leave, you must not forget the things I have told you. With your master now present, you will undoubtedly accomplish what I could not. While I long to witness your success, I did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift. I have truly enjoyed the days spent with you. Farewell, Xiaoyi. De spoke, her eyes filled with profound reluctance. What? You are leaving? Why? I do not want you to go. Who are these people? By what right do they intend to take you? Upon hearing of De's impending departure, Chuyi's fatigue evaporated instantly. She fixed her gaze on De, her tone laden with inquiry. No, I must leave. Only by departing with them will you remain safe. Do not worry, am I not you? As long as you are unharmed, I shall be fine as well. Perhaps, one day, we shall meet again. Observing the imminent tears in Chuyi's eyes, De offered a slight consolation. No, you are deceiving me. This time, we will surely not meet again. No, I will not allow you to leave. Right, let us seek out our master. Master is so powerful, if he intervenes, they will certainly not be able to take you away. As she spoke, Chuyi rose from the bed, determined to find Rufeng. No, it is futile. Although your master is formidable, he cannot contend with those individuals. De replied solemnly. Impossible, you say? Just as De's words were about to conclude, Rufeng's voice resonated abruptly. Master, it is you. The sudden appearance of Rufeng quickly astonished both Chuyi and De. What, can I not come? Furthermore, did I not instruct you to address me as master? You are being rather disrespectful. After Rufeng finished speaking, he casually took a seat on a nearby chair. It was Xiaoyi who took you as her master, not me. De retorted playfully. Is it not the same? One is present, and the other is in the future. Remember next time, do not be disrespectful, or I shall impose a punishment upon you. Now, to the matter at hand. A xianxiahuai is approaching us. You must accompany me. Rufeng spoke calmly. You, how do you know their identity? Who exactly are you? Hearing Rufeng mention the xianxiahuai, De was instantly stunned. Even she had only learned of their existence after the incident occurred. She could not comprehend how Rufeng was aware of the xianxiahuai. You asked too many questions. We must leave. Rufeng rose, responding indifferently. Very well, I shall accompany you. Without hesitation, De nodded in agreement. Master, can you handle that xianxiahuai? Does this mean De can remain with me? At this moment, Chuyi approached Rufeng with a hint of hope. Naturally, a mere xianxiahuai is but an ant. She will not only remain, but will be able to accompany you for the foreseeable future. I shall return shortly. You should rest for now. After gently ruffling Chuyi's hair, Rufeng vanished from the room with De. Indeed, there is nothing master cannot resolve. If that is the case, I should hasten to sleep. After murmuring to herself, Chuyi returned to her bed and drifted off once more. In her heart, as long as Rufeng spoke, she believed that no unforeseen events would occur. Meanwhile, as Chuyi slipped back into slumber, Rufeng had already taken De to the heights of the sky. Are you certain you can handle that individual? The xianxiahuai are incredibly enigmatic, and their strength is formidable. I even feel that during my peak, I would not be their match. You, in the high sky, De, observing the composed Rufeng, expressed her concerns. It is not a matter of feeling. You simply are not their equal. Their power exceeds the limits of the celestial realm, and they possess the protection of the Dao of time. However, that is your perspective. To me, they are only slightly stronger. Rufeng spoke calmly. If you are so confident, why bring me along? My current strength is negligible. Even if I wished to assist you, I would be powerless. De stated. It is unnecessary. A single strike will suffice. There is no need for you to intervene. I brought you here to help shape your physical form. Rufeng smiled lightly. What? To reshape my physical form? Are you certain? It is not a simple task to assist me in that regard. First, various celestial and earthly spiritual items are required. Otherwise, my soul force cannot be sustained. Secondly, my soul has been damaged and requires a significant amount of elixirs to restore. Such items are not easily found, even in the celestial realm. Nonetheless, I appreciate your good intentions. Let us discuss the matter of reshaping my form another time. Moreover, whether I will still be here in the future remains uncertain. De remarked softly. Do you have such little faith in me? Unlike she believes everything I say. You should rectify this flaw. Otherwise, you may lead my astray. Rufeng replied coolly. Very well. I shall observe how you assist me in reshaping my physical form. At Rufeng's words, De fell silent, harboring some grievances within. May the Heavenly Dao take heed. Otherwise, the only option will be to annihilate the Tianyuan Continent. Regardless, with me present, Su Yang and the others shall come to no harm. Not bothering to pay further attention to De, Rufeng pondered slowly in his heart. Not long ago, he had instructed the system to convey his requests to the Heavenly Dao of this realm. As for whether the other party would cooperate, Rufeng was uncertain. However, even if the Heavenly Dao chose not to comply, Rufeng did not overly concern himself. After all, only the Tianyuan Continent would suffer. Although Rufeng did not wish for the continent's destruction, it was a mere consideration under normal circumstances. When faced with the necessity to lift restrictions on cultivation, he would not consider the fate of the Tianyuan Continent. Here they come. Just after a few moments, Li Rufeng abruptly lifted his head, his expression growing slightly more serious. Chapter 52. The Heavenly Dao Space. Instantaneous Annihilation. In the next moment, a blue figure appeared before Li Rufeng. It was the blue-clad man from before. I found you. I did not expect you to come out voluntarily. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Chui, you have traversed the river of time and violated its regulations. Will you choose to return with me to face your punishment, or shall I eliminate you on the spot? The blue-clad man gazed at the imposing Chui, his tone chillingly cold. Humph, do not presume that I am ignorant of your schemes. That incident was orchestrated by you from the shadows. The so-called regulations of time are merely fabrications of your own making. If there were truly penalties for traversing the river of time, it would be the Dao of time that intervenes personally, though I am unclear about who you truly are. Do not think that your strength grants you the liberty to punish me at will, Chui retorted calmly. Typically, she would not dare to speak so boldly. But emboldened by Li Rufen's earlier bravado, she decided to take a risk. Interesting, the blue-clad man sneered. A mere remnant soul dares to question me? In that case, you shall vanish completely. His icy voice echoed as he unleashed his aura. In an instant, Chui found herself utterly immobilized, even her strand of divine soul teetering on the brink of dissolution. How amusing. Am I being completely disregarded? Observing the aura emanating from the blue-clad man, Li Rufeng spoke softly. Very well, since you have so benevolently delivered yourself to me, I shall overlook this. However, it is rather arrogant of you to strike at those before me. In the next moment, Li Rufen's eyes widened as his own aura erupted forth. With a wave of his hand, the overwhelming pressure on Chui dissipated instantaneously. What? This power, I did not expect to gain such an unexpected advantage this time. Haha. Splendid. I shall claim your strength for myself. Upon sensing the aura radiating from Li Rufeng, the blue-clad man burst into laughter. Oh, you refer to this power of time? Li Rufeng raised his hand, playfully manipulating the essence of time. Humph, merely grasping a fragment of the power of time. Boy, what are you so proud of? Yet, I must thank you. Once I absorb your strength, my power will certainly reach new heights. Encountering me, you have drawn the short straw. Let us perish together. As his words fell, the blue-clad man raised his hand and struck towards Li Rufeng and Chui. In an instant, a terrifying force locked onto the two, causing the surrounding space to show signs of collapse. This is not something a peak emperor can contend with. Heavenly Dao, what are you waiting for? If you do not intervene now, do not blame me, Li Rufeng exclaimed, sensing the overwhelming power of the impending attack. This plea appeared to be a call for aid to the Heavenly Dao of the Tianyuan Continent, yet in truth, it was a final chance given to the Heavenly Dao of this realm. Humph, Heavenly Dao? Ah, a mere Heavenly Dao from the lower realm. Do you think it would dare to save you? You thought you had some hidden cards, yet you are reduced to calling for help from the Heavenly Dao? How laughable that someone like you can comprehend the power of time. No matter, this strength shall soon belong to me. The blue-clad man laughed maniacally, his tone chilling. Alas, I hope you do not disappoint me. And you, speaking of the lower realm's Heavenly Dao, even if your strength is not on par with mine, the Heavenly Dao must not be insulted. Heavenly Dao space. Appear. Quickly. I can only hold on for 10 breaths. Tianyuan suddenly manifested and, without warning, attacked the blue-clad man, instantly dragging him into the Heavenly Dao space. 10 breaths. No need, one will suffice. In the next moment, Li Rufeng did not hesitate to enter the Heavenly Dao space. Within this realm, he could temporarily lift the constraints on his cultivation without affecting the Tianyuan Continent. Thus, as he entered the Heavenly Dao space, he commanded the system to remove his cultivation restrictions. In an instant, Li Rufen's immeasurable strength was unleashed, without granting the blue-clad man any opportunity to respond. A mere glance from Li Rufeng was enough to annihilate him. Even with the protection of the Dao of time, it proved utterly ineffective. Goodness! At that moment, outside, the entity maintaining the Heavenly Dao space, Tianyuan, was sent flying, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, originally capable of sustaining for 10 breaths. Tianyuan was immediately overwhelmed by the force of Li Rufen's full power. What's happening? The space is collapsing, but how did it come to this? Does the Heavenly Dao also bleed? As the Heavenly Dao space crumbled, Li Rufeng returned to the outside world, simultaneously sealing his cultivation once more. Noticing Tianyuan coughing blood and his aura waning, Li Rufeng curiously inquired, how can you still question me? What was that power just now? Did you not say it was only slightly stronger than that xianxiaaudiobooks? After a moment of silence, Tianyuan promptly responded, indeed, I am a billion times stronger. Just that much. As he spoke, Li Rufeng raised his right hand, demonstrating the minuscule difference with his thumb and forefinger. Observing Li Rufen's nonchalant demeanor, Tianyuan fell into speechlessness once again. Well, let us set this matter aside for now. I had not anticipated your strength. No wonder you regard that xianxiaaudiobooks with such disdain. However, I must caution you. To my knowledge, when each xianxiaui meets their demise, the final moments are transmitted directly back to the xianxiaui headquarters. This means you are now under the watchful eye of all xianxiaui. Yet, with your strength, you should not fear their pursuit. Tianyuan remarked. Oh, that is splendid news. I was just lamenting my inability to acquire stronger souls. However, from what you say, you seem quite knowledgeable about the xianxiaui. Li Rufeng asked with curiosity. Not extensively. To be honest, while I am a Heavenly Dao of the lower realm, the Heavenly Daos across various worlds can engage in special information exchanges. I have heard about the xianxiaui from other worlds' Heavenly Daos. Moreover, many worlds have fallen to ruin at their hands. The reason I agreed to assist you is that I harbor no fondness for them, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? Do you know the purpose behind the existence of the xianxiaui? Or rather, what are their objectives? Could it be that they truly exist solely to maintain the order of the river of time? The man earlier, upon witnessing my power of time, displayed unmasked greed. I cannot believe such a character would uphold the order of the river of time. Li Rufeng spoke with a hint of disdain. Their aims? I do not know much. However, I have heard that the xianxiaui are composed of those who cultivate the Dao of time. Their objective appears to be the individuals across various worlds who have comprehended the Dao of time. I suspect they seek to devour the spatial power within those individuals. Beyond that, I am not well informed, as I am merely a lower realm Heavenly Dao with limited capabilities. Tianyuan pondered for a moment before divulging all he knew. Oh, this aligns closely with my suspicions. Very well, I appreciate your disclosure. Given your commendable character, I shall intervene to resolve the matter of the Tianyuan Continent being sealed by the celestial realm. Li Rufeng stated calmly. Really, with your strength, you can indeed assist in lifting the seal on the Tianyuan Continent. Tianyuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. What I uttered naturally counts. However, I currently have no intention of venturing to the xianxia. When the time comes for me to ascend, I shall assist you then. You have no objections, do you? Li Rufeng replied. Well, do I dare to have any objections? Tianyuan silently retorted. Naturally, I have no objections. Tianyuan responded. Very well, then let it be so. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, I will seek you out again. With that, without waiting for Tianyuan's response, Li Rufeng vanished into the sky with the distant Dari. Such a person gracing the Tianyuan Continent is quite remarkable. However, for the Tianyuan Continent, this may indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. Gazing at the direction in which Li Rufeng had disappeared, Tianyuan muttered a few words to himself before vanishing from the spot. Chapter 53, The Power of Origin, Reconstructing the Body. Upon a mountain peak, after parting ways with Tianyuan, Li Rufeng brought De to this location. All right, this shall suffice. Now, let us commence the reconstruction of your body. After landing on the peak, Li Rufeng surveyed the surroundings and spoke. What do you intend to do? Is there anything I must do? De inquired. You need not do anything. However, this is my first time assisting someone in reconstructing their body, and there may be minor unforeseen occurrences during the process. But fret not. With my presence, you shall certainly survive. If you are prepared, I shall begin. Li Rufeng replied. Do I have a choice to refuse? Dai timidly asked upon hearing Li Rufen's words. Of course not. It appears you have no objections, so let us proceed. As his words fell, Li Rufeng produced a corpse. What is this? At the sight of the corpse, Dai's eyes widened in shock. Although she had long known that Li Rufeng had slain the man in blue, witnessing the corpse firsthand was still quite astonishing. You cannot be considering using his body for my reconstruction, can you? If that is the case, I would rather not proceed. After regaining her composure, Dai quickly remarked. Even if you were willing, I would not be. I only require his original power. Were it not for that, do you think his body would still exist? Very well, I shall begin. With this original power, not only can you return to your peak state, but you may also have the opportunity to transcend to a higher level. Whether you can seize that opportunity depends solely on you. Power of origin, condense. In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand towards the body of the man in blue. Moments later, the man's body completely dissipated, leaving behind a pure and formidable essence of original power. Next, various celestial and earthly spiritual entities were required. To ensure Dai's reconstructed body was as perfect as possible, Li Rufeng generously retrieved dozens of spiritual entities from the system space. These items were acquired through the system, so Li Rufeng was not lacking. Pantao, Bodhi fruit, 9-petal Qinglian, 9 heavens Shirong, water of life, 7-colored flower. As he spoke, Li Rufeng began to refine these spiritual objects. Watching the unfamiliar spiritual entities that Li Rufeng produced, Dai stood in awe. Although she did not recognize them, the alluring aura emanating from those entities was sufficient to demonstrate their extraordinary nature. All right, nearly 50 varieties should suffice. Now relax your spirit and do not resist. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After a few admonitions, Li Rufeng wasted no time and enveloped the refined essence of the spiritual entities over Dai's spirit. In the next moment, Dai's spirit involuntarily began to absorb the essence of the spiritual entities. This continued for nearly a stick of incense's worth of time. Once the essence was sufficiently absorbed, Li Rufeng proceeded to integrate the original power into Dai's spirit. It was impossible for Dai to absorb and refine such a powerful essence in a short time. However, Li Rufeng paid no mind to that, forcefully merging the original power into Dai's spirit. At the instant of integration, a tremendous aura erupted from Dai. Done. Next, we await her complete refinement and mastery of these powers. After completing all of this, Li Rufeng settled down on a nearby boulder. As for Dai, the overwhelming influx of power entering her spirit left her with no time to focus on the happenings around her. Time passed quietly, second by second. Li Rufeng even began to doze off. Nearly an hour later, Dai finally slowly opened her eyes. In the next moment, a magnificent aura radiated from her, causing the beasts in the surrounding mountains to prostrate in fear, trembling in terror. Finally, I have completely refined it. Phew, who would have thought that reconstructing a body would be so exhausting? No, I should say that the method he employed for reconstruction is truly exhausting. After restraining her aura, Dai glanced at Li Rufeng, who lay on the boulder nearby, and softly murmured. Subsequently, Dai took steps toward Li Rufeng. A miraculous scene unfolded. With each step Dai took, her body transformed further. First her feet, then her legs. Gradually, after a few moments, Dai's entire physique was sculpted to perfection. At that moment, Dai radiated an irresistible charm. To describe her as possessing unparalleled beauty would not be an exaggeration. The restoration is remarkable. In fact, my strength has even advanced further. Were I not in the lower realm, I would genuinely wish to test my current abilities. Moreover, my comprehension of the Dao of time has deepened further. These enhancements are undoubtedly thanks to the original power imbued with the essence of time. Feeling the transformation of her new body, Dai unconsciously approached Li Rufeng. Looking down at Li Rufeng, who lay with his eyes closed, Dai found herself harboring unfamiliar feelings for him for the first time. Perhaps having such a master is not so bad after all. After observing Li Rufen's sleeping visage for a while, Dai's lips unexpectedly curled into a smile. Are you awake? How do you feel? Just as Dai was lost in her thoughts, the previously closed eyes of Li Rufeng suddenly opened and inquired. Yes, I am satisfied with this body. Thank you. Dai was startled by Li Rufen's voice, and once she regained her composure, she immediately expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I am not aiding you out of sheer kindness. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Li Rufeng opened his eyes, rose from the stone, and spoke as he did so. Then what do you require of me? If there is anything, I can certainly assist. Dai stammered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Purple. It suits you well. The squirrel was right. Purple indeed has a certain charm. Li Rufeng appeared to be lost in thought, ignoring Dai's words as he murmured to himself. By the way, what did you just say? Li Rufeng then inquired again. This fellow alternates between ignoring me and speaking nonsensically. Moreover, does he imply that he prefers me in purple attire? This is a significant secret. I must share it with Xiao Yi when I return. Though somewhat perplexed by Li Rufen's thoughts, Dai felt a sense of joy in her heart at receiving his praise for the first time. I said, what do you need me to assist you with? After dismissing her chaotic thoughts, Dai responded to Li Rufeng. Chapter 54, The Temple of Time, Taichu Small World. Oh, that is simple. With your current strength, you can traverse the xianxia with ease. Therefore, in the future, I would appreciate your assistance in ensuring the safety of my disciples. Of course, should we encounter adversaries beyond your capabilities, I shall intervene personally. However, for minor skirmishes, feel free to handle them, as they are of such trivial nature that I lack the desire to engage, considering it a waste of my time. Additionally, please address any cultivation issues my disciples may encounter. How does that sound? These matters should be quite simple for you, I presume? Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Well, I have no objections, but I must inquire about the significance of you accepting disciples. If you remain indifferent, one might argue that you are not fulfilling your role as a master, right? Dai replied timidly. Is that so? I share your sentiment. Yet, what can be done? I merely take them on for amusement. Do you have a problem with that? Li Rufeng responded nonchalantly. No objections. Upon hearing Li Rufen's peculiar response, Dai internally scoffed, though outwardly she refrained from any retort. Well, isn't that sufficient? With all these inquiries, I thought you held some grievances against me. Now, the matter is resolved, and we should return. Li Rufeng chose to dismiss Dai's earlier comments and turned to head back to Tianyuan City. Wait, I have one more question. At that moment, Dai suddenly called out to stop Li Rufeng. What is your question? Speak swiftly. Dawn is approaching, and I am quite fatigued. Li Rufeng turned back. How shall I introduce myself to your disciples in the future? Little E is manageable, but the others are oblivious to my existence. If I were to suddenly appear, an explanation would be necessary, wouldn't it? Dai Yi inquired. Ah, indeed. I had not pondered that matter extensively. Perhaps you could be introduced as Yi's sister? Given your striking resemblance, they would likely accept that. Li Rufeng contemplated before speaking. Sister? That works. Upon hearing Li Rufen's words, Dai Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then it is settled, let us return. With that, Li Rufen disregarded Dai Yi further, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He didn't even wait for me. Witnessing Li Rufen's sudden disappearance, Dai Yi weakly complained before hastily following suit. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to Tianyuan City. Subsequently, Li Rufen returned to his own room, while Dai Yi re-entered Chu Yi's quarters. Thus, the night came to an untroubled close. In a mysterious and unknown realm, there stood an immensely grand and opulent palace. An aura of terrifying power emanated from various corners of the palace. Each presence within was capable of effortlessly dominating the realm of immortals. This was the central hall of the xianxiaaudiobooks, the Time Temple. Within the grand hall sat a young man clad in garments of black and white. He was the master of the Time Temple and the founder of the xianxiaaudiobooks, known as Lu Yu. How intriguing, after thousands of years. This is the first time someone has managed to slay a member of the xianxiaaudiobooks. This individual appears remarkably youthful. Could it be that they are a reincarnation of some formidable being from above? Even then, it would be improbable to eliminate a member of the xianxiaaudiobooks so effortlessly. The situation grows increasingly fascinating. Well, having been bored for so long, it is finally time to stretch my limbs. Summon the 10 generals of the temple to meet with me. Lu Yu called out softly to those below. Yes. In the next moment, a figure materialized and knelt before him. After a brief exchange, the figure vanished from the grand hall. Tianyuan City. More than 10 days had passed since the Tianyuan Grand Competition, during which Li Rufeng had remained in seclusion, resting at his residence. Dai Yi, utilizing her identity as Chu Yi's sister, had developed a harmonious relationship with Su Yang and the others. Unbeknownst to them, the day of departure from Tianyuan City had arrived. On this day, early in the morning, Li Rufeng set sail with Su Yang and the others aboard a flying vessel, their destination being a powerful force located in Zhongdu. The ancient secret realm lay within the territory of this formidable faction. Through recent inquiries, Li Rufeng had gleaned a foundational understanding of the powers within Zhongdu. Among them, the most potent forces were undoubtedly the 3 sacred places and the 4 hidden families. The 3 sacred places comprised the Guyu sacred place, the Zizai sacred place, and the Wu Dao sacred place. The 4 hidden families were the Qin, Yun, Luo, and Long families. The ancient secret realm was governed by these 7 dominant forces. To unlock the entrance to the ancient secret realm, the 7 factions must collaborate. Moreover, each time the ancient secret realm is activated, one of the 7 forces acts as the gathering point, while the remaining 6 factions send representatives to open the entrance. This time, the activation site is the Guyu sacred place, one of the 3 sacred locations. Those granted access to the ancient secret realm must travel to Guyu sacred place on their own. With only 2.5 days remaining before the opening of the ancient secret realm, this was the reason for Li Rufen's departure from Tianyuan City. Simultaneously, he learned that there was no upper limit on the number of entrants to the ancient secret realm. As long as individuals are under the age of 25 and possess a cultivation level no lower than the Golden Core realm, they are eligible to enter. However, this condition applies only to the people of Zhongdu. In contrast, individuals from regions like Dongwang must compete in the Tianyuan Grand Competition for the limited 10 entries into the ancient secret realm. The rationale behind Zhongdu's approach is readily apparent. The ancient secret realm is replete with cultivation resources and opportunities, particularly the legendary chance for Ascension. Such benefits are not to be squandered on outsiders. Nevertheless, Li Rufeng did not dwell on these matters excessively. Should he desire, claiming the ancient secret realm for himself would be but a simple gesture. However, his interest in the ancient secret realm was rather lukewarm. The sole aspect that piqued his curiosity was the opportunity for Ascension. Ding! A notification from the system echoed in Li Rufen's mind. Oh, has another month passed so swiftly? System, I shall sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Taichu Small World. Taichu Small World? What is that? Li Rufen inquired with curiosity. Dear host, the Taichu Small World is a realm with limitless growth potential. Given sufficient time, it can evolve to rival or even surpass the immortal realm. However, the growth and evolution of the Taichu Small World require time. Thus the process may be lengthy, but there is no need for concern, as the time flow within the Taichu Small World is 1 day in the outside world equating to 100 years within. Moreover, if the host provides the world's essence to the Taichu Small World, its growth will accelerate. The system responded. I see, I now grasp the concept. What of the Taichu small world? Why do I not sense its presence? Please hold on. Host, I shall distribute the reward now. The Taichu small world will be directly situated within your dantian. As the system's voice faded, Rufeng felt an unfamiliar sensation in his dantian. Curiously, he extended his consciousness into the Taichu small world. Simultaneously, within the Taichu small world, Rufeng's figure gradually materialized. Chapter 55, World Evolution, Guyu Sacred Place. Is this the Taichu small world? It bears little difference from a purgatory. Observing the celestial thunder and the cataclysmic eruptions of volcanoes, Rufeng remarked indifferently. Do not worry. Host, such conditions are quite normal at the outset. As time flows, the Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks gradually stabilizes and begins to exhibit suitable environmental conditions. Not only that, but it will also evolve a variety of life forms, including the human race. Moreover, various beings will embark on the path of cultivation. The more formidable individuals that emerge, the stronger the primordial power of Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks will become. As the master of Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks, the host can utilize this primordial power at any time. Oh, are you suggesting that great emperors, or even stronger beings, will eventually appear here? Rufeng inquired with curiosity. The highest realm attainable by beings in Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks is contingent upon the host's strength. If the host is at the emperor level, then the highest that those in Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks can achieve is also the emperor level. As for whether they can ascend and leave Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks, the answer is unequivocally no. Within Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks, the host is the creator deity. Any beings born here cannot leave without the host's permission, no matter how powerful they may be. Is that so? That's quite impressive. As the creator deity, do I have any other advantages besides utilizing the primordial power of Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks? Rufeng continued to inquire. Indeed, there are significant advantages. Firstly, with Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks at your disposal, whenever you encounter an adversary, you can directly draw them into Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. Here, the host faces no restrictions in terms of realm and does not need any cultivation level to defeat any foe. The title of creator deity is not one to be taken lightly. Essentially, within Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks, the host is the only true god. No one else holds any sway. Such strength? Very well, system, this reward is quite commendable. This ability is indeed advantageous, allowing me to act without hesitation in the future. You're too modest, host. By the way, the initial Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks only contains the fundamental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, light, darkness, time, and space. The host can infuse Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks with additional powers to enrich and expedite its evolution and growth. Additional powers? How should I proceed? After pondering for a moment, Rufeng asked. It's quite simple. For instance, if the host currently masters the Dao of Heavenly Secrets, you merely need to inject a portion of that power into Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. Henceforth, Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks will possess the power of Heavenly Secrets. In layman's terms, the type of power Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks possesses will dictate the Dao that will subsequently evolve. Consequently, the beings within Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks can cultivate this Dao. I see, I understand now. It appears this task is a formidable one, not to mention other matters. The Dao alone has countless branches, and I wonder how long it will take for Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks to encompass all the powers of the world's Daos. There's no need for concern, host. The power of the Dao can also be acquired from others. Furthermore, taking in disciples and signing in can yield various Dao powers. The speed of collecting Dao power will surpass what you might imagine. Oh, so I can also obtain Dao power from others? That simplifies matters significantly. In the future, when facing enemies, I can draw them into Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. While there may not be many who cultivate the 3,000 Daos, it's likely that they possess some knowledge of the lesser paths. Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, as you venture into higher realms, the number of those who cultivate the 3,000 Daos will increase, allowing for a quicker accumulation of Dao powers. Very well, that aligns with my thoughts. Now, I wonder how long it will take for the first being to emerge in Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. Will it be a demon, a devil, or a human? As Rufeng pondered, he infused the various Dao powers he possessed into Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. After completing this, the changes within Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks intensified. However, Rufeng did not linger to observe. After a brief moment, he exited Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. With Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks in existence, Rufeng's ambitions expanded. Previously, he had sought to test the limits of the Ren Huang Fan, and now he had the additional goal of collecting various Dao powers for Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of discovering what kind of strong beings would arise within Taichu xianxiaaudiobooks. It could be said that the invincible Rufeng, amidst the monotony of idleness, had finally acquired a glimmer of anticipation. In Guyu Shengdi, Guyu Cheng. After a half-day journey, Li Rufeng and his companions successfully arrived via flying boat. Guyucheng is a city located at the foot of Guyushengdi, and in comparison to Tianyuan, it is at least 2.5 times larger. Upon entering Guyucheng and inquiring about the location of an inn, Li Rufeng led Su Yang and others towards the inn. The first task upon arriving here was, of course, to find a comfortable place to stay. Before long, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of the inn. Nine Fu Lu glancing at the name of the inn, he walked straight inside. Behind him, Su Yang and the others promptly followed suit. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Upon entering Nine Fu Lu, a smiling attendant approached him. Yes, please provide me with your best room. I'll take 8 rooms. After considering that De Yi and Chu Yi had always slept together, Li Rufeng changed his request to 7 rooms. Sir, are you certain? You may not be aware of our room rates. Our rooms are categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. A low-quality room costs 10 superior spirit stones per day, a medium-quality room costs 100 superior spirit stones per day, and a high-quality room requires 10 top-tier spirit stones. So, are you sure you want 7 high-quality rooms? The attendant explained, then inquired once more. In his view, Li Rufeng's seemingly extravagant request stemmed from ignorance of the room rates at Nine Fu Lu. Generally, even one high-quality room would cause people to hesitate for a long time. Even those who possessed ample spirit stones rarely booked so many high-quality rooms at once. Only 10 top-tier spirit stones? That's rather reasonable. This covers 10 days of expenses. Please lead me to the rooms. Li Rufeng stated, then retrieved 70 top-tier spirit stones from his system space and tossed them to the attendant. Absolutely, right away. Please follow me, esteemed guest. The attendant eagerly responded. Let me register your information first, and then I will have someone escort you to your rooms. We have a good number of guests lately, and just so happens we have 7 high-quality rooms left. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, even with spirit stones, you might not have been able to book them. Holding such a significant amount of spirit stones for the first time, the attendant was utterly thrilled. Shortly thereafter, under the attendant's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived at the front desk. The attendant then promptly began to register Li Rufeng's information. Just as they were nearing completion of the registration, several figures swaggered into Nine Fu Lu. At the forefront was a robust man, flanked by 2 guards, each exuding a powerful aura. The moment they entered Nine Fu Lu, many patrons recoiled as if they had encountered a plague. Soon, a robust man arrived at the counter accompanied by others. At the very moment he entered, his gaze fixated upon De Yi and Chu Yi. Chapter 56, Xianxia of Guyu, Unbearable to Strike. Where has the attendant gone? Did you not see the arrival of this Xianxia? Hurry and arrange several superior rooms for me. Upon reaching the counter, the formidable man disregarded Li Rufeng nearby and bellowed directly at the attendant who was registering information. It is the esteemed Xianxia. My apologies. I was preoccupied and did not notice your grand entrance. However, the attendant, upon hearing the reprimand, immediately raised his head to look at the imposing man. The moment he beheld the man's visage, he instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. This robust individual was none other than Ba Tianhu, the Xianxia of Guyu Holy Land. Such a status was far beyond the scope of a mere attendant to provoke or neglect. Yet, upon hearing that Ba Tianhu required a superior room, the attendant found himself in a quandary. Li Rufeng had arrived first and already paid the spirit stones. The attendant had no grounds to allocate a superior room to the later arrival, Ba Tianhu. However, denying Ba Tianhu a superior room would undoubtedly offend him, a consequence far beyond the attendant's capacity to bear. What are you waiting for? If you incite my displeasure, you know the consequences. Observing the attendant's hesitation, Ba Tianhu threatened coldly. Esteemed Xianxia, the remaining superior rooms have already been booked by this distinguished guest. Would you consider switching to a medium room? The attendant asked with a trembling smile. You seek death. Upon hearing the suggestion of a medium room, Ba Tianhu instantly erupted with fury, unleashing a powerful aura that surged toward the attendant. Bang! Poof! In mere moments, the attendant was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, he spat blood, his breath waning to a perilous degree. This commotion quickly drew the attention of all within Jiu Fu Luhengf, ignorant fool. To suggest that this Xianxia occupy rooms fit for the lowly, you must certainly wish for death. Glancing at the attendant now sprawled on the ground, Ba Tianhu spoke coldly. In the next instant, his gaze shifted to Li Rufeng, who had remained silent and composed throughout Ba Tianhu's entrance and outburst, showing not the slightest change in expression. In fact, Li Rufeng had not even cast a glance at Ba Tianhu. The indifference displayed by Li Rufeng did not go unnoticed by Ba Tianhu, who perceived it as a slight against him. While others cowered in fear at the sight of Ba Tianhu, Li Rufeng remained unfazed, further aggravating Ba Tianhu. You there? Did you reserve the remaining superior rooms? Today is your unlucky day to encounter this Xianxia. I present you with 2 choices. 1. Relinquish all the remaining superior rooms and depart far from here. 2. Death. Ba Tianhu approached Li Rufeng and spoke with utter disdain. Hehe, you are quite arrogant. Immediately retract your previous words and bow an apology to my master. Otherwise, you shall die. Before Li Rufeng could respond, Su Yang stepped forward with a cold laugh. Qi refinement realm? Ahaha, a mere Qi refinement realm, and he dares to demand an apology? Haha, that is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Ba Tianhu laughed heartily as he spoke. In response to Ba Tianhu's ridicule, Su Yang neither retorted nor exhibited any anger. I never expected a dignified xianxia to be so foolish. If someone like you can be a xianxia, it seems this sacred land is not as impressive as it appears. Su Yang remarked weakly. What the senior brother says is true. He is merely a bully relying on his status. Ji Wudao chimed in. Come on, senior brother. Show him a thing or two. I have faith in you. Ho Qing also added with a smile. I appreciate your support. Why don't you both step up? Su Yang retorted in exasperation. Did you not just say for him to bow an apology? You let him act all high and mighty. And now you want us to intervene? Ji Wudao said nonchalantly. Indeed, the second senior brother is correct. Ho Qing nodded vigorously. Li Rufeng, along with Chu Yi and others, listened to the banter of Su Yang and his companions, rendered speechless and bemused. Enough. If you wish for death, just say so. This xianxia will gladly fulfill your wish. And you, have you made up your mind about the choices I gave you? Seeing Su Yang and the others laughing, Ba Tianhu's anger surged. He turned his cold gaze back to Li Rufeng and questioned him. Oh, I do not wish to choose either option. What will you do about it? Li Rufeng replied indifferently. Very well. Since you refuse to choose, allow me to make the choice for you. I will kill you first, and then your rooms will naturally become mine. How does that sound? A splendid plan, is it not? Ha! Ba Tianhu declared, laughing aloud. Oh, and you lot must die as well. However, I can offer the two ladies a chance. If you two are willing to follow me from now on, I can spare your lives. You will not regret joining me. What do you say? The opportunity is fleeting. Do not let it slip away. Ba Tianhu addressed to Yi and Chu Yi, his eyes occasionally flickering with a lascivious glint. Just as Ba Tianhu reveled in his arrogance, he was suddenly sent flying. The occurrence transpired swiftly. Not only did Ba Tianhu fail to react, but even the two powerful companions beside him were oblivious to any attack. Xianxia. In the next moment, the two powerful companions were startled and immediately leaped towards the fallen Ba Tianhu. Xianxia, are you all right? He is dead. Upon reaching Ba Tianhu's side and sensing his lifelessness, the two companions instantly panicked. As Ba Tianhu's guards, their lives would be forfeit if they returned to Guyu Holy Land after allowing Ba Tianhu to be killed before their very eyes. It was you. You killed the xianxia. Moments later, the two powerful companions released Ba Tianhu and stood up, fixing their intense gaze upon Li Rufeng. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from their bodies. Given that Li Rufeng was the closest to Ba Tianhu at the time, they naturally concluded that he had stealthily attacked and killed him. I did not even notice he had struck. This fellow is indeed a monster. However, he seems to have acted because of me and Xiao Yi, Yi thought to herself, glancing at Li Rufeng's calm demeanor, feeling a sense of delight. What nonsense. Did you see me attack? Li Rufeng replied coolly. The two powerful companions were rendered speechless by Li Rufeng's retort. Forget it, Jiu-Si, you handle this. I will check if the attendant is still alive. We were counting on him to lead us to the rooms, Li Rufeng said, turning towards the half-conscious attendant behind the counter. Understood, master. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jiu-Si took a few steps forward, standing before the two powerful companions. Chapter 57. Instantaneous kill of a semi-emperor, holy landlord. The two peak semi-emperor level experts were indeed formidable, befitting of the Holy Land. However, what a pity. Zhu Jiu-Si gazed at the two powerful figures and spoke softly. What a pity. Driven by curiosity, one of the formidable beings spoke up. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Remember to choose a better master in your next life. As soon as these words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Zhu Jiu-Si, surpassing that of the two strong figures. In an instant, under the oppressive might of Zhu Jiu-Si, the two warriors fell to their knees, unable to move an inch. No, this is impossible. The might of the emperor. How could someone so young be an emperor? How could you possibly appear here? At this moment, disbelief filled the eyes of the two strong figures as they stared at Zhu Jiu-Si. In this day and age, who isn't an emperor? Moreover, if I wish, there is no place in Tianyuan Continent that I cannot traverse. You have asked your questions. It is time for you to depart. Zhu Jiu-Si spoke calmly as he approached the two strong figures. He then raised his hand, preparing to take their lives. No, you cannot kill us. We are from the Guyu Sacred Land. Do not think that you are the only emperor here. The Guyu Sacred Land boasts not only one, but several emperors. If you kill us, you will also meet your end. If you spare us, we will pretend that the matter concerning Ba Tian who never occurred. How does that sound? This should adequately convey our sincerity, right? Although we do not know why you have appeared here, an emperor's intervention will diminish one's lifespan. Rather than exhausting your lifespan to contend against our Guyu sacred land, it would be better to let us go. Sensing Zhu Jiuxi's murderous intent, the two strong figures hastily spoke. Oh, you dare to compare me with those fallen emperors? A mere Guyu sacred land is hardly worthy of my attention. Die, Zhu Jiuxi declared, and with a surge of reincarnation power, he swiftly ended the lives of the two strong figures, not to mention the presence of Li Rufeng. Even with the title of Reincarnation Emperor, Zhu Jiuxi dismissed the so-called sacred land and emperors entirely. Meanwhile, as Zhu Jiuxi dealt with the two formidable beings, Li Rufeng stepped in to assist Xiao Er in recovering from his injuries. After all, the other party did not seize his room simply due to Ba Tianhu's identity. For this reason alone, Li Rufeng felt some gratitude toward him. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The recuperated Xiao Er immediately knelt before Li Rufeng in gratitude. Enough, I am somewhat weary. Please lead me to my room. Li Rufeng said nonchalantly. Yes, it was my oversight. Please follow me, senior. I shall escort you to a superior room. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Xiao Er quickly got up and proceeded to lead the way. Observing this, Li Rufeng followed suit, with Su Yang and the others closely trailing behind. Simultaneously, the souls of the two strong figures from the Guyu sacred land, including Ba Tianhu, were automatically absorbed by the Ren Huang fan. Their bodies were also automatically drawn into the Tai Chu small world. The spiritual energy and other powers contained within their bodies would be entirely absorbed by the Tai Chu small world. Eventually, their bodies would turn to ashes. All of this was executed by the system, since having to intervene personally each time was time-consuming and tedious. Li Rufeng had instructed the system to handle these tasks on his behalf. Whether it was the Ren Huang fan absorbing souls, or the Tai Chu small world absorbing the powers from their bodies, Li Rufeng entrusted everything to the system. Naturally, the system complied without hesitation with Li Rufeng's commands, allowing him to no longer manually collect souls or various powers of the Dao. Senior, this is your room. I want to intrude on your rest. If you have any needs, feel free to call for me. As long as it is within my capability, I will certainly oblige. Shortly after, Xiao Er led Li Rufeng to the door of a room and respectfully turned to him. You may go about your business. Nodding, Li Rufeng pushed the door open and entered without further ado. Subsequently, under Xiao Er's guidance, Su Yang and the others also arrived at their respective rooms in succession. For the next 2 days, until the entrance to the ancient secret realm opened, they would remain here. Meanwhile, within the Guyu sacred land, chaos erupted. Not good. Something grave has happened. With cries of alarm, the tranquility of the Guyu sacred land was shattered. Shortly after, a figure rushed into the main hall of the sacred land. What is it? Why all this commotion? An elder glared at the panicked disciple who had rushed in. Above in the hall, a middle-aged man with white hair sat. He was Gu Shiju, the master of the Guyu sacred land and a powerful emperor. Reporting to the elder, it is about the Holy Sun. The disciple replied in a flurry. The Holy Sun? What do you mean by that? Clarify your words. The elder responded sharply. Yes, it is Ba Shangzi. Just now, his life token shattered. The disciple trembled, his voice unsteady. What? Upon hearing this, all the elders in the hall were taken aback. Quickly tell me, who killed my sacred land's holy son? Whoever dares to commit such an act must suffer a fate worse than death. An elder exclaimed in anger. Reporting to the elder, we are currently unaware of who killed the holy son. However, according to the information returned by the life token, the holy son was killed in Guyu City. The disciple reported. What? Guyu City? Very well. To dare kill my sacred land's holy son right at our doorstep is an outright provocation. I implore the master to avenge the holy son and our Guyu sacred land. Upon learning that Ba Tianhu was slain at the foot of Guyu sacred land, many elders were enraged. Soon, all the elders in the hall knelt before Gu Shiju, pleading for him to take action for justice. From his seat, Gu Shiju slowly raised his head, his expression remarkably calm, revealing no trace of anger. Esteemed elders, I am already aware of this matter. However, the death of a mere holy son is no great matter. It is nothing to be alarmed about. Our Guyu sacred land is not lacking in talents. One holy son has died. We can simply select another. What do you think, esteemed elders? After a few moments, Gu Shiju spoke indifferently. Upon hearing Gu Shiju's words, the elders exchanged glances, their faces revealing subtle signs of hesitation. Master, I believe this is not acceptable. Just as the hall fell into an odd atmosphere, a figure slowly stood up. The speaker was Yu Qiangue, the Grand Elder of the Guyu Sacred Land. Chapter 58. The Emperor Moves, Guyu City in Peril. Oh, Grand Elder, do enlighten us on what is unacceptable. Gu Shiju said calmly. Master, The enemy killed our sacred land's holy son right under our noses. This matter cannot be easily overlooked. Moreover, in 2 days, the ancient secret realm will open. In the coming days, the forces from all over the continent will gather at our Guyu sacred land. If they learn that our holy son has been slain while we remain unresponsive, will this not make our Guyu sacred land the laughingstock of the world, seen as timid and fearful? Therefore, I suggest that we not only find the one who killed our holy son, but also publicly execute him on the day the ancient secret realm opens, before the eyes of all the forces in the world. Thus, we can declare to everyone that anyone who dares to offend our Guyu sacred land, regardless of who they are, shall face no mercy. Yu Qiangue slowly articulated. Haha, the Grand Elder makes a valid point. Please, tell us how we should proceed next. Gu Shiju smiled faintly, then spoke. Throughout the entire process, he displayed no hint of unusual emotion. My subordinates propose that we send someone to Guyu City to investigate who killed the Holy Son. Upon locating the individual, swiftly seize him. Then, strip him of his cultivation, leaving him with just a breath of life. Afterward, we shall await the day the ancient secret realm opens. Yu Qingwei spoke. Very well. Let us proceed as the Grand Elder suggests. Recently, I have experienced a sudden epiphany and require seclusion for cultivation. Henceforth, all matters concerning the Guyu Holy Land shall be entrusted to you, Grand Elder. Do you have any objections? Gu Shijue stood up and gazed down at Yu Qingwei. I shall obey your command. Rest assured, Holy Master, I will not let you down. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingwei responded with utmost respect. Very well. It shall be as such. After speaking, Gu Shijue's figure vanished from the Grand Hall. Throughout, Gu Shijue showed no concern for the demise of Ba Tianhu, nor did he care who was responsible for it. Grand Elder, what do you propose we do next? After Gu Shijue departed, several elders quickly surrounded Yu Qingwei. Naturally, we must dispatch someone to Guyu City. Those who dare to slay the holy son of our holy land must pay a grievous price. Yu Qingwei declared coldly. Grand Elder, 2 peak quasi-emperors have always accompanied the holy son. Given the current situation, the holy son is deceased, and they are likely in peril as well. The adversary may very well be a peak quasi-emperor or even a powerful emperor. Our holy land possesses only 3 ancestors and 5 emperor-level experts. With the holy master in seclusion, he cannot intervene. Which emperor-level expert do you intend to dispatch? An elder inquired. Very well. Let Elder Fangzheng take charge. He is at the 5th level of the emperor realm and should suffice to deal with the one who harmed our holy son. Additionally, send 20 peak quasi-emperors to accompany him to Guyu City. This way, we shall ensure absolute certainty. After pondering for a moment, Yu Qingwei concluded. Elder Fangzheng. The Grand Elder is wise. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, they cannot escape our grasp. Upon hearing Fangzheng's name, the elders exchanged glances, a flicker of trepidation igniting in their eyes. In Guyu Holy Land, there exists one whom all the elders deeply fear, Fangzheng. The reason is simple. He is insatiably bloodthirsty, sparing no one, not even innocent civilians, once he strikes. There was even an instance when Fangzheng, displeased with an elder, dispatched him with a single blow. Thus, few within Guyu Holy Land are unafraid of Fangzheng. Soon, Yu Qingwei personally sought out Fangzheng and conveyed the orders. Upon receiving the task, Fangzheng did not hesitate to agree, for this was an opportunity for unrestrained slaughter that he could not refuse. In fact, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, Fangzheng departed Guyu Holy Land, accompanied by 20 peak quasi-emperor experts. I shall utter but a single phrase. You need only observe the proceedings. Should anyone dare to interfere, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you first. The people of Guyu City are all mine, haha. They are all mine. Ha ha ha. En route to Guyu City, Fangzheng erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Ahem. Elder Fang, the Grand Elder merely instructed us to locate the one who killed the Holy Son. There is no need for us to concern ourselves with the rest of the inhabitants of Guyu City. Uft. You. Uft. Before he could finish, the peak quasi-emperor elder who spoke suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the sword protruding from his chest. Ha ha ha. It seems you did not comprehend my words. In that case, perish. Is this the taste of blood? Ha ha ha. It is truly delectable. It has been ages since I have savored such a delightful scent of blood. Ah ha ha. As Fangzheng withdrew his sword, he supported his face with one hand and suddenly threw his head back in laughter. The remaining elders, witnessing this scene, involuntarily retreated several meters, their faces etched with horror and fear, as if they had encountered a most dreadful demon. What about you? Have you not understood my previous words as well? After a bout of laughter, Fangzheng abruptly turned to the elders. We shall abide by Elder Fang's orders. Henceforth, we will not inquire into any matters nor intervene in any affairs. Upon hearing Fangzheng's query, the elders were thoroughly frightened and hurriedly responded. fearing they might be a moment too late. No one could have anticipated that a group of peak quasi-emperor experts, once invincible in the eastern wilderness, could now appear so utterly subservient. Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears you are more astute than he. Fang Zheng offered a faint smile, then disregarded the elders and accelerated towards Guyu City. It was only after Fang Zheng had traveled several miles that the elders gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Ultimately, they retrieved the corpse of the deceased elder and, with complex emotions, pursued Fang Zheng. Guyu City. Ding. Detected an emperor-level expert approaching Guyu City. Target is the host. Within his chamber, Li Rufus suddenly heard the system's alert. Oh, an emperor-level expert? I have yet to experience the soul of an emperor. Alas, only one has arrived. Rising slowly, Li Rufu remarked. However, I have lost interest in the soul of an emperor. The soul of that divine time guardian is far more formidable. Very well, since I have nothing better to do, I shall join the fray. With that, Li Rufu's figure vanished from the room in an instant. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng had also arrived above Guyu City. Chapter 59. The Power of Slaughter, the Battle of Emperors. Kik. I feel the blood calling to me. I must express my gratitude to the one who slain the worthless Holy Son. Otherwise, I would still be confined within the Holy Land, suffering punishment. Sensing the presence of millions of souls within Guyu City, Fang Zheng's excitement began to swell. All of you shall perish. Blood rain of slaughter. In the next moment, Fang Zheng suddenly unleashed his assault upon the inhabitants of Guyu City. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of attacks descended from the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is that? This is bad. Run. This is the might of an emperor. An emperor is attacking Guyu City. Below, as the looming threat of death became apparent, more and more people began to scatter in panic. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can escape? All of you shall die. Observing the terrified masses fleeing below, Fang Zheng's expression grew ever more savage. Boom. Bang. Crash. In mere moments, the attack struck, obliterating an area spanning dozens of miles, reducing it to a wasteland. Delightful. Exhilarating. Yet it is still not enough. Since that individual is in Guyu City, I shall eradicate everyone within. This way, there will be no need to search. Once more. Blood rain of slaughter. Observing the devastation unfolding within Guyu City, Fang Zheng's onslaught intensified. In the briefest of moments, the inhabitants of Guyu City felt as though they had descended into hell. No. Why is this happening? What in the world is going on? Why would an emperor strike against us? What have we done wrong? I do not wish to die. I beg the emperor for mercy. I do not wish to perish. As they gazed upon the overwhelming barrage of attacks, the people of Guyu City could only kneel in supplication, utterly incapable of any further resistance. Fear was etched upon each face, and their eyes brimmed with despair. Begging for mercy? No, no, no. Ants do not possess the right to plead for mercy. You shall serve as nourishment for my ascension to the next level. Lowering his gaze upon the prostrate souls of Guyu City, Fang Zheng trembled with excitement. Simultaneously, with each life he claimed, the aura of slaughter enveloping him grew ever stronger. This explains why Fang Zheng is so fervently inclined towards bloodshed. There lies a formidable power of slaughter within him. It is indeed unexpected to encounter someone who has cultivated the path of killing. However, are not such practitioners typically those of demonic or nefarious origins? To think that such a person could exist even within the Holy Land. Gazing at the figure not far off, emanating a potent aura of slaughter, Li Rufeng murmured to himself, slaughter power? No wonder this fellow arrived with intentions to massacre the city. Master, shall we not intervene? Su Yang inquired from behind. Oh, is your beloved down there? Li Rufeng suddenly asked with a hint of insight. Beloved? Master, you jest. This is my first visit to Guyu City, and I hardly know any of the men here. How could I have a beloved? Su Yang replied meekly. Then why the urgency? It is not as if we are the ones intending to slay the city. Moreover, should you wish to act, I shall not hinder you, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Me? Hee. Master, I was merely inquiring. Well, as the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a poor priest. Just kidding, though I am quite strong. I am not yet at the level to contend with an emperor. Su Yang responded with a laugh, attempting to mask his embarrassment. It is of no consequence, senior brother. You may proceed with confidence. If you find yourself overmatched, your master will undoubtedly come to your aid. At that moment, Ji Wudao chimed in playfully. Get lost, get lost. If anyone is to go, it should be you. I suspect you are eager to become the senior brother. I shall not fall for that. Upon hearing Ji Wudao's words, Su Yang instantly felt a wave of frustration. The others nearby, observing the antics of the two, were left speechless. Enough, let us continue to observe. There are several emperor-level presences within Guyu City. His plan to massacre the city will not be so easily executed. Sometimes, watching a spectacle can be quite enjoyable. With that, Rufeng ceased his chatter and resumed his gaze toward Fang Zheng. There are indeed other emperors within the city? Goodness, this truly is perilous. It seems I must not stray more than 10 paces from my master in the future. Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang spoke up. Senior brother, look at you. So timid. Is it merely an emperor? Must you rely on master for protection? I am different, with 6th junior brother by my side. I shall slay any emperor that dares approach. Ji Wudao interjected promptly. Yes, 6th junior brother leads a dog, and he can also slay an emperor. 2nd junior brother. You are scarcely better than a dog, Su Yang retorted without mercy. Nearby, Zhu Jusi felt speechless upon hearing this, and felt a sense of weariness. I am a dignified individual. Forget it. I shall gradually grow accustomed to this. Thankfully, there are still some sensible senior brothers and sisters. Zhu Jusi weakly lamented within. This fellow is peculiar. Even the disciples he gathers are the same. Alas, I must keep a close eye on Xiao Yi, lest she be led astray. Meanwhile, observing Su Yang and Ji Wudao bicker, Dai Yi also silently criticized them in her heart. Just then, as some attacks were about to descend upon the center of Guyu City, a powerful aura abruptly dispersed those assaults. Fang Zheng, enough. Normally I might overlook it. But today you dare to strike at me? A thunderous voice erupted into the sky, accompanied by a figure that materialized high above. It is Fang Zheng. Had it not been for those old-timers from the Guyu Holy Land last time, do you think you would still be alive today? Your insatiable thirst for blood. Are you not afraid of the backlash from the Heavenly Dao? Shortly thereafter, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. Haha, the backlash from the Heavenly Dao. Nonsense. I am an emperor, and I fear not a trifling backlash from the Heavenly Dao. As long as I can grow stronger, what does it matter how many I kill? Luo Ao, Yun Qingli, Qin Xiang. Are the 3 of you here to stop me today? Do not blame me for not warning you. Today, any who obstruct me shall be killed without mercy. Even you shall not be spared. Fang Zheng coldly regarded Luo Ao and the others, his demeanor icy. Fang Zheng, you are but a 5th level emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? We have 1 6th level emperor and 2 5th level emperors. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? In any case, if you cease your actions now, we can pretend we have seen nothing of today's events. Otherwise, we shall act as agents of the Heavenly Dao. Luo Ao replied indifferently. Agents of the Heavenly Dao? Ha ha ha. What a splendid notion. Do you not fear the loss of your lifespan when you engage me in combat? Fang Zheng inquired with a smile. Are you not in the same boat? Besides, we might only lose a bit of lifespan, but you, on the other hand, will lose your life. The true blood of an emperor is more than sufficient to replenish the lifespan we expend. Furthermore, by absorbing your essence, our realms will ascend even higher. Luo Ao retorted coldly. How amusing. I have not yet set my sights on you, and you already seek to target me. Today, I shall see if you can leave here alive. With your 3 emperors slain, my slaughter power shall undoubtedly grow stronger. I shall also claim your true blood and essence. Soul of slaughter, perish. All of you shall die. With these words, Fang Zheng initiated his assault upon Luo Ao and the others. In an instant, a terrifying emperor's might erupted above Guyu City. Buildings below were instantly reduced to rubble under the emperor's pressure, and countless bystanders perished in succession. Chapter 60. The battle of emperors comes to an end. 2 injured, 1 escapes. Seeking death. Brothers, let us strike together. In that case, his true blood and essence shall be divided among us 3. Observing Fang Zheng's attack, Luo Ao spoke calmly to Yun Qingli and Qin Xiang beside him. Excellent, I concur. Let us act together then. Let us conclude this swiftly to prevent the arrival of reinforcements from Guyu Holy Land. Saying this, Yun Qingli charged directly towards Fang Zheng, who was already engaged in battle. Qin brother, what about you? The next moment, after glancing at the silent Qin Xiang, Luo Ao inquired. I can join the fray. However, I want half of Fang Zheng's true blood and essence. After all, I am stronger than both of you, and I will exert more effort. Therefore, I should receive a greater share. Luo Ao, you have no objections, right? Qin Xiang replied with a faint smile. Among the 3, Qin Xiang was the 6th level emperor. This was also the reason he had the confidence to demand half of the spoils. Good. I have no objections. I believe Brother Yin will not either. Though somewhat reluctant, Luo Ao readily agreed without hesitation. Very well, let us strike together. Though Fang Zheng is a 5th level emperor, he practices the power of slaughter, making him formidable. You and Brother Yun shall be responsible for holding him off while I seek an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Xiang suggested. Agreed, no problem. Then I shall entrust this to you, Brother Qin. With that, Luo Ao ceased his hesitation, drew his weapon, and charged toward Fang Zheng, who was already embroiled in battle. Truly foolish. Once you exhaust yourselves, I shall effortlessly seize you. The true blood and essence of 3 emperors will surely allow me to ascend to the 7th or even 8th level of the emperor realm. With that, Few in the entire Tianyuan Continent will stand against me. Ha ha ha, my strategy is simply brilliant. Watching the three engage in combat, Xianxiang felt exhilarated, a smirk of pride inadvertently appearing at the corners of his mouth. 3 more emperors have appeared. It seems they intend to overwhelm him with numbers. This battle should conclude rapidly, Su Yang remarked as he observed the fierce clash from a distance. Not necessarily. In my view, the emperor who cultivates the power of slaughter will not be easily defeated. This fellow is so reckless. He may very well possess some powerful trump cards, Ji Wudao countered. Is that so? Master, which side do you believe will prevail? In the face of Ji Wudao's rebuttal, Su Yang had long grown accustomed and thus did not take it too seriously. If those 3 joined forces, they could indeed prevail. However, in the realm of cultivation, the most unreliable element is the human heart. Do you see that individual who has yet to make a move? His ambitions extend far beyond the besieged emperor. Li Rufu spoke slowly. Master, do you imply that he harbors ulterior motives? Su Yang immediately inquired. The essence and source of a single emperor versus that of 3 emperors. Su Yang, if you were presented with this choice, which would you select? Li Rufu countered with a question. Ah, I see. Su Yang quickly grasped the meaning behind Li Rufu's words. Enough, as long as you comprehend. Remember, in the cultivation world, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. Even with me as your master, you must remain vigilant. The same applies to all of you. Li Rufu spoke calmly. What? Master, when it comes to others, I agree with your sentiments. However, I have absolute faith in you. Su Yang solemnly declared. Master, we feel the same. Ji Wudao and the others echoed immediately. Haha. Thus, you remain too naive. Do you believe that just anyone can easily harm you? It is invariably those closest to you, those you trust the most. While I would never betray you, the same cannot be said for others you trust. Unless you possess an unwavering confidence in your own strength like I do, you must always consider the possibility of death. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Path is not simply a matter of reckless charge. I cannot protect you for a lifetime. Li Rufu spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone reminiscent of a reminder, yet subtly hinting at something deeper. Upon hearing Li Rufu's words, Su Yang and the others felt a flicker of confusion within their hearts. Until this moment, they had never contemplated such matters. All right, you need not dwell on it further. While I may speak grand truths, you only grasp a fraction. The reality will soon provide you with a lesson. At that time, you will understand the significance of my words today. Now, aside from Josie, prepare yourselves. The blood essence and source of an emperor are quite beneficial for enhancing your cultivation. How much you can absorb depends on your own capabilities. Before long, Li Rufu suddenly offered a reminder. Master, what do you mean by that? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. Senior brother, why are you asking so many questions? Since Master has spoken, we shall prepare accordingly. The blood essence and source of an emperor are rare treasures, and I certainly will not concede mine to you. Ji Wudao jested. Very well, then let us see who can absorb more. Su Yang responded with a wry smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was nearing its climax. Under the onslaught of Luo Ao and his companions, Fang Zheng was now covered in wounds. Strangely, however, his aura not only remained intact, but grew increasingly ferocious. Delightful. It has been ages since I tasted my own blood. In gratitude, I, Fang Zheng, shall claim your lives. Tasting the blood that flowed from his hand, Fang Zheng's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth. In an instant, all living beings within hundreds of miles were obliterated by this terrifying force of carnage. What on earth is happening? How can this fellow, so severely wounded, still unleash such a terrifying aura? Everyone, the situation has become dire. Let us abandon any pretense and use our trump cards to swiftly eliminate Fang Zheng. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Observing Fang Zheng's rising aura, Xianxiang urgently spoke to Luo Ao and Yun Qingli. Agreed. I have no objections. Yes, neither do I. Luo Ao and Yun Qingli nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the trio ceased to hesitate and unleashed an even more potent aura than before. Kik. Now you choose to fight desperately, but it is too late. The power of slaughter shall annihilate the heavens and the earth, not giving Luo Ao and his companions any chance to continue their preparations. Fang Zheng immediately activated his ultimate move. In an instant, the sky within hundreds of miles was enveloped in darkness. Following that, Fang Zheng's attack surged directly toward Luo Ao and his companions. Not good. Everyone, combine your strength to block it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xianxiang shouted. In the next breath, Luo Ao and Yun Qingli exerted their full power to withstand Fang Zheng's ultimate assault. Thank you both. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Your wives and children will henceforth be mine. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the blink of an eye, Xianxiang had fled several miles away. showing no intention of resisting the attack. Xianxiang, you dare to deceive us. May you meet a wretched end. In the next moment, Luo Ao and his companion erupted in rage. Yet it was too late. They had missed the opportune moment to flee. Even in their fury, they lacked the energy to pursue the cowardly Xianxiang. Haha, a bunch of fools. How did you manage to cultivate to the 5th level of the Emperor realm? When you two are mutually injured, that will be my time to strike. Xianxiang paid no heed to Luo Ao's furious roars. Instead, he regarded them with disdain. Die. Boom. With Fang Zheng's voice, his attack struck Luo Ao and his companion. In an instant, a tremendous collision echoed through the skies. The shockwave from the clash flattened mountains hundreds of miles away. This battle only slowly returned to tranquility after several dozen breaths. Haha, that was exhilarating. What a pity. One managed to escape. However, next time, I shall personally claim your head. In the high sky, Fang Zheng laughed heartily, then spoke coldly. No need for that. You shall not have another opportunity. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed. Who? Upon hearing the voice, the previously elated Fang Zheng abruptly suppressed his smile, his expression turning grave. It is behind you. In the next moment, a voice emanated from behind Fang Zheng. At this, Fang Zheng swiftly turned around to lock eyes with the person who had suddenly appeared before him. The speaker was none other than Li Rufeng, who had been observing the scene. Who are you? How could you evade my perception? Fang Zheng, though somewhat enraged, was not foolish. Anyone who could approach him unnoticed would undoubtedly not be a simple individual. At this moment, Fang Zheng's face was filled with vigilance, and his aura began to stir. The one who will kill you. Li Rufeng replied succinctly, without elaboration. Kill me? You dare to kill me? Ha ha. You claim you wish to kill me? Ha ha ha. Young man, you are too arrogant. Who do you think you are? And who do you think I am? I am at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Who could possibly kill me? Who would dare? Uft. Just as Fang Zheng intended to continue his tirade, a mouthful of warm blood suddenly spewed forth. You cannot. Feeling the breath of death, Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, fixing a disbelieving gaze upon Li Rufeng. You speak too much. While you still have breath, you should quickly call for help. Next, it shall be his turn. With that, Li Rufeng raised his head to look in the direction where Xianxiang had fled. So slow. I offered you a chance, yet you proved useless. Clap. Moments later, Li Rufeng shook his head and snapped his fingers. As the sound descended, a figure suddenly materialized before Li Rufeng. The figure was none other than Xianxiang, who had fled hundreds of miles away. This place. It is impossible. How have I returned here? Soon, Xianxiang's astonished voice echoed. What do you think? In front of me, you are a mere hair's breadth away from escaping. Bang. With that, Li Rufeng raised his hand and crushed Xianxiang effortlessly. Following this, Li Rufeng waved his hand once more, and Fang Zheng and Luo Ao, who lay on the ground, were also obliterated in an instant. Thus, the 4 great emperors perished. I can't believe it. Master is truly formidable. They had fought for ages without a clear victor, yet Master merely raised his hand to annihilate them. 6th junior brother. Can you also crush an emperor with a mere gesture? After expressing his astonishment, Su Yang curiously turned to Zhu Jiuxi and inquired. It should be similar. They are not at the pinnacle of emperor status, so their strength is rather limited. Of course, my power pales in comparison to Master S. They are merely minor emperors. After all, Master defeated an immortal with a single strike that day. Though it was merely a clone, I feel that even the true body would fall to Master S' might. Zhu Jiuxi reflected. Oh, a single strike to eliminate an immortal? What a pity. I did not witness such a scene. Su Yang lamented. There is no need to lament, senior brother. Perhaps you will witness it soon. Zhu Jiuxi responded. Oh, 6th junior brother, what do you mean? Hearing Zhu Jiuxi's words, Su Yang hurriedly pressed for clarification. Jiwu Dao and the others also turned their gazes toward Zhu Jiuxi, awaiting his explanation. It's nothing much. When that immortal's clone was destroyed, he made a fierce declaration. Therefore, once he recovers from his injuries, he will certainly seek revenge on Master. At that time, you will see how Master obliterates an immortal with a single strike, Zhu Jiuxi replied. I see. Hearing you say this, I am increasingly eager for that immortal to arrive soon. A single strike to eliminate an immortal. Such a spectacle is truly magnificent to contemplate. Su Yang spoke, his mind beginning to envision the scene. What are you all discussing? Have you prepared yourselves? If you can fully absorb and refine the essence and origins of these 4 emperors, you might step into emperor status in one fell swoop. At the very least, you should reach the threshold of emperor. Just as Su Yang was still lost in fantasy, Li Rufeng returned to their side with 4 orbs of emperor essence and origins. Emperor status. This is simply exhilarating. We need not cultivate any further. We can simply wait for Master to slay some emperors for us to absorb and refine, right? Upon hearing that they could step into emperor status in one go, Su Yang was instantly thrilled. Hearing Su Yang's brazen words, A vein twitched on Li Ruofeng's forehead. Your appearance is ordinary, yet your thoughts are unrealistic. This is the lower realm, and given your weakness, I am merely assisting you. Once we ascend to the upper realm, you will have to rely on yourselves. I am taking you as disciples, not working for you. Now settle down. Remember, during the process of refining these essences and origins, do not become distracted or eager for quick results. After a few breaths, Li Ruofeng slowly spoke. Yes. Soon, Su Yang and the others hurriedly sat down. Zhu Jiuxi and Dai Yi, not requiring any of this, stepped aside. Let us begin. Seeing that Su Yang and the others were ready, Li Ruofeng wasted no time, dividing the Emperor essence and origins into 5 portions, then forcefully injecting them into their dantians. However, to prevent this immense power from overwhelming Su Yang and the others, Li Ruofeng employed a slight technique. This way, they could slowly absorb and refine the power within their dantians. The following moments saw Su Yang and the others entering a lengthy process of refining the Emperor essence and origins. Observing that they were on the right track, Li Ruofeng nodded slightly and then waved his hand, drawing them into the Tai Chu small world. In the Tai Chu small world, one day outside equates to 100 years inside. Thus, refining the power of the emperors in the Tai Chu small world would be far more efficient. Master, what about senior brother and the others? After noticing Su Yang and his companions suddenly vanish, Zhu Jiuxi curiously asked. Do not worry, they are in my small world. The flow rate there is rapid, which will hasten their refinement. Li Ruofeng replied. A small world. Master, you actually possess a small world. It is only reasonable that someone as powerful as you would have one. After the initial shock, Zhu Jiuxi accepted this reality. You truly have a small world. Are you sure it is not just a small space? Even at my peak, I could only create a relatively large independent space. Dai Yi expressed surprise at Li Ruofeng's words. After all, creating a small space is something that slightly stronger individuals can generally achieve. However, creating a world is an entirely different matter. A small space remains the same from its inception, while a world can undergo self-evolution. Thus, even though I know Li Ruofeng is strong, Dai Yi still found it hard to believe he could create a small world. A small world is not that difficult, is it? If you have doubts, then you should enter and see for yourself. You can also keep an eye on Su Yang and the others to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After speaking, Li Ruofeng raised his hand and sent Dai Yi into the Tai Chu small world. Master, where shall we go next? The ancient moon city has been destroyed, and we need to find a place to rest. After Dai Yi disappeared, Zhu Jiuxi glanced at the ruins of ancient moon city below before looking up to inquire of Li Ruofeng. There is no rush, others will arrive shortly. Once we deal with them, we will consider our next steps. Li Ruofeng replied indifferently, a smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 62. The Death of Qi Xian, Investigating Memories. Being targeted by Master is indeed unfortunate for you. Consider yourselves lucky if you have a next life. Observing Li Ruofeng's demeanor, Zhu Jiuxi couldn't help but muse. Time passed swiftly, approximately 100 breaths later. It seems today is quite fortuitous. Suddenly, Li Ruofeng looked up toward a certain direction and murmured to himself. Jiuxi, this place is entrusted to you. When the time comes, eliminate all who arrive. After his soliloquy, Li Ruofeng turned to Zhu Jiuxi and instructed. Oh, I understand, Master. And what about you? Coming back to reality. Zhu Jiuxi immediately asked with curiosity. I must fulfill a promise, so I will be away for a while. Li Ruofeng replied. Fulfill a promise? Very well, Master. Rest assured, I will handle things here. Though somewhat confused by Li Ruofeng's words, Zhu Jiuxi nonetheless solemnly assured him. Then I shall take my leave. Li Ruofeng nodded slightly, and then his figure vanished from the spot. Sigh, I wonder who will come here. It has been a while. Why has no one arrived yet? After Li Ruofeng departed, Zhu Jiuxi gradually felt a sense of boredom. Just as Zhu Jiuxi was lamenting, suddenly, dozens of powerful auras surged toward ancient moon city. They have arrived. These individuals must be the ones Master spoke of. Indeed, quite impressive. There is even an aura of the 8th layer of Emperor. Finally, I can stretch my legs. I wonder when Master will return. I might as well play with them for a while. If I eliminate them quickly, what if no one else comes? That would be dreadfully dull. As he sensed the powerful auras approaching ancient moon city, Zhu Jiuxi finally felt a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, high above in the boundless sky, an unusual phenomenon abruptly disrupted the formerly tranquil void. As the fabric of the void fractured, a figure slowly stepped forth from the passageway. The inferior spiritual energy of the lower realm made my entire being feel uncomfortable upon my arrival. Had it not been for that detestable, contemptible individual, I would not have deigned to visit such a place. Nonetheless, I shall swiftly eliminate him and return to the xianxia. Shortly thereafter, the figure emitted a series of cold, indifferent remarks. This individual was none other than Qi Xian, the black-clad man previously vanquished by Li Rufeng, who guarded the Ascension Gate. Oh, to kill me? Upon Qi Xian's words, a mocking voice suddenly echoed. Who? Qi Xian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. The ability to evade the perception of an upper realm immortal instilled a sense of caution within Qi Xian. It is you. How delightful. I was contemplating how to find you. I never expected you to come to me. Truly, you do not tread the path to heaven. Yet you willingly plunge into hell. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Perish. This time, I am indeed my true self. And you have nowhere to flee. Upon turning to find Li Rufeng's figure, Qi Xian was instantly consumed with rage, attacking without a moment's hesitation. Are those from the xianxia all as foolish as you? You do not presume I am here to meet my demise, do you? You should still remember my words from our last encounter. I vowed that upon our next meeting, I would claim your life. Annihilate. With a calm demeanor. Li Rufeng spoke as he observed Qi Xian's assault, showing not a hint of alarm. He then raised his head and simply snapped his fingers. At that moment, silence enveloped everything. Both the attack and Qi Xian were obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. All transpired in the blink of an eye. And Qi Xian was afforded no chance to plead for mercy. It seems I forgot to inquire about the situation in the upper realm. Had I known to leave him a fragment of his soul, alas, such strength is indeed a burden. After thoroughly annihilating Qi Xian, Li Rufeng recalled his primary concern and felt a twinge of regret for acting too swiftly. Ding! Do not worry, esteemed host. His soul power has already been absorbed by the Wanhun fan. Any soul consumed by the Wanhun fan allows the host to directly access their memories from their past life. Oh, even if the soul has been extinguished, I can still view it? Indeed, esteemed host. Why did you not mention this sooner? You made me waste time complaining. What must I do to access that man's memories? It is quite simple. The esteemed host merely needs to implant a fragment of their consciousness into the Wanhun fan, and then you may view all the memories of the individual you desire. Such simplicity? I did not anticipate the Ren Huang fan possessed such a capability. This is quite remarkable. In the next moment, Li Rufeng ceased his deliberations and directly sent a fragment of his consciousness into the Ren Huang fan. Mere moments later, all of Qi Xian's memories flooded into Li Rufeng's mind. Before long, he gleaned a wealth of information regarding the xianxia, particularly concerning why the xianxia had sealed the Ascension Gate of the Tianyuan Continent. So it is. I never imagined that merely due to a few individuals from the Tianyuan Continent, those in the xianxia would go to such lengths, even at great cost, to completely sever the path for its inhabitants to ascend. It appears these individuals fear the emergence of others from the Tianyuan Continent who might threaten their status. How utterly mundane. Why should the strong fear? Only the weak resort to such petty tactics. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Li Rufeng shook his head slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed. Ultimately, he chose not to linger any further, and his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the xianxia, within a building not far from the Ascension Gate, a black-clad man suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. This is not good. The life stone has shattered. Something has happened to Qi Xian. I must investigate. Upon sensing the breakage of a life stone within his storage ring, the man swiftly arose and departed the room, hastening towards the place where Qi Xian was stationed. In less than 10 breaths, the black-clad man arrived at the exit of the Ascension Gate. He is not here. Where could he have gone? After scanning the area and failing to locate Qi Xian, he felt an increasing sense of unease. I must promptly report this matter. Moments later, the black-clad man hurriedly departed, racing in a certain direction. Chapter 63. Visiting the Sacred Land, the ancestor of the Sacred Land. Finally resolved. Above Guyu City. After eliminating the last adversary, Zhu Jiuxi let out a sigh of relief. In the span of less than a single incense stick's duration, he had eradicated numerous emperor-level powerhouses who had come to Guyu City, including several of the 8th tier. Although Zhu Jiuxi was currently at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, facing such a multitude of emperors at once had still drained considerable spiritual energy from him. I wonder if anyone else is coming. If another dozen emperors were to arrive, I might find it rather taxing. After resting for a moment, Zhu Jiuxi began to murmur to himself. Oh, Tianyuan Continent, do you still have individuals capable of challenging the Reincarnation Emperor? Just then, a teasing voice resonated from behind Zhu Jiuxi. Master, you have returned. As per your instructions, I dealt with all the newcomers, all emperor-level beings, the lowest being at the 5th tier. Fortunately, no peak emperor came. Otherwise, I would have struggled to resolve them quickly. Zhu Jiuxi approached Li Rufeng and spoke. Peak emperors do not act so easily. They hold their lives dear. Now, we must take our leave. Li Rufeng smiled and continued. Leave? Then where shall we go next? Zhu Jiuxi inquired with curiosity. Where? Naturally, We shall go to where we ought to be. Let us proceed. With that, Li Rufeng ceased further conversation and soared towards the location of the Gu Yu sacred land. That direction, understanding Li Rufeng's intended destination. Zhu Jiuxi hastily followed him without further hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng led Zhu Jiuxi to the entrance of the Gu Yu sacred land. Who goes there? Bang. Puff. The disciples guarding the entrance of the sacred land, having just prepared to question the newcomers, found themselves hurled backward, crashing heavily against the stone walls on either side. Li Rufeng, however, strode in as if nothing had occurred. Who dares to intrude? Bang. Thud. Puff. Along the way, individuals from the Gu Yu sacred land repeatedly attempted to block Li Rufeng's advance, yet every attempt ended in futility, as both disciples and elders were sent flying. Their fates unknown. This commotion quickly drew the attention of the powerful beings within the Gu Yu sacred land. This is not good, informed the Grand Elder. 2 individuals have invaded the sacred land. Along the way, no one has been able to impede their progress. They are soon to reach the main hall. Within the sacred hall, a disciple rushed in, breathless, to report to Yu Qinggu, who sat above. I am already aware of this matter. You may leave. Yu Qinggu rose slowly, his expression dark, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Such audacity. It has been thousands of years since anyone dared to openly cause trouble in my Gu Yu sacred land. Elders, let us confront this arrogant fool. With this pronouncement, Yu Qinggu clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the hall's exit. As you command, Grand Elder. Immediately, the elders in the Grand Hall responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, these elders fell in step behind Yu Qinggu, while on the other side, Li Rufeng continued to stroll leisurely towards the sacred hall. In less than a few breaths, Li Rufeng encountered Yu Qinggu and the others. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Gu Yu Shengdi? Do you truly believe our sacred land is easy to bully? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, I assure you, you shall not leave Gu Yu Shengdi. Upon their first meeting, Yu Qinggu coldly threatened, releasing a powerful aura of the 8th level of the Emperor realm towards Li Rufeng. A reason? Huh. Do my actions require justification? Li Rufeng scoffed dismissively in the face of Yu Qinggu's threat. In the next moment, Li Rufeng's gaze turned icy, and Yu Qinggu's oppressive aura was instantly shattered. Bang. Immediately after, Yu Qinggu's body exploded without any warning. What? This sudden turn of events left the elders trailing behind Yu Qinggu in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. The Grand Elder is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Even a peak emperor would not be able to kill the Grand Elder with a single glance. At this moment, the many elders were filled with astonishment and began to display traces of fear on their faces. Senior, spare me. I know nothing. It was the Grand Elder who ordered me to come here. I only followed orders and never intended to act against you, Senior. Please, grant me mercy. In a swift reaction, one of the elders knelt before Li Rufeng, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Yes, please spare me, Senior. I was compelled to obey the Grand Elder's command to come here. With the first elder begging, others soon followed suit, and within moments, dozens of elders who had accompanied Yu Qinggu were all kneeling and pleading for mercy. Clap. Observing the scene before him, Li Rufeng remained silent, simply raising his hand to snap his fingers lightly. In an instant, tranquility returned. Let us proceed to the hall, he said to Zhu Jiuxi beside him, continuing his strides toward the sacred hall. Meanwhile, in an underground chamber of Gu Yu Shengdi, 3 elderly men with white hair were seated in a meditative posture. Their faces bore the marks of impending mortality, yet an immense and terrifying power emanated from their beings. They were the 3 peak Emperor realm ancestors of Gu Yu Shengdi. What a strange method. Elders 2 and 3, can you see through this individual? The elder sitting in the center spoke slowly. I cannot perceive him. To so effortlessly slay a being at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. This person must undoubtedly be at the peak of the Emperor realm, and furthermore, the pinnacle of that level. Otherwise, he would not possess such power. The elder on the far right responded. Indeed, as I suspected. However, we cannot ignore someone who dares to harm our Gu Yu Shengdi. No matter how strong he is, as fellow peak emperors, if we join forces, we shall not be weaker than him, the central elder stated once more. Everything is as you say, elder brother, the other 2 elders responded in succession. Very well, let us 3 confront this uninvited guest. As the words fell, the 3 white-haired elders vanished from the chamber. On the other hand, in the grand hall of Gu Yu Shengdi, Li Rufeng was now seated in the highest position. Finally arrived. I thought you would choose to endure and retreat, he remarked, seemingly sensing something. Chapter 64. A snap of the fingers to annihilate the 3 ancestors. Gu Shiju's hidden cards. Humph. You, who have entered our Gu Yu Shengdi and slain our elder, do you truly believe we would let you go? As Li Rufeng's voice faded, a cold voice suddenly questioned from within the hall. Oh, so you do not intend to let me go? I am rather curious as to how you plan not to let me go. A mere peak emperor. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Is it Liang Jingru? Li Rufeng smiled slightly, showing no regard for the three ancestors of Gu Yu Shengdi. Arrogance. We are all peak emperors. There are three of us, and you stand alone. No matter how formidable you are, it is impossible for you to take us on single-handedly. If you sever an arm now, I might allow you to leave Gu Yu Shengdi. Otherwise, the elder standing in the center spoke coldly. Interesting. The last person who threatened me is now buried deep beneath 2.5 meters of grass. Before you act tough in your next life, remember to assess whether your strength suffices, Li Rufeng replied, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. In an instant, 3 attacks pierced through the heads of the 3 ancestors of Gu Yu Shengdi. Unthinkable. Before they could finish their words, the 3 began to gradually dissipate, their eyes filled with disbelief until the very end. So powerful, as expected of my master. Logically, such strength should not exist in the lower realms. However, my master must be the exception. Observing Li Rufeng obliterating 3 peak Emperor realm experts with a mere snap, Zhu Jusi felt astonished, yet somewhat perplexed. Have you seen enough? Do you still require me to invite you out? Just as Zhu Jusi was lost in thought, Li Rufeng suddenly spoke nonchalantly. There are others? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jusi instantly snapped back to attention, his expression turning serious. For he had not sensed any other presence in the hall, indicating that the opponent's strength was likely above his own. This realization left Zhu Jusi feeling incredulous, not to mention his master. Was there someone in Tianyuan Continent who surpassed him? He had only attained his current strength after 9 reincarnations. His master was indeed correct. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. I must remain vigilant at all times moving forward, Zhu Jusi pondered solemnly. As expected of a senior. I thought I had concealed myself well, but I never imagined you would see through me. At that moment, a figure materialized from the void and descended to the ground. Are you also from Gu Yu Shengdi? Li Rufeng inquired, regarding the man who appeared before him with a calm demeanor. In response to the senior, I am Gu Shiju, the master of Gu Yu Shengdi. Gu Shiju replied with a respectful gesture. Oh, you are the master? Then why did you not take action against me? If you had launched a surprise attack, perhaps you would have had a chance to strike me, Li Rufeng curiously asked, observing Gu Shiju's calm and unflustered demeanor. Senior jest. Though I am strong, before you, I am like a mayfly before the vast sky, utterly insignificant. Gu Shiju replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Quite interesting. Your awareness of the situation makes me hesitant to kill you. Tell me, should I kill you or spare you? Leaning back in his seat, Li Rufeng posed the question with a hint of intrigue. Life or death is not for me to decide. Everything rests in the senior's hands. However, even if you wish to kill me, I am not without a glimmer of hope. Gu Shiju shook his head and then slowly stated. Throughout their exchange, Gu Shiju displayed not an ounce of fear or a hint of submissiveness. Oh, really? You appear quite confident. This piques my curiosity about what grants you such assurance. Li Rufeng said, narrowing his eyes and growing increasingly intrigued by Gu Shiju. Ding. Host, do you require the system to clarify your doubts? As Li Rufeng pondered why Gu Shiju remained so composed, the system's voice suddenly echoed. You know? Of course, the system knows everything, it replied. All right. Then enlighten me, Li Rufeng responded internally. The reason Gu Shiju is so unflappable is that he possesses a trump card. This trump card has the potential to save his life. Oh, a trump card? What sort of trump card could withstand my attacks? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. To clarify for the esteemed host, Gu Shiju's trump card is quite unique. It does not directly counter your attacks. Instead, it grants him a chance to be reborn upon his death. Reborn? Such a trump card exists? Indeed, Gu Shiju's trump card is a xianxiaaudiobooks. The xianxiaaudiobooks, a peculiar creature capable of allowing a person to return to the past. However, esteemed host, there is no need for excessive concern. Even if Gu Shiju successfully reincarnates, you can traverse the river of time to the past and eliminate him completely. Xianxiaaudiobooks, the ability to be reborn? How intriguing, Li Rufeng mused after absorbing the system's explanation, finally comprehending Gu Shiju's calm demeanor in his presence. So that's it. Gu Shiju is it? I must admit, you are one of the few individuals who pique my interest. Very well, I shall spare your life. However, I require something from you. With a newfound understanding, Li Rufeng rose and approached Gu Shiju step by step. Meanwhile, he spoke slowly. What is it that I possess? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Gu Shiju's tranquil face. Please, senior, do tell. Anything I have is yours. Gu Shiju promptly replied. Oh, let us discuss that xianxiaaudiobooks. It intrigues me. How about it? Trading your life for the xianxiaaudiobooks seems fair. Does it not? Li Rufeng smiled as he reached Gu Shiju. At Li Rufeng's mention, Gu Shiju's eyes widened, and his expression shifted significantly. Indeed, I should have anticipated such a scenario. In the presence of someone like you, I should not harbor any illusions. Since you desire the Xiaodongdi, I shall not refuse. After a moment of shock, Gu Shijue's expression returned to normal, seemingly unfazed by Li Rufeng's knowledge of the Xiaodongdi. Without hesitation, he summoned the Xiaodongdi. This is it. It appears rather ordinary, Li Rufeng remarked after examining the Xiaodongdi in Gu Shijue's hand. Senior, I have retrieved the Xiaodongdi. About what you mentioned earlier. Moments later, Gu Shijue suddenly spoke. What was said earlier? Oh, rest assured, I shall not harm you if I promise not to. Of course, this assumes you do not provoke me. Li Rufeng added with a pause. Naturally, I would not be foolish enough to provoke you, Senior, Gu Shijue replied. Very well, let it be so. By the way, would you mind if I stayed here for a night? I shall depart once the ancient secret realm opens, Li Rufeng suddenly suggested. No problem, Senior. Stay as long as you like. I have no objections, Gu Shijue replied. Seeing Gu Shijue's understanding, Li Rufeng nodded slightly. He then left the Grand Hall with Zhu Jusi. In the Tianyuan Continent, truly, there are hidden talents. Now that I lack the Xiaodongdi, I must proceed with utmost caution in my subsequent actions, Gu Shijue contemplated as he watched Li Rufeng's departing figure. After Li Rufeng completely vanished from sight, Gu Shijue also exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 65, The Ancient Secret Realm, The White Phantom. Time flowed, and soon the day of the Ancient Secret Realm's opening arrived. On this day, the 3 great sacred places of Zhongdu and 4 reclusive families had all gathered within the Guyu sacred ground. The younger generation of powerful individuals, eager to enter the ancient secret realm in search of various opportunities, gradually arrived at Guyu sacred ground. It's about time. We can now open the ancient secret realm. One elder from the Zizai sacred ground stood up and declared, after so many years without a discovery, I believe the opportunity for ascension is certainly a myth. Enough of this talk. Let us open the ancient secret realm together. The sooner we begin, the sooner we can return, an elder from the Wudao sacred ground urged. Agreed. Quickly, representatives from the other forces stood up, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, 7 tokens soared into the air, shooting 7 beams of light into the void. Moments later, the entrance to the ancient secret realm officially opened. All eligible individuals could now enter the ancient secret realm. As the entrance opened, an elder immediately commanded, the opportunity for ascension. Here I come. Instantly, hundreds of young powerhouses surged into the ancient secret realm, each eager to be the first to discover the legendary opportunity for ascension. I hope there is something interesting inside the ancient secret realm. Li Rufeng mused as he glanced at the entrance, then leaped in. As for Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng had already stored her within the Taichu small world. Inside the ancient secret realm, upon entering, Li Rufeng found himself randomly transported to a vast plain. Not rushing to take action, he surveyed his surroundings. In that direction, there is a presence far surpassing the peak of the Great Emperor. Could that be the so-called opportunity for ascension? If so, I shall directly investigate. After a while, sensing a powerful aura, Li Rufeng's heart began to speculate. He ceased to hesitate and proceeded toward the source of the aura. Moments later, Li Rufeng arrived at the summit of a mountain, a cave. Upon reaching this point, Li Rufeng's first sight was the entrance to the cave atop the mountain. Without further thought, he promptly entered the cave. As he ventured deeper, he quickly arrived at a spacious area. Here, a massive stone door appeared. On either side of the stone door stood 2 imposing giant statues. The aura emanated from behind the door. I must see what lies within, Li Rufeng thought. Raising his gaze toward the tightly shut stone door, curiosity blossoming within him. Without further delay, he approached the stone door. In the next moment, he gently placed his hand upon the stone door and began to push forward. A mere trifle shatter. Upon sensing a restriction on the stone door, Li Rufeng wasted no time in forcefully breaking it open. Boom. In the next instant, the enormous stone door exploded open. Witnessing this scene, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped through the door. Upon entering, the previously dim room was suddenly illuminated by a series of light sources. In the center of the room stood a circular platform over a meter high. Surrounding the platform were 6 humanoid statues. Li Rufeng surveyed the arrangement of the room before finally focusing on the circular platform. Upon it floated an object, radiating a brilliant golden light. What could this be? As Li Rufeng pondered, he reached out his hand to touch the object on the circular platform. After millennia, it was astonishing that someone could still enter this place. Just as Li Rufeng was about to make contact with the golden glowing item, a deep voice resonated throughout the room. Startled, he halted mid-motion. In the next moment, Li Rufeng vanished from his spot. With a bang, a mysterious attack struck the very place where he had stood. Indeed, it was not so simple. Show yourself. Must I implore you? Li Rufeng spoke coolly after evading the assault. A mere ant from the lower realms dares to be so audacious. I did not expect you to evade my strike, but next time, luck shall not be on your side. Seemingly incensed by Li Rufu's words, the room echoed with the enigmatic voice once more. Suddenly, 6 humanoid statues emitted a brilliant white light. As the radiance dissipated, a white phantom materialized before Li Rufu. Oh, so it is you playing tricks? Just a strand of divine thought. I expected more from you. Yet, you are significantly stronger than the celestial being I dispatched previously. However, to me, you are both pitifully weak. Upon seeing the white phantom, Li Rufu clasped his hands behind his back, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Humph, arrogant. With but a strand of divine thought, I can easily end you. And your ability to enter here indicates you possess some skill. To perish at my hands would not render your life a waste. The white phantom declared before raising its hand to strike at Li Rufu without hesitation. In an instant, an attack surpassing the peak of an emperor bore down upon him. Merely that. Li Rufu remained composed, snapping his fingers lightly. In the next breath, a surge of power erupted from him, instantly shattering the white phantom's assault. What is this power? Who are you? The white phantom, sensing the force emanating from Li Rufu, was taken aback. Oh, you are unaware? And you dare claim to be a celestial being? You do not even recognize the power of the world's origin? Li Rufu taunted. What? The power of the world's origin? This is impossible. Are you the Heavenly Dao? The white phantom asked incredulously upon hearing Li Rufu's words. You asked too many questions. It is my turn now. With that, both Li Rufu and the white phantom vanished from the room. Simultaneously, in the Taichu Xiaoshiji, they appeared. Where's this place? The white phantom felt a sense of foreboding as it surveyed the scene in Taichu Xiaoshiji. Your burial site, Li Rufu replied, having spoken enough. I hope you possess information of interest to me. Without further ado, he raised his hand and crushed the white phantom. Instantly, all its memories surged into Li Rufu's mind. In the Taichu Xiaoshiji, accomplishing this was a trivial matter for him. If he so desired, he could even restore the obliterated white phantom to its original state. In Taichu Xiaoshiji, Li Rufu was not only invincible, but also capable of executing his will. Tai Su Xianyu, Tai Su Jian, he noted. Ultimately, it was merely a strand of divine thought. The useful memories were scant. Oh well, it is better than nothing. After exploring the white phantom's memories, Li Rufu gleaned the name of a celestial domain and a faction. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Having something was better than having nothing. After resolving the white phantom, Li Rufu exited Taichu Xiaoshiji and returned to the previous room. This time, without any hindrances, he effortlessly retrieved the object from the circular platform. Is this a pill? I wonder what kind it is, Li Rufu mused, examining the round pill in his hand. As he was filled with curiosity, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Host, this is a Ren-Xian Dan, which can be used to break through to the Ren-Xian realm. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, one becomes a Ren-Xian. Oh, a Ren-Xian Dan? So, this is the so-called opportunity for ascension? If it aids in breaking through to the Ren-Xian realm, then this opportunity for ascension appears to be without issue. Why did you previously suggest this was a scheme of the celestial beings? Host, a normal Ren-Xian Dan is indeed without fault. However, the one you possess has long been tampered with. Anyone who consumes this Ren-Xian Dan will have a slave mark embedded within their body. Once they ascend to the celestial realm, they will become a slave to someone there, their life and death resting entirely in that person's hands. Alright, what a tedious method. If this Ren-Xian Dan has been tampered with, why would the celestial beings then seek to prevent the people of Tianyuan Continent from obtaining it? Since consuming it would directly place the slave mark, they need not interfere. Li Rufu questioned once more. The answer is quite simple. Everything that appears stable in this world has its exceptions. Although the slave mark is difficult to break, it does not mean it is impossible. For instance, the slave mark within this Ren-Xian Dan would hold no effect on you, host. Oh, I see. So, someone previously succeeded in breaking the slave mark within their body. The celestial beings, wishing to prevent such occurrences in the future, decided to suppress it at the source. I had thought they had other schemes. It turns out the reason is rather simple. Understanding the situation, Li Rufu felt that the celestial beings were not so formidable after all. It seemed there was nothing left here to pique his interest. It had been a rather dull expedition into the secret realm. After a moment of reflection, Li Rufu turned to exit the room. Just as he prepared to leave, an unexpected occurrence transpired. In the previously silent room, several beams of light suddenly emerged. Simultaneously, a massive array pattern appeared on the ground, and strange markings manifested on the surrounding walls. What is happening? Li Rufu, bewildered by this sudden scene, was completely at a loss. Host, this is the Zhuxian array. Zhuxian array? Goodness, had I entered first, others from the continent would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Li Rufu remarked softly. Ah, here it comes. Boom. Bang. Crash. The moment Li Rufu's words fell, the Zhuxian array erupted with a blinding light. In an instant, An unfathomable power surged forth from the array. Within the blink of an eye, the room was filled with earth-shattering explosions. The once quiet mountains outside suddenly erupted from within. The explosive spectacle was so immense that it could be seen clearly from miles away. Wow! Look! Over there! What happened? The commotion quickly drew the attention of many, and several individuals set out to investigate the source of the explosion, their curiosity piqued by the extraordinary noise. Meanwhile, at the center of the explosion, as the dust gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. This level of power is merely suitable for scratching an itch. There is nothing left here that piques my interest. It is time to depart. Upon glancing at the devastated surroundings, Rufeng spoke softly. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Outside the secret realm, it was not long before Rufeng appeared in the ancient Yushengdi. The moment he emerged, he captured the attention of many. Who is this person? How did he exit the ancient secret realm when we have yet to activate the exit? An elder seated nearby pondered with immense confusion. This thought was shared by many others present. In an inconspicuous corner, Gu Shijue also noticed Rufeng's presence. However, he was not overly perplexed, for in his mind, Rufeng was a figure both mysterious and formidable. The ability to emerge from the ancient secret realm at will was understandable. Hey, who are you? How did you come out of the ancient secret realm? Quickly explain yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Just as Rufeng turned to leave the ancient Yushengdi, a figure suddenly obstructed his path and coldly interrogated him. Yes, do clarify. By what means did you exit the ancient secret realm? Several other figures then stepped forward, surrounding him. Who are you? Rufeng inquired nonchalantly. You don't even know us. Kid, your path has narrowed. Listen well, we are from the 7 major forces of Zhongdu. The ancient secret realm is under our control. You managed to come out without us opening the exit. Do you not intend to explain? An elder from the Zizai Shingdi spoke sternly. Oh, the 7 major forces? TSK, how intimidating, Rufeng retorted playfully. Knowing fear is good. Why don't you hurry and explain? The elder from Zizai Shingdi continued to press. How could there be such foolish people? Forget it, be more careful in your next life. With that, the individuals surrounding Rufeng instantly turned to ashes. What? What just happened? Where did those elders go? Nearby, others from smaller forces were left in shock at the sudden turn of events. Many trembled in fear. Truly, these people were foolish beyond measure. Their usual arrogance had led them to this inevitable demise. In the corner, Gu Shijue quietly observed, reflecting on the scene. Gu Shijue. At that moment, Rufeng's voice suddenly resonated. This caused Gu Shijue to tremble slightly. Without hesitation, he appeared before Rufeng. Senior, please speak, he said respectfully. You are aware of the locations of the 7 major forces in Zhongdu, correct? Rufeng inquired flatly. Indeed, senior, what do you need? Gu Shijue replied with curiosity. Do not ask what you should not. Now, tell me the specific locations, Rufeng commanded. Understood. Soon, Gu Shijue relayed the locations of the other 6 major forces to Rufeng in detail. Very well, I have noted this. Since you are somewhat agreeable, I shall leave the ancient Yushengdi to you. After today, in Zhongdu, your ancient Yushengdi will stand unrivaled. With that, Rufeng revealed a unique smile. Thank you. Senior, Gu Shijue responded. Haha, you are indeed quite interesting. I shall take my leave now. Rufeng chuckled with interest before vanishing from sight. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Compared to one's own life, everything else is expendable. One day, I too shall possess such formidable strength. As he gazed in the direction Rufeng had departed, Gu Shijue pondered. Meanwhile, after leaving the ancient Yushengdi, Rufeng proceeded to the remaining 6 major forces of Zhongdu. Without exception, he annihilated them with merely a wave of his hand. After addressing these matters, he did not immediately leave Zhongdu, but began to wander leisurely. In tandem, news of the obliteration of the 6 major forces spread like wildfire. Within half a day, this astonishing news permeated all of Zhongdu. Naturally, aside from Gu Shijue, no one knew the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Most speculated that the only surviving ancient Yushengdi had destroyed the 6 major forces. In the end, the identity of the mastermind became increasingly exaggerated. However, Rufeng, the very person involved, paid no further attention to these unfolding events. The ramifications of the 6 major forces' annihilation persisted for quite some time. Chapter 67, Warning to Tianyuan. The 10 Generals of the Divine Hall. In Zhongdu, along an inconspicuous little path, Rufeng was leisurely strolling. Just as he prepared to continue his exploration of Zhongdu, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The sudden apparition caused Rufeng to halt. Ah, it's you. Tianyuan, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the person, Rufeng inquired calmly. This is urgent. I do not have time for details. I sense multiple terrifying auras heading towards Tianyuan Continent. These auras are likely associated with the Xianxiawai. With my current strength, I cannot contend with them. Therefore, I need your assistance, Tianyuan expressed anxiously. Oh, Shenxiwai. At Tiandao's words, Li Rufeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can assist you. However, what benefit shall I gain? I do not work for free. After pondering for a moment, Li Rufeng looked at Tianyuan with a smirk. What do you want? Tianyuan asked, momentarily taken aback. How about a bit of the world's source power? What do you think? Li Rufeng suggested lightly. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan stood frozen in place. What do you need that for? It should be of no use to your cultivation. After a brief silence, Tianyuan queried with confusion. Whether it is useful or not is my concern. Just tell me whether you will provide it, Li Rufeng replied. All right, I can give you some of the world's source power. Can we leave now? After some deliberation, Tianyuan ultimately acquiesced to Li Rufeng's request. Not so fast. I have another question for you. Once you answer, we can deal with those Shenxiwai. Li Rufeng said with a smile. A question? What do you wish to ask? Though unsure of Li Rufeng's intentions, Tianyuan did not refuse. Have you been plotting something with Xiaoming? Let me guess, her birth must have been orchestrated by you, right? The daughter of fate? Do you intend for her to help you break the seal of the celestial realm on Tianyuan Continent? Or do you have other motives? As he spoke, Li Rufeng's expression turned icy, and his tone grew somewhat colder. Tiandao's face changed dramatically, appearing quite shocked. I know you are powerful, but I did not expect you to know so much. However, I am sorry, I cannot disclose the specifics of that question. I can only tell you that the situation is quite complicated. Tianyuan promptly responded. Oh, is it that you cannot say, or is it that you do not wish to? Li Rufeng regarded Tianyuan with an impassive expression. I cannot say. Some matters are not better understood by knowing more. Even I only know some peripheral details, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? It seems you are merely a pawn in this grand game. Nevertheless, I shall uncover the truths I seek in due time. I care not for the forces behind you, nor the schemes you harbor against Meng Er. I have but one warning. Should any harm befall her, you shall be divided into 8 pieces. Li Rufeng smiled faintly, then issued a dispassionate warning. I believe you hold me in higher regard than I deserve. I lack the qualifications to harm her. Very well, our associates will soon arrive. Let us hasten our departure. Li Rufeng's warning did not trouble Tianyuan excessively. After exchanging a few words, he returned to the prior topic. Lead the way, Li Rufeng stated calmly. Very well. In the next moment, Tianyuan turned and left the spot. Observing this, Li Rufeng followed suit, vanishing from sight. Moments later, guided by Tianyuan, Li Rufeng found himself in the boundless void beyond Tianyuan Continent, with the continent itself looming behind them. Did you not mention their arrival? Where are the figures? After scanning the infinite void around them, Li Rufeng inquired of Tianyuan. Let us wait a while longer. Rest assured, my information is reliable. This time, they have dispatched more than one individual. My concern lies in whether you can contend with them. Tianyuan asked with some trepidation. Is that so? More than one. That is indeed favorable. The more, the merrier. They are merely experience points to me. I can handle however many come. Rather than fret over my abilities, you should prepare the world's source power you promised. Li Rufeng spoke with serene composure. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Tianyuan ceased further discussion. Approximately 100 breaths later, an anomaly suddenly manifested in the boundless void not far from Li Rufeng. They have arrived. Sensing the stirrings of the void, Tianyuan became entirely alert. At last, they have come, Li Rufeng remarked with a slight nod. In contrast to Tianyuan, Li Rufeng exhibited no signs of tension, even growing somewhat impatient. When the time comes to act, keep your distance. Should you be inadvertently harmed, I will not take responsibility. He then turned to caution Tianyuan. Understood, Tianyuan replied calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, a rift suddenly appeared in the void before them. In the next moment, 10 figures emerged from the spatial tear. At last, they have arrived. I wonder what the Hall Master was thinking, sending 10 of us to deal with a mere lower realm continent. Surely, the Hall Master underestimates our capabilities? One of the men, named Wang Sun, voiced his complaint as soon as they appeared. Wang Sun, you speak too much. The Hall Master has his reasons for issuing such orders. Do you dare to question the Hall Master, believing you have the right to live? The only woman among the 10, clad in red, coldly interjected. Her name was Ling, one of the 10 generals of the Temple of Time, and notably, the leader among them. I do not dare. Sister, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Please do not relay these words to the Hall Master. Wang Sun immediately pleaded upon hearing Ling's warning. Do not let there be a next time. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Once we have completed the Hall Master's assignments, we can return to report. Ling spoke with an expression of indifference. There are 2 individuals over there. We shall approach and inquire about the situation. As she finished speaking, Ling moved closer to Li Rufeng and Tianyuan. The other generals followed suit. They are coming. I did not expect there to be 10 of them. Are you certain you are fine? On the other side, upon seeing the 10 generals approaching, Tianyuan quietly inquired of Li Rufeng. Just step back and enjoy the show. I must say, they are far superior to the previous Divine Sentinel. However, in my eyes, they are merely that. In response to Tianyuan's concerns, Li Rufeng replied coolly. Very well, take care of yourself then. Seeing Li Rufeng so composed and confident, Tianyuan ceased further inquiries and distanced himself from Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, just as Tianyuan had stepped aside, the 10 generals stood before Li Rufeng. Sister, allow me to handle this trivial matter, Wang Sun declared, stepping forward to within 10 meters of Li Rufeng. Boy, I have a few questions for you. You would do well to answer honestly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Wang Sun coldly commanded Li Rufeng. Oh, and what do you wish to inquire about? Li Rufeng responded with a smile that was neither here nor there. I ask you, is Tianyuan Continent the world behind you? Furthermore, did a divine sentinel previously arrive in Tianyuan Continent? Wang Sun questioned with a cold demeanor. Let me think. Ah, indeed. There was such an individual who claimed to be a divine sentinel. Li Rufeng replied with a slight smile. So, you must know who killed that divine sentinel. Speak, or face dire consequences. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wang Sun threatened coldly. Fool, Li Rufeng replied with a calm smile. What did you say? At Li Rufeng's insult, Wang Sun's expression darkened instantly. I said you were a fool. Did you not wish to know who killed that divine sentinel? Far from the heavens, yet close at hand. Now that I have spoken, what will you do? Li Rufeng replied coolly. What? It was you. You killed that divine sentinel. Ha! I see you are truly a fool, to have slain a divine sentinel and still dare to appear before me. Boy, you are both arrogant and courting death. Wang Sun laughed maniacally. I expected a worthy opponent to require all 10 of us to confront. I did not anticipate merely a self-important fool. Boy, today you shall meet your end. To provoke the Temple of Time means no one can save you. Prepare to die. Killing you will complete our mission. With that, Wang Sun raised his hand and struck a punch towards Li Rufeng. In an instant, the void itself seemed to tear asunder from the force of his blow. Unfazed by Wang Sun's attack, Li Rufeng remained composed, showing no inclination to evade or counter. Die! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Sun's fist struck mere millimeters from Li Rufeng's head. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before all witnesses. Just when Wang Sun's fist was about to make contact, it abruptly halted, unable to advance further. Is that all? Gazing at Wang Sun before him, Li Rufeng smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly upward. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could you withstand my full force strike? Faced with Li Rufeng's mocking smile, Wang Sun's composure shattered, his expression contorting into one of rage. That person can indeed withstand Wang Sun's attack. No wonder the Hall Master sent us 10 individuals. How could such strength manifest in such a small place? Not far away, Ling regarded Li Rufeng with growing suspicion. This is bad. Wang Sun, retreat quickly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Ling shouted urgently at Wang Sun. No, you must have employed some trickery. I refuse to believe you can withstand another of my punches. Die. Ignoring Ling's warning, Wang Sun was consumed by the singular desire to kill Li Rufeng. I told you that you are a fool. You, a frog at the bottom of a well, cannot fathom the vastness of the sky. To deal with you, a mere ant, would I need to employ tricks? Your soul shall be mine. Extinguish. As Li Rufeng gazed at Wang Sun, who relentlessly continued his assault, he found himself utterly disinterested. With a mere utterance of a single word, Wang Sun's form was instantly obliterated, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Damn it, not far away, Ling, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with shock and a sense of trepidation. A formidable being of the divine realm met such a swift demise. How could this be possible? Such power could only be wielded by the palace master. This individual is not to be trifled with. Everyone, scatter and flee. We must report the events of today back to the Time Temple. Flee. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Ling decisively commanded the other 8 to escape. In an instant, 9 figures, without a hint of hesitation, harnessed the power of time and dispersed in all directions. Damn, have they all grown wise? They have indeed mastered the art of flight without combat. Yet, considering their cultivation at this level, few can be deemed foolish. However, do you think that by running separately, I will be unable to deal with you? It has been a long time since I engaged in the game of cat and mouse. Observing the fleeing directions of the 9 figures, Li Rufeng exhibited no trace of concern. On the contrary, he wore a calm demeanor, even revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. Allow me to show you what true power over time entails. The power of time, swift as an arrow. Li Rufeng softly spoke, and in the next moment, 9 arrows, forged from the power of time, materialized before him. Go. Moments later, Li Rufeng uttered nonchalantly. In an instant, the 9 arrows sped towards the fleeing Ling and her companions. Thud. I refuse to accept this fate. Mere moments later, Ling, having fled hundreds of miles, was pierced through the heart by an arrow. Ultimately, amidst the endless confusion and reluctance, her body gradually turned to ash. The remaining 8 met the same fate as Ling, each struck by an arrow and subsequently reduced to a wisp of ash. An effortless resolution. Having absorbed the powers of these 10 individuals, both the Taichu Zai and the Renhuang Fan should experience significant growth. Indeed, the Time Temple is replete with generous souls. I hope for more experience packages next time. After dispatching the 10 generals of the temple, Rufeng smiled faintly. Is this truly resolved? Who is he? Why has he appeared on the Tianyuan Continent? Moreover, even I am unaware of when he first arrived here. Nearby, Tianyuan regarded Rufeng, who effortlessly annihilated the 10 generals, with a mix of astonishment and profound curiosity. Hey, what do you think? Was the performance not splendid? Just as Tianyuan was pondering, Rufeng suddenly appeared before him. Indeed splendid. Automatically responding to Rufeng's inquiry, Tianyuan nodded. Since it was splendid, should you not fulfill your promise? Rufeng gently prodded. Promise? For a moment, Tianyuan was at a loss. The power of the world's origin. What? You do not intend to renege, do you? Of course, I would not mind if you chose to backtrack, he chuckled oddly. No, I shall provide it to you immediately. Observing Rufeng's peculiar grin, Tianyuan felt a chill creep down his spine and promptly replied. In the next moment, a transparent orb appeared in Tianyuan's hand. This is 1/10 of the world's origin power from the Tianyuan continent. I can only offer you this much. Any more would jeopardize the continent. Tianyuan stated. A mere 1/10, truly stingy. Very well, 1/10 it shall be. Should any further tasks arise, do remember to seek me out. Until next time. After accepting the world's origin power from Tianyuan, Rufeng spoke with a smile. With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving Tianyuan with a face full of exasperation. If I were not unable to contend with you, truly a robber, and should a next time arise, I shall never seek you out again in this lifetime. Alas, being the Dao of heaven is indeed a vexing position. Perhaps I should promptly report this situation to my superiors. After a few complaints, Tianyuan shook his head slightly, and then also disappeared from the scene. Chapter 69. The Gray Phantom, Resolving Mundane Matters. In an unknown space, Tianyuan's figure materialized. Shortly after his arrival, a phantom slowly coalesced within the space. The phantom was enveloped in an enigmatic gray light, rendering its true appearance indiscernible. Tianyuan had encountered the master. The moment the gray phantom emerged, Tianyuan promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. What brings you to me? The gray phantom inquired coolly. Reporting to the master, an unexpected individual has appeared on the Tianyuan continent. This person is not only extraordinarily powerful, but also. Suddenly, Tianyuan hesitated. What else? The gray phantom pressed. Reporting to the master. He previously inquired about Meng Er. I suspect he has discerned certain matters regarding her. However, I am uncertain of the extent of his insights. Given that this concerns your plans, I feared he might interfere in secret. Hence, I promptly reported his situation to you. Tianyuan replied. Oh, such circumstances? Intriguing. It seems I have not encountered something so interesting in a while. The gray phantom's tone reflected newfound curiosity. Master, should we take any action regarding this individual? After a brief pause, Tianyuan asked again. No need. It is rare to find someone who piques my interest. Moreover, from what you imply, he appears quite concerned about Meng Er. The gray phantom questioned. Indeed, he even threatened me over the matter, Tianyuan responded. Oh, now this is intriguing. Tianyuan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Your responsibility is solely to manage the affairs of the Tianyuan continent. As for what that individual chooses to do next, as long as he does not harm Meng Er, let him be. After a few moments, the gray phantom spoke softly. Yes, I understand, the subordinate promptly acknowledged. Aside from this, is there anything else? The gray phantom inquired further. Reporting to the master, that individual previously requested some of the world's origin power from me, Tianyuan stated. The world's origin power? What does he intend to do with that? Could it be he possesses a small world? The gray phantom mused aloud. I see now. A small amount of the world's origin power, just grant it to him. You have handled this matter well. Consider this world origin power as compensation for your efforts. Upon concluding, the gray phantom raised a hand, sending a surge of the world's origin power into Tianyuan's body. Thank you, master. This unexpected boon prompted Tianyuan to kneel in gratitude. The Tianyuan continent is entrusted to you. Should any developments arise, remember to report to me in a timely manner. With that, the gray phantom's figure dissolved from the space. I did not anticipate such an unexpected gain this time. Quite the return. After the gray phantom departed, Tianyuan rose from the ground. Sensing the additional world's origin power within him, a radiant smile of joy blossomed on Tianyuan's face. Following this, he made no further delay and exited the space. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Tianyuan Continent, Rufeng stood suspended in the air. System, do you sense that? What an overwhelming aura. I cannot even discern its origin. How powerful must its master be? Could he be the one behind Tianyuan? Gazing into a certain direction, Rufeng felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his expression growing increasingly grave. Host, though this individual possesses great strength, you have the assistance of this system. It will not be long before you can reach or even surpass his prowess. I understand. I was simply momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that despite wielding the power of billions of years, I could not see through this person? I wonder if he were to strike at me now. Would my demise be inevitable? Rufeng spoke solemnly. There is no need for concern, host. That person harbors no malice towards you. Furthermore, should he truly wish to attack you, this system will intervene. Oh, you can intervene? Naturally. However, should I take action, it would violate the system's rules. Thus, unforeseen punitive consequences may arise. Yet, compared to the life of the host, these consequences pale in significance. System, I must admit, I am touched by your words. Speaking of the system's rules, are there not ways to break them? Rufeng inquired, pondering for the first time how the system came into existence. Host, this pertains to the secrets of the system realm, and thus I cannot disclose the answer to your question. I can only tell you that in this world, everything is half truth, half falsehood, half real, and half illusory. To uncover the ultimate answer, one must become stronger, robust enough to transcend any limiting rules. Very well. The situation has grown increasingly intriguing. This is splendid, at least it will not be dull. Upon hearing the system's response, Rufeng chose not to pursue further inquiries. Nevertheless, he had begun to formulate some conjectures in his mind. To verify these conjectures, Rufeng resolved to continue growing stronger as instructed by the system. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. In the outside world, a month had elapsed, while in the Taichu small world, 3,000 years had passed. After thousands of years of cultivation, Su Yang and the others had experienced monumental leaps in strength. Except for Su Yang, the other 5 had all reached the Emperor realm. With the favor of fortune and Rufeng's assistance, breaking through to the Emperor realm within a few thousand years was not a formidable challenge for them. Now that you have all reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the Tianyuan Continent can no longer facilitate your growth. Therefore, I have decided that in 3 days, we shall break the seal of the Ascension Gate and ascend to the Celestial Realm. In these 3 days, take the time to settle your worldly affairs in the Tianyuan Continent. There is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. Do not leave yourselves with regrets. Go forth. Rufeng spoke softly, gazing at Su Yang and the 6 others. Yes, master. We take our leave. Upon hearing Rufeng's words, Su Yang and the others responded respectfully. Immediately, the 6 departed in different directions. Qingshan Town. After nearly 2.5 months, Su Yang returned once more. Departing as a discarded waste with a ruined foundation, he returned as a formidable being possessing Emperor realm strength. The transformation was astonishingly swift. Before long, Su Yang arrived at his doorstep. However, the scene that unfolded next nearly caused him to lose all reason and erupt in fury. At the entrance of the Su residence lay several lifeless bodies, devoid of vitality. The ground had long been stained with a copious amount of blood. Chapter 70. The Su residence's calamity. Time rewind. This is bad. Father, mother. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight at the entrance, Su Yang wasted no time and rushed into the Su residence. Yet, the condition within was even more tragic. Not only were there bloodied corpses strewn everywhere, but some bodies were even incomplete. Blood stained every visible surface, the floor, the walls, and the pillars. Faced with such a repulsive scene, Su Yang's urgency intensified. Ignoring the corpses in the courtyard, Su Yang headed straight for his parents' quarters. At this moment, the anxious heart that Su Yang had harbored was completely shattered. No, father, mother. Su Yang burst into the room and cradled his parents, lying in a pool of blood, emitting a hoarse cry. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Su Yang immediately channeled spiritual energy into his parents' bodies. However, to his despair, no matter how hard he tried, his parents showed no signs of response. Who did this? Who is responsible? Su Yang shouted angrily, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Tears, unbidden, began to stream down his face, falling onto his parents. Cough, cough. Yang Yang. Suddenly, a faint voice broke through. Mother, mother, it's me, I'm Su Yang. Mother, how are you? Hearing her voice, Su Yang immediately responded. It truly is you. Yang, I never expected to see you again. Knowing you are safe brings me solace. Cough, cough, sputter. Su Yang's mother slowly lifted her hand, attempting to touch Su Yang's face. Yet, before she could reach him, she began to cough up blood, her breath rapidly waning. Mother, no, it will be all right, you will be fine. Mother, do not speak. I will surely save you. Seeing his mother in distress, Su Yang hastened to channel spiritual energy even more fervently. Yet, despite his efforts, his mother's vitality continued to drain away. No, it's futile. Yang, you must live well. Sputter. Su Yang's mother shook her head, her eyes filled with love as she gazed at him. No, I refuse to accept this. There must be a way, there must be. Yes, Master. Master will surely be able to save you. Mother, hold on a little longer. I will call for Master. In this moment of despair, the image of the omnipotent Master Li Rufus surfaced in Su Yang's mind. The next instant, Su Yang swiftly retrieved a token and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into the token, Li Rufu, thousands of miles away, instantly received Su Yang's signal. Moments later, Li Rufu's figure traversed the vast distance, appearing abruptly beside Su Yang. Master, please save my mother. I beseech you to intervene. As soon as Li Rufu appeared, Su Yang hurriedly implored him. What is this? Li Rufu glanced at the woman Su Yang was holding, instantly realizing her life force was nearly extinguished. Without hesitation, Li Rufu raised his hand, hastily preserving the last flicker of Su Yang's mother's breath. Phew, that was close. What transpired? After stabilizing Su Yang's mother's life force, Li Rufu began to inquire. I am uncertain, Master. Upon my return, I discovered a calamity had befallen my home. Master, my mother? Su Yang asked anxiously. The situation is dire. I am currently sustaining your mother's final breath. Had I hesitated for even a moment, it would have been too late. Li Rufu replied, his tone somber. Then, Master, what of my father? Su Yang asked, his voice trembling. Upon hearing Su Yang's question, Li Rufu turned to glance at the man lying on the ground. After a few moments of scrutiny, Li Rufu shook his head slightly. This sight was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue for Su Yang. Father. Su Yang collapsed onto the ground, his expression twisted in agony. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. I extend my condolences. First, I shall save your mother. You must search the residence for clues regarding the assailants. Li Rufu instructed. Yes. Then I entrust my mother to you, Master. Hearing Li Rufu's words, Su Yang slowly rose from the ground and exited the room. After Su Yang departed, Li Rufu carefully moved Su Yang's mother to a nearby bed and began his treatment. The repairing heaven stone can restore her in an instant. It requires 100,000 kill points. You are the one. Soon, within the confines of the system marketplace, Li Rufeng discovered the item he sought. Without hesitation, he expended 100,000 kill points to acquire a Butian Sure. Immediately thereafter, Li Rufeng infused the Butian Sure into Su Yang's mother. As the stone began to take effect, the wounds of Su Yang's mother swiftly healed, and the flicker of life that had nearly extinguished began to surge anew. After a brief interval, her vitality was finally stabilized. Not bad, Li Rufeng remarked, retracting his right hand and nodding with satisfaction. He then exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Su Yang standing at the doorway. Master, how is my mother? Su Yang hurriedly inquired as Li Rufeng emerged. She is fine. You may go see her. Perhaps you can glean some information from her, Li Rufeng replied. Thank you, Master. I will go at once. With relief flooding his heart upon hearing that his mother was safe, Su Yang rushed back to the room. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng surveyed his surroundings before ascending to the skies above Su's residence. Time rewind. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng activated the power of time, preparing to witness the events that transpired in the past within Su's estate. What is this? I remember now. It is her. How could it be her? No. She possesses an unfathomable power. He chuckled. What a delightful surprise, one after another. This small Tianyuan Continent harbors beings beyond my comprehension. Very well. I shall observe just how many mysteries remain in this world. Through the time rewind, Li Rufeng discerned the circumstances surrounding the destruction of the Su residence, while also uncovering elements that piqued his interest. This revelation stirred within the previously bored Li Rufeng a growing anticipation for the future. In the room, Su Yang sat at his mother's bedside, gazing at her still-closed eyes. Soon, Su Yang's mother gradually awakened, prompting a sigh of relief from the anxious Su Yang. Am I dead? She murmured, her eyes barely opening. Mother, you are awake. You are not dead. Master saved you, Su Yang said, gently supporting her. I am not dead. Yang, it seems I truly have survived. Accepting the reality before her, Su Yang's mother regarded her son. You said your master saved me? Where is he? I must express my gratitude. Mother, that can wait. First, tell me who did this to the Su family. If I hadn't returned in time, who knows what would have happened to you? The thought of the Su household, with only his mother surviving, filled Su Yang's eyes with crimson fury. It was your fiancé, Lu Ruyan, Su Yang's mother said, her voice tinged with resentment. What? Lu Ruyan? That is impossible. Mother, are you sure it was Lu Ruyan? Could you have mistaken her? Su Yang stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. I am certain, it was her. She even claimed that all of this was to take revenge on you, Yang. Moreover, she insisted that this was merely the beginning. What transpired between you two that drove her to commit such heinous acts against our family? Su Yang's mother questioned. If it truly is Lu Ruyan, then she would indeed be capable of such extermination. After all, I killed her. As he observed the resolute expression on his mother's face, Su Yang gradually accepted that Lu Ruyan was the one who had attacked the Su family. What? You killed her? But Su Yang's mother was initially astonished, followed by confusion. Mother, I understand your concerns. Even I am bewildered by this. However, rest assured, I will personally seek revenge for our family. If I could kill her once, I can certainly do it again. Lu Ruyan, if I do not slay you in this lifetime, may my path shatter and suffer the world's myriad torments. Su Yang declared coldly. Yang Er, you are all I have left. Please do not do anything reckless, his mother said, worry lining her features. Mother, do not worry. I will not allow hatred to cloud my judgment. There is no need for you to concern yourself with Lu Ruyan. The Su family is no longer safe. Once we handle the aftermath here, we must leave. Su Yang stated. Very well, I will follow your lead. Su Yang's mother acquiesced. In short order, with the assistance of Su Yang and his mother, all those who perished in the Su residence were laid to rest. At the back mountain of the Su estate, Su Yang buried them, including his father. Master, I wish to find a place for my mother. Do you have any suggestions? After concluding all matters concerning the Su residence, Su Yang approached Li Rufeng. Take your mother to Fei Xianzong. You are a disciple of Fei Xianzong. They will take good care of her, Li Rufeng suggested after a moment's thought. Fei Xianzong. Very well, I shall make my way there. Acting on Li Rufen's advice, Su Yang ultimately brought his mother to Fei Xianzong. Upon meeting Xianxia, Su Yang straightforwardly articulated his purpose. After hearing Su Yang's intentions, Xianxia readily agreed. Thus, Su Yang's mother was settled within Fei Xianzong. Following his farewell to her, Su Yang departed from the sect. Master, I wish to inquire about a few matters. Upon returning to Li Rufeng, Su Yang immediately posed his questions. You wish to ask about Lu Ruyan? Li Rufeng inquired calmly, as if he had anticipated Su Yang's questions regarding her. Yes. How could one who has died come back to life? Su Yang asked. Though resurrection is challenging, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are indeed ways to bring someone back to life. Based on my conjecture, it is likely that a powerful being aided Lu Ruyan in her revival. This individual is exceptionally strong, perhaps even surpassing my own strength. If you seek revenge, you must grow stronger, Li Rufeng replied slowly. Stronger than you, master? Then may I ask, what is your true strength at present? Su Yang queried. Me? I am exceedingly strong. To put it simply, I could annihilate anyone in the immortal realm with a mere gesture. As for realms above the immortal realm, I am not weak there either. Now you should comprehend the magnitude of the challenge in seeking revenge with your own hands, correct? How about it? Do you need my assistance? Li Rufeng asked, his tone suggestive. Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I wish to try on my own first. If I find myself unable to succeed, I will request your help then, Su Yang responded. Haha, very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse. Now that your affairs are concluded, you should retreat to my small world for cultivation. I will summon you when it is time to ascend. Li Rufeng said, raising his hand to draw Su Yang into the Tai Chu small world. Meanwhile, in Dong Huangqingzhou, two graceful figures appeared above the Yu Ming zone. They were Chu Yi and De Yi. Yu Ming zone, I have arrived. The grievances of the past shall be repaid today, Chu Yi declared, her gaze cold as she looked down upon the Yu Ming zone. Let us proceed. This trivial Yu Ming zone is no match for you. After today, the shackles in your heart shall be utterly shattered. The path ahead will be unobstructed. Beside her, De Yi softly spoke. Indeed, the hand of time. Chu Yi gently nodded, then raised her hand, striking downward. In an instant, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, flattening the Xianxiaaudiobooks beneath it. Let us go? There are still several factions that conspired with Xianxiaaudiobooks in the shadows, and they must be dealt with as well. Having completed this task, Chu Yi turned to De Yi and said, Hee, little Yi, I never expected you to act without mercy. Well done, you are becoming more like me. In that case, let us depart. De Yi replied with a smile. Clearly, it is you who resembles me. After silently scoffing to herself, Chu Yi followed De Yi away from the skies above Xianxiaaudiobooks. In a cave on a cliff, Ho Qing hurriedly arrived after leaving. Senior, I have returned to see you. Upon entering the cave, he called out loudly. Soon, Ho Qing arrived at the depths of the cave, where a desiccated skeleton sat upon a circular platform. Senior, it is I, Ho Qing. Standing before the skeleton, he called out excitedly once more. It is you, lad. How soon you have returned. Did I not tell you that I had imparted all my teachings to you? What scheme do you have now upon your return? In the next moment, a spirit slowly coalesced from the skeleton, revealing the ancient Blood Emperor. Ho Qing's inheritance was bestowed upon him by this very being. Senior. You jest. This time is different from before. I have come to rescue you, as a token of my gratitude for your kindness. Ho Qing replied with a smile. Rescue me? Did I not say that you must reach the realm of the Emperor? By the heavens! How have you attained the Emperor's realm? Has it only been a few years since I gave you the inheritance? When we last met, you were merely at the Golden Course stage. How did you break through to the Emperor's realm in just a few months? Speak honestly. Have you strayed down a dark path with my teachings? The ancient Blood Emperor exclaimed in astonishment upon sensing Ho Qing's true aura. Senior, you underestimate me. Ho Qing. The Emperor's realm is merely a matter of having the will. What do you think? Did I bring you disgrace? Ho Qing replied proudly. Enough, you young rascal. Do not boast before me. Quickly explain what has transpired. The ancient Blood Emperor's expression darkened, urging him onward. All right, Senior, do not rush. Allow me to recount the events in detail. It was on one fateful day that Ho Qing then recounted his experiences. From encountering Rufeng to becoming his disciple, and the subsequent series of events, providing a concise account to the ancient Blood Emperor. Time passed, nearly a stick of incense worth. Chapter 72, The Ancient Blood Emperor, a being of the divine realm. Thus, the story unfolds. With the aid of my master, I was able to break through to the Emperor's realm in such a short time. In truth, the duration has not been brief, as I spent several thousand years within that small world. Ho Qing stated, I never imagined you would encounter such opportunities. Your master possesses a small world and formidable strength. I must say, your luck is truly extraordinary. The ancient Blood Emperor remarked. That is called strength. Do you not understand? How does the saying go? Luck is also a part of strength. Ho Qing countered. Indeed, that still amounts to mere good fortune, the ancient Blood Emperor replied. Enough, Senior. Let us return to the matter at hand. Did you not say that as long as I reach the Emperor's realm, there would be a way to save you? What must I do now? Ho Qing shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Alas, your intent is commendable, and it is not in vain that I entrusted my legacy to you. However, you are not yet capable of rescuing me. The ancient Blood Emperor sighed, yet a hint of a pleased smile graced his face. What? Not even the Emperor's realm can suffice? But did you not say? Ho Qing questioned, puzzled. Initially, I merely sought to motivate you with a casual excuse. Who could have anticipated your rapid ascent to the Emperor's realm? Had I known your luck would be this good, I would have set a higher bar for you. The ancient Blood Emperor replied weakly. Then, Senior, what realm must I attain to rescue you? Ho Qing asked earnestly. Do you truly wish to know? Even if the answer is beyond your reach? Seeing Ho Qing's earnestness, the ancient Blood Emperor also became serious. Indeed, you have shown me kindness. Should I be able, I, Ho Qing, will never shy away. Ho Qing declared solemnly. Splendid. I knew I did not misjudge you. Now that you are of the Emperor's realm, you will soon depart from this world. After this departure, it is unlikely we shall meet again. Very well. Since you wish to know, I shall share it with you. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, the ancient Blood Emperor suddenly erupted in hearty laughter, appearing exceedingly joyful. In truth, I am not of the Tianyuan Continent. The ancient Blood Emperor continued. What? Senior, you are not from this world? Are you perhaps from the immortal realm? Ho Qing exclaimed in astonishment. The immortal realm? What a triviality. Young man, I speak no lies. In my prime, annihilating the immortal realm was a mere flick of my finger. Have you heard of the divine realm? The ancient Blood Emperor inquired. The divine realm? I have not heard of it. Is it even more formidable than the immortal realm? Ho Qing asked, intrigued. Naturally, above the immortal realm lies the divine realm, and I am a being of the divine realm. In my past, I wielded blood control techniques that garnered great renown in the divine realm. Unfortunately, in my youthful arrogance, I fell victim to many schemes. Otherwise, I would not have descended to this state. However, with the passage of years, I have come to terms with it. In this life, I shall not have the opportunity for revenge. My only wish is to ensure my blood control techniques do not fade into oblivion. Perhaps fate has favored me, allowing me to encounter you just before my demise. With you here, I can leave in peace. As he concluded, the ancient Blood Emperor burst into joyful laughter once more. Hearing these words, Ho Qing felt a whirlwind of emotions. Senior, is there truly no other way to rescue you? Ho Qing asked, still unwilling to accept. Young man, it is I who am to die, not you. Why so sorrowful? Every life must end. It is merely a matter of time. I have long prepared for this day. You need not worry excessively. The ancient Blood Emperor laughed, his eyes seemingly radiating an understanding of all. Senior, please tell me directly. What if I have the chance in the future? At least allow me to attempt it. Ho Qing implored. Very well, seeing your persistence, I shall divulge it to you. To save me, you must either possess the cultivation of the divine realm or obtain a divine artifact that can nurture the soul. Now do you understand why I have been reluctant to reveal this? Because in either scenario, with your current abilities, it is entirely impossible. Even if you manage to reach the divine realm in the future and meet the conditions to rescue me, by then, I shall have likely faded from this world. The ancient Blood Emperor spoke slowly. The divine realm, divine artifacts. Upon hearing the ancient Blood Emperor's words, Ho Qing finally comprehended why the ancient Blood Emperor had been so reticent to provide him with specific methods. He had yet to even set foot in the immortal realm, let alone venture to the divine realm above it. In the heart of Hu Qing, there resided an utter lack of confidence regarding his potential journey to the upper realms. Young man, do not burden yourself with guilt. I am but a dying man. To encounter you at the end of my life is a fitting conclusion to my existence. Should you ever find yourself in the divine realm, remember, before you possess formidable strength, do not reveal the techniques I have imparted to you. Those who once wronged me will not spare you if they discover your mastery of my arts. Do you understand? The ancient Blood Emperor approached Hu Qing, gently patting his shoulder, and earnestly advised him. I will remember, the younger one replied. Senior, how much longer can you endure? Hu Qing weakly inquired. Perhaps he hesitated. Haha, how did I not notice this sentimental side of you before? Enough of this. I have said what I needed to say. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Allow me these final moments of solitude, the ancient Blood Emperor stated, turning his back to Hu Qing, his tone calm, yet tinged with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. Senior, Hu Qing hesitated, unsure of what to voice. Go on, go on. The ancient Blood Emperor waved dismissively. Actually, I possess a method to save you. My master is quite mysterious. He is capable of slaying even celestial beings. Perhaps he has a way to rescue you. Hu Qing suddenly declared after a moment of contemplation. Your master? Merely a celestial being. His ability to kill suggests he is formidable, yet he cannot possess the cultivation of the divine realm. I appreciate your kindness, but do not waste your efforts. The ancient Blood Emperor replied. How can you know unless you try? What if my master does possess a solution? Wait a moment, I shall summon him. Hu Qing produced a token and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. In an instant, a figure appeared beside him. What the? When did you arrive? The sudden appearance of Rufeng startled the ancient Blood Emperor. Who are you? Rufeng asked, eyeing the flustered ancient Blood Emperor. In response to Rufeng's inquiry, the ancient Blood Emperor fell silent. Master, this is the Blood Emperor. The inheritance I received was bestowed upon me by him. Hu Qing explained. Blood Emperor? Oh, I have not heard of him. Rufeng responded nonchalantly. Hu Qing awkwardly scratched his head at Rufeng's reply. Just kidding. So what brings you here? Surely it is not merely to introduce me to him? Well, disciple, I seek your assistance to save the Blood Emperor, Hu Qing stated without hesitation. Do not entertain such thoughts. To save me, you must meet the conditions I specified. Either possess divine-level cultivation or have access to divine artifacts that nurture the soul. I acknowledge your strength, yet I do not believe you can fulfill these requirements. The ancient Blood Emperor interjected before Rufeng could respond. Oh, is that all? Rufeng, unfazed, exhibited a slight smile. What do you mean is that all? Were it not for your connection to this young man, I would certainly teach you a lesson in humility for your arrogance, the ancient Blood Emperor retorted. Senior, it would be wise to temper your words. You might provoke my master, and you would lose even the last vestige of your soul, Hu Qing cautioned. You young man, have you forgotten me now that you have your master? Fine, then, hasten away with him. Leave me in peace, the ancient Blood Emperor grumbled. That is not what I meant. Hu Qing replied softly. Enough, Hu Qing. Stand aside. In light of the inheritance he granted you, I shall ensure he retains a breath of life, Rufeng stated, his lips curling into a slight smile. Humph, although I have fallen from grace, I am not so diminished as to allow you to insult me. That young man claims you are formidable. Today, I shall witness your true strength. The ancient Blood Emperor declared, unleashing a powerful attack. Impressive, impressive. Your blood control technique is far more refined than Hu Qing's. Alas. My mastery of blood control eclipses yours, Rufeng countered, effortlessly dismantling the ancient Blood Emperor's technique and binding his soul with crimson chains. This. You can wield such power. How is this possible? There exists someone whose blood control surpasses my own. The ancient Blood Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Rufeng. Compared to me, you are woefully lacking in the path of blood. Had your attack carried even a hint of murderous intent, and not for Hu Qing's sake, you would have long served as sustenance for my human sovereign banner. Now, reveal your true identity. I sense your soul does not belong to Tianyuan Dao. Rufeng calmly inquired. Human sovereign banner? If so, may I be released now? The ancient Blood Emperor pleaded. Disperse. You may speak now. Rufeng released the binding on the ancient Blood Emperor's soul. I am the Blood Emperor, hailing from the ancient Blood Emperor, recounted his origin once more. The Divine Realm? I am somewhat taken aback. I did not expect you to be from such a place. This is fortuitous, for I have matters to discuss with you. However, let us first attend to your soul, Lrfing replied. What? Are you serious? To save me, only the two options I mentioned will suffice. The ancient Blood Emperor expressed doubt. Is this acceptable? Without waiting for a response, Lrfing produced an item for examination. Oh, is this not the Divine Source Soul Crystal? This certainly will suffice. What the? How do you possess such a thing? By the heavens, this must be a miracle. The ancient Blood Emperor rushed forward, fixated on the Divine Source Soul Crystal in Lrfing's hand. By the way, how should I address you? No. How should I refer to you, senior? This Divine Source Soul Crystal is of no use to you. So how about we negotiate? The ancient Blood Emperor quickly adopted a different demeanor, his gaze toward Lrfing shifting dramatically. Keep your distance. I have no interest in men, especially not in old men like you. You desire this? It can be arranged, but I do not perform services without compensation. I find your strength acceptable. Thus, you shall assist me in future endeavors. What say you? Should you agree, this item shall be yours, Lrfing proposed, deliberately flaunting the Divine Source Soul Crystal before the ancient Blood Emperor. What? I, the Blood Emperor, am to assist you. He exclaimed. What? Are you unwilling? Lrfing replied nonchalantly. Not at all, senior. I am at your service. If it is merely assisting you, I gladly accept. The ancient Blood Emperor's face brightened with a smile. It is yours. Lrfing tossed the Divine Source Soul Crystal to the ancient Blood Emperor while subtly stepping back. Hurry and absorb and refine it. Afterwards, I have further inquiries for you. Rufeng then spoke. Very well, I shall absorb and refine it now. With the Divine Source Soul Crystal, there is no need for death. Although the ancient Blood Emperor does not fear life and death, he naturally wishes to avoid demise if possible. Despite not being able to discern even a fraction of Rufeng's true capabilities, the mere fact that Rufeng could casually produce such rare items from the Divine Realm instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Soon, the ancient Blood Emperor sat cross-legged, focusing intently on refining the Divine Source Soul Crystal. After waiting for a while, seeing that the ancient Blood Emperor had yet to complete the refinement, Rufeng had no choice but to store him within the Tai Chu small world. At the same time, Ho Qing was also brought into the Tai Chu small world by Rufeng. Subsequently, Rufeng departed from the cave. In the following 3 days, Jiwu Dao and the others gradually wrapped up their mundane affairs in the Tianyuan Continent. This signified that they were about to embark on a journey to a higher realm, the immortal realm. On the eve of their departure, the night sky was illuminated by a bright moon, casting an unusual tranquility. At Feixianzong, under the moonlight, Rufeng's figure materialized atop the Ling Yao peak. Looking much the same as ever. Tomorrow, he would leave, and when he returned, it was uncertain when that would be. As he strolled into his former courtyard, gazing at the empty rocking chair, Rufeng let out a faint sigh. After lingering for half a stick of incense at Ling Yao peak, he turned and departed. The next time his figure appeared, it was before a tightly closed door. Without disturbing the occupant within, Rufeng employed spatial power to pass through the door. Upon entering the room, he gracefully approached the bedside. There lay a figure, already deep in slumber. Still, he could not see through her. Meng Er, what secrets lie within you? He pondered. Regardless, I shall uncover them sooner or later. Meng Er, my dear disciple, I am leaving. By the next time we meet, you should have become an unparalleled powerhouse. Thank you for the joyful moments you have brought me over the years. Farewell. Rufeng gazed at the sleeping Su Ming, his heart silently reflecting on these thoughts. In the next moment, he gently approached and covered her with the quilt she had kicked off. Following this, he placed a pre-written letter on the bedside table. Little one, you shall keep Meng Er company for me. When we meet again, I will grant you a drop of my essence blood. Suddenly, Rufeng summoned Xia Dongdai and placed her on the table as well. After completing these gestures, his figure quietly vanished from the room. Throughout this entire time, Meng Er remained sound asleep, completely oblivious to the happenings around her. After taking a final look at Meng Er, Rufeng exited Feixianzong and ascended to the heights of the sky. Tianyuan, come forth and meet me. Casting a glance around, he declared. Chapter 74, The 10 Domains of the Immortal Realm, Hidden Tasks. What do you seek from me? A voice soon echoed, and Tianyuan's figure appeared before Rufeng. Is it really necessary to wear such a stern expression over a mere fragment of your original power? Now, let's discuss serious matters. I plan to journey to the immortal realm. Feixianzong, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after it. After all, I am the peak master of Feixianzong. While I may not care much for it, free labor is not to be wasted. What do you say? Rufeng regarded Tianyuan with a semblance of amusement. Upon hearing Li Ruofeng's words, Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. Knowing you has indeed brought me misfortune for 8 lifetimes. Fine, I can help watch over Fei Xianzong. However, I will only ensure its survival. Other matters are beyond my concern. You are aware that, as the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, I should not interfere in worldly affairs. Were it not for your sake, I would never contravene the regulations. Tianyuan remarked. Agreed. With that settled, I can depart with peace of mind. With that, Li Ruofeng's figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, he found himself in a desolate expanse of sky, devoid of any signs of life. He then began to unravel the restrictions on his own realm. The instant his realm surpassed the pinnacle of the Emperor level, the Ascension Gate slowly materialized from the void. Before long, the entire Ascension Gate was fully revealed before Li Ruofeng. Worldly power. Break for me. Without hesitation, he unleashed the primordial power of the Tai Chu small world against the seals binding the Ascension Gate. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the numerous locks on the Ascension Gate began to shatter. Concurrently, the black sealing patterns on the gate began to dissipate gradually. Moments later, after thousands of years, the Ascension Gate once again began to open slowly. Just as a gap appeared in the gate, Li Ruofeng vanished from his position and swiftly passed through the Ascension Gate. Subsequently, the gate began to close slowly, receding once again into the endless void. The entire process transpired swiftly, drawing no attention from anyone. Meanwhile, high above, Tianyuan stood observing. Alas, this fellow has finally departed. It is for the best. At least one uncertain factor is removed, and Tianyuan Continent can be a bit more stable. After a brief sigh, Tianyuan disappeared from the spot. On the other side, having entered the Ascension Gate, Li Ruofeng successfully traversed the Ascension Passage and arrived in the immortal realm. Is this truly the immortal realm? It seems rather desolate. Opening his eyes to survey the new surroundings, Li Ruofeng muttered in confusion. He then released Su Yang and the others from the Tai Chu small world. You are more familiar with the immortal realm. Please enlighten us about it. Li Ruofeng turned to De and inquired. If I am not mistaken, this should be the ascension point of the lower realm, situated at the very edge of the immortal realm. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, its size far surpassing that of the lower realm. To facilitate management, the immortal realm is divided into 10 distinct regions, collectively referred to as the 10 domains. The strength among the 10 domains varies, generally classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. The upper 3 domains are Kunlun Immortal Domain, Taisu Immortal Domain, and Xiaoluo Immortal Domain. The middle 4 domains are Yuming Immortal Domain, Xiaoyao Immortal Domain, Longhuang Immortal Domain, and Penglai Immortal Domain. The lower 3 domains are Luli Immortal Domain, Qingyun Immortal Domain, and Wan Fa Immortal Domain. Each immortal domain is governed by an immensely powerful force, named after the respective domain. For instance, Kunlun Immortal Domain is presided over by Kunlun Hall, and Taisu Immortal Domain by Taisu Hall, and so forth. Furthermore, within the entirety of the immortal domains, there exists a transcendent force, the mightiest in the immortal realm, known as the Shifang Xian Meng, established collectively by the 10 domains. To join the Shifang Xian Meng, one must be a powerful figure of immortal sovereign rank or above, or an extraordinary prodigy of the immortal realm. It can be said that when the Shifang Xian Meng intervenes, any individual or force within the immortal realm can be effortlessly obliterated. This, in essence, encapsulates the fundamental situation of the immortal realm, De explained slowly. Upon hearing De Yi's elucidation, Su Yang and the others were filled with both astonishment and curiosity. Now, please elaborate on the realm classifications within the immortal realm. This knowledge will be invaluable for our future endeavors. Li Ruofeng prompted once more. The realms of the immortal realm are classified from low to high as follows: Renxian, Jinxian, Xianxian, Jinxian, Xianling, Xianjun, Xianwang, Xianhuang, Xianzun, and Xiandi. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. The most powerful beings in the 10 domains of the immortal realm are all Xiandi. De responded. Xiandi, the strongest in the immortal realm. The path of cultivation is indeed a long and arduous journey. In the lower realm, we were the supreme beings of the emperor level. However, upon arriving here, we find ourselves in the realm of the weakest beings. After listening to De Yi's explanation, Jiwu Dao sighed softly. Are you afraid? It's merely a Xiandi, Su Yang interjected. I believe that as long as we diligently cultivate, it won't be long before we can attain the strength of a Xiandi. Afraid? I merely lament the endless journey of cultivation, Jiwu Dao retorted. In this lifetime, I, Jiwu Dao, do not even know how to write the word fear. Beep. Detected that the host has arrived in the xianxia for the first time, triggering a special sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Just as Su Yang and Jiwu Dao were debating, A notification sounded in Li Rufeng's mind. A special sign-in? System, sign-in. Beep. Sign-in successful. 1. Received a cultivation reward of 1 million years. 2. Received 10 million kill points. 3. Received 100,000 years of evolution time for the Tai Chu small world. 4. Received a special physique, undying soul. Beep. Detected a hidden task. Would you like to view it? There's a hidden task? View it. Task content. All disciples of the host must each select a Xianyu and represent it in the Wan Zone battle of the Xianxia. Task requirement. At least one disciple's represented sect must enter the top 10 of the Wan Zone battle. Task reward. The higher the ranking obtained by the disciple in the Wan Zone competition, the more generous the rewards, including but not limited to cultivation, secret techniques, physiques, etc. The Wan Zone battle of the Xianxia? What is that? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng was instantly filled with curiosity. The Wan Zone battle of the Xianxia is an event that takes place once every 1,000 years. At that time, all sects from the 10 domains of the Xianxia can participate in this grand competition. The Wan Zone battle is divided into 3 parts: disciples, elders, and sect masters. The higher the overall ranking of the 3 parts of the sect, the more substantial the rewards from the Shi Fang Xian Meng. Oh, that sounds quite interesting. It makes me want to establish a faction to participate. But then again, I shall see how things unfold. After the system's explanation, Li Rufeng finally gained a basic understanding of the Wan Zone battle in the Xianxia. Simultaneously, he also developed a flicker of interest in this grand contest. Alright, since both of you are so fond of competition, I shall grant you an opportunity. Pay attention. I require all of you to partake in the Wan Zone battle of the Xianxia. Not only that, you must also aim for the top 10. Having grasped the details of the hidden task, Li Rufeng interrupted Su Yang and Ji Wu Dao's debate. Wan Zone battle? Master, what is this Wan Zone battle? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Ahem, you should know, right? Explain it to them in detail. Li Rufeng nonchalantly assigned this challenging task to Dai Yi. Fine. It feels as though I'm your servant. After a soft complaint, Dai Yi began to elucidate the Wan Zone battle to Su Yang and the others. Thus, approximately the span of half an incense stick passed before Dai Yi finished her explanation of the Wan Zone battle. Chapter 75, Any Wish, Bestowed Treasures. So this is the Wan Zone battle. Sounds quite promising. In that case, I am willing to participate. Moreover, I intend to compete for the first place. I cannot bring shame to my master, Su Yang declared confidently. No. The opportunity to gain honor should be mine. Ji Wu Dao followed closely. Senior brother, I shall aim for second place. The first is already in my grasp. Both of you truly wish to compete for everything. Do you think acquiring the first place is that simple? The strongest forces from the various yin, you will participate in the Wan Zone battle. At least, from my recollection. The top 10 has always been monopolized by powerful sects like Kuan Luan Dian and Tai Su Dian. Not to mention, these top 10 forces have disciples, elders, and sect masters with exceptional talent and strength. I even feel that your master asking you to enter the top 10 is merely jesting. Dai Yi said weakly. Those forces will participate. No way. If the great figures of the Xianxia do not wish to grant rewards to outsiders, they could simply state that. Is it truly necessary to go through such lengths? Su Yang replied, suddenly speechless. Could it be, senior brother, that you are already afraid? The mere top 10 forces of the Xianxia have intimidated you like this? Then I suppose I shall reluctantly accept the first place. Ji Wu Dao grinned. Hey, master. If I secure first place in the Wan Zone battle, will you grant me a reward? Ji Wu Dao looked at Li Rufeng with eager anticipation. Well, if you can secure first place, I shall grant you a wish. As long as I can fulfill it, any wish is permissible. The same applies to the others. Li Rufeng pondered for a moment before speaking with significance. Any wish. Very well, for the sake of this wish, I must secure first place. Ji Wu Dao replied earnestly, as if invigorated. Any wish, huh? My apologies, second junior brother, but I too am quite interested in this reward from master. Therefore, I cannot concede the first place to you. Su Yang smiled slightly. Senior brothers, I too have an interest in this reward. How about this? Why don't you each take a step back and allow me to take it? Suddenly, Ho Qing interjected with a half-smile. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, both Su Yang and Ji Wu Dao displayed expressions of speechlessness. Any wish. If I were to propose that, would master agree? Just as Su Yang and the others continued to bicker, Chu Yi's face suddenly flushed. Hee, Xiao Yi, what are you thinking? Look at that rosy little face. It's truly tempting, Dai Yi softly teased, moving closer to whisper in Chu Yi's ear. I was thinking of anything. I just feel a bit warm. Yes, just a bit warm, Chu Yi hurriedly explained. Hee, you are still the same, utterly incapable of lying. Rest assured, I will assist you in securing that first place. When the time comes, you must express your gratitude to me. De Yi said with a light chuckle. Upon hearing De Yi's words, Chu Yi's face turned even redder. Ahem, regarding the Wanzhong battle, you should all have a clear understanding by now. In the upcoming journey through the xianxia, if you encounter insurmountable foes, you may call upon your master. However, do not summon me for trivial matters. I am quite busy. All right, I have said all that needs to be said. Now, you may begin selecting your xianyu. The 10 great xianyu are sufficient for each of you to choose one. Who shall go first? Seeing that the discussion had drawn to a close, Li Rufeng casually stated, Master, naturally, senior brother should go first. As junior brothers and sisters, we cannot dare to compete with senior brother for the first choice. Senior brother, please go ahead. Jiwu Dao spoke while gesturing with his hand. Weren't you just competing with me for the first place? Now you dare to say you want to compete with me for the first choice? Su Yang sighed. All right, I will go first. It's just a xianyu. I can choose any one and still secure the first place in the Wanzhong battle. As he spoke, Su Yang began to contemplate. Although he claimed he could randomly select any xianyu, he naturally had to consider each one thoroughly in his mind. Ahem, there is no need to think any further. Your destination has been determined by your master. Come here. Just as Su Yang continued to ponder with his head bowed, Li Rufeng suddenly spoke to him. Master. You have chosen for me. Hee, I knew you cared for me the most, master. So, which immortal realm am I heading to? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng had personally selected his immortal domain, Su Yang immediately inquired with joy. Let me see. Yes, it is in that direction. Li Rufeng raised his head, surveyed his surroundings, and quickly established the direction. Are you ready? Li Rufeng then addressed Su Yang. Ready for what? Su Yang responded with a puzzled expression upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Prepare for landing position. Off you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rufeng lifted Su Yang and forcefully threw him into the air. In an instant, Su Yang was launched several miles away in a daze. What the heck? Master, you don't abide by the rules of martial ethics. You actually ambushed a mere chi refinement stage practitioner. By the way, master, Yu Haven T told me which immortal realm I'm going to. Recovering from his shock, Su Yang shouted loudly. When you arrive, you will know. Safe travels. And remember to keep your backside down. At this speed and height, landing face first may be quite painful. Li Rufeng waved at Su Yang while reminding him. Fellow disciples, we shall meet at the great battle of 10,000 sects. I am afraid of heights. With those final cries, Su Yang's figure gradually vanished on the horizon. What? What did Su Yang just shout? Did you hear that? Li Rufeng suddenly turned to Jiwu Dao and the others. Master. The senior brother praised your prowess. Jiwu Dao chuckled. Oh, is there a need for praise? I am formidable by nature. By the way, I just remembered. Some of you still lack suitable weapons, right? These were specially procured for you. Snap. Li Rufeng lightly snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, four weapons appeared before Chu Yi and the others. Su Yang and Jiwu Dao had already received their weapons from Li Rufeng previously, so they were excluded this time. Chaos Bell, Blood God Pearl, Chest Dao Heavenly Book, 6 Paths Reincarnation Disc. These treasures resonate perfectly with the paths you practice. I hope you utilize them well and do not let them gather dust. Li Rufeng spoke. Thank you, Master, for the treasures. We will surely use them diligently. Chu Yi and the others expressed their gratitude in unison. Although Li Rufeng did not grant them anything, they bore no resentment. However, as disciples, receiving treasures from Li Rufeng filled their hearts with immense joy. After all, others' possessions are always the most desirable. So, why are you still standing here? Could it be that you wish for me to select an immortal realm for you as well? If so, then let us begin. Li Rufeng began to speak slowly. Ahem. Master, I have already made my choice. Master, fellow disciples, until we meet again. Without waiting for Li Rufeng to finish, Jiwu Dao, frightened, quickly ran away. Am I foolish? I do not wish to be thrown out like senior brother. I'm off. The item my father gave me reacted just now. That way should be where the ancestors are located. Once I find them, I will directly have them join me in the great battle of 10,000 sects. I truly am a genius. With such thoughts in mind, Jiwu Dao quickened his pace. In just a few breaths, Jiwu Dao's figure vanished from Li Rufeng's sight. Chapter 76. Departures and Choices of Immortal Realms. Master, I have also taken my leave along with the Blood Emperor. Master, I am departing too. Please take care. After Jiwu Dao left, Ho Qing and Zhu Jusi also headed off in different directions. Soon, only Li Rufeng remained with the 3 women, Chu Yi, De Yi, and Yu Ruoshui. Aren't you all setting off? Looking at the 3 women, Li Rufeng asked with some confusion. Master, I would like to ask which immortal realm you plan to go to. You see, both I and the 5th junior sister are girls, and it might be a bit unsafe to act separately in the immortal realm. How about we accompany you? We could keep you company. Chu Yi tentatively inquired. Beside her, Yu Ruoshui also looked at Li Rufeng with eager anticipation. Of course not. Li Rufeng replied flatly. Ah, why not, master? Chu Yi asked, somewhat disappointed. Why? It is simply because of the rewards. If you accompany me, how can I obtain more rewards? Li Rufeng inwardly grumbled. Ahem, and Ruoshui. I understand that sending you to experience the immortal realm alone is indeed somewhat harsh. But do you not realize that a little hardship now is far better than suffering injuries, or even losing your lives in the future? You are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Dao, which means you will inevitably encounter countless foes. Those adversaries do not care whether you are male or female. In their eyes, you are merely alive or dead. What of being a girl? Does being a girl inherently mean being inferior to men? Do you not wish to compete for the top position in this great battle of 10,000 sects? Here's the deal. If you secure first place, I will grant you an additional wish. However, this must remain a secret between us. Do not let your senior brothers and sisters know, especially Su Yang and Ji Wudao. If those two find out, I will surely be overwhelmed by them. Li Rufeng spoke earnestly to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui. Master, I did not expect you to be so afraid of senior brother and second senior brother. Do not worry. This will be our secret, and we will certainly keep it to ourselves. Chu Yi said with a smile. Yes, we will keep it a secret. Yu Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Phew, I have finally convinced them. Drawing this large pie can truly be exhausting. Being alone is so freeing. How can I enjoy the immortal realm with them around? How can I secure the most rewards from the system? Seeing that Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui had finally ceased insisting on accompanying him, Li Rufeng felt a slight sense of relief. Well then, master, we shall take our leave. Please take good care of yourself while you are alone. Chu Yi spoke reluctantly. Yes, go ahead. I believe you will carve out a splendid life in the immortal realm. Li Rufeng nodded slightly. Yes, I will strive to do my best. Finally, amidst their reluctance, Chu Yi and Yu Rui gradually departed in a particular direction. They are now in your care. In peer-to-peer combat, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not intervene. As for those who bully the weak, eliminate them all. Li Rufeng instructed De Yi, who was standing nearby. So I got it. If I take care of them, will you not offer me any rewards? De Yi sighed, seeming somewhat aggrieved. Rewards? Reshaping your physical body. Is that not enough of a reward? Hurry and catch up. They have already gone far. Li Rufeng replied indifferently. TCH, you really have no sense of fun. I have been so obvious. You must have some issues in that regard. Off I go. Off I go. I find little E much more entertaining. With that, De Yi's figure vanished, chasing after the departing Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui. That regard? Woman, do you really think I am oblivious to your thoughts? Sigh. Indeed, when boys venture out, they must take good care of themselves. The true danger in the immortal realm is not the enemies, but these women who covet us. Li Rufeng mused to himself. Well, it is time for me to depart as well. In the realm of the 10 great immortal domains, which shall I choose? For the upper 3 domains, I shall opt for Kunlun Xianyu. Soon, Li Rufeng firmly decided on the immortal realm he would pursue. Moments later, his figure vanished from sight, heading directly towards Kunlun Xianyu. Xianxia, have you decided which immortal domain to venture into? On the other side, Yu Ruoshui inquired of her companion, Chu Yi. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi hesitated momentarily. Little Yi, let us go to Liuli Xianyu. Little Ruoshui, you may proceed to Penglai Xianyu. The Liuli Xianyu and Penglai Xianyu are interconnected, enabling us to communicate swiftly in case of any matters. Just as Chu Yi wavered, her elder sister, De Yi, suddenly interjected. Liuli Xianyu? Penglai Xianyu? Upon hearing De Yi's words, both Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui exhibited contemplative expressions. De Yi, Penglai Xianyu is acceptable. However, Liuli Xianyu is one of the lower 3 domains. Why not select a stronger immortal domain? After pondering, Chu Yi queried with uncertainty. What do you think? In the future, Liuli Xianyu will be my stronghold. By going to Liuli Xianyu, you will also be able to cultivate your own influence more rapidly. Though the overall strength of Liuli Xianyu may be lacking, I am acquainted with numerous future powerhouses from this realm. If we can persuade them to join us, your chances of securing the top position in the Wanzhong battle will be significantly enhanced. Do you not desire to fulfill 2 wishes of your master? De Yi spoke with a smile. Oh, is that so? Then I shall heed your advice. However, I am somewhat concerned about letting Wu Shimi venture to Penglai Xianyu alone. De Yi, do you have any good solutions? Chu Yi asked. Xianxia, it is all right. You need not worry about me. Although it is my first time facing an unfamiliar environment alone, I believe I can manage. Yu Ruoshui quickly replied upon hearing Chu Yi's concerns. She understood that Chu Yi meant well, but did not wish to impede her sister's pursuits. What is this? I am your elder sister, with master and the brothers absent. I must naturally ensure your safety. Your well-being is of greater importance than participating in the Wanzhong battle, Wu Shimi. De Yi, have you thought of any solutions? Chu Yi comprehended that Yu Ruoshui did not want to burden her, yet she would not allow Yu Ruoshui to navigate to Penglai Xianyu alone. Well, there is indeed a method, albeit a bit troublesome, Dai suddenly declared after deliberating. Really? What is the method? Chui asked eagerly. I have a formidable rival whose strength is on par with mine, if not superior. Based on the timeline, she should now be a Xianzuan. While not in CND, she should suffice to protect little Ruoshui for the time being. Moreover, her talent is quite extraordinary. It is likely she will soon break through to the CND realm. Thus, if we could persuade her to assist little Ruoshui, there would be minimal threats to them in Penglai Xianyu, Dai explained. Huh, a rival? If she is yours, does that not make her mine as well? Yet I am merely in the human realm. How could I possibly be rivals with such a person? Chui expressed her confusion. The relationship is rather complex. However, in this lifetime, you may not necessarily continue as rivals. In my past life, it was a man who caused her to become my enemy, Dai responded calmly. A man? Well, in that case, I certainly have no interest in becoming rivals with her over men, Chui replied meekly. Sigh, it is not as you perceive. In my era, a man relentlessly pursued me. However, I was solely focused on my cultivation, so I rejected him. When he realized he could not have me, he turned to pursue my friend, who later became my rival. She was innocent by nature and gradually developed feelings for him under his sweet words. It was then that I eliminated him, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, we became sworn enemies. Had my strength not been nearly equal to hers at that time, I would have perished at her hands, Dai reminisced, her tone laced with unnameable emotions. Ah, no wonder. But why did you kill that man? If you did not like him, there was no need to resort to such measures, was there? Chui asked in bewilderment. He deserved to die. The reason he approached both her and me was not for love, but merely to covet the powers we possessed, my time power and her space power. He sought to absorb our powers through despicable means. By chance, I tracked him to a mysterious cave and uncovered his secret. In a fit of rage, I struck him down. I loathe scoundrels who toy with our emotions. Yet at that time, no matter how I explained, she would not believe me. Sigh. Speaking of it brings tears. Now I understand why those say that those in love often possess zero intelligence. However, I do not blame her. I know she deliberately held back during our confrontations. Perhaps he was the first man to enter her heart, so she could not bear to believe the truth. Dai concluded, her voice carrying a profound weight. Regardless of the reason, it is no longer of consequence. In your lifetime, such a situation can be entirely avoided. This time, before that man approaches her, I shall personally eradicate him once more. Dai declared coldly. Indeed, Sister Chu is correct. Such men, it is a mercy to kill them. Our master is the only man we need, for he teaches us cultivation and grants us treasures without demanding anything in return. Yu Ruoshui chimed in. Yes, Dai, I fully support you. Men who toy with emotions deserve no mercy. In this world, one man, our master, is sufficient, Chui concurred. Oh, giggle, you two little girls. Though young, your thoughts run deep. Do you both harbor feelings for our master? Dai teased with a smile. No. How could that be? Absolutely not. Right, Sister Chu, what are you saying? I completely do not understand. Chui and Yu Ruoshui quickly shook their heads in denial. Flustered by Dai's jest. Haha, all right, I shall cease the teasing. Let us first head to Penglai Xianyu. Once we settle little Ruoshui, I will accompany little E to Liuli Xianyu, Dai remarked, observing the blush on their faces. Very well. Let us proceed to Penglai Xianyu to find the person you mentioned, Chui replied without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, Sister Chu. Thank you, Xianxia. Yu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks among us. Let us go. I too am curious to see what Penglai Xianyu is like, she replied. Shortly thereafter, amidst laughter and chatter, the three sisters journeyed together towards Penglai Xianyu. In the lower realm, at Feixian Zone, after a night of rest, Meng Er slowly awakened. What is this? A butterfly? Upon opening her eyes, Meng Er noticed a butterfly perched on her nose. Filled with curiosity, she reached out to gently grasp the butterfly resting on her. How did a butterfly appear in my room? Meng Er sat up, puzzled as she examined the butterfly in her hand. What is this? By chance, her gaze fell upon a letter on the cabinet nearby. Without hesitation, she rose from her bed and approached the cabinet. After placing the butterfly aside, Meng Er proceeded to open the letter. Meng Er, by the time you read this letter, I should have already departed from Tianyuan Dalu. 3 years have swiftly passed. I am grateful for the joyful and carefree memories you have bestowed upon me. By the way, the butterfly is called Xia Dong Dai. Let it accompany you in my stead. Finally, I wish for you, Meng Er, to live each day without worries. Adorned with a smile, Li Rufeng. As Meng Er perused the contents of the letter, her initial curiosity faded, replaced by a pair of tear-brimmed eyes. Sure Shu, no? I do not want the butterfly. I only want you. Sure Shu, why? Why must you leave Meng Er behind? If I have upset you in any way, Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Shu, do you hear me? Are you intentionally avoiding Meng Er? With small hands tightly clutching the letter. Meng Er's tears fell directly upon it. Before long, the smiling face at the bottom became drenched in her sorrow. As her tears flowed uncontrollably, the Xiaodong die fluttered down gently to rest upon her hand. Little butterfly, has Shu truly forsaken me? Have you been abandoned as well? Where do you suppose Shu has gone? Will I ever see him again? Feeling the sensation in her hand, Meng Er slowly raised her gaze toward the Xiaodong die. It appeared that she had found a conduit for her emotions, and with a choked voice, she bombarded the butterfly with questions. Alas, the Xiaodong die had no means to respond to her inquiries. Time passed, and perhaps wearied by her weeping, Meng Er leaned against the bed and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 78. Penglai Xinyu, meeting Yi Yumeng. In the celestial realm, atop a mountain enveloped in rich celestial energy, a figure knelt before a man clad in a blue robe. Reporting, Master, the seal on the Ascension gate to Tianyuan Dalu has been breached. Is it they who have acted in the shadows? The man in blue inquired softly. To the Master, according to our investigation, it was not those individuals who intervened covertly. Someone from Tianyuan Dalu has broken the seal of the Ascension gate. Moreover, one of our own has perished within Tianyuan Dalu. I suspect that the one who breached the seal and murdered our comrade is the same person. The kneeling man replied respectfully. Oh, truly worthy of Tianyuan Dalu. I did not expect such limitations to yield individuals of such caliber. Very well. Instruct our people to continue their relentless pursuit of the remnants of Tianyuan Dalu. Particularly scrutinize those who have recently ascended. Their identities must be thoroughly investigated. Anyone arriving from Tianyuan Dalu or associated with it is to be treated as an enemy. Additionally, contact the other celestial realms palaces and inform them of this matter. The man in blue concluded with a calm demeanor. Understood, I shall obey. The kneeling figure responded before rising and departing from the mountain. It seems the celestial realm is about to become bustling once more. Tianyuan Dalu. Haha, the last time you could not stir any waves. And this time shall be no different, the man in blue mused as he watched the kneeling figure leave. Penglai Xinyu. After a journey, Yi successfully led Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui into this celestial domain. Without wasting time on leisure, Yi guided the two women into a secluded forest. Soon, they arrived at a modest bamboo cottage nestled within the grove. Is this the place? Chu Yi inquired, glancing at the ordinary bamboo house before her. Indeed. My acquaintance with her began here. I stumbled upon this place by chance. Let us enter. For your safety, you should remain behind me, Yi replied. Understood. Chu Yi nodded. Before long, under Yi's guidance, the three women entered the bamboo courtyard. Upon stepping into the yard, Yi sensed the familiar aura emanating from the cottage. It felt as though they were reuniting after a long separation, and a smile unconsciously graced Yi's lips. Who are you? How did you come to this place? Just then, a woman dressed in a pale blue gown emerged from the bamboo house. Upon meeting the gaze of Yi and her companions, the woman in blue was the first to speak. Greetings, senior. I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive us. I am Chu Yi, and this is my junior sister, Yu Ruoshui, and she is Chu Yi stepped forward to introduce. Giggling, Yu Meng, it has been a long time. You remain as enchanting as ever, Yi said with a smile as she approached the woman in blue. You know me? Have we met? Why do I not recall you? Knight Yu Meng pondered, trying to recollect her connection with Yi upon hearing her name spoken so directly. I certainly know you. As for your lack of memory, perhaps you did not pay much attention to me in the past. However, that no longer matters, as you now recall me. I am your elder. Henceforth, you may call me Chu Jiejia. Come, Yu Meng, call me sister so I may hear it, Yi said, smiling gently before Knight Yu Meng. You are rather forward. To call you sister, I must see if you possess the capability to warrant such a title, Knight Yu Meng replied, regarding Yi with a measured gaze. Haha. Oh, dear sister, I possess ample capability. Shall we retire to your chamber, and I shall demonstrate my skills? Yi teased. You speak nonsense. Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Knight Yu Meng retorted coldly upon hearing Yi's words. Oh, and how do you intend to show your lack of courtesy? I find myself quite intrigued, Yi replied with a smile. In that case, receive my palm. With that, Knight Yu Meng raised her hand and struck toward Yi. Remarkable spatial power, but this time, you shall not be my match. Time sealed. Yi remarked with a smile as she observed Knight Yu Meng's attack. In the next moment, Yi lifted her hand to counterattack. What is this? Upon sensing the aura emanating from Yi, Knight Yu Meng quickly dismissed her previous underestimation. Not good. This power. Before Knight Yu Meng could evade, Yi's temporal force ensnared her, rendering her completely immobilized. In an instant, Knight Yu Meng lost her freedom, her body rendered motionless. Not only her body, but even her thoughts were thoroughly bound. giggling. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. TSK, such a delicate face, such flawless skin. And this delightful treasure. Approaching Night Yuming, De began to explore her form. De, could you perhaps be a bit more restrained? We are still here. Chu Yi interjected, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment at De's actions toward Night Yuming. Giggling, you are not outsiders. Xiao Yi, would you care to join in? This sensation is far superior to yours. He, De remarked with a slight smile. From now on, do not mention that you know me. Chu Yi replied with a face full of exasperation. Sister Chu is indeed quite special. Yu Ruoxue chimed in, laughing in agreement. TCH, boring. Time sealed, release. Stepping back a few paces, De immediately raised her hand. In the next moment, Yi Yoming's body returned to normal, and her mind began to function once more. What just happened? What did you do to me? Suddenly regaining consciousness, Yi Yuming immediately questioned. Concurrently, she sensed an unusual sensation in certain parts of her body. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recall, she could not clarify what had transpired moments ago. What else could happen? Or do you wish to engage in something with me? De replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuming fell silent. This person must be out of her mind. Oh well, I suppose I am simply unfortunate to have encountered her. After some contemplation, Yi Yuming ultimately chose not to dwell on the specifics of what had just occurred with Du. Speak, what brings you here to seek me? Don't tell me you stumbled upon this place by chance. I do not believe that for a moment. Yi Yuming promptly inquired. Since my dear sister has asked, I shall not hide the truth from you. We have indeed come here for a matter requiring your assistance. It remains to be seen if you are willing to lend a hand, De replied with a grin. Assistance? What sort of assistance? Yi Yuming questioned. It is quite simple, allow me to explain. I will tell you everything directly, De stated, foregoing any further hesitation. After a brief moment, De had recounted the entire purpose of their visit. The Wanzone War? You want me to help this little girl participate in the Wanzone War? Surely. You jest. Not to mention anything else, my strength in the xianxia is merely above average. Even if I were to assist her, she would not achieve remarkable results in the Wanzone War. Or have you sought out other powerful allies besides me? Yi Yuming articulated. Well, you are the first person we approached, De replied timidly. Upon hearing De's words, Yi Yuming was momentarily taken aback. You need not overthink it. This little girl is no simple matter. There is still some time before the Wanzone War. In this time, she can establish a formidable sect. Moreover, your strength will also advance further. By then, participating in the Wanzone War will pose no challenge at all, De continued. Well spoken. If you are so confident, why don't you assist her yourself? What brings you to seek my help? Yi Yuming responded coolly. I wish I could, but alas, I must also aid Du. This is a task assigned to them by their master. I cannot manage to assist both on my own, which is why I have come to you for help. De explained. Their master? If that is the case, then their master must be out of her mind. Sending such a young girl to participate in the Wanzone War is akin to sending her to her doom. You all have lost your senses. I shall not accompany you in this madness. Return from whence you came. I cannot assist with this matter, Yi Yuming concluded, preparing to leave. Wait, do not be hasty. Here is the deal. If you agree to help, I can enhance your mastery of spatial power. How does that sound? De quickly grasped Yi Yuming's arm and tempted her. You also cultivate spatial power? Yi Yuming questioned skeptically. No, I do not cultivate spatial power. However, I possess a method to improve your mastery of it. At your current level, it is exceedingly challenging to make further progress in the path of space. Seize this opportunity, and consider carefully before deciding whether to assist this little girl, De replied. Hearing De's words, Yi Yuming fell into deep contemplation. During this time, she occasionally glanced at De, seemingly attempting to discern whether the latter's words were deceitful. All right, I can agree to help this little girl participate in the Wanzone War. However, I have a condition. You must first assist me in enhancing my mastery of spatial power. Only then can I ascertain that you are not deceiving me. After a moment of thought, Yi Yuming spoke calmly. No problem. I fear not your requests. I only fear your refusal. Please wait a moment. I will speak with De said. Moving towards Chu Yi. You all heard what was said, right? Now it is your turn. Where is the token your master gave you? Hurry and summon her here. De instructed. You spoke so confidently just now. I thought you had a way to help her improve her mastery of spatial power, Chu Yi retorted. I cannot assist her if I do not cultivate spatial power myself. Hurry, if the other party changes their mind, I will not take responsibility, De replied, maintaining her composure. All right, I understand. With that, Chu Yi produced a token and infused it with a trace of Xianli. Moments later, a figure gradually materialized before her. Soon, a manifestation of Li Rufeng fully appeared. What is it? Perceiving the surroundings and finding no imminent danger, Li Rufeng inquired indifferently. Disciple greets master. Master. It is as follows. Facing Li Rufeng's question, Chu Yi promptly recounted the entire sequence of events. After a brief interval, Li Rufeng finally grasped the purpose of Chu Yi's summons. Spatial power? I did not expect you to encounter someone cultivating spatial power so soon. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the path of space. Thus, I can assist you with this matter. You, come here to cultivate spatial power, Li Rufeng said, gesturing towards Yi Yuming in the distance. Is this their master? She appears rather young. Moreover, why can I not discern her realm? Yi Yuming pondered, filled with curiosity as she observed Li Rufeng's manifestation. Ahem, Yi Yuming, I am calling you. Are you not coming? Noticing Yi Yuming's lack of response, Da Yi quickly reminded her. Oh. Brought back to reality by Da Yi's voice, Yi Yuming nodded and approached Li Rufeng. The younger generation, Yi Yuming, pays her respects. Li Rufeng replied coolly. The younger generation, Yi Yuming, has heard of Senior Li. Yi Yuming expressed respectfully, though it was her first encounter with Li Rufeng. An instinct told Yi Yuming that Li Rufeng was an individual she could not afford to offend, hence her profound respect. Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall impart my insights on the path of space to you. How much you comprehend will depend entirely on your own fortune. Are you ready? Li Rufeng nodded slightly and began to speak. Yes, the younger generation is prepared, Yi Yuming responded. Good. In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand and pressed it against Yi Yuming's forehead. Immediately, an influx of insights regarding the path of space surged into Yi Yuming's mind. This is the senior's comprehension of the path of space. How vast and boundless it is. It seems I have underestimated the senior's strength. As she absorbed Li Rufeng's insights, Yi Yuming was momentarily astonished. Moments later, unable to remain in awe any longer, she began to assimilate the information imparted by Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng slowly withdrew his right hand. All right, I have conveyed my insights on the path of space. The rest is up to her. If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave first. Li Rufeng turned to speak to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui. Thank you, master. We bid you farewell, master. Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui respectfully raised their hands in gratitude. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With those words, Li Rufeng's projection gradually dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Yi Yuming had entered a profound state, with the power of space swirling around her. It seemed she would require a little longer to awaken. After a long journey, let us rest here for the night. Once we address the matters concerning Xiao Ruoshui tomorrow, we shall depart for Luli Xianyu. Da Yi approached Chu Yi and spoke. Very well, I have no objections. Chu Yi nodded without hesitation. Thank you, Sister Chu. Thank you, third senior sister. Upon hearing the exchange between Da Yi and Chu Yi, Yu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude once more. No need for thanks, fifth junior sister. We are all family here. Chu Yi replied. Xiao Ruoshui, since you are so grateful to me, why not sleep with me tonight? I prefer something more tangible than mere words of thanks. Giggle. Da Yi sidled up to Yu Ruoshui, wrapping her arms around her with a playful grin. Sister Chu, this seems inappropriate. Third senior sister, you and I. Yu Ruoshui's ears flushed red at Da Yi's words, and she looked to Chu Yi for help. Chapter 80. Qingyan Xianyu, Qingyan Zong. Enough, Da Yi. You have frightened fifth junior sister. I am beginning to suspect you. But then again, to suspect you is to suspect myself, so I shall say no more. Chu Yi sighed. Haha, I am merely jesting. Xiao Ruoshui is far too easy to tease. I worry that one day you may fall prey to some ill-intentioned man without realizing it. Da Yi chuckled. That will not happen. Aside from master, I trust no other man. Yu Ruoshui stated firmly. Good, that is reassuring. I am feeling a bit tired, so I shall rest first. If you are not weary, feel free to keep watch over her. With that, Da Yi turned and walked towards a nearby bamboo house, as if she were exceedingly familiar with the place. Fifth junior sister, do not take offense. She is simply that kind of person, and she is correct. Do be wary of those with ulterior motives. If you sense anything amiss, do not hesitate to call for master. Do not let a moment of carelessness lead to irreparable consequences. Chu Yi advised. Yes, thank you, third senior sister. I will remember that. Yu Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Good. As long as you understand. I wonder when senior Yi will awaken. It seems we must continue to wait a while longer. With that, Chu Yi took a seat on a nearby chair, her gaze fixed on the meditative form of Yi Yuming. Observing this, Yu Ruoshui also settled down beside her, quietly awaiting Yi Yuming's revival. Qingyan Xianyu. We are about to crash. Bang. Amidst a cacophony of exclamations, Su Yang finally managed to land. However, the landing was rather noisy, but at least he no longer had to soar through the skies. Cough. Finally on solid ground. Ouch, my backside. Thankfully, I managed to absorb most of the impact. Otherwise, I would surely be bedridden for days. Rising slowly from a pile of rubble, Yang rubbed his rear and muttered weakly. By the way, where am I? I need to find someone to inquire which celestial domain this is. I cannot discern whether it belongs to the upper 3 domains or the middle 4 domains. Yet, given my prowess, Master must have selected the upper 3 domains for me. Haha, it must be so. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Yang prepared to ascertain his exact location. This appears to be some sort of secret chamber? How did I end up here? I should check the situation outside. I hope there are no formidable individuals lurking nearby. After surveying his surroundings, Yang decided not to linger any longer and proceeded towards the exit of the collapsed secret chamber, intent on escaping its confines. Meanwhile, outside the secret chamber, did you hear that? That loud noise came from the back mountain. Who do you think could have caused it? On a mountain path, 5 or 6 figures were making their way towards Su Yang's location. They wore uniform robes, suggesting they were disciples of a certain sect. At the forefront was a somewhat frail-looking girl. Although she appeared slight, her exquisite features and striking beauty could not be concealed. The girl's name was Xianxia, the eldest sister of Qinyunzong. The others following her were also disciples of Qinyunzong. The place where Su Yang had landed was indeed the back mountain of Qinyunzong. Thus, the commotion caused by Su Yang's descent had drawn the attention of Xianxia and her fellow disciples. Who knows? It could be the sound of a rock collapsing in the back mountain. However, I have heard that there is an elder in our sect who has been in seclusion at a certain spot in the back mountain for thousands of years. Perhaps it is the sound of the elder breaking through. If that is the case, our Qinyunzong may be saved. While I would also hope for that, do you not think the likelihood is nearly non-existent? The elder has been in seclusion for several millennia. If he could break through, he should have done so long ago. The sect has tacitly accepted that the elder likely passed away after a failed breakthrough. Alas, the heavens do not favor our Qinyunzong. The disciples of Qinyunzong each held differing opinions, speculating various theories regarding the loud noise from the back mountain. Enough, you all be quiet. We are almost at the back mountain. Rather than speculate aimlessly, we should investigate for ourselves. Then we will know exactly what transpired. Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Yes, eldest sister. Upon hearing Xianxia's command, the other disciples of Qinyunzong immediately fell silent and ceased their idle chatter. Observing this, Xianxia nodded slightly and quickened her pace. Before long, she led the other disciples to the summit of the back mountain. Bang! Just then, a sound of exploding rubble echoed, followed by a cloud of dust rising from a certain spot on the mountain. Everyone be on guard. Noticing the disturbance not far away, Xianxia swiftly drew her sword and shouted. Behind her, the other disciples also brandished their weapons and focused their gaze on the swirling dust nearby. Cough! I have finally emerged. What bad luck to have landed here. I wonder if this commotion will attract others' attention. Oh, it seems it already has. Just as Su Yang stepped out from the billowing dust, he spotted Xianxia and her companions standing alert not far away. Xianxia and her group immediately directed their attention towards Su Yang's appearance. There are 6 of them. In terms of numbers, I am at a disadvantage. Moreover, I do not know their strength. I am currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yet I cannot ascertain how I would fare against an opponent at the immortal realm. Gazing at Xianxia from a distance, Su Yang refrained from acting rashly, as he found himself lacking in both numbers and information. Therefore, he decided to observe what Xianxia and her companions would do next. Wait, don't you think that person looks somewhat familiar? I feel like I have seen him somewhere before. Where could that be? Ugh, why can't I remember all of a sudden? As Su Yang remained still, a male disciple of Xianxia suddenly spoke softly. Now that you mention it, he does seem somewhat familiar. It's strange, though, I can't recall who he is. Soon, several other disciples murmured in agreement. It's Su Laozu, the portrait in the main hall of our sect. The person depicted there is exactly like him. This man is our sect's Su Laozu, who has been in seclusion for thousands of years. Quickly, follow me to pay respects to the ancestor. Just as the disciples were still deep in thought, Xianxia's astonished voice rang out. Yes, I remember now. It's the painting in the main hall. I can't believe Su Laozu is still alive. Haha, there is hope. Qingyun's sect is saved. Heaven is watching over us. Prompted by Xianxia's reminder, the disciples soon grasped the situation. They swiftly sheathed their weapons and leaped towards Su Yang. What? They intend to overpower him with numbers. Fine, let us see how it goes. If we truly can't win, we can always call for the master later. Shixing Chong. The sudden approach of Xianxia and the others startled Su Yang. Without hesitation, he summoned the Shixing Chong, preparing for a fierce battle. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 2.5 meters, 1 meter. Shixing Chong, Shixing 9 techniques. As Xianxia and the others drew within less than a meter, Su Yang abruptly began to gather strength, ready to launch an attack against them. Disciple Xianxia respectfully welcomes the ancestor from seclusion. Disciple Zhao Gang congratulates the ancestor on emerging from seclusion. Just then, Xianxia took the lead. kneeling before Su Yang with utmost respect and proclaiming loudly, "Whoa, you all, step back." Boom, bang. Faced with this unexpected scene, Su Yang found himself utterly bewildered. However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release his attack. Thus, in that final moment of life and death, Su Yang could only shout loudly. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, a deafening explosion erupted. The commotion was even greater than that caused by Su Yang's descent. Chapter 81. Su Laozu of Qingyun, filled with doubt. As the tumult gradually subsided, Su Yang stood in place, breathing heavily. Although he had been unable to retract his attack in time, he had done his utmost to slightly alter its trajectory at the last moment. This breathtaking moment accelerated Su Yang's heartbeat, leaving him in a state of lingering anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu Xianxia and the others had completely been struck dumb and were trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the usually composed Lu Xianxia now displayed traces of fear in her eyes. Being in the front, she felt the full force of Su Yang's attack, which had whizzed past her left cheek, merely millimeters away. Had Su Yang not diverted the attack at the last moment, she would have perished without defense. Perhaps overcome by a sense of having narrowly escaped death, Lu Xianxia slowly turned her head to glance at the spot where Su Yang's attack had struck. This is the power of the ancestor. Had that attack been directed at me, I would have surely perished. Observing the massive crater that had formed on the nearby hill, Lu Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine, realizing just how close she had come to death. What is wrong with you all? Not even fighting back, just kneeling in surrender? Surrender is one thing, but must you come so close to kneel? And what is this ancestor talk? I am so young. How could I resemble your ancestor? Next time you concede, could you please find a more convincing excuse? Ancestor. I see you as the ancestors. Your entire family are the ancestors. Ugh, how unfortunate, being called an ancestor right away. Does that mean I am nearing death? Recovering from his shock, Su Yang pointed at Lu Xianxia and the others, cursing vehemently. This scene transformed the kneeling Lu Xianxia and her companions from shock to bewilderment. Ancestor. After a few breaths, Lu Xianxia spoke with a hint of trepidation. What? Ancestor what? I've said not to call me ancestor again. I have a name. I am Su Yang. Before Lu Xianxia could finish, Su Yang interrupted. This disciple dares not. Upon hearing Su Yang request her to use his name, Lu Xianxia immediately bowed her head in fright. Is the ancestor perhaps confused from prolonged seclusion? She thought. But it doesn't matter, as long as the ancestor is here. No one will dare harbor ill intentions toward Qingyun sect. Lu Xianxia, however, misinterpreted Su Yang's words, believing he was simply disoriented from his long retreat. Ancestor, please wait. Zhao Gang, hurry to the main hall and bring back that painting. I suspect the ancestor's memories have become muddled from his long seclusion. Once he sees that portrait, he should remember something. Lu Xianxia approached Zhao Gang and whispered her instructions. I see. All right, senior sister. I'll go right away. Hearing Lu Xianxia's words, Zhao Gang wasted no time and swiftly flew down the mountain. What? Where's he going? Seeing Zhao Gang leave, Su Yang's vigilance began to rise again. Cough, cough. You need not worry. I sent him to retrieve an item. Once the ancestor sees it, he should recall some memories. Lu Xianxia quickly responded to Su Yang's confusion. Item? Memories? What are these nonsensical things? What do I need to remember? Su Yang inquired, utterly perplexed. Facing Su Yang's bewilderment, Lu Xianxia became even more convinced that he had lost his mind from prolonged seclusion. Thus, to avoid angering Su Yang, she could only continue to smile at him. Poor girl, so young yet with a troubled mind. Fine, I won't hold it against her. I should ask some urgently needed information. Noticing Lu Xianxia's silly grin, Su Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Therefore, he decided to shift the conversation to other matters. Su Yang began tentatively. Disciple Lu Xianxia, she replied promptly. Miss Lu, do you know where this is? Which celestial domain is this? Kunlun, Taishu, or the Shura celestial domain? Su Yang asked urgently. Ancestor, none of those. Lu Xianxia was taken aback by Su Yang's question, further solidifying her belief that he was suffering from memory loss due to prolonged seclusion. None of those. All right, I can accept that it's one of the 4 central domains. Then tell me, which celestial domain of the 4 central domains is this? Although Su Yang felt some disappointment, he was not yet entirely unable to accept the situation. That also not. We are in the Qingyun celestial domain. Lu Xianxia replied weakly. In the next moment, Su Yang stood frozen in place, like a statue, even ceasing to breathe. Qingyun celestial domain? One of the lower 3 domains. Qingyun celestial domain? After a long pause, Su Yang's voice was filled with disbelief. Yes, Lu Xianxia nodded, not understanding Su Yang's strange reaction, but affirming it nonetheless. The next instant, Su Yang collapsed to the ground, his entire body beginning to tremble. Ancestor, what is wrong with you? Upon witnessing Su Yang collapse, Lu Xinya hastily approached to assess the situation. No, it's nothing. It dawned on me that in the eyes of my master, I was deemed only worthy of the Qingyun Xinyu in the lower realms. Oh no. If Ji Wudao learns of this, he will undoubtedly mock me incessantly. Master, why do you treat your grand disciple this way? Are you not intentionally providing them with an excuse to ridicule my inferiority? Lying on the ground, Su Yang was lost in thought, murmuring softly to himself. Master? Ji Wudao? Ancestor and master? Why has there been no record of this in the sect? Who is Ji Wudao? Could he be another ancestor? Lu Xinya, hearing Su Yang's murmurs, was filled with many questions. Senior sister, I have returned. I brought the painting as well. Just as Lu Xinya was about to inquire further from Su Yang, Zhao Gang reappeared, holding a scroll of painting in his hands. You are finally back. Quickly, hand me the painting. Upon Zhao Gang's arrival, Lu Xinya momentarily set aside her doubts. Here, senior sister. Zhao Gang did not hesitate, and promptly handed the rolled-up painting to Lu Xinya. Thank you for your trouble. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Xinya swiftly approached Su Yang with the painting. Ancestor, do you recognize the person in this painting? In the next moment, Lu Xinya unfurled the painting before Su Yang. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Painting, 9-Star Demonic Palm. This painting is unfamiliar to me. How could I know the person depicted? Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. What? How do you possess my portrait? In such a short time, you managed to acquire a painting of me? After glancing at the figure in the painting, Su Yang suddenly sat up, his face a mask of confusion. Ancestor, this is not something we created on a whim. This painting has been hung in the sect's main hall for thousands of years. Do you truly have no recollection of it? You personally hung it in the hall. Lu Xinya replied. I hung it. How is that possible? This is my first visit to Qingyun Xinyu. This painting must be unrelated to me. Su Yang vehemently shook his head in denial. Then how do you explain that the person in the painting looks exactly like you? Lu Xinya countered. Could this person be my half-brother? That seems improbable. Or is it merely a coincidence? Su Yang murmured softly. Ancestor, it seems you have been in seclusion for too long. Noticing Su Yang's bewildered expression, Lu Xinya began to explain. Bad news. Bad news. Senior sister. It's terrible. At that moment, a figure rushed toward Lu Xinya, calling out anxiously. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinya stood and turned towards the source of the voice, her expression growing grave. Quickly, tell me what has happened. As the shouting disciple of Qingyun sect approached, Lu Xinya immediately inquired. Reporting to senior sister, it's the Jiuxing sect. Their people have come to Qingyun sect once again. Not only that, but they injured several of our disciples upon arrival. They also said. The messenger disciple hesitated. What else did they say? Lu Xinya pressed. They said we must all leave Qingyun sect today. From now on, the territory of Qingyun sect belongs entirely to Jiuxing sect. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The messenger disciple responded. How dare they? Despicable. These scoundrels take advantage of the weak. Senior sister, we cannot allow Qingyun sect to fall into their hands. Let us fight them. At worst, we will be heroes in 20 years. Killing one would not be a loss. Killing two would be a gain. Indeed. What Brother Zhao Gang says is true. If they press us so hard, we must fight back, even if it costs us our lives. Hearing that the Jiuxing sect intended to forcibly seize Qingyun sect, the disciples of Qingyun sect were filled with rage, each preparing to confront their foes. I understand that you are not afraid of death, but recklessness will not solve our problems. If Jiuxing sect wants us to relinquish Qingyun sect, they must demonstrate their capability. Now that the ancestor has emerged from seclusion, with his intervention, their schemes will surely fail, Lu Xinya stated. Yes, with the ancestor's intervention, those Jiuxing sect rascals will certainly return empty-handed. Soon, the disciples of Qingyun sect turned their gazes towards Su Yang, who sat on the ground. Feeling the weight of their stares, Su Yang became increasingly uncomfortable. Ancestor, Qingyun sect is in peril. We implore you to take action. Seeing Su Yang's lack of response, Lu Xinya knelt before him. Please, ancestor, intervene. The other disciples followed suit, kneeling in unison. What a stroke of bad luck. Why must I encounter such matters upon my arrival? What is the Jiuxing sect? I know nothing about them. If I act rashly, I would only invite trouble. Fortunately, I have my master as a trump card. And what is the story behind that painting? Gazing at the kneeling disciples of Qingyun sect, Su Yang felt both speechless and perplexed. Ahem, everyone, please rise. I had intended to interact with you in my ordinary guise, but fate has other plans. Since it has come to this, I shall reveal my true identity. Indeed, I am the ancestor of Qingyun sect. Su Yang slowly stood, placing his hands behind his back, and feigned disappointment. I never imagined that during my brief seclusion, you would allow Qingyun sect to be nearly claimed by others. You truly disappoint me. Disciple acknowledges my shortcomings. I am ashamed to have failed the ancestors' expectations. We will unconditionally accept any punishment. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xinya lowered her head in contrition. At that moment, her concerns were not centered on punishment, but rather on the joy of Su Yang's memory returning. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this was all just an act by Su Yang. Punishment is indeed warranted. However, considering your loyalty to the sect, I shall temporarily waive it. Now, let us address those who seek trouble. After speaking, Su Yang began to walk down the mountain. Yes, ancestor. Observing this, Lu Xinya quickly rose and followed Su Yang, a smile gracing her face for the first time in years. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect's plaza, a group clad in purple robes made their appearance. They were the people of Jiuxing Sect. Leading them was a young man in his 20s named Shi Zhengxiang, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, whose gnarled appearance belied an extraordinary power. Where is Lu Xinya? If she does not appear soon, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre at Qingyun Sect. Shi Zhengxiang spoke coldly, his tone brimming with arrogance. Shi Zhengxiang, do you think you are worthy to see our senior sister? If you wish to fight, then do so quickly. We will not hand over Qingyun Sect unless we are dead. Faced with Shi Zhengxiang's threats, the remaining disciples of Qingyun Sect showed no sign of fear or capitulation. Those who remained had long since resolved to stand with Qingyun Sect to the end. Thus, threats to their lives held no sway over them. Very well, a bunch of fools who refuse to heed the warning. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Shi Zhengxiang turned to the elderly man beside him, coldly commanding, Zhao Liang, kill them. Yes, Zhao Liang respectfully acknowledged, then took a few steps forward. Die. Immediately, he raised his right hand and struck with a palm towards the disciples of Qingyun Zong across from him. In the next instant, a colossal palm attack surged towards those disciples. This is a true Xianjing powerhouse. Not good. Everyone quickly dodged. The swift reacting disciples, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the attack, immediately shouted a loud warning. Overestimating yourselves. Xinfa Jiu Xing Shazhong. Zhao Liang showed no mercy, launching an even more formidable assault against the Qingyun Zong disciples. This time, with multiple attacks converging upon them, the disciples had no retreat left. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to fight back. Everyone formed the Qingyun sword formation. Faced with the assault of a true Xianjing powerhouse, these disciples, the strongest among them merely at the 6th level of Ren Xianjing, prepared to stake their lives in a desperate struggle. The Qingyun sword formation? If it were wielded by someone from Xianjing, perhaps I would have difficulty countering it. But you are merely a horde of Ren Xianjing ants, daring to oppose me? All of you shall perish. With contemptuous words, Zhao Liang intensified the power in his hands. Not good. Hold your ground. Bang. Uft. Under the overwhelming force, the Qingyun sword formation was ultimately shattered by Zhao Liang. The disciples of Qingyun Zong suffered significant backlash as a result of the formation's destruction. The Qingyun sword formation is nothing but this. Let us go together. Zhao Liang coldly commanded, seizing the opportunity to finish them off while they were gravely injured. As disciples of Qingyun Zong, we shall live as one and die as one. In the face of death, none of the Qingyun Zong disciples displayed fear, instead donning expressions of tranquility. Ants remain ants. Even as Qingyun Zong faces annihilation, you still foolishly oppose me. Soon, I shall ensure that all of Qingyun Zong accompanies you. Nearby, Shi Zhengxiang gazed at the severely wounded disciples of Qingyun Zong, a proud smile creeping onto his face. Before long, Zhao Liang's attack was upon the disciples of Qingyun Zong. Just as everyone from Jiuxing Zone believed their demise was certain, bang. In an instant, a long spear whizzed past before them, blocking Zhao Liang's assault at a critical moment. Chapter 83. Su Yang Strikes, Annihilation of the Soul. Faced with the sudden appearance of the spear, Zhao Liang's expression turned grave. For upon the spear, he sensed a power that rivaled his own. Shi Zhengxiang, it is you again. Your Jiuxing Zong has repeatedly provoked my Qingyun Zong. This time, you shall not leave easily. At this moment, several cold voices came from not far away. The speaker was none other than Lu Xinya. Lu Xinya, you finally made your appearance. I thought you were too frightened to show yourself. Since you are here, all the better. This place of Qingyun Zong has caught the eye of my Jiuxing Zong. Today, all disciples of Qingyun Zong must die. Of course, if you are willing to become my woman, I might consider sparing your life. What do you say, Lu Xinya? I have treated you rather well, haven't I? Upon seeing Lu Xinya, Shi Zhengxiang immediately boasted arrogantly. I didn't expect that upon my arrival, I would encounter a fool. Not only is your mind dull, but you are also ugly while thinking of yourself as beautiful. Su Yang could not help but speak blandly upon hearing Shi Zhengxiang's words. Who are you, kid? How dare you insult me? You are seeking death. Zhao Liang, kill him for me immediately. Shi Zhengxiang roared in fury at Su Yang's blatant humiliation. However, Zhao Liang did not immediately comply with Shi Zhengxiang's command. Instead, he regarded the approaching Su Yang with a wary expression. Zhao Liang, what are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten your own identity? I command you, kill him at once. Seeing Jiao Liang's in action, Shi Jingxiang coldly shouted. What a fool. If it weren't for your father, you would have died 800 times already. Jiao Liang silently retorted in his heart at Shi Jingxiang's words. Young master, this person is beneath my strength. My duty is to ensure your safety. If I abandon my post, Jiao Liang began to explain. Shut up. I don't care about his strength. I want him dead now, so hurry up. Shi Jingxiang interrupted before Jiao Liang could finish. Understood. Though Jiao Liang was displeased, he dared not openly defy Shi Jingxiang's orders, for he was the son of the Jiao Xingzong's master, a figure of great importance. With that, Jiao Liang stepped forward once more, confronting Su Yang face to face. You tend to the injured disciples. This one is mine. Su Yang said calmly to Lu Xinya while looking at Jiao Liang. Yes, ancestor, please be careful. Lu Xinya replied before hastily moving towards the severely injured disciples. Who might you be? I have never seen you before. If you are merely here to defend Qingyunzong, I advise you to leave quickly. Jiao Xingzong is not something you alone can contend with. It is not worth sacrificing your life for a mere Qingyunzong. Looking at the composed Su Yang, Jiao Liang spoke softly. You talk too much. Just right, I want to see how strong I truly am. You appear considerably stronger than that fool, so I hope you do not disappoint me. Su Yang chuckled, summoning back the Shurgod spear, eager to test his current strength. Humph, obstinate fool. If that is the case, prepare to face my attack. Jiao Xingxiazhong. Seeing that he could not sway Su Yang, Jiao Liang ceased his hesitations and initiated the assault against Su Yang. Come at me. Shurgod 9 styles, second style, Duan Han. Facing Jiao Liang's attack, Su Yang calmly raised the Shurgod spear and shot it forward. In an instant, the spear's intent flowed, and with blinding speed, the Shurgod spear pierced through Jiao Liang's Jiao Xingxiazhong, directly penetrating his forehead. Uft! You! Thud! Finally, in the midst of astonished gazes, Jiao Liang collapsed, his spirit extinguished, breath entirely gone. This is impossible. How could you be this strong? This scene left Shi Jingxiang utterly dumbfounded. His previously arrogant demeanor was swiftly replaced by panic and fear. Is that all? How weak? I have yet to take this seriously. The mastery of Qi at 3,500 levels is far beyond my expectations. Su Yang did not anticipate that Jiao Liang would be so fragile, unable to withstand even his ordinary strike. Through this encounter, Su Yang gained a preliminary understanding of his own strength. Now, it was time to deal with the remaining individuals. After dispatching Jiao Liang, Su Yang shifted his gaze towards Shi Jingxiang and the other disciples of Jiao Xingzong. No, what do you intend to do? I warn you, my father is the master of Jiao Xingzong. My father is not someone like Jiao Liang to be compared with. He is a true Xianjing powerhouse at the 9th level. If you lay a hand on me, my father will undoubtedly seek vengeance. As Su Yang approached, Shi Jingxiang immediately resorted to invoking his father's name as a threat to deter Su Yang from attacking him. Oh, a true Xianjing at the 9th level? How terrifying. I am so afraid. If I kill you, won't your father come seeking revenge? Su Yang feigned fear. Humph, you understand that well. However, as long as you let me go, I assure you that I will not trouble you about today's events. Shi Jingxiang, believing that his words had intimidated Su Yang, began to swell with arrogance once more. What do you think? I find it rather unimpressive. I am still more interested in your father. Therefore, you shall die? Su Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile, and without any forewarning, he fired a shot that pierced through Shi Jingxiang's heart. Puff! My father will not spare you. Shi Jingxiang's eyes widened as he stared fiercely at Su Yang, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. Ultimately, he perished beneath Su Yang's Divine Slayer gun. You all shall meet the same fate. With that, Su Yang drew the Divine Slayer gun and swiftly dispatched the remaining disciples of the Jiaoxing sect. Not far away, witnessing Su Yang's effortless elimination of these adversaries, the disciples of Tianyuan sect displayed expressions of joy. How are their injuries? Su Yang soon approached Lu Xinya and inquired. Reporting to the ancestor, there is no danger to their lives. However, their injuries will require a period of recuperation before they can fully recover, Lu Xinya replied. Well, then you shall make the necessary arrangements. After tending to these individuals, come to the main hall of the sect. I have matters to discuss with you. Su Yang stated before heading towards the main hall. Understood, ancestor. Hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xinya immediately responded with a respectful gesture. Soon, news of the ancestor Su Yang's emergence from seclusion spread throughout the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples were overwhelmed with joy and shed tears of excitement. Simultaneously, the news of Shi Jingxiang's demise reached the Jiaoxing sect. Chapter 84. Unknown Fate, Seeking Resources. Qingyun sect, main hall. At this moment, Su Yang occupied the highest seat, holding the token bestowed upon him by Li Rufeng. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yang infused a trace of celestial energy into the token. In the next instant, Li Rufeng's figure gradually materialized. Disciple Li Rufeng pays respects to master. With Li Rufeng's appearance, Su Yang promptly rose and approached with respect. Xiao Yang, you seek your master for something? Li Rufeng turned to Su Yang and inquired. Master, I have many doubts in my heart. Therefore, Su Yang began. You wish to ask why you resemble the ancestor of this Tianyuan sect? Before Su Yang could finish, Li Rufeng interjected. Master, you have known this all along. Is that why you sent me here? I humbly request you to enlighten me. Su Yang pressed on. Xiao Yang, if I tell you. I too am unaware of the intricacies involved, Li Rufeng replied calmly. You do not know either? Then why did you send me here? Su Yang asked in astonishment. In this world, there are many things that even I do not comprehend. Some answers must be sought and unveiled by you yourself. As for why I brought you here. Xiao Yang, do you understand destiny? Li Rufeng suddenly asked. Destiny? Su Yang's face reflected confusion. Yes, destiny, your destiny, Li Rufeng replied coolly. I am but a dull disciple. I humbly ask for your guidance, master. Su Yang expressed with reverence. In this world, every person, every being, even every object possesses its own destiny. Some are born as favored children of heaven, while others remain perpetually ordinary. Every living thing's fate is determined from the moment of its inception. This is destiny. And you, Xiao Yang, do you wish to know what your destiny is? Li Rufeng suddenly adopted a profound demeanor and asked. My destiny? Master, do you know what my destiny entails? Although Su Yang did not understand why Li Rufeng suddenly spoke of destiny, he was indeed curious about his own. In response to Su Yang's inquiry, Li Rufeng did not answer, but merely shook his head gently. Master, what does your constant shaking of the head signify? Su Yang, observing Li Rufeng's reaction, was filled with perplexity. I shake my head because I cannot specify what your destiny is, or rather, I have seen not a trace of your destiny. This indicates one of two possibilities. Either a being more powerful than I have obscured your destiny, or a person without a destiny does not exist at all. In other words, you are not Su Yang. No, how can that be? I do not know how to explain this to you. In any case, regardless of which possibility it is beyond your current reach. The reason I traversed the river of time for you was to seek even a whisper of information related to you. And this Tianyuan sect is the only gain I have made in the river of time. Xiao Yang, I can only assist you this much for now. As for the greater truths, you must uncover them yourself. However, you need not worry too much, regardless of what the ultimate truth may be, or who is scheming against you. As long as I am here, you will not come to harm, Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Su Yang, at this moment, bore an expression of astonishment and confusion. He was astonished by Li Rufeng's words and bewildered by the notion that he might not exist. I do not exist. Then what am I now? Is this not contradictory? Or could it be that someone has tampered with my existence, so much so that even my master cannot uncover it? Tianyuan sect, ancestor, what secrets lie hidden within me? Su Yang lowered his head, repeatedly questioning himself within. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not grasp the secrets concealed within. Thank you, master. Rest assured, regardless of what lies hidden within me, one day I shall unearth it myself. And you, wherever and whenever, shall always be my master Su Yang. After a long pause, Su Yang solemnly declared, Haha, your resolve brings me great comfort. Now, let us set aside these ethereal matters. In this Tianyuan sect, have you encountered any issues requiring my assistance? Li Rufeng smiled slightly and asked, on that note, I do have a question for you, master. I intend to use Tianyuan sect as a foundation to develop my own power. Subsequently, I shall participate in the grand battle of the myriad sects in the immortal realm under the banner of Tianyuan sect, Su Yang stated. That is a commendable idea. However, how you execute it is not for me to interfere. What are you hoping to inquire about? Li Rufeng responded with curiosity. Master. Developing Tianyuan sect will undoubtedly require vast resources, right? I lack skills, techniques, weapons, and celestial stones. Hence, I wonder if you might possess any of these? Su Yang asked with a beaming smile. You rascal, do you take me for your resource repository? Your fellow disciples have not requested resources from me. And you dare to ask? Li Rufeng replied, his expression darkening. Ahem, well, master, you must consider my plight. You cast me into this lower realm of Tianyuan immortal domain and left me with this Tianyuan sect, which is on the verge of being seized by other sections. I am clearly starting from a disadvantage. If you do not assist me, I shall find it exceedingly difficult, Su Yang lamented, feigning great grievance as he spoke. Observing Su Yang's exaggerated performance, Li Rufeng was rendered speechless. Enough, if you are not going to stop acting, it is a waste of your talent. Now, tell me what resources you need and how much. As long as it is not excessive, I can agree to it, Li Rufeng said with resignation. After a brief pause, he continued, All right, thank you, master. I knew you had my interests at heart. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's agreement to provide resources, Su Yang's expression transformed, revealing a broad smile. Without waiting for Li Rufu's response, Su Yang leaped towards the Great Hall's exit. Observing this, Li Rufu subtly shook his head and subsequently took a seat beside him. Before long, Su Yang returned, accompanied by a figure, none other than Lu Xinya, the esteemed senior sister of Tianyuan Sect. Who is that person? Why is she seated in the position of the sect master? Upon entering the Great Hall, Lu Xinya immediately noticed Li Rufu occupying the main seat. Since she had never seen Li Rufu before, a flicker of confusion arose within her. Master, I have returned. This is the senior sister of Tianyuan Sect. Her name is Lu Xinya. Su Yang stepped forward to introduce her. The ancestor's master. Hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xinya's mind seemed to explode in confusion. Disciple Lu Xinya pays her respects to the ancestor. Regaining her composure, Lu Xinya promptly knelt to pay her respects to Li Rufu. Lu Xinya, why have you called her here? She is rather young, and I have no interest in her. Li Rufu remarked, casting a cursory glance at Lu Xinya before speaking indifferently. Chapter 85. Feng Ling Yuchang, taking charge of Tianyuan Sect. Ahem, master. The disciple is unfamiliar with the current situation of Tianyuan Sect, which is why I brought her here. So, Lu Xinya, how many disciples and elders remain in Tianyuan Sect? And what are their levels of cultivation? Additionally, how many resources for cultivation does the sect currently possess? Please answer these questions thoroughly. Though Su Yang felt a hint of embarrassment at Li Rufu's words, he dared not voice a rebuttal to his master. Meanwhile, Lu Xinya, who had been keeping her head bowed, slightly raised it upon hearing Su Yang's inquiries. Li Rufu's previous statement had indeed startled the young woman. Ahem. Master was merely jesting with you. Please respond to the questions I posed, Su Yang said, attempting to reassure Lu Xinya, who appeared somewhat frightened. Yes, ancestor. Since a few years ago, when the sect master was ambushed and gravely injured, Tianyuan Sect has been in decline. Following the unfortunate passing of the sect master, the sect has completely fallen into disarray. Within 3 days, all the elders fled, and most disciples followed suit, joining nearby sections. Now, including myself, there are fewer than 20 disciples remaining in Tianyuan Sect. As for the resources for cultivation, those elders took everything with them when they left. The only valuable assets left in Tianyuan Sect are the sect's buildings, Lu Xinya explained, her tone laced with a mix of anger and helplessness. Fewer than 20 individuals. And all the resources for cultivation have been taken? How do you manage the remaining disciples' cultivation resources? Su Yang inquired. Replying to the ancestor, we hardly require resources for cultivation. Occasionally, I take a few capable disciples outside the sect to earn some xian stones. However, due to our mediocre strength, we only manage to obtain a few xian stones each time we venture out. Without xian stones for cultivation, our progress is exceedingly slow. Yet, the disciples have grown accustomed to this situation, Lu Xinya responded. Oh, in that case, I am curious why you have not left Tianyuan Sect. It should not be difficult for you to join another sect, Li Rufu suddenly interjected, replying to the ancestor, since the day I joined Tianyuan Sect. My life has been dedicated to it. Although I know leaving the current Tianyuan Sect would be the best choice, it is not a choice I desire. Even if it is the correct one. Perhaps it is due to foolishness, loyalty, or nostalgia. The specific reason eludes me, Lu Xinya replied. Haha, your response is quite interesting. Xiao Yang, she is remarkable. Nurture her well, Li Rufu said, rising to his feet and smiling after hearing Lu Xinya's words. Disciple understands. Su Yang immediately replied. Thank you, ancestor. Lu Xinya followed suit with her expression of gratitude. Here are 500 volumes of celestial level techniques and martial skills, along with 1,000 celestial weapons. In addition, there are 100 million xian stones, as well as various elixirs and other cultivation resources. This should be sufficient for your development of Tianyuan Sect. As for what you may lack in the future, you must find a way to acquire it. The celestial realm is vast, and resources abound, Li Rufu said, producing a storage ring and tossing it to Su Yang while instructing him. Wow, so much, Su Yang exclaimed, filled with excitement upon receiving the storage ring. With these resources, I am confident I can develop Tianyuan Sect into the foremost sect in the Tianyuan Xinyu, even surpassing all others in the celestial realm. The powers within the celestial realm are not as weak as you imagine. However, I look forward to the day Tianyuan Sect stands as the foremost sect in the celestial realm. Just be wary that your rivals may not only be the sects of the celestial realm, but also the likes of Wu Dao and his companions. Haha, I am also eager to see which of your sects can truly ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, Li Rufu chuckled. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. As for my junior brothers and sisters, with me around, they can strive for the title of the second sect in the celestial realm. Ha ha ha, Su Yang replied confidently. Is that so? Then I shall anticipate your performance. Well, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Young lady, come here, Li Rufu suddenly called out to Lu Xinya. Huh, me? Lu Xinya asked uncertainly upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Who else but you? When the master calls you. Hurry over, Su Yang urged, not waiting for Li Rufeng to continue. Oh, I will come at once, Lu Xinya said, rising without hesitation to approach Li Rufeng. Soon. She stood before him. Ah, the wind, is it? Upon sensing the power of cultivation within Lu Xinya, Li Rufeng raised his hand and gently touched her forehead. This technique is called Feng Ling He. Cultivated diligently, it will help you grasp the essence of the wind path. Once you reach the realm of the wind is you, and you are the wind, you will have fully mastered this technique. At that point, with a mere gesture, you can summon the forces of wind. After a moment, Li Rufeng slowly lowered his right hand and continued. Additionally, this is Feng Ling Yuchang, which will enhance your ability to wield the power of wind. It is a gift for you. As he spoke, Li Rufeng conjured a light blue dress. The moment it appeared, the Feng Ling Yuchang radiated a shimmering blue light, with the power of wind swirling around it. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lu Xinya instinctively began to refuse upon seeing such a valuable treasure. Precious? It is rather ordinary. If you perform well next time, I can present you with something even better. You will be assisting Xiao Yang in the future, so low strength will not suffice. Well, that will suffice. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang, before I depart, let me remind you. Do you remember what I told you previously? Trust no one but yourself, not even me. Remember this. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the great hall before Su Yang could respond. Farewell, master. Farewell, ancestor. In the next moment, both Su Yang and Lu Xinya respectfully voiced their farewells. Trust no one. Has the master sensed something, prompting such a warning? Thus, I shall see who is plotting those secrets unknown to me. Su Yang did not believe that Li Rufeng had uttered that last sentence without reason. Hence a heightened sense of vigilance enveloped his heart. Lao Zu, just as Su Yang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly emerged from Lu Xinya beside him. Oh, since this garment was bestowed upon you by Shizuan, you should accept it. Shizuan's words ring true. In my future endeavors to develop Qingyun Zone, I will undoubtedly require assistance. As the eldest senior sister of the sect, you are the most suitable choice. Therefore, the stronger your abilities, the greater your support will be. Su Yang regained his composure and spoke. Indeed, Lao Zu, I, as your disciple, shall diligently cultivate to assist you in the development of Qingyun Zone. Upon hearing Su Yang's response, Lu Xinya ceased her refusals and subsequently put away the Feng Ling Yuchang before her. By the way, please summon those disciples who have yet to depart the sect, since they did not abandon us during our most perilous times. They shall receive substantial cultivation from the sect moving forward. Compared to innate talent, I value their loyalty to the sect more. Henceforth, I can confidently entrust them with certain affairs of Qingyun Zone. Su Yang articulated. Yes, Lao Zu, I shall call them at once. With a respectful reply, Lu Xinya promptly exited towards the main hall. Watching her departing figure, Su Yang took a seat beside the sect leader's position. Meanwhile, he continued to ponder the words that Li Rufeng had previously shared with him. Fate, Qingyun Zone, Su Yang murmured softly, gradually lowering his head as he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 86, Kunlun Immortal Domain, the Divine Pen of Creation. Simultaneously, within the Kunlun Immortal Domain, atop a small hill, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his original form. Another enigmatic aura has emerged, rendering this journey through the immortal realm increasingly intriguing. I hope you do not render my experience too mundane. On Su Yang's side, Li Rufeng sensed once more an inscrutable presence. However, he was not overly concerned, as he too was curious about the secrets concealed within Su Yang. Ding! Detected a child of great fortune located 50 miles away from the host. Would you like to view their information panel? Just as Li Rufeng intended to continue exploring the Kunlun Immortal Domain, the system's notification resonated within his mind. A child of great fortune? Am I truly so fortunate to encounter such a stroke of luck upon my arrival in Kunlun Immortal Domain? System, display that person's information panel. Understood, host. The information panel is now open. Name, Maoyang. Realm, Human Immortal 7th level. Fortune value, 3,500, increasing. Information, born with immense fortune and possesses a companion treasure, the Divine Pen of Creation. Divine Pen of Creation, an extraordinarily powerful and mysterious treasure with the ability to create and generate all things in the world, even capable of birthing new life and worlds, as well as establishing new laws of the Great Dao. A companion treasure, the Divine Pen of Creation? A mere pen can create life and worlds? It seems rather excessive, does it not? Is there any difference between this and having a cheat? Moreover, with a fortune value of 3,500 and still increasing? After reviewing Ma Liang's information panel, Li Rufeng felt a twinge of astonishment. Although Ma Liang's current strength was not formidable, his fortune, and that companion treasure, particularly its capabilities, were indeed extraordinary. In response to the host, Ma Liang's fortune is tied to that treasure. If he gradually awakens and masters the powers of the divine pen of creation, his fortune will continue to rise. Should he create a new world, he would become, like the host, the master of that realm. At that time, perhaps he could spar with the host. What? Is he truly that powerful? Could his strength surpass mine? Rest assured, esteemed host. As co-masters of worlds, the stronger one's world, the greater their strength. Moreover, as long as the host's Taichu small world thrives, it will become the strongest in existence. Furthermore, the host has the system. Hence there is no need to worry about Ma Liang's strength exceeding yours. However, encountering such a promising individual, the host must not let this opportunity slip away. Oh, with your reassurance, I am at ease. Naturally, I cannot afford to miss such talent. System, please inform me of his exact location. Li Rufeng responded. Ma Liang's precise location has been transmitted to the host's mind. Here, Ma Liang, taking him as a disciple should be quite promising. After reviewing the location in his mind, Li Rufeng mused softly. Subsequently, his figure vanished from the spot and soared toward Ma Liang's location. Meanwhile, 50 miles away from Li Rufeng, within a mountain range, hundreds of figures were gathered. Smack! You insolent wretch! Hurry up! Are you looking to end your life with such sloth? A voice filled with fury erupted from the crowd. The speaker was a fierce-looking middle-aged man wielding a black whip. His name was He Kuei, a squad leader overseeing this immortal stone mine. At his feet lay an elderly man clad in tattered clothing. A long bloody gash on his back, oozing crimson blood. Captain He, I have been mining all morning without rest, which is why I was a bit slow just now. Though he was the victim, the elderly man dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression and even forced a smile to appease He Kuei. I do not care if you are tired or not. Get back to work. If I catch you slacking again, I will be the first to whip you. He Kuei coldly interrupted before the elder could finish explaining. Yes, I understand. I will get back to work immediately. The elder struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding his wounds, and turned to re-enter the mine to continue extracting the immortal stones. Bah, the wretched should know their place. Old fool. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some strength left, I would have long since disposed of you. He Kuei scoffed at the elder's retreating figure. Clang, clang. Soon, the elderly man arrived deep within the immortal stone mine, where the sounds of striking stones resonated all around. Grandpa Nyo, your back wound. That vile creature struck you again. How despicable, such a bully. Grandpa Nyo, I will seek vengeance for you. Shortly thereafter, a youth noticed the wound on the elderly man's back and erupted in fury. This youth was Ma Liang, clad in tattered clothing and his face smeared with dust. Yet, even so, these conditions could not obscure the handsomeness and resilience of his countenance. What? That He Kuei, he struck again? What a despicable scoundrel. Grandpa Nyo, are you well? Do you need to rest? Soon, Ma Liang's voice attracted the attention of many. Upon learning that Grandpa Nyo had been assaulted, they expressed their indignation. Thank you for your concern, everyone, but I am fine. Alas, I have grown accustomed to such treatment. After all, in my old age, my strength has waned, and it is inevitable to suffer the lash of those people. Grandpa Nyo sighed. It is unacceptable to let this matter rest. Nyo Yi, wait for me. I shall seek out He Kuei. He is merely a small captain, and I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat him. The people here have been captured from various regions of Kunlun Xinyu to toil in the extraction of celestial stone mines. When Ma Liang was captured, he was but 10 years old. Over the years, Nyo Yi has taken care of him, treating him like a beloved grandson. Thus, witnessing Nyo Yi being harmed has ignited a fervor within him that he can no longer suppress. Child No, please, do not act impulsively. A minor injury is not enough to claim my life. I have grown old and have little time left. There is no need for you to offend those who are far more powerful for the sake of a dying man like me. Besides, even if you manage to teach He Kuei a lesson, what will come of it? He merely follows the orders from the people of Kunlun Dian. Provoking him is akin to provoking Kunlun Dian itself, a path that leads only to ruin. You are still young, and there may yet be opportunities for you to escape this place. Therefore, do not act rashly because of me. Seeing Ma Liang's face contorted with rage, Nyo Yi grasped his arm firmly, urging him to reconsider. Indeed, child, you are still young. If vengeance is to be sought for Nyo Yi, it is not your place to do so. We are here, after all. Moreover, Nyo Yi speaks the truth. He Kuei is backed by Kunlun Dian, a force beyond our capacity to confront. As harsh as it may sound, it can be said that if Kunlun Dian wishes to eliminate us, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Rather than sacrificing our lives in vain, it is wiser to endure a little longer. The others nearby sighed in resignation, acknowledging the grim reality. Kunlun Dian is the mightiest force within Kunlun Xinyu. As such, no one dares to offend it. even those who have been oppressed. Damn it. The cursed Kunlun Dian. My parents perished at their hands for my sake. Now, Niu Yi, who has shown me kindness, along with the uncles, are still coerced into these backbreaking labors. Had I not feared that the people of Kunlun Dian would discover the existence of that item, I would have long since dealt with these bullies. If only I possessed immense power, I would not fear exposing my secrets. Nor would I find myself in such a helpless situation. At this moment, Ma Liang's heart was filled with both wrath and helplessness. He even questioned whether he would ever have an opportunity to escape this wretched place. Chapter 87, Celestial Stone Mine, Unexpected Gains. Alright, everyone disperse. Return to your work. If today's tasks remain unfulfilled, He Kuei is likely to retaliate against us. After a while, Niu Yi spoke to those who were concerned about his injuries. Very well. We shall proceed with our tasks. Let us all exert ourselves today, and each of us will help Niu Yi shoulder the burden of today's workload. This way, he can rest a little longer. Soon, the surrounding individuals began to scatter, hastening to excavate the celestial stone mine. Niu Yi, I too shall work. Once I complete my share of the tasks, I will return to assist you. Ma Liang ultimately refrained from seeking out He Kuei, understanding that even if he did, it would only expose his secrets without changing anything. Yes, child, go ahead. Niu Yi nodded in response to Ma Liang's words. Meanwhile, outside the celestial stone mine, within a tent, greetings, esteemed lords. May I inquire if there are any instructions for your humble servant? He Kuei knelt respectfully before the two young men and a breathtakingly beautiful woman seated before him. The young men were named Fan Teng and Hong Shuang Fei, while the woman's name was Shangwan Yulei. He Kuei's deference stemmed from the fact that they were all affiliated with Kunlun Dian. Humph. Are you the one responsible for this celestial stone mine? Fan Teng inquired coldly, gazing at the kneeling He Kuei. Replying to your lordship, I am but a small captain, tasked with overseeing the workers here. The true overseer of this celestial stone mine is Captain Zhang Hu. However, Captain Zhang has been absent due to certain matters. He Kuei replied. Is that so? If he is absent, then so be it. We have come for two reasons. First, we shall take all the celestial stones you have excavated. Second, we have been ordered to investigate a certain individual. From here on, you need only cooperate with us fully. Do you understand? Fan Teng stated icily. Understood. I shall comply with any orders your lordship may have. I will ensure complete cooperation. He Kuei responded immediately with utmost respect. Very well, then tell us how many celestial stones you have extracted in the past few months. Hong Shuang Fei suddenly interjected with a smile. Certainly. In these past few months, we have extracted a total of 880 million celestial stones. Furthermore, we have discovered the exceedingly rare Xianyu. He Kuei reported. What? You have found Xianyu? Tell us, how much do you currently possess? Upon hearing about the Xianyu, Fan Teng inquired with astonishment. In the celestial realm, the commonly used resource for cultivation is celestial stone, while Xianyu offers an even more effective means for cultivation. In terms of exchange, one piece of Xianyu is equivalent to 1,000 celestial stones, highlighting its rarity. Replying to your lordship, we currently possess 250,000 pieces of Xianyu. He Kuei promptly stated. What? 250,000? Such a quantity is remarkable. You have performed a great service this time. Upon our return, I shall report your merits to Kunlun Dian, and rewards will be bestowed upon you, Fan Teng proclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Thank you, my lord. It is our honor to serve Kunlun Dian. Upon hearing of the rewards, He Kuei was filled with joy. Very well. As long as you devote yourselves to serving Kunlun Dian, you shall not be neglected. Now, let us discuss the second matter. Is there an individual by the name of Ma Yu among you? Fan Teng continued to inquire. Ma Yu? Ah, I recall. We do indeed have a youth by that name. May I ask why you seek him, my lord? He Kuei asked with curiosity. Humph. It is of no consequence to divulge this. His real name is not Ma Yu, but Ma Liang, Fan Teng replied casually. Ma Liang. That name sounds familiar. Oh, it is him. Ma Yu is none other than the Ma Liang that Kunlun Dian has been seeking. He Kuei swiftly recalled information about Ma Liang, his expression transforming into one of shock. It is good that you know. We have come to take this Ma Liang back to Kunlun Dian. Now, fetch Ma Liang and bring forth the extracted celestial stones, and Xianyu as well. We do not enjoy waiting for long. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Fan Teng stated indifferently. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment, esteemed lords. I shall bring you the individual and the items you seek. With that, He Kuei hastily rose to leave the tent. Haha, this fellow indeed possesses the potential to be a loyal dog. Holy maiden, I did not anticipate our visit would yield such unexpected gains. With this surplus of Xianyu, you shall have ample resources for your cultivation, Fan Teng remarked, turning his gaze toward Shangwan Yulei, who had remained silent. Although he endeavored to conceal it, there flickered a hint of admiration and desire in his eyes. The Xianyu must be submitted to Kunlun Dian. Even I cannot utilize it at will. And keep your eyes in check. Should there be a next time, it will be your end. Shangguan Youlei's voice was remarkably flat, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Saintess, forgive me. I deserve death. I assure you there will not be a next time. Upon hearing Shangguan Youlei's words, Fanteng was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head. Meanwhile, Hong Shuangfei averted his gaze, daring not to utter a word in defense of Fanteng. After casting a brief glance at the kneeling Fanteng, Shangguan Youlei withdrew his gaze, choosing not to speak further. Simultaneously, after a flight, Li Rufeng finally arrived at the Celestial Stone Mine, where Ma Liang was located. It seems they are extracting something here. Ah, it is Celestial Stone. I did not expect an unexpected gain. With a smile gracing his lips upon discovering that celestial stones were being mined below, Li Rufeng felt no hesitation in claiming them for himself. For although he had no need for them, his disciples certainly did. Soon, Li Rufeng descended, landing on a cleared area that had already been excavated. His sudden appearance quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Who dares to intrude upon the celestial stone mine? This is the territory of Kunlun Hall. You possess great audacity. Several guards stationed at the mine surrounded Li Rufeng, their voices cold as ice. Kunlun Hall, is it? What concern is that of mine? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, gazing at the guards before him. You, seeking death, charge together. Capture this arrogant individual. Seeing Li Rufeng's brazen demeanor, the guards rushed forward, intent on subduing him. Oh, you are quite diligent, though your strength is lacking. To capture me? Even the master of Kunlun Hall would not dare to utter such words. With a serene smile, Li Rufeng's expression turned cold as he glared at the approaching guards. In an instant, those guards were sent flying, crashing against the surrounding stone walls, utterly defeated. Easily vanquished. Li Rufeng murmured to himself, then stepped forward into the depths of the mine. The workers who had just transported celestial stones stood frozen in shock, silent throughout the entire encounter. Only after Li Rufeng's figure vanished into the mine did they collectively exhale, their murmurs filling the air. Who is that person? I have been here for so long, and it is my first time witnessing someone daring to confront those working for Kunlun Hall. Alas, if this news reaches Kunlun Hall, that young man may well. It was well done. Had I been capable, I would have longed to strike them myself. This person must have some degree of confidence to act so boldly. We ought not to concern ourselves with others' affairs. By the way, Black Kuei has just entered the mine. If that person encounters him, do you think Black Kuei will also receive a beating? Who knows? Black Kuei is a true celestial being. I hope that young man has some means of protection, or else. After Li Rufeng departed, the workers began to converse in hushed tones, most expressing approval of his actions, with many even worrying for his safety. On the other hand, Li Rufeng had already approached the depths of the mine. Coincidentally, at that moment, Black Kuei was leading Ma Liang toward the mine's exit. Shortly, Li Rufeng and Black Kuei crossed paths. Who are you? How did you come in? Are those fools outside letting anyone in? Upon their first encounter, Black Kuei began to coldly interrogate Li Rufeng. In response to Black Kuei's inquiries, Li Rufeng did not spare him a glance, instead focusing his gaze on Ma Liang behind him. Why is he staring at me? Does he harbor such thoughts? Uncomfortably feeling Li Rufeng's scrutiny, Ma Liang instinctively stepped back a few paces. Hey, I am asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? If you do not answer, I will ensure you never get the chance to. Black Kuei's fury surged as he shouted at Li Rufeng, who continued to disregard him. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Li Rufeng's expression turned icy. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before Black Kuei, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Ugh! Black Kuei struggled, gasping for breath as he clutched at Li Rufeng's arm, attempting to break free. Crack! Bang! Before Black Kuei could continue his struggle, Li Rufeng abruptly snapped his neck and flung him aside. This unforeseen spectacle left Ma Liang in stunned disbelief, even causing him to retreat several meters in trepidation. You killed him? After a moment, Ma Liang swallowed hard and asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Oh, is killing him not permissible? Li Rufeng responded with apparent curiosity. He has the backing of Kunlun Hall. If you kill him, it would be wise to flee the Kunlun celestial domain swiftly. However, that may prove futile, for Kunlun Hall can find anyone within the celestial realm. Ma Liang warned. Is that so? How fortuitous. I have no desire to die. In the entire celestial realm, there is not a soul capable of taking my life. Li Rufeng replied with a faint smile. By the way, you are Ma Liang? Li Rufeng continued. You have mistaken me. I am Ma Yu. Not the Ma Liang you seek. Ma Liang, initially startled, quickly composed himself to respond. Ma Yu? Ha! You certainly lack creativity in naming. Regardless, I have come all this way for you. Now, tell me about the situation here. Why are you present? You appear to have suffered quite a bit. That is none of your concern. You seek the object on my person, do you not? Humph. I had thought to kindly warn you to leave the Kunlun celestial domain promptly. I did not expect you to be no different from those in Kunlun Hall. I assure you, that object will never be handed over, even at the cost of my life. If I perish, it will vanish with me. You will never obtain it, Ma Liang declared coldly, showing no signs of yielding despite Li Rufeng's formidable presence. Ah, the little one may lack strength, yet is quite fearless. Regrettably, this tactic will not work against me. As his words fell, Li Rufeng raised his hand, exerting control over Ma Liang. Come forth, Li Rufeng commanded, addressing Ma Liang. Or more precisely, the divine pen of creation within him. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Ma Liang's body. Once the brilliance faded, the divine pen of creation hovered above his head. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Ma Liang exclaimed, overwhelmed by astonishment at the sudden appearance of the divine pen. In an instant, he sensed a profound fear emanating from the pen itself. The divine pen can feel fear? Is this true? Could it be that what he just said was genuine? Ma Liang regarded Li Rufeng with a mix of awe and disbelief, his mind beginning to numb. Is this the divine pen of creation? It appears rather unremarkable. Li Rufeng took the magical brush from Ma Liang's head and began to survey his surroundings casually. You wouldn't mind if I borrowed it for a moment, would you? After a brief pause, Li Rufeng suddenly asked Ma Liang. No, not at all, Ma Liang replied, feeling somewhat speechless, as if Li Rufeng were deliberately teasing him. That's good to hear. I've heard that anything drawn with this brush can come to life. My curiosity compels me to give it a try. So what shall I draw? After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea sprang to Li Rufeng's mind. He then began to wield the magical brush, gesturing in the air before him, as he became increasingly engrossed in his drawing. The restraints binding Ma Liang seemed to dissolve unnoticed. To his astonishment, he realized he could use the magical brush as well. Indeed, if he could conjure such a brush with a mere word, it was not surprising that he could wield it now. This man's power was undoubtedly formidable. No, it was absurdly strong. If I could become his disciple, I might finally have a chance for revenge. Grandpa Nyo and the others would no longer need to toil in the Kunlun Temple's celestial stone mines. Observing Li Rufeng painting beside him, a desire to become his disciple began to blossom in Ma Liang's heart. After about 20 breaths, Li Rufeng suddenly looked at the painting before him with a satisfied smile. In the next moment, the artwork began to radiate a golden light, the dazzling brilliance momentarily blinding Li Rufeng. After a few breaths, the golden glow faded, and the painting came to life. Chapter 89, The Rooster King, Accepting a Disciple. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A loud, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. Is that a chicken? Ma Liang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large rooster. He was puzzled as to why Li Rufeng had chosen to draw a chicken. Oh, master! Master! The rooster exclaimed, flying to Li Rufeng and speaking. My heavens! It can talk? Why is it that none of the animals I drew can speak? At that moment, Ma Liang was once again astonished by Li Rufeng, or rather, by the talking rooster he had created. You've never seen a talking chicken before? I am no ordinary chicken. I am the king of chickens. What is so strange about talking? The rooster retorted without hesitation. The king of chickens? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ma Liang could only chuckle awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Ahem. Well, I have a question. Are you completely a rooster now? Will you revert to being just a painting after some time? Li Rufeng inquired curiously. To answer you, master, I will not. I am a real rooster. From the moment I came into existence, I have been a new life. Though I do not understand how I was born, I can assure you that I am indeed a real rooster, the rooster replied. Oh, so that means your meat is edible? Li Rufeng said with a grin, focusing on the rooster. No. Master, my meat is tough and stringy, and there's hardly any of it. Plus, I don't bathe, so I'm dirty and foul-smelling. Perhaps you should reconsider eating me? I can catch you some delicious beasts instead. Please spare my life, just this once. The rooster pleaded desperately as it realized Li Rufeng might eat it. Just a moment ago, you were so proud, calling yourself the king of chickens. Now, you seem more like a simpleton, Ma Liang teased, seizing the opportunity for revenge. Just wait until I, the king, deal with you, you little brat. The rooster shot back indignantly. Well, I never would have imagined that two different species could bicker like this. This brush is indeed remarkable. Use it wisely from now on. And since you call me master, you shall refer to me as Xiaocoen from now on, Li Rufeng interjected, cutting through the argument between the man and the chicken. Xiaocoen. Thank you for the name, master. From now on, I shall be known as Xiaocoen. And you over there, let me hear you call me Kuan Yi. The rooster said proudly after expressing its gratitude. Observing the rooster's audacity, Ma Liang felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. Senior, I have something I wish to discuss with you, he said, mustering his courage as he took the magical brush Li Rufeng had tossed him. Oh, you have something to say? Go ahead, I'm listening, Li Rufeng replied, his curiosity piqued. Thud. The younger Ma Liang stepped forward, kneeling before Li Rufeng without hesitation. Presenting the magical brush. I, Ma Liang, wish to request that you accept me as your disciple. If you agree, this brush shall belong to you from this day forth. Become my disciple, you say? Well then, tell me why you wish to study under me. Li Rufeng inquired, his interest evident. To become stronger. Only by growing stronger can I avenge my parents. Only by becoming stronger can Grandpa Nyo and the others be free from oppression. Only by being strong can I seize control of my own destiny, Ma Liang declared, his somewhat dirty face reflecting a resolute determination. Seeing Ma Liang's earnest expression, Li Rufen's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. Given your sincerity and the fate that has brought us together, I accept your request. Really? Disciple Ma Liang pays respects to master. Ma Liang exclaimed, exhilarated by Li Rufen's words. Enough, rise. You shall be my 7th disciple. I will introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters at a later time. And take this magical brush back with you. It holds no value for me. Furthermore, I teach only by example. Your cultivation is your own responsibility. Of course, if you require resources or encounter difficulties, feel free to approach me, Li Rufeng said slowly. The 7th disciple? Yes, master, I understand, Ma Liang responded. Well, since that has settled, it's time for you to depart with me. Do you have any unfinished business? If so, tend to it quickly, Li Rufeng nodded, then continued. Master, the individuals here have all been captured by those from Heikue to assist in the mining of the Xianstone veins. I wish to rescue them from this place. Ma Liang declared. Very well, gather them together. They shall leave with us when the time comes. Once we depart from here, we will find a suitable place for them to settle, Li Rufeng responded softly. Although Li Rufeng was indifferent to the fate of the workers extracting Xian stones, he did not refuse the opportunity to play the role of a benefactor at Ma Liang's request. Excellent, master. I shall immediately inform Grandfather Nyo and the others. Ma Liang exclaimed with great joy before hastily turning to run deeper into the mine. After Ma Liang's departure, Li Rufeng, feeling leisurely, inadvertently turned his gaze upon the lifeless Heikue nearby. He then approached Heikue and discovered 2 storage rings on his person. What a fortunate find. I nearly overlooked this. With so many Xian stones, there must be at least 7 or 800 million. The contents of this storage ring contain more celestial energy than the Xian stones themselves. Unfortunately, there is only this little. If only there were several hundred million more. Nevertheless, something is better than nothing. The next time a disciple requests Xian stones from me, I need not expend points to purchase them from the system's marketplace. Li Rufeng mused as he stowed away the 2 storage rings. By the way, it seems there are still many unmined Xian stones in this vein. When we leave, I shall conveniently collect some for the Taichu small world. After securing the Xian stones and Xianyu, Li Rufeng's thoughts turned towards the Xian stone mine itself. The saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed, and perhaps this is no exception. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Teng and the others began to grow impatient as they awaited Li Rufeng's return.